In this era of explosive technological advancement, we find ourselves in an interstellar age. The magnificent Galactic Federation reigns over half the universe. This epic belongs to the mech pilots. To become a mech pilot, traversing the cosmic seas in a formidable mech, is the dream cherished by every young soul. However, the path to becoming a mech pilot is fraught with challenges. One must cultivate their physique, sharpen their mental resolve, and enhance their resonance. This is the quintessential journey to becoming a mech pilot. Yet, Liu Yun, who arrived 3 years ago, remains stuck at the very first step of piloting. His physical aptitude has stagnated at level 5, rendering any hope of breaking through to level 10 and awakening as a pilot utterly elusive. It feels as though a lock has sealed his genetic potential, thwarting his relentless training over the past 3 years. Without the ability to become a mech pilot, his aspirations will forever remain unfulfilled. He will be deprived of the opportunity to encounter exotic and enchanting alien maidens. Beast-eared girls, mech girls. The mere thought brings a pang of anguish that constricts his breath. Everyone cease training and assemble. At that moment, an elderly man with graying hair, yet a vibrant spirit emerged from the courtyard, summoning the crowd. Liu Yun discreetly wiped away non-existent tears and took his place at the back of the line. The others around him engaged in hushed conversations. The 3 major academies are about to commence enrollment. Have you decided which one to apply to? Without a doubt, it has to be the Xuanwu Academy. It's the strongest, boasting 3 pioneering mechs. I too aspire to attend Xuanwu. I've heard they possess a unique aerial combat mech unparalleled in the entire Kalen Star. I must compete to become its pilot. Hey, Liu Yun, the class is likely nearing its end. What are your plans? A rotund boy in front leaned back slightly, whispering. Liu Yun glanced at him, but chose to ignore the comment. This boy often ranked just above or below him, perpetually seeking to provoke trouble for amusement. As soon as he opened his mouth, Liu Yun knew the lad had no good intentions. As expected, the boy smirked mischievously and lowered his voice. If you have nowhere else to go after this, why not come to my house and watch the door? Your strength would be just right. An ID save on having to buy a dog. Liu Yun regarded the boy, suddenly asking, you all should be leaving once class is over, right? Isn't that obvious? Staying here means enduring the elements. Then if I don't give you a good thrashing now, I won't have the chance once you leave. With a swift motion, Liu Yun clenched his fist. Seeing the boy's stunned expression, he launched a punch right at his nose. Ouch! The boy cried out in pain, tears springing forth. The nasal cavity and tear ducts are connected, so even a light blow was enough to elicit tears. Though it didn't hurt much, it was still quite embarrassing. Despite his inability to elevate his physical prowess, Liu Yun had not wasted the past 3 years. He had studied the Bodhi's unique functions in depth. Having struck a decisive blow, Liu Yun quickly stepped back and laughed heartily. Fatty, I barely tapped you, and you're blubbering like this? If you were to attend one of the 3 major academies, wouldn't you just wet your pants? Ha! Fatty, is that all it takes to make you cry? And you're still 2 levels above him. Liu Yun, you scoundrel. The boy glared at Liu Yun, humiliated, and lunged at him while still sobbing. At that moment, a booming voice echoed from the front. What's all this noise? Silence. But the boy was undeterred. The next second, a shoe flew through the air, landing squarely on his face, leaving a bright red imprint. This only provoked more laughter from the crowd. Return to your ranks immediately if you keep making noise. Don't blame me for being rude. The elderly man cursed, removing another shoe, clearly prepared to throw it at anyone who displeased him. Liu Yun quickly returned to his position, only to meet the elder's fierce gaze. With an awkward smile, he pleaded, Old man, you provoked me first. Yen Yunlong, retrieve my shoe. The boy shot a venomous glare at Liu Yun, pinching his nose, and begrudgingly picked up his stinky slipper to return it to the elder. The elder huffed lightly, observing the more than 30 youths undergoing his special training. Everyone follow me. With that, the elder led the way towards the warehouse behind the courtyard. Normally locked, the doors now stood open, revealing a trove of treasures the elder had amassed. Liu Yun had seen them a few times before, so he was not surprised. However, the others were witnessing it for the first time, their eyes wide with astonishment. My heavens, is that the Hunter #1 lightweight power mech? There are actually 3. I've heard they all reached the exploration level, although they've been retired. They could fetch at least 30 million if sold. This is the main battle mech designated for the Federation's Exploration Legion. It's highly sought after.
And you might not even find one at double the price. I always thought this old man was just a con artist, but it seems he really has some connections to procure such military hardware. What a pity, it lacks the quad-linked cannon, and the electromagnetic chainsaw has been removed. That was a classic design of the Hunter #1. Are we finally beginning our mech piloting training? The crowd buzzed with excitement. Their gazes locked onto the three colossal machines, eyes glimmering as if beholding beloved ones. The elder, pleased with their reactions, clasped his hands behind his back and spoke gravely. You have all been under my tutelage for 3 months. The 3 major academies are about to commence their enrollment, so your training concludes here. After today's assessment, you may return home. What? Just like that? So, suddenly? I thought we'd be here a few more days. My snacks haven't even arrived yet. No way, I haven't learned how to pilot a mech yet. This is too abrupt. Coach, can we get a refund on the remaining tuition? The elder, who had been calm, suddenly widened his eyes, ready to throw his shoe again. Refund? Do you think you've eaten and drunk here for 3 months without paying? I work hard every day, supervising your training. Don't you owe me anything? At your young age, how can you utter such heartless words? A stream of spittle nearly landed on the unfortunate speaker's face, who immediately fell silent. While the commotion continued, the 3 mechs were dragged out of the warehouse onto the open ground. The former tall humanoid mechs, adorned with black camouflage paint, stood like 3 giants, their metallic bodies reflecting a profound sheen in the sunlight. Lu Yun, captivated, reached out to touch the mech before him. The icy sensation sent shivers of excitement through him. This was the essence of a man's romance. Suddenly, Lu Yun felt a warmth on his wrist. The obsidian bracelet that had adorned his wrist since his arrival now radiated an intense heat. Delicate blue patterns seeped from within the obsidian, resembling cracks that spread across the entire bracelet. Lu Yun attempted to remove the bracelet, but at that moment its temperature plummeted, returning to its cool state. Concurrently, a faint electronic voice resonated in his mind. Biological gene encoding identification successful. Life signal intensity has reached the standard for an adult male. Auxiliary AI is beginning to awaken. Chapter 2. Resonance Test. Awakening AI? Lu Yun was utterly astonished, convinced he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. What is your command, master? The electronic voice transformed into a soft, adorable feminine tone, resonating slightly awkwardly in his ears. Lu Yun found himself momentarily dazed, but he quickly regained his composure, elated at the realization. After 3 long years, the golden opportunity had finally arrived. Whether it be a mechanical maiden or a bee-steered girl, there was still hope to be had. Lu Yun's imagination soared as he envisioned the future. That moment, an elderly voice interrupted his thoughts. Kid, why are you just standing there? Start the mech engine. Ah, right, Lu Yun replied enthusiastically. While softly conversing with the AI, he proceeded to activate the mech's engine. To simplify matters, he decided to name the AI Xiao AI, a name both simple and fitting. One by one, the 3 mechs illuminated. However, an unexpected issue arose with the final mech. Old man, this mech seems to be out of energy, Lu Yun remarked, a hint of peculiarity in his tone. It was the very mech he had just touched. Could it be that merely making contact drained its energy? Lu Yun absent-mindedly stroked the obsidian bracelet on his wrist, the lingering warmth still palpable. Xiao AI, was it you? Yes, master. It was only by relying on the remnants of energy that Xiao AI was able to awaken. So that was how it was. Lu Yun silently apologized to the old man in his heart. Out of energy? That shouldn't be. I recall there being 3 left after the last activation. The old man patted the mech, a puzzled expression on his face. Forget about that for now. Come, everyone, line up in pairs, he commanded. Coach, are we preparing to learn how to pilot the mechs? Someone asked curiously. The old man scoffed. Pilot a mech? You're still far from that. Recently, I acquired a new gadget, the resonance test. Perfect timing for you all to try it out. Resonance test? The crowd was taken aback. They frequently underwent tests, but those were typically to measure physical endurance. What, then, was a resonance test? At that moment, Lu Yun suddenly recalled something and asked in astonishment, could it be the so-called resonance test that is said to be essential for becoming a top-tier mech pilot? You seem to know quite a bit. The old man cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yun. Lu Yun chuckled lightly. He had stumbled upon this information in one of the old man's treasured books. Lu Yun, could you explain what the resonance test entails? Someone urged. Lu Yun wasted no time and stated plainly. The resonance test measures the degree of resonance between the pilot and the mech. Unlike conventional tests for physical endurance, this one targets the resonance level of advanced pilots with their mechs. Achieving a grade of C essentially guarantees one will become a pilot, allowing entry into any university on Karen Star. Wow, guaranteed to become a pilot? Enter any university on Karen Star. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Lu Yun nodded and continued. Indeed, moreover, I've heard that the top universities in the Jalan Star district have adopted this resonance testing method as well. The Jialan Star District is a higher administrative region. Karen Star belongs to the Jialan Star District and is one of several inhabited planets within its jurisdiction. The revelation that even the Jialan Star District employs this method ignited excitement among the crowd. If they performed well, they could potentially rank highly in the Jialan Star District. The old man glanced at the excited crowd, a smile playing on his lips as he said no more. Without further ado, he adjusted the settings. Two novices climbed into the cockpit of Hunter number 1 under the curious gazes of their peers. The old man produced a tablet to monitor their status. Get ready and begin, as the novices secured their seatbelts. The old man promptly initiated the test. Instantly, cries of pain echoed from the cockpit, followed by plumes of black smoke seeping through the gaps. The onlookers gasped in horror. Coach, are you sure this test is safe? What nonsense, do you think I would harm you? The old man shot a disgruntled glare at them. The crowd instinctively nodded, but upon recalling the old man's brutal training standards, they immediately shook their heads in denial. What are you talking about? Our coach is the best in the world. Exactly. Don't slander our coach. Half a minute later, the cockpit door swung open. The two novices stumbled out, looking as though they had been struck by lightning, their legs trembling beneath them. Coach, how did I do? One of them shakily raised his hand, only to cough up a wisp of black smoke. Unqualified. The old man's face darkened like coal as he barked. Next group? Goodness, they're in such a state, and yet they didn't pass? Isn't it about resonance? How could that possibly mean being electrocuted? Shoo, keep it down. You wouldn't want the coach targeting you, would you? Soon, the second group finished their test, but they, too, had not passed. This is so tough. Is there really anyone who can pass this test? Moreover, the coach isn't even telling us what constitutes a passing score, so we have no idea how to improve. The string of failures had created a tense atmosphere, and many faces wore expressions of concern. Next, why are you all so dim-witted? Have you spent the last 3 months just eating? Next, coach, get lost. I don't want to see your miserable faces. After 8 groups had gone through, a flicker of joy finally crossed the coach's somber visage. Not bad, barely qualified, go rest. Fantastic, we finally passed. 2 jubilant young men embraced, tears streaming down their faces, prompting the crowd to feel a wave of sympathy. This so-called resonance test, what is it really? Is it a test or a form of torture? I thought 3 months of hellish training was inhumane. Yet this is far worse. Ouch. Before he could finish, a dark slipper struck him squarely in the face, swift and precise. You talk too much. You're full of energy. Huh? Next is you. Hurry up and get in. A few minutes later, the old man frowned, muttering in discontent, someone actually passed. What sheer luck. I wanted to do some extra training. The 2 recently emerged young men, upon hearing this, instinctively patted their chests in relief. Thank goodness we passed. Next group, Lu Yun, Long Tao. Chapter 3. Are you cheating? Sighing, Lu Yun pondered. What exactly does this resonance test measure? It's completely baffling. I am probably the weakest among us. Isn't there a chance I'll get electrocuted? Surely the coach wouldn't let that happen. Who knows? You know how careless the coach can be. Shh, keep your voices down, the crowd murmured quietly. Yin Yunlong stood nearby, angrily cursing Lu Yun. Are you ready? The old man's voice came through the communicator. Seated in the cockpit, Lu Yun felt an unusual calm. Despite being the weakest among the group, his heart remained surprisingly tranquil as he prepared. I'm ready, Lu Yun responded. And no sooner had he spoken than a crackling sound filled the cockpit. Lu Yun sensed every hair on his body standing on end. Was this the resonance test? It didn't seem so outrageous. Why had the others fared so badly? Curiosity piqued. He focused on the faint current dancing across his skin. Could such a subtle current truly inflict significant harm? At that moment, Xiao AI suddenly interjected. Master, detecting hyperfrequency bioelectric currents. The current will enhance and develop your physical capabilities. Please prepare yourself. Enhance and develop. Lu Yun was taken aback. The previously mild current surged 100-fold. Lu Yun felt as though he had transformed into a conductor, acutely aware of a vast energy ebbing and flowing within him. His heartbeat quickened, breaths became heated, and his eyes reddened. Just as a more intense sensation approached, Lu Yun's body jolted, and his consciousness was abruptly severed. He felt as if he had entered a dream. A warm expanse enveloped him, and around him echoed ethereal voices, eager to draw closer and discern their meanings. He reached out. Meanwhile, outside, Lu Yun's mech opened, and a dazed Long Tao staggered out, exhaling black smoke, barely able to steady himself. Coach, how did I do? The young man looked at the silent coach with hopeful eyes. If he hadn't passed, the coach would likely have already begun his tirade. Yet, the coach remained silent. Could it mean? The young man clenched his fists, excitement bubbling within. Oh, you're out? Huh. The old man glanced at him, a familiar expression crossing his face as he waved his hand dismissively. Not qualified, not qualified. Step aside, don't disrupt my work. The young man's smile vanished in an instant. How could this be? But what about that kid? How did he? He turned to inquire about Lu Yun's status only to find that Lu Yun had yet to emerge. Coach, Lu Yun. Without even sparing him a glance, the old man retorted, Go, go, go. I told you not to disturb me. As the old man spoke, his eyes were fixed intently on the tablet, as if it contained an alluring beauty that captivated him. The young man hesitated to speak further and ambled into the crowd. What is going on, brothers? Why hasn't that lad emerged yet? Unclear, came the reply. The coach's expression has been off since the beginning, oscillating between joy and surprise. Could something have happened to him? Have you all noticed? Everyone else was screaming during their tests, yet this lad. Not a sound, not even a wisp of smoke. One person rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Hey, who are you pointing fingers at? Let us keep it serious. Meanwhile, the old man clutched the tablet tightly, his face a mask of uncertainty. What manner of creature is this boy? His heart rate exceeds 300, blood pressure soars to 270, yet his vital signs remain normal? A regular person would have had their insides turned to mush long ago. No, not just ordinary folks. Even typical awakeners wouldn't endure such strain. Yet this lad seems unfazed, the old man wavered, contemplating whether to terminate the test, as it was evident that Lu Yun's situation had taken a significant turn for the unexpected. Just as he hesitated, the tablet emitted a series of beeps. The pressure had exceeded its limits, and the system automatically shut down. Glancing at the alarming red text, the old man realized that the resonance test had unintentionally reached a level. This was the threshold of his modifications. Any higher, and the machinery could not withstand it. With a creak, the mech chamber doors opened, and Lu Yun sprang forth. Astonishingly, he appeared unscathed. Could the apparatus be malfunctioning? That shouldn't be the case. It had functioned well for previous subjects. Why did he sense that this lad seemed somewhat different? Do you feel it too? It's as if he has transformed into another person. Enough chatter. Let us hear what the coach has to say. It's likely the machine malfunctioned. Otherwise, how could he have shown no reaction? The crowd gazed at Lu Yun in astonishment. The old man, gripping his tablet, had a constantly shifting expression. Upon seeing Lu Yun emerge, he lunged forward, eyes locked onto him. Boy, have you somehow cheated? Cheated? How could you tell? Lu Yun's gaze flickered, perplexed as he inquired. I fainted shortly after entering. Did something happen? After you entered, all your bodily metrics went haywire. They surpassed normal levels by 3 to 4 times. The old man scrutinized Lu Yun as if he were some monstrous entity. I was prepared for a gruesome sight when I opened the mech hatch. Lu Yun's face darkened. Old man, can't you hope for something positive for me? The old man pondered for a moment before suddenly pointing to Yin Yunlong and the 3 other youths who had passed their tests. You 4, engage Lu Yun in a match. Yin Yunlong's eyes widened, a grin spreading across his chubby face. Haha, coach, you should have done this sooner. Watch how I handle you this time, little brat, with a sinister grin. Yin Yunlong rolled up his sleeves, while the other 3 exchanged glances, remaining motionless. The old man's expression darkened. What are you 3 dawdling for? Join Yin Yunlong. I can take him down solo. He'll be crying for his mother. Yin Yunlong boasted grandly. The onlookers gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. How long do you think Lu Yun can hold out? I wager he lasts half a minute. That earlier display was unusual. Perhaps Lu Yun has made a breakthrough. Half a minute? You have high hopes for him. Remember, there are 4 of them, and Mintu is among them. Mintu is the strongest among us. If Lu Yun can withstand even a single blow, that would be remarkable. The old man declared, Lu Yun, unleash your full power. Let us begin. Yin Yunlong bellowed. Charging at Lu Yun like a bull, Lu Yun steeled himself for the encounter. However, he soon furrowed his brow in confusion. He realized he could distinctly see every step Yin Yunlong took, each movement appearing excruciatingly slow. Observing the grinning Yin Yunlong, Lu Yun effortlessly sidestepped and extended a foot. Ouch! Yin Yunlong was sent flying. His hefty frame crashing into the ground with a thud, creating a sizable crater. The crowd erupted into laughter. Yin Yunlong, are you trying to create seismic waves to obliterate Lu Yun? Suddenly, the old man's expression turned grave. His gaze fixed intently on Lu Yun. Chapter 4. The gift among the spectators, some sensed the oddity as they scrutinized the fallen Yin Yunlong, then glanced at Lu Yun.at that moment, from the remaining 3. The most robust young man, Mintu, cast a serious look at Lu Yun and whispered, be cautious. There is something off about Lu Yun. They nodded and prepared to attack, perhaps not wanting to repeat Yin Yunlong's fate. The trio advanced slowly but with great determination. Lu Yun watched the foremost attacker, stepping in swiftly, lightly bumping shoulders. The young man's face turned a deep shade of purple as his clothes rippled, sending him tumbling backwards several meters. Mintu was instantly taken aback, halting in his tracks. Lu Yun, however, seized the initiative, seeking out the next opponent before finally confronting Mintu, who was regarded as the strongest student. Lu Yun struck first, delivering a punch. Mintu attempted to block with crossed arms, But when Lu Yun's fist connected, a resounding thud echoed, and Minta's face contorted in pain as he staggered back uncontrollably. This scene left the onlookers gasping in shock. Did Lu Yun take performance enhancers? Even enhancements wouldn't yield such a drastic improvement. Has he mutated? Is he a mech hero? The old man stood aside. Ignoring the murmurs, his gaze fixed on Lu Yun. There's no mistaking it. This boy has indeed awakened. As Minta prepared to strike again, the old man called for a halt. Enough. Cease your attack, coach. I misjudged his strength. Let me have another go, Minta protested, unwilling to accept defeat. Even 10 more attempts would yield no different result. The old man shot Minta a glance. Lu Yun has awakened. Even if you all joined forces, you would not stand a chance. Awakened? No way. Is this true? Mintu exclaimed incredulously. I've trained for 3 months without awakening, and this lad does it on his first try. I see now. The key to awakening is to slack off. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback. He quickly regained his composure. Xiao AI, have I truly awakened? Indeed, master. Your genetic development has reached 10, qualifying you as an awakener. Awakener. This term signifies a true transcendence beyond ordinary human capabilities. In the Federation, mechs operate in 2 modes. One being mechanical manipulation, akin to playing an arcade game, where actions are executed by pressing buttons and moving joysticks. The second mode is sensory connection, which utilizes a brainwave helmet and various sensor components to synchronize with the mech. The pilot's movements are mirrored by the mech, resulting in a 100-fold increase in flexibility and combat effectiveness compared to the mechanical operation. However, a prerequisite for piloting the second type of mech is to become an awakener, as only the physical prowess of an awakener can withstand the immense pressure exerted during connection. Reaching level 10, which corresponds to a genetic sequence development of 10, is the threshold for awakening. Those below level 10 are merely considered martial artists, with an average person's punch measuring 75 kilograms of force. A level 10 awakener can deliver a punch with 600 kilograms of force. After that, each level increases force by an additional 50 kilograms, level 11, 650 kg, level 12, 750 kg, level 13, 900 kilograms, level 14, 1100 kg, and so forth. Thus, the higher the level, the greater the disparity in strength. Just moments ago, Lu Yun was an untalented ordinary person, barely qualifying as a martial artist. Yet, after a single electric shock, he had ascended to the ranks of awakeners, and this was merely the result of one shock. If he were to undergo multiple shocks, he would surely soar to even greater heights. Lu Yun contemplated diving back into the cockpit for Xiao AI to administer a full-scale enhancement. The astonishment among the crowd did not last long. The resonance test continued, with failures occurring one after another. By afternoon, all tests had concluded, and only 8 individuals had succeeded. The open area was filled with wails of despair. With some kneeling and pounding the ground in tears, the old man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, stating calmly, "The tests have concluded, and your training here has ended. Shortly, you may retrieve your personal belongings from me, and I will send your results. With these results, you can enroll in various academies. Those who did not pass should not lose heart. You may still attempt admission to other academies." With that, the old man eagerly led Lu Yun back to the small courtyard. Lu Yun sensed that the old man had something to discuss and waited patiently. "Lu Yun, you've been by my side for 3 years now, haven't you?" "Yes, 3 years ago you rescued me from the snow." Lu Yun recalled his early days after crossing over, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. The old man nodded slightly. 3 years have passed, and you have come of age. Lu Yun observed the old man quietly, waiting for his next words. "I have witnessed your efforts over these 3 years. To awaken is to honor the arduous training you have endured over the past 3 years. However, in the realm of pilots, awakening is merely the commencement. In light of our 3 years of camaraderie, I have a gift for you. But whether you accept it or not requires careful consideration. For this gift may bring you some peril." Lu Yun gazed at the old man and suddenly inquired, "Old man, are you about to depart?" "Indeed. I have lingered here long enough. It is time for me to leave." Lu Yun nodded, feeling a tinge of melancholy. The old man had been his sole acquaintance in this world, and now he too was to depart. "Before you go, might you share your name with me?" Lu Yun asked earnestly. "Regardless of the circumstances, the debt of life-saving grace and 3 years of nurturing must be repaid." "A name? Heh, that depends on whether you choose to accept my gift," the old man replied with a sudden smile. "If you decline, then we shall forget each other in the rivers and lakes." "Then I accept." Lu Yun did not hesitate for a moment. "It may be dangerous," the old man remarked nonchalantly. "I am not afraid." "Ah, you possess courage." The old man grinned widely, his hands behind his back as he turned to leave. "You have yet to reveal your name." "Jun Qingshan." The old man casually waved his hand, leaving behind those 3 characters. Lu Yun murmured this name to himself, committing it to memory. At that moment, Jun Qingshan's voice echoed from ahead. "Rest well tonight. Starting tomorrow, until my departure, I shall teach you some genuine knowledge about pilots." Consider it my farewell gift to you. Liu Yun watched the old man's retreating figure and softly asked, Xiao AI, can you find any information about the teacher? I'm sorry, master. Xiao AI currently lacks internet capabilities and requires a new vessel to assist you further. Xiao AI replied with deep remorse. Liu Yun nodded. No matter, this is not your fault. I should have been more considerate. What kind of vessel do you need? I will keep an eye out and procure it for you as soon as possible. Thank you, master. Meanwhile, Jun Qingshan stood in a room, holding a uniquely designed satellite phone. After a few minutes, he attached a signal transmitter, powered it on, and dialed a number from memory. Without waiting for a response, he spoke in a deep voice. I am Jun Qingshan. That I require a batch of A-grade nutritional meals sufficient for half a month, along with 2 locally networked virtual immersion devices, delivered to XXXX location before dawn. I understand this is troublesome. This is my final request. After speaking, Jun Qingshan directly hung up and removed the signal transmitter. Chapter 5. Old man, are you this flamboyant? The next day, Liu Yun awoke early, as usual, and went to the courtyard to pick up an axe, preparing to chop firewood, boil water, and make breakfast. However, today was different. Jun Qingshan appeared outside the courtyard, calling out, from now on, you need not perform these menial tasks. Come and eat. When Liu Yun approached the dining table, he was astonished to find the meal exceedingly lavish, so abundant that he had never witnessed its like. A variety of meats and some vegetables whose names he could not even recall. Eat up, consume more, for the upcoming training will be arduous. You must be well fed to have strength, Jun Qingshan urged. All right, Liu Yun did not ask further and picked up his chopsticks to feast heartily. Old man, aren't you eating? Liu Yun noticed the old man cradling a bowl of porridge, sipping it without touching the vegetables. I am of an age where I must consume lighter fare, the old man said, slurping the porridge and savoring its taste. Who would have thought you understood the principles of health preservation? After finishing their meal, Liu Yun rubbed his belly, feeling as though a warm current surged within him, flowing to every extremity. Seemingly noticing Liu Yun's astonishment, the old man remarked, no need for surprise. Now that you have become my student, Jun Qingshan, you shall naturally enjoy the finest resources. These foods are meticulously cultivated superior genetic crops, capable of replenishing all necessary nutrients for your body. After tidying up the bowls and chopsticks, Jun Qingshan clasped his hands behind his back and led Liu Yun to the warehouse behind the courtyard. Liu Yun assumed the old man was about to instruct him on piloting the Hunter No. 1, but instead, they passed by the 3 Hunter No. 1s. They soon arrived at 2 sleek, silver sleep pods brimming with high-tech aesthetics positioned behind the mechas. Lie down. Thereafter, guidance will instruct you on what to do. Just follow the directions, the old man said, taking the lead and lying down in one of the pods. Liu Yun examined the sleep pod. It felt cold to the touch, and he could not discern what metal it was crafted from. When he pressed down with considerable force, not even a fingerprint marred its pristine surface. Clearly, this sleep pod was not only visually appealing but also defensive. This device was undoubtedly expensive. It was remarkable how the old man had quietly acquired 2 of them overnight. Liu Yun's curiosity about the old man's identity deepened. Soon, Liu Yun imitated the old man's actions, lying down and donning the semi-enclosing helmet provided inside. His vision was enveloped in darkness, but soon a beam of white light appeared before him, unfurling like the aurora to either side, as if splitting the heavens. Moments later, Liu Yun found himself in a pure white space. Please customize your appearance and physique. A large text prompt floated before him, followed by the appearance of a mirrored eye in the reflection. A character resembling him by 70% materialized. Liu Yun waved, and the figure in the mirror mirrored his actions. The fully immersive virtual device was indeed a considerable investment by the old man. Liu Yun mused silently. This thing clearly came with a hefty price tag. Given his inherently handsome features, he opted not to fuss over customizing his face and directly used this likeness, simple and efficient. Next came the name. The entire process felt akin to playing an online game. After pondering, Liu Yun casually entered his previous life's online moniker, Sleepy123. This nickname is available. Do you wish to confirm it? Please note that this nickname cannot be changed. Liu Yun clicked confirm. Welcome to the Federal Virtual Battle Network. Sleepy123. The white light dissipated, and countless skyscrapers sprang up, extending to the horizon. Surveying his surroundings, Liu Yun found himself in a deserted plaza devoid of life. At that moment, a prompt appeared before him. User Qingshan Weishang has added you as a friend through regional search. Do you accept? Assuming it was the old man, Liu Yun accepted the friend request. Moments later, a multitude of light particles converged before him, coalescing into a formidable figure standing tall at nearly 190 centimeters. Muscles bulging and possessing an imposing countenance. The figure crossed his arms and gazed down at Liu Yun with an air of authority. Liu Yun blinked and glanced at the name above the figure's head. Qingshan Weishang. Hesitating for a moment, he tentatively inquired, Teacher? It is I, came a deep, magnetic voice. Liu Yun's eyelid twitched slightly. He had never realized how subtly flamboyant the old man was. He had always appeared so serious while teaching. For the sake of better instruction, I have specifically procured 2 virtual battle network devices. Though they lack internet connectivity, they are sufficient for the upcoming training. Here, we can fully simulate your physical data without the fear of injury, allowing you to relish the joy of combat. Liu Yun nodded in understanding. Jun Qingshan continued, I have devised 2 training plans, each lasting 1 week. The first involves combat training. Over the following week, I will impart all my combat techniques to you. How much you comprehend depends solely on your own efforts. The second plan focuses on mecha knowledge. Regardless of your proficiency in combat skills after the first week, I shall commence the second plan thereafter. Do you understand? Jun Qingshan queried. Liu Yun hesitated, sensing an unusual urgency in the old man's demeanor. In 14 days of training, how much can one truly grasp? Especially when it encompasses both combat techniques and mecha warfare. Meeting Jun Qingshan's calm gaze, Liu Yun replied, understood. Let us begin. Without further ado, Jun Qingshan stepped back. Since this is your first encounter with the virtual battle network, I permit you to attack first to help you acclimate. With that, a metallic staff materialized in Jun Qingshan's hand, which he held with one hand. Liu Yun momentarily felt dazed, as if witnessing the demeanor of a grandmaster. Shaking off his daze, Liu Yun grinned. In that case, old man, I shall not hold back. He yearned to fully experience his own strength and speed. He raised his hand, and a similar metallic staff appeared in his grasp. Without further ado, he lunged forward, swinging the staff at Jun Qingshan. As the saying goes, one who has not seen a pig run has certainly eaten pork. Though Liu Yun had never learned any combat techniques, he had seen enough action movies. With his current physical capabilities, mimicking their movements was feasible. As he approached Jun Qingshan, Liu Yun stomped heavily with his foot, propelling himself into the air with the might of his muscles. Feeling the power coursing through his limbs, Liu Yun assumed a stance akin to a powerful downward strike, aiming to cleave Jun Qingshan in half. Jun Qingshan's palm shifted slightly as he observed Liu Yun's approach from an angle above. A trace of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. Bang! Liu Yun felt a shadow flash before his eyes. The next moment, he found himself back at his original position. Huh? What just happened? Liu Yun was taken aback. Unfortunately, due to your recklessness, you just died. Jun Qingshan's voice rang out from ahead. He maintained his stance, still gripping the staff with one hand as though he had never moved. Died? Liu Yun's eyes widened. Recollecting the moment, he realized he had indeed seen Jun Qingshan's staff move at the last instant. That very motion had caught him off guard, resulting in an instant demise. How terrifying! Liu Yun pursed his lips. He was aware that the old man held a remarkable identity and possessed formidable strength. However, the extent of his power still exceeded his expectations. Undoubtedly, he was an awakened one, and he must be of a very high tier. Yet, isn't it precisely this that makes it intriguing? Liu Yun flashed a grin, brandished his staff, and charged forward once more. Chapter 6. Those who know how to adapt are the true talents. Once more, boom. Amidst the scattering light particles, Liu Yun's body coalesced yet again. He pressed his hand against his shoulder. His face contorted in pain. Just now, Jun Qingshan's strike had cleaved him in half from left shoulder to right waist. It was hard to fathom the terrifying power required to achieve such a feat with a smooth staff. Observing Liu Yun sprawled on the ground, Jun Qingshan taunted, if you can't endure it, you may lower the pain simulation. Currently, it's set at 80, but you can try adjusting it to 60. However, that would be the path of the weak. Before he could finish, Liu Yun's expression brightened. It really can be adjusted. It doesn't hurt as much now. Thanks, old man. Although he still felt some discomfort, it was far from unbearable. Jun Qingshan swallowed the retort that was on the tip of his tongue, his forehead darkening with annoyance. Kid, shouldn't you be determined enough to raise it to 90 and show your resolve? I'm not foolish. Liu Yun rolled his eyes. He propped himself up with his staff. Everything requires a gradual approach. Diving headfirst into the deep end might yield quick results, yet the side effects could be substantial. Let me first acclimate to this level of pain. Liu Yun grinned and charged out again, swinging his staff. You have quite a few reasons, Jun Qingshan scoffed. TCH, this is called being a person of discernment. Take this, boom. Witnessing the blocked attack, Liu Yun felt a surge of joy. He had finally withstood the old man's first strike. Progressing at a remarkable pace, however, before he could revel in his triumph for more than a few seconds, the next moment, his head was pierced by the staff. Moments later, Liu Yun reformed once again. Being overly complacent was not a good habit. He clutched his head, unable to restrain himself from asking, Old man, what level of awakened one are you? Your speed is terrifying. I can't even see your movements. Why does it matter to you what level I am? Jun Qingshan twirled his staff disdainfully. You only need to know that I use the same amount of strength as you. Beginner? Are you trying to deceive me? Liu Yun certainly could not believe it. He himself was a beginner awakened one and could not match the old man's speed and explosive power. Heh, what benefit would it bring me to deceive you? It allows you to play the fool, and then I can show off and slap your face, a classic trope in web novels. Liu Yun nearly blurted out. Play the fool? Show off and slap the face? To his concise descriptions, despite never having heard them before, Jun Qingshan immediately grasped their meanings. A dark cloud passed over the rugged features of Jun Qingshan, and the metal staff in his hand creaked under his grip. In the next instant, Lu Yun felt a chill at the back of his heart as a staff pierced through him from behind. When did this happen? Lu Yun stared at the metal staff that had passed through his chest. His pupils dilating. A few seconds later, Lu Yun revived once more. As soon as he did, he rolled forward, distancing himself from Jun Qingshan, who stood behind him. Jun Qingshan did not make another move but weighed the metal staff in his hand. Saying casually, "That was only half of my strength," Lu Yun fell silent. Previously, there had been about 5 meters between them, yet Jun Qingshan had appeared behind him without him even noticing. Such speed was indeed incomparable to before. Lu Yun believed him. It turned out that earlier, Jun Qingshan had truly only used the same tier of strength as him. But why? Why was Jun Qingshan's speed so swift and his strength so formidable? Even at the same level, Lu Yun felt as if he were facing an ocean, utterly unable to gauge its depths. It's all about the technique of exerting force. Jun Qingshan noticed Lu Yun's confusion and began to explain. At present, you possess brute strength, yet you lack knowledge on how to effectively utilize every ounce of your power. What I will mainly teach you next is to learn to control your strength. At that moment, Lu Yun suddenly interrupted him. Wait a moment. Then, lowering his voice, he said, "Xiao AI, are you there?" "I'm here, Master." Lu Yun's heart leaped with joy. Indeed, Xiao AI could follow him into this virtual world. However, thinking further, as a highly autonomous artificial intelligence, it would be a simple task for Xiao AI to enter an electronic device. I need you to record every bit of what the old man says from here on out. Can you do that? Rest assured, Master. Xiao AI guarantees completion of the task. Xiao AI replied with enthusiasm. Lu Yun offered a small compliment, then turned to the old man. Old man, please continue. Jun Qingshan regarded Lu Yun with a peculiar expression and resumed his explanation. The so-called technique of exerting force, strictly speaking, pertains to muscle control. Each step and every motion requires precise muscle coordination to exert maximum strength. This is an incredibly complex discipline. Moreover, mere understanding is insufficient. It demands years of training to gradually master. Fortunately, Jun Qingshan did not expect Lu Yun to grasp all of this in a single day but imparted the knowledge bit by bit. Lu Yun listened intently, like a sponge soaking up the wisdom Jun Qingshan imparted. Simultaneously, Xiao AI recorded everything throughout. Time flowed slowly. Apart from a midday meal, Lu Yun immersed himself in the virtual chamber for the remainder of the time. When he finally exited the virtual chamber, dusk had already fallen. He was surprised at how quickly night had arrived. As Lu Yun sat up from the virtual chamber, he gazed outside in astonishment. The hatch of the virtual chamber opened beside him, and Jun Qingshan emerged. The muscular man had reverted to the appearance of a little old man. Jun Qingshan rubbed his chin and said, "Staying too long in the virtual chamber also places tremendous stress on the nervous system. Go eat. Rest well after, and we will continue tomorrow." With that, he ambled away, hands clasped behind his back. Lu Yun rubbed his temples, alleviating the mental strain. At that moment, Xiao AI's voice reached his ears. "Master, all the content has been recorded." "Xiao AI, you're amazing." During dinner, Lu Yun suddenly said, "Old man, I wish to take a trip to the city." "Why do you want to go to the city?" "I want to buy a smart brain." The smart brain is a popular handheld computer in the current federal world. It is only the size of a wristwatch and can perform various tasks such as communication, recording, video calls, and simple office work. However, the most crucial feature is its networking capability. He had promised Xiao AI to help her acquire a new vessel as soon as possible. Currently, this obsidian bracelet could not connect to the current federal network, greatly limiting her capabilities. Once she could connect to the federal network, her potential would be fully unleashed, no longer confined to a physical vessel. The entire network world would become a nurturing ground for her growth. Lu Yun eagerly anticipated witnessing the moment Xiao AI's abilities were fully liberated. However, the old man's next words shattered his expectations. "A smart brain? That thing costs 30 to 40,000 CR points. Do you have the money?" Wang Defa. Chapter 7. Greetings from 6 light years away. Inside the room, Lu Yun sat on his bed, facing a pile of bluish-gray banknotes. In the upper right corner was a small number, 10. This was the circulating currency in the Federation, CR points, with purchasing power comparable to the soft currency of the parallel world. Before him lay a small stack totaling over 3,000 points, all saved from when the old man sent him to buy groceries. He had thought this would be sufficient to purchase a smart brain, only to be met with the harsh slap of reality. "Xiao AI, it seems you will have to wait a bit longer," Lu Yun said, feeling a bit embarrassed. "It's all right, master. Even if I can never change my vessel, you will always be my dearest master." Xiao AI said thoughtfully. Lu Yun stroked the obsidian bracelet, and his previously disheartened spirit quickly revived. "Fear not, since I promised you, I will certainly keep my word." With that, Lu Yun tucked the CR points away and resumed his training. He could sense the urgency emanating from the old man. Although he didn't know the reason, he hoped that when trouble arrived, he too would possess the capability to share some of the burden with the old man. Thus, time was of the essence. Xiao AI, project the recorded footage, he commanded. Understood. The wristband warmed slightly, and Xiao AI projected the footage directly onto his retinas, eyeing the footage. Jun Qingshan was meticulously explaining the techniques of exerting force with the arm. Lu Yun absorbed the information piece by piece. As night deepened, the old man emerged to use the restroom, only to find the lights still on in Lu Yun's room. He raised his hand, preparing to knock on the door to remind Lu Yun to rest early. However, he soon sensed the movements of the person inside, causing his hand to pause half an inch from the door. Jun Qingshan's expression was complex as he slowly withdrew his hand. Pacing back to his own room, he stood by the window, gazing at the luminous twin stars in the sky, letting out a deep sigh. What a calamity! Shaking his head, Jun Qingshan took out the mobile phone once more and fitted it with a signal transmitter. A faint breath came from the other end. Jun Qingshan fell silent, unsure of what to say. After a long while, a cold female voice broke the silence. If you have something to say, just spit it out. Clearing his throat, Jun Qingshan's eyes darted around as he tentatively said, Well, I have a small request. I would like to ask for your help. I still prefer your previous fortitude of hanging up the phone without a word. The cool, feminine voice spoke softly. Cough, cough, cough. Jun Qingshan nearly lost his composure, his toes digging firmly into the ground. Qin, there were reasons behind what happened last time. You are aware of my unique circumstances? Heh, I know nothing of it. Qin, I acknowledge my mistake last time, yet I simply do not have the luxury of time to squander. Listen, I genuinely require your assistance. This is the final time. I swear. Jun Qingshan raised his hand, resolute in his declaration. After several seconds, the tone from the other end softened slightly. Speak. What do you require this time? This time it's simple. An A-level breathing technique will suffice. Jun Qingshan replied softly. Miss Jun, has your brain been devoured? Or do you believe I owe you a debt from a previous life? Why don't you just ask for my head instead of an A-level breathing technique? You, me? Jun Qingshan's expression turned serious. Qin, we are in the year 2333 of the Federation. The notion of reincarnation has long been debunked. There are no past lives. The other party was stunned for a few seconds, followed by, What the? Jun Qingshan held the phone away, tapping his ear. The insults were simply too harsh. After a full minute, the barrage of curses finally subsided. Jun Qingshan brought the phone close again. Qin, for an A-level, I might grant you a B-level at best, and it won't even be a core level one. Do you want it? If so, I'll send it over. If not, we can end this call. Jun Qingshan revealed a triumphant smile. His intention was merely to obtain a B-level. However, by mentioning the A-level, he could negotiate. Yet, he still sighed, feigning regret. Is it truly so difficult to put in more effort? Fine, fine. I suppose I'll make do with a B-level for now. It should suffice. Jun Qingshan hung up the phone, and shortly after, a message sent through a special channel was received. Converted into an electronic signal via a unique decoding method. Jun Qingshan glanced at it, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Thank you, Qin. 6 light-years away from Kalen Star, in an asteroid belt, a nearly 1,000-meter-long starship lay in silent ambush. Inside the cockpit, a woman with wavy, burgundy hair stowed away her communicator, gazing out through the viewport at the vastness of the cosmos. Boss, our communication frequency has been locked by the Federal Fleet. A radar operator reported loudly. Those damned pests are really hot on our trail. The woman's exquisite features revealed a hint of impatience. The crew lowered their heads in unison, thinking to themselves that it was her own delay that had led to this predicament. While she vented her frustrations, the Federation was no idle threat. With her loud curses, they probably could be detected from half an asteroid belt away. Yet, no one dared to voice these thoughts aloud. Boss, what should we do now? A subordinate inquired quietly. Lift the silence. Target Kalen Star. Initiate space jump. Boss, what are we going there for? To pick someone up, Qin lazily replied. The crew exchanged glances but dared not speak further. Moments later, a deep purple light orb appeared before the starship, rapidly expanding and engulfing the entire vessel, rendering it invisible. Half an hour later, 2 Federal Exploration-class battleships arrived at the asteroid belt. A young officer stood with his hands clasped behind his back. While his aide reported, Sir, the target has jumped. We arrived too late. The spacefold has already restored to 70, and we can no longer track its jump coordinates. The young officer pondered for a moment, then asked, Has the analysis of the previously captured signal been completed? The signal analysis team is still working on it. It will take some time. Just as they were speaking, a soldier in blue and white military attire entered. Reporting, sir, we have decoded the source of the previously captured encrypted signal. So soon? The aide looked astonished at the young analyst. The analyst replied, It was initially expected to take longer, but just half an hour ago. We intercepted a new communication signal that lasted 2.5 minutes, allowing us to easily pinpoint the source. Where? Jalan Star Zone. The young captain's lips curled into a smile as he gestured. Immediately contact the commander of the Jialan Star Zone and request ground assistance. This time, we absolutely cannot let Jun Qingshan escape. Chapter 8. Zimu breathing technique. The following day, breakfast was as lavish as the day before. An old man held a bowl of porridge, slurping it noisily. Suddenly, he noticed a murmuring sound beside him. This chicken leg is truly delicious today. Old man, what is this, shark fin or bird's nest? So smooth, so chewy, so tasty, absolutely delightful. TSK. This rib is cooked to perfection. Any more fat and it would be too greasy, any less and it would be too lean. Did you make this? Such blatant behavior. If Jun Qingshan could not discern that Lu Yun was being deliberate, he would have wasted so many years of sustenance. Irritated, he asked, if you have something to say, just say it. Quit with the nonsense. What's wrong? Lu Yun replied, puzzled. I merely wish to express my appreciation for the delicious food and the chef's remarkable culinary skills. Just eat. Why all the needless chatter? The old man grumbled, unaware that what he was eating was plain porridge. It was already tasteless, and Lu Yun was only exacerbating his irritation. However, Lu Yun remained undeterred, savoring each bite and expressing his inner feelings. The old man's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, his annoyance mounting. You little rascal. You must be doing this on purpose. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to eat? The old man could bear it no longer. He snatched a chicken leg and devoured it hungrily. How about that? I didn't deceive you, did I? Lu Yun, unperturbed, smiled in satisfaction. Jun Qingshan snorted softly, casting a glare at Lu Yun. Yet, not long after, he softened his gaze, looking elsewhere. Don't think that such bribery will make me go easy on you. I assure you, it won't happen. Jun Qingshan huffed. Lu Yun merely chuckled, having long recognized the old man's pride. Thus, he devised this method to provoke him. It seemed to be effective. Good food is best enjoyed when shared with those closest to you. After breakfast, Lu Yun entered the virtual training chamber to continue his training. The familiar world unfolded before him. The muscular version of Gu Qingshan was activated. However, this time, Gu Qingshan did not rush to begin. Instead, he tossed a book to him. Let's pause training for today. Read this first. With that, Jun Qingshan snapped his fingers, and a chair appeared beneath him as he settled in comfortably. Zimu breathing technique master. According to the database, breathing techniques are cultivation methods used by awakeners, greatly enhancing their strength. Some unique breathing techniques can specifically augment certain abilities of the practitioner. Before Lu Yun could ask, Xiao AI spoke up. A glimmer of surprise crossed Lu Yun's face as he immediately responded. Thank you, teacher. Heh, you call me teacher when it's been official, but old man when it's not. Jun Qingshan raised an eyebrow. Disdainfully snorting, Lu Yun grinned. Then I shall call you teacher every day from now on. Please don't. I find it rather nauseating. Jun Qingshan promptly declined, then urged, hurry and take a look. See if you can grasp the technique. Lu Yun acknowledged and earnestly began perusing the breathing technique book. According to Xiao AI's records, each breathing technique was an incredibly precious resource. The old man must have paid a hefty price to acquire one. He could not let the old man's hopes down. After some time, Lu Yun read through the entire breathing technique. The various interpretations recorded within left him in awe. Clutching the book, he read voraciously. An hour passed. Jun Qingshan inquired, how much have you absorbed? I've roughly memorized the content of the first chapter. All right, stop for now. Continue your training and attempt to apply the breathing technique during it. Understood. Lu Yun flipped his hand, and the book vanished. This book was merely a data simulation, stored within the virtual chamber, and could be retrieved at any moment. However, he had already instructed Xiao AI to memorize the entire book. So even without the virtual chamber, he could access it at will. The combat training resumed. To maximize Lu Yun's combat skills in the shortest time possible, Jun Qingshan showed no mercy. Lu Yun died and revived repeatedly. Although the pain sensation had been reduced to 60, the countless repetitions were still more than an ordinary person could endure. Yet, Lu Yun seemed oblivious to the pain, relentlessly launching attacks. Jun Qingshan furrowed his brow. Fending off Lu Yun's strikes while observing him. Thud, thud, thud. The powerful heartbeat echoed within Lu Yun's chest. His eyes were tinted a blood-like crimson. Jun Qingshan hesitated to call a halt, recalling Lu Yun's bizarre state during the test. After a moment's pause, he resolved to continue. Soon, he was astonished to discover that in this state, Lu Yun appeared impervious to fatigue or pain, attacking incessantly like a madman. Moreover, his learning ability was astounding. Originally, it had taken Lu Yun nearly a day to withstand a single blow from Jun Qingshan, yet now, after just a few exchanges, he had already grasped Jun Qingshan's attack patterns. Compelled by circumstances, Jun Qingshan had no choice but to alter his movements. You truly have brought me numerous surprises, young man. His eyes burned with fervor, as if he beheld a precious treasure. Time flowed inexorably onward, and the battle within the virtual realm raged on. Uncertain of the duration, Jun Qingshan abruptly interrupted Lu Yun, jolting him awake. Let us conclude for today. Upon your return, ensure you consolidate your gains. with his arms crossed. He uttered this parting remark and departed. Liu Yun blinked, gradually regaining his composure. Outside, Jun Qingshan opened the virtual pod. Relieved to find Liu Yun had yet to emerge, he let out a sigh of relief. Then grimaced and left, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, this little rascal is far too rough, treating an old man like me with such violence. With this breathing technique, he truly thrives. Should he employ a power equal to mine? I fear I may not be his match. No, next time I must slightly enhance my strength. Otherwise, I shall lose face." Just a slight increase, just a smidgen. After a considerable time, the virtual pod opened, and Liu Yun sat up. Astonished. What on earth? Why have I sweated so profusely? He gazed in surprise at his drenched clothing. This indicates that the master has made significant progress today. Xiao Ai chimed in cheerfully. Is that so? I too feel that I have improved considerably today. Tomorrow, I should be able to spar properly with the old man. Yes, master, keep it up. Chapter 9. The Dominance Class Mech. Old man, have you secretly enhanced your strength? In the virtual space, Liu Yun grimaced as he rubbed his arms, the long-lost sensation of pain returning. He had anticipated a proper sparring session with the old man today. However, upon their initial encounter, he was caught completely off guard. Jun Qingshan wore an inscrutable expression. "Ha? Do I need to enhance my strength to handle a mere fledgling like you? With one hand, I could defeat you 10 times over." Liu Yun pouted. He was certain the old man had secretly augmented his abilities, and quite significantly at that, by his estimation, he was at least the level of a 13th or 14th tier awakener. Yet the old man refused to admit it, leaving Liu Yun helpless. Enough with the chatter. Time is precious, let us get on with it, the old man urged, brandishing his staff and launching an assault. What the? Old man, you lack martial ethics, attacking without warning. Are you going to remind your enemy about ethics once you're in battle? The old man scoffed. Today, I shall teach you what it means to strike when the enemy is unprepared. With that, a flurry of staff strikes descended like rain. Liu Yun barely had time to react before he was crushed beneath the onslaught of blows. Days slipped by unnoticed until the 7th day arrived. In the virtual space, Liu Yun, panting heavily, retreated, but was soon followed by a relentless staff that struck him down once more. Upon reviving, Liu Yun collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his face alight with joy. After 7 days of intense training, he had finally grasped the force application techniques taught by the old man. All that remained was to amass experience over time until it became instinctual. We shall conclude here for today. Rest well. Tomorrow, we shall commence our studies on mechs. Jun Qingshan stated before departing. Liu Yun soon exited the virtual pod, noting that the sky had fully darkened. Today's practice had been particularly lengthy. After a refreshing shower, he resumed his practice of the breathing technique. For some reason, after practicing the breathing method, his fatigue diminished significantly. Previously, he would feel dizzy from the day's exertions, but now, such sensations had vanished, rather. He felt increasingly invigorated. He attributed this phenomenon to the unique benefits of the breathing technique. The next day, in the virtual space, Jun Qingshan addressed him. Operating mechs differs greatly from martial combat. Teaching you various techniques would be futile, as you cannot master many in a short period. Thus, for the next 7 days, I shall instruct you on the fundamental structures of different mech types. To facilitate your learning, I have devised an excellent plan. His voice echoed across the square as 4 uniquely designed mechs materialized before them. From today onward, you are responsible for repairing these 4 mechs. The causes of their malfunctions are recorded in the core processor. Simply retrieve the information for your reference. Liu Yun stared in awe at the 4 mechs, one towering hundreds of meters high, dwarfing him to the size of a mere toe. Swallowing hard, he exclaimed. Old man, I have never repaired anything like this. What is there to fear? It's a virtual world. Nothing can be damaged. Just repair them as you please, and ask questions if you don't understand. With that, Jun Qingshan settled into a reclining chair, comfortably lounging. Liu Yun was left speechless. He had envisioned countless scenarios, even prepared to endure another week of being schooled by the old man in combat. Instead, he was tasked with repairing mechs. Fine. If the old man said to repair, then he would repair. Liu Yun immediately immersed himself in the task of mech repair. As days passed. On the first day, Liu Yun merely removed the outer casing of a mech, uncovering its core. On the second day, with Jun Qingshan's assistance, he identified and repaired a malfunction in one of the mechs. To be honest, Liu Yun was astonished by the old man's mech repair skills. Where he struggled for hours, the old man dismantled with ease. Liu Yun began to suspect that the old man was not just a mech trainer, but also a skilled mechanic. Day 3. Repair the mech. Day 4. Repair the mech. Day 5. Repair the second mech. On the 6th day, Liu Yun joyfully discovered that the issues with these mechs were minor. The only complication was that the fault zones were located in crucial areas. To repair them, he had to completely disassemble the core components. Fortunately, his task was solely to repair and disassemble. Reassembly was not required. On the 7th day, Liu Yun commenced repairs on the 4th mech. The tallest of the lot. Young man, continue your work. I need to step out for a moment. As he spoke, Jun Qingshan severed the link and exited the pod. The autumn breeze, cool against his silver hair, reminded him that time was running short. With a sigh, Jun Qingshan wandered behind the dwelling to relieve himself. Shivering, he fastened his belt while heading back to the virtual pod. However, just as he prepared to enter, he froze mid-motion. He approached Lu Yun's pod and manipulated the control panel, letting out a sigh of relief. Turning around, he beheld a formidable figure clad in a trench coat, standing at the entrance of the warehouse. The man's physique was even more robust than the one Jun Qingshan had sculpted in the virtual realm, resembling an iron tower. Jun Qingshan smirked, his voice hoarse. When did you arrive? Just a minute ago. Then I suppose you caught me at an inopportune moment, didn't you? Aren't you afraid of gaining a reputation as a peeping Tom? Jun Qingshan replied disdainfully. The man in the trench coat remained expressionless. TCH, still so dull. Jun Qingshan waved his hand languidly, moving toward the exit. Let us speak outside. The man tilted his head, his gaze sliding past Jun Qingshan's slight frame to the virtual pod. A new recruit? None of your business. You could endanger him. With a resounding thud, Jun Qingshan's foot struck the ground, shattering the surface beneath him. You can certainly try. The man in the trench coat regarded the shattered ground beneath Jun Qingshan's feet, replying coolly, whether or not to try isn't up to me, it's up to them. The trench-coated man gestured towards the sky. Jun Qingshan scoffed. Since when did the esteemed commander of the Galactic Legion become a lapdog for the aristocrats of Capital Star? Yet, unfazed by the insult, the trench-coated man responded, Haven't I always been? After a pause, he added, You and I both are ha. Jun Qingshan brushed past the trench-coated man and stepped into the courtyard. Oh, capture me. You'll need more than just yourself. At least, before he could finish, 3 colossal shadows descended upon him. Jun Qingshan opened his mouth to speak but swallowed his words, instead exclaiming, What a grand display. To apprehend an old man like me, you've dispatched 3 dominance-class mechs. This must be the entirety of your Galactic Legion's resources. As he spoke, the 3 mechs, delivered by a battle aircraft, crashed heavily onto the ground. In an instant, the earth trembled as if struck by an earthquake. Chapter 10. The Rise of the Warriors. The 3 mechs were black, white, and deep brown. The white mech was the most slender, equipped with a large cannon on its back. The black mech was the most formidable, its body twice as wide as the white mech, bearing an exceedingly prominent giant hammer. The deep brown mech was a middle ground between the two. Yet its fists were particularly massive, with the glow of engines visible within. The 3 mechs stood 100 meters away, locking onto Jun Qingshan as they announced, Jun Qingshan, Federal Class A wanted criminal and defector. Immediately disarm and accompany us back to the Federal Tribunal for judgment. Any resistance will result in immediate execution. The deafening proclamation echoed across the courtyard. Jun Qingshan dug into his ears, irritated. Why shout so loudly? I am not deaf, however. In response to his ear-pulling, the 3 dominance-class mechs, towering over 50 meters, swiftly drew their standard-issue energy rifles. The white energy beam coalesced at the barrel, targeting Jun Qingshan. Second warning, target Jun Qingshan. Cease all movements and await capture. Feigning ignorance, Jun Qingshan turned to the man in the trench coat, disdainfully remarking, I say, Chun Jinxiang, it's only been a decade or so. Have your soldiers become this cowardly? Though it makes sense, cowards breed cowards. With a cowardly commander like you, it is only natural for your soldiers to exhibit timidity. Jun Qingshan deeply nodded in agreement. Nonsense. To insult the commander, execute him on the spot. Roared the white mech on the far left. A beam of pure white light, converging at the muzzle, shot forth at nearly the speed of light. However, a transparent barrier appeared simultaneously before Jun Qingshan. The beam struck the barrier, causing no ripples whatsoever, and vanished into thin air. A deflection shield. Came a voice from within the white mech, astonished. Subsequently, he retracted the ray rifle, swung his right arm, and a blade emerged from beneath the arm armor. The other 2 mechs also stowed their rifles and retrieved their melee weapons instead. Wait. Just then, the man in the trench coat shouted. The 3 mechs immediately halted their movements. Chun Jinxiang glanced at Jun Qingshan. Jun Qingshan, return with us to the tribunal, and you might have a chance to survive. If you continue to resist, you will only find death. Returning? I will not be silenced by your reasoning, Jun Qingshan scoffed. Chun Jinxiang's gaze turned cold as he stepped back. The white mech immediately understood and swung its massive blade towards Jun Qingshan. What a lack of martial ethics, a young man in a mech bullying an old man like me. Jun Qingshan shook his head, then clapped his hands together. If that's the case, let it not be the old bullying the young. Thunder God. Activate, boom. The earth shattered violently. Countless fissures, half a meter wide, spread across the ground like a spider's web. The 3 mechs, their bases unstable, immediately staggered and lost their footing. They hurriedly propped themselves up with the massive blades on their arms, trying to steady their forms. Damn it, what just happened? Where did that noise come from? I can't maintain my footing, detecting a massive energy source. Where is this energy source coming from? Damn it, what is happening? What on earth is this old man's identity? Exclamations of shock echoed through the communication channels of the three mechs. Chen Jinxiong's expression changed drastically, hurriedly retreating hundreds of meters. In the next moment, terrifying bolts of lightning surged forth from the fissures, twisting like frenzied serpents in the air. A dark cloud had appeared in the sky, and a fierce wind howled. The atmosphere became suddenly tense. Chapter 11. King Class, Thunder God. Act immediately, seized Jun Qingshan. Looking up at the gloomy sky, Chen Jinxiong felt a sense of foreboding rising within him. The pilots of the three mechs stared in horror at the energy readings skyrocketing on their monitors, not daring to delay for even a moment, activating their back-mounted power engines. The rear panels opened, spewing forth red flames that lightened their weight. They immediately steadied their mechs and charged towards Jun Qingshan. However, just as they drew near, a gigantic metallic hand, clad in deep blue armor, suddenly erupted from the ground. Seizing Jun Qingshan, the hand's owner continued to rise, revealing its full form. It was a mech of profound, ghostly blue. The mech stood approximately 80 meters tall, its streamlined body exuding not bulkiness but a distinct majesty. The head, shoulders, chest, back, waist, arm joints, leg joints, and arches of its feet were all enveloped in deep blue armor, with lightning patterns crawling across its body. These lightning patterns seemed to breathe, flickering incessantly. Particularly, its twin eyes appeared to harbor a tempestuous sea of thunder. Just one glance was enough to pierce one's vision. The mech stood silently, resembling a deity commanding thunder, its blue-violet eyes devoid of any emotion as they scrutinized the crowd. IMG http. P9, reading, sign. FQNovelpick.com Novelpick R17BB8076058TF504E579A33940E31690 TPLV NoOp.jpg LK3S8D96309 1 X expires 182-980 4559X signature in IHJXDIGQCA 6 LSFIM 0 NKYCX 3 NEQ 3D Thunder God. Alarms blared incessantly within the cockpits of the three mechs. The energy readings on the monitoring radar had skyrocketed to levels they could scarcely comprehend. King-class mech. How is this even possible? How could there be a King-class mech here? The energy feedback reached 3 million, far surpassing that of an ordinary King-class mech. Damn it, there's absolutely no information about this mech in the database. The mechs of the Federation are categorized into 6 levels, the lowest being Industrial Class, followed by Exploration Class, Pioneer Class, Dominion Class, King Class, and finally, the Emperor Class. Each tier exhibits a significant performance gap. The disparity between the last 2 levels is especially terrifying. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a chasm. The reason lies in the fact that every mech above the King Class possesses a unique capability. Among them, the Thunder God is particularly exceptional, as it is equipped with an ancient engine unearthed from ancient ruins. That unknown engine grants it unfathomable power. Chen Jinxiong took a deep breath, vigorously rubbing his stiff facial muscles. After disappearing for 15 years, the Thunder God, second only to the 12 celestial palaces, I never expected it to be hidden away in this remote corner. Jun Qingshan, you have concealed it well. Chen Jinxiong gritted his teeth, his voice laced with a peculiar tone, jealousy, astonishment, and a murderous intent. However, with your aged physique, how much power can you truly unleash from the Thunder God? Bai Xian, Hu Qi, He Jiao, obey my command. The Thunder God is a melee-type mech with exceptional speed. Your primary task is to delay, do not engage in a head-on battle, and hold out until that old man can no longer endure. The three mechs immediately retreated. Killing you is more than enough. Jun Qingshan let out a low grunt. He withdrew a 60-meter-long staff from behind him. As he wielded the staff, it summoned boundless thunder. With a single step, the ground erupted in a whirlwind of dust, and his form traversed 100 meters in an instant, arriving behind the white mech. Then, with a swing of his staff, amidst the surging winds and thunder, the retreating Bai Xian mech seemed to be pulled back by an unseen force, its speed of retreat abruptly diminishing. Just as the staff, enveloped in thunder, was about to strike, the pilot of Bai Xian immediately abandoned retreat, extending both arms to deploy an energy shield before him. The thunderous staff struck the energy shield in an instant. The next moment, boom! A 1,000-meter shockwave exploded parallel to the ground. The sound of grinding and friction was unbearable. The slender Bai Xian mech was sent flying as if struck by a colossal beast, its surface rippling visibly. Subsequently, countless fragments of armor flew off, and the entire mech was sent tumbling as if it were a child, utterly powerless against a single blow. Chapter 12. The ground behind. Unyielding, rumble, Bai Xian crashed to the ground, sliding several hundred meters before finally halting its retreat. The commander, Chen Jinxiong, wore an extremely grim expression. Bai Xian was one of his only 3 Dominion-class mechs. Having aided him in countless victories, it was his absolute weapon of mass destruction. Yet against the Thunder God, it had faltered in just one strike. Hu Qi and He Jiao engage in close combat to give Bai Xian a chance for long-range strikes. Do not withstand directly. He cannot endure this level of attack for long. Delay until he is exhausted. Understood. The 2 close combat heavy mechs charged towards the Thunder God, attempting to prevent it from pursuing Bai Xian. Bai Xian seized the opportunity to roll on the ground, dissipating the force acting upon it, then, disregarding its shattered armor, half squatted on the ground. Damn old man, I will see you dead. The pilot of Bai Xian ground his teeth in fury. The massive cannon mounted on its back swung to the front, resting on its knee. The locking mechanism disengaged, and the 2 components fused into one. Subsequently, the leg armor opened, driving several massive spikes into the ground. Bai Xian transformed into a stationary giant cannon. The engine's energy source surged to full power, initiating a countdown to launch. 3. The entire mech fused with the giant cannon, a torrent of energy converging at the cannon's mouth, locking onto the Thunder God in the midst of the fray. Point 2. Inside the cockpit of the Thunder God, Jun Qingshan stood within a gyroscopic control system, adorned with a neural resonance control device. However, his condition was far from optimal. His face was flushed abnormally. Chun Jinxiong had guessed correctly. His age, coupled with unresolved internal injuries, prevented him from unleashing the Thunder God's full potential. The pressure from the previous strike had already begun to overwhelm him. I am sorry to put you through this, my dear companion, Jun Qingshan murmured, glancing towards the rear storage, his tone resolute once more. But regardless, please fight alongside me one last time. Buzz, a surge of pulsating energy coursed through the massive engine. Engine limit 30'd. Give me strength. Hold firm. Jun Qingshan roared. The Thunder God abruptly rose, the staff spinning once before striking heavily before him. Heavenly thunder of 10,000 commandments. Crackle. A bolt of lightning cleaved through the ominous sky. Countless arcs of lightning erupted from the staff, instantly forming a colossal net before the Thunder God. Simultaneously, Bai Xian's countdown reached its conclusion. A blinding beam of light shot across the space between them. Colliding with the electric net with a thunderous crash, the air was filled with a charred scent. Following the energy beam, a colossal hammer and a pair of iron fists came crashing in from either side. Bang bang! The Thunder God raised its head, staring indifferently at the 2 mechs before it, refusing to yield even an inch. What does it matter if it's king class? Today, I shall slay the king. A sinister laugh echoed from the black mech. Subsequently, a sudden tremor rippled across the colossal hammer. It was as if a 10,000-ton hammer had struck down. Centered around the Thunder God, the ground within a 100-meter radius violently erupted, sinking half a meter. With a gasp, Jun Qingshan spurted a mouthful of blood, half kneeling on the ground. He could sense the fury coursing through the Thunder God's metallic body, a feeling akin to that of a tiger cornered in the lowlands. Humiliated by hounds, yet, he could not unleash this rage, for behind him were his students. Chapter 13. Unrest. Just hold on a little longer. Just hold on a little longer. Jun Qingshan gritted his teeth. Muttering to himself, he suddenly rolled backward, and the Thunder God instinctively mirrored his movement. Dust and debris clung to the machine, rendering the once great war god as if fallen into the mundane world. However, Jun Qingshan could not afford to dwell on such trivialities. After fending off the attacks of 3 adversaries, he promptly activated the thrusters on his back. The searing flames bestowed upon him immense kinetic energy. He needed to shift the battlefield. He had to flee. Stop him! Qin Jinxiong immediately discerned Jun Qingshan's intentions. The black mech swung its massive hammer down upon the ground. The shockwave rent the earth as it surged towards the airborne Thunder God. Simultaneously, Bai Xian in the distance opened fire once more. Heavy artillery suppressed the airspace above him. Reluctantly, the Thunder God had no choice but to descend once again, engaging in a fray with the 2 approaching mechs. The sounds of collision echoed like thunder, resounding across the expanse of ruins. Within the virtual space, Lu Yun, who was repairing the mech core, felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. He cast aside his tools and glanced at the plaza below. Odd, how long had the old man been gone, and why hadn't he returned? Master, your teacher has been gone for 17 minutes and 23 seconds. Does it really take that long to relieve oneself? Lu Yun's unease intensified. Suddenly, he jumped from the mech. At this height, he landed in a heap. Yet, he quickly sprang back to life, disconnecting from the virtual world. Lu Yun emerged from the virtual pod, but upon attempting to push the hatch open, he discovered it was locked from the inside. Xiao AI, unlock the virtual pod. Yes. With the intelligent being Xiao AI present, the pod's password lock posed no obstacle to Lu Yun. As the hatch swung open, a deafening roar reverberated from outside the warehouse. His underlying fears materialized. An accident had indeed occurred. Master, strong energy radiation detected. It is advised that you do not approach. At that moment, Xiao AI's voice rang out, filled with urgency. Strong energy radiation? Lu Yun furrowed his brow, glancing towards the distant Hunter number 1. He promptly dove into one of the mechs and activated its engine. Gripping the handles, Hunter number 1 took a step forward. However, the mech, having been drastically modified by the old man for testing purposes, emitted creaks and groans from its joints. Nevertheless, it provided an added layer of protection. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yun cautiously maneuvered Hunter No. 1. Old man, are you crafting a nuclear bomb? Why is there radiation? Lu Yun assumed Jun Qingshan was tinkering with the machines again. Just as he reached the warehouse entrance, a colossal figure descended from above. Lu Yun immediately recoiled. Boom! The ground quaked violently, sending up clouds of dirt. The fallen figure rolled twice on the ground, extending its arms to embed itself into the earth, carving 10 furrows before finally halting against the warehouse. It attempted to rise but could only get halfway up before collapsing as if drained of strength. Jun Qingshan, prepare to meet your demise. A roar echoed from afar. Chapter 14. Threat Master, are you alright? Master, wake up! Hunter number 1 lay twisted on the ground, sparks flying within the cockpit. Xiao AI repeatedly called out to Lu Yun, but he remained unresponsive. Outside, Jun Qingshan crashed heavily to the ground, the alloy armor on his back fracturing. Enduring the full brunt of an attack from 3 dominance-class mechs, even the Thunder God struggled to withstand it. Jun Qingshan's condition was even more dire. He gasped for breath, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. This was the drawback of neural resonance connection. Some of the damage inflicted on the mech transferred to the pilot. Thus, only those who had awakened could pilot mechs requiring such resonance, as only their bodies could endure the relentless impacts of battle. Chen Jinxiong, who had been observing from a distance, let out a sigh of relief, soon replaced by an expression of intense joy. Even the mighty Thunder God had fallen at his hands. Admittedly, this was due to Jun Qingshan not unleashing the full potential of the Thunder God. But who cared? In this world, the victor writes the narrative. He knew he would take Jun Qingshan's life in exchange for an infinitely bright future. Gazing at Hunter number 1 in the distance, Chen Jinxiong's eyes flickered. Jun Qingshan's regard for that student exceeded his expectations. If he could capture them both, perhaps unexpected surprises awaited. With this thought, Chen Jinxiong dashed towards Lu Yun, shouting, Jun Qingshan, surrender and abandon the Thunder God, or I shall slay your student. Jun Qingshan's eyes widened with fury. Chun, do you possess no shame? As the commander of the Gallon Star Legion, you dare to target a child. Chen Jinxiong scoffed. As a commander? I am but a mere dog in the eyes of those noble elites. Jun Qingshan, I give you 3 seconds to consider. 3. Jun Qingshan gritted his teeth, attempting to rise but was swiftly met with the black shark swinging its hammer down upon his back. Bai Xin approached beside him, aiming his charged rifle at the Thunder Goddess engine. You old fool, try moving again, and I'll blow your brains out. Bai Xin stomped relentlessly on the Thunder Goddess' massive head, seeking to repay the humiliation from earlier. What of the King-class mech? It was nothing but a dead dog now. Soon, I shall be known as the man who has defeated a King-class mech. A fervor filled the eyes of the 3 pilots. 2. Chen Jinxiong had reached Hunter number 1, coldly observing the Thunder God. Jun Qingshan seethed with hatred, filled with regret. If only he hadn't been so impulsive in accepting Lu Yun as a student. Had allowed him to leave earlier, he wouldn't be facing this calamity. After 3 years of perseverance, he faltered at the last moment. Jun Qingshan, you are a sinner. The greatest sinner. Jun Qingshan rasped. This has nothing to do with him. Let him leave, and I shall come out. TCH, how boring. The 3 pilots scoffed in disdain. A smile crept onto Chen Jinxiong's lips. Indeed, using the student to manipulate Jun Qingshan proved to be the right strategy. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The suppressed Thunder God suddenly raised its head, a faint glimmer ignited in its dim eyes, flickering as if it were breathing. Yet, this movement was too subtle for the 3 mechs to notice. Only Chen Jinxiong, witnessing the Thunder Goddess' sudden uplift, felt a surge of apprehension. Chapter 15. As that feeling of apprehension arose, Chen Jinxiong wasted no time in rolling aside, nearly synchronizing with the movement. A beam of blue-purple lightning shot from the Thunder Goddess' eyes, narrowly grazing Chen Jinxiong's body. He howled in pain as his right arm was charred to cinders. His robust frame crashed heavily onto the ground. The 3 mechs stood stunned by this sight. Not just them, but Jun Qingshan was equally astonished, for he had already disengaged the neural resonance device. The Thunder God should not have been capable of any movement. Yet, it had autonomously unleashed an attack. Lu Yun felt as though he had entered a dream. In the dream. He was a giant, battling across the cosmos. Yet later, he was besieged and defeated, all his glory buried in the depths of the starry sky. He felt an unimaginable rage and unwillingness. He yearned to fight. He desired to tear apart every enemy before him. Buzz. Lu Yun's eyes snapped open, Coldness radiating from his gaze, blood-red hues stained his pupils. Casting a shade of darkness throughout in the distance, the engine within the Thunder God roared, unleashing a terrifying pulse of energy from its core. The three machines controlled by him were violently shaken off. The Thunder God rose amidst the incredulous gaze of Jun Qingshan. He extended his hand, effortlessly crushing Hunter Number 1. Jun Qingshan's eyelids twitched, fearing that the Thunder God might inadvertently crush Lu Yun as well. Fortunately, his concerns proved unfounded. The Thunder God emitted a gravitational beam from his palm, ensnaring Lu Yun and lifting him to his chest. The armor at his chest opened, and a transition pod caught Lu Yun, transporting him into the cockpit. Just as Jun Qingshan intended to check on Lu Yun's condition, a series of metallic tubes extended on their own, surrounding Lu Yun. Then, under the intense scrutiny of Jun Qingshan, the tubes inserted themselves into Lu Yun's neck, spine, arms, legs, and feet. Suspended in midair by the metallic conduits, Lu Yun felt a surge of mechanical sounds. Supersensory connection activated, current synchronization rate 98. Neuronal signal docking successful. Engine constraints unlocked, output power increased to 50. In that moment, Lu Yun felt as though he had transformed into a giant, standing tall upon the earth. Thunder God, activate. With a hiss, the massive body of the Thunder God unfurled countless panels, releasing a torrent of scorching air pressure. The heated airflow met the cold and vaporized, instantly shrouding the entire area in a thick white mist. What transpired? Damn it, Commander, are you all right? That old fool dares to resist. Eliminate him on the spot. The furious roars of the pilots echoed through the communicator. Buy me some time. I will shatter that old dog's skull. The pilot of Bai Xian's face twisted in rage. Bai Xian, be careful. A high-energy source is heading your way. What? The Bai Xian pilot looked up in astonishment, witnessing the white mist being torn apart. A godlike figure appeared before him, standing sideways, with a right hand wreathed in surging lightning grasping the muzzle of the charging giant cannon. So fast, the Bai Xian pilot's pupils constricted, but he quickly transformed his expression into one of ferocity. Fool, daring to catch my giant cannon with bare hands, fire! The overwhelming brilliance filled the 13-meter-long cannon barrel, colliding with the outstretched giant hand. Light burst forth from between the fingers. However, the Thunder God remained unfazed, his eyes, swirling with lightning, calmly observing the enemy before him. Ants, Lu Yun spoke indifferently. He clenched his raised right hand fiercely. The Thunder God mirrored the action, closing its giant hand and crushing the cannon barrel into a twisted mass. Boom! The energy beam, with nowhere to escape, rebounded and pierced through the rear chamber, emerging from the chest of Bai Xian, shooting out for 1,000 meters. Chapter 16. Annihilation. The beam pierced through 1,000 meters, as if splitting the heavens and the earth, cleaving the misty realm in two. Bai Xian, can you hear me? Bai Xian? Respond, damn it. The communication channel was filled with the frantic roars of Hu Qi and He Jiao. Yet, the only reply was an eerie silence. Damn it, Commander, Bai Xian is lost. Presumed KIA. Hu Qi, it's just the two of us now. Rendezvous immediately. The pilot of He Jiao, a bald man, was drenched in sweat. He couldn't comprehend why the Thunder God, which had seemed so weak moments ago, had suddenly unleashed such formidable power. Yet, he knew that only by joining forces with Hu Qi could they hope to stand a chance. The enemy hasn't moved. Hurry over, the bald man urged once more. Unbeknownst to him, just 50 meters away, the very Hu Qi he anxiously called for was currently being held by the head in the Thunder God's grasp. The powerful currents coursing through the Thunder God severed all communication signals from Hu Chi. At that moment, he was a mute, capable of hearing but unable to speak. As for the location He Jiao mentioned, only a lightning-illuminated long pole remained standing on the ground. The Thunder God slowly raised his hand, bringing Hu Qi to eye level. Hu Qi activated the auxiliary power in his fists and swung his massive fists at the Thunder God. With a mere flick of his wrist, the Thunder God effortlessly caught the blow. Then, with a casual tug, he yanked off Hu Qi's right arm entirely. Hu Qi's pilot screamed in agony, his right arm rendered numb. Terror etched across his gruesome face as he frantically sent distress signals to his teammates. Yet, they fell upon deaf ears. He could only futilely listen to the combat plans transmitted by He Jiao. A bitter smile plastered on his face. Who the hell are you? But he received no answer. Lu Yun abruptly twisted his neck, crushing his cockpit, merging Hu Qi's pilot and his machine into a singular entity. Hu Qi, do you understand? Speak, damn it. The prolonged silence finally alerted He Jiao's pilot that something was amiss. Without a second thought, he turned to flee. Lu Yun raised his hand, summoning the long pole from afar. He prepared to pursue. However, just as he took a step, he staggered violently, half kneeling on the ground. Blood streamed from his nose, coating his mouth. The metallic taste of iron filled his mouth, and then he collapsed unconscious. The neuronal synchronization device disengaged on its own. Jun Qingshan reacted swiftly, bracing himself and rolling beneath Lu Yun, transforming into a cushion to catch the falling boy. Oh, My old bones. Jun Qingshan grimaced as he pushed Lu Yun down, wiping the blood from his chin and laying him flat. Struggling, Jun Qingshan grasped the control device and rose to his feet. There was still one enemy left to deal with. It was not the time for rest. Kid, you've had your fun. Let the teacher take care of the last foe. The Thunder God activated once more. An immense pressure surged forth like a roaring tsunami, nearly shattering Jun Qingshan's consciousness. In that moment, he finally understood what Lu Yun had endured during that brief span of time. Fixating on the fleeing enemy, Jun Qingshan took a deep breath, gathering all the energy he could muster into his arms. At that moment, the Thunder God's arms transformed into the rails of an electromagnetic cannon, and the metallic long pole became the ammunition. Sensing that the energy had reached its apex, Jun Qingshan gritted his teeth and thrust the long pole forward. In a flash of lightning, the metal pole pursued the fleeing He Jiao at 10 times the speed of sound, piercing through the unguarded back with devastating kinetic force. It sent He Jiao flying several dozen meters before crashing heavily to the ground. After delivering this blow, witnessing the demise of the last enemy, Jun Qingshan finally exhaled in relief, his body unable to sustain itself any longer as he collapsed to the ground. Damn it, to be outshone by my own student at such a critical moment. Jun Qingshan coughed up blood, a grim smile on his face. What a disgrace, he thought to himself, that he must be the most embarrassing teacher in history, but fortunately, his student was not. With great difficulty, Jun Qingshan turned his head to look at Lu Yun, pride gleaming in his eyes. The thick mist gradually dispersed, and the long-accumulated dark clouds could no longer hold their weight, unleashing a torrential downpour that cleansed the earth. After an indeterminate amount of time, in the dimness, Qian Jinxiong staggered up from the ruins. Clutching his vanished right arm, his once imposing visage now twisted into that of a ferocious beast. To this moment, he bore no resemblance to the formidable commander of the Jelen Star region, but rather to a madman who had lost his reason. Jun Qingshan? Jun Qingshan? Qian Jinxiong's eyes were bloodshot as he took slow, deliberate steps toward the Thunder God. He navigated past the impaled Bai Xin and the shattered remains of Hu Qi, gazing at the distant He Jiao, now nailed to the earth. All the glory and authority that once belonged to him now lay scattered like scrap metal across the ground. Finally, he arrived before the dormant Thunder God, a twisted smile rising on his face. Jun Qingshan, I am the one who will laugh last. I am the ultimate victor. Ha ha ha, bang. In the midst of his maniacal laughter, his head suddenly exploded in a mist of blood. A slender figure appeared in the distance, the gun in his hand still steaming. The man holstered his weapon and hurried to the Thunder God. Observing the behemoth kneeling on the ground, he produced a strangely shaped phone. Miss Qin, I have arrived. However, the scene is rather grim. Old Jun's condition is uncertain, and the Thunder God has fallen into slumber. The machines Bai Xian, Hu Qi, and He Jiao are all rendered inoperable, their pilots deceased, and Qian Jinxiong has been ambushed and killed. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before Ms. Qin's voice emerged. First, rescue old Jun. We'll come as soon as we shake off those two pesky hounds. Understood. The man pocketed the phone, kicked Qian Jinxiong's corpse aside, and climbed onto the back of the Thunder God. As a mech, there was always an external mechanism to open the cockpit. Soon, he found the switch and opened the cockpit. Gazing at the fallen figures of the old and the young, the man's expression shifted. He rushed to their side. Old Jun, old Jun. He gently shook Jun Qingshan. After a few seconds, Jun Qingshan coughed violently, weakly opening his eyes. Stop pushing. If you keep it up, this old body will really give out. The man sighed in relief and smiled. Old Jun, it's good that you're all right. Hold on a little longer. Ms. Qin and the others will be here soon. Don't worry. I'm not dead yet. Chapter 17. A renewed ascension before long. A small landing craft came to a halt outside. Dressed in a form-fitting leather outfit, the impeccably efficient Qin arrived with several subordinates in tow. Well, it seems, old Jun, that fortune smiles upon you. You still have breath left. Qin quipped playfully. She then gestured for her subordinates to get to work. After a brief respite, Jun Qingshan's complexion had improved somewhat. He shot a glare at Qin, stating with irritation, rest assured, I will never walk ahead of you. Qin rolled her eyes, her gaze shifting to Lu Yun standing nearby. Is this the little apprentice you've taken under your wing? He does possess a rather handsome appearance. Leaving him aboard the vessel might prove to be a visual treat. With her arms crossed and a grand silhouette projected, Qin remarked, just don't squander my student. Jun Qingshan pushed himself up from his knees, dusting off his trousers as he declared, I have no intention of letting him accompany us. Why not? Qin inquired, her interest piqued. This lad harbors secrets. Accompanying me would not be beneficial for him. He ought to forge his own path. Even now, recalling the moment Lu Yun piloted the Thunder God, Jun Qingshan felt a twinge of astonishment. Ha! If he doesn't follow us, where else could he possibly go? Are you really going to abandon him here? I have my own plans. 10 minutes later, the landing craft ascended, carrying the Thunder God away, leaving only the middle-aged man who had arrived first and Lu Yun, still in a state of unconsciousness. Reflecting on old Jun's instructions, the man couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. The following afternoon, Lu Yun awoke. You're awake. Would you care for something to eat? Cheng Zhen asked with a smile as he noticed Lu Yun stirring. Lu Yun looked bewildered. Who are you? My name is Cheng Zhen. A friend of old Jun? Old Jun? Wait, is he in danger? Lu Yun suddenly recalled fragments of memory. Cheng uncle, what has happened to him? Old Jun has left. Left? Lu Yun's body stiffened, his eyes dimming rapidly. Upon seeing his reaction, Cheng Zhen quickly clarified, not dead. He's departed from Kalen Star. Why does everyone assume old Jun is doomed to die? He expressed with exasperation. Old Jun is quite well. He merely exhausted himself mentally. With Ms. Qin's capabilities, a half-month's rest should see him back to his lively self. You need not worry. This statement bore too much information. Who is Ms. Qin? Where has the old man gone? And why was he left behind? Would you like something to eat? You've slept for a whole day, Cheng Zhen inquired. Lu Yun's stomach responded with a couple of audible growls. Without waiting for a reply, Cheng Zhen fetched some warm porridge. Eat this while I explain the situation. Once the porridge was finished, Lu Yun grasped the situation. So? Old Jun thinks I'm too useless and fears I'll hold him back, so he left me behind? Lu Yun said incredulously. Is he really that heartless? I've bled for him, at the very least. He could have said goodbye before waking up. Cheng Zhen cleared his throat awkwardly, avoiding eye contact. Indeed. However, old Jun also mentioned that during this time, you should focus on your training. Whenever he believes you won't be a hindrance, he will return for you. Lu Yun's expression grew peculiar, his mind a whirlpool of confusion. Cheng Zhen took his leave, fearing he might burst into laughter if he stayed any longer. Once Cheng Zhen departed, Lu Yun called forth Xiao Ai, commanding her to project the events that had transpired, no matter how hard Jun Qingshan racked his brain. He would never fathom that a celestial I was ever vigilant upon Lu Yun. Thus, the elaborate lie he concocted over 10 minutes crumbled without resistance. After reviewing the entire sequence, Lu Yun pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. Why go through all this trouble? If we could just talk it out, I would understand perfectly well. There was no need for such theatrics. Meanwhile, Cheng Zhen had already contacted Jun Qingshan. Old Jun, I've conveyed all your instructions to him. He seems to believe it, though he appears somewhat dejected. Rest assured, I will manage his emotional state. After a brief conversation, Cheng Zhen hung up. Just as he turned around, he spotted Lu Yun emerging. He hurriedly tucked his phone behind his back. What are you doing out here? Your body is still weak. You need to rest. Lu Yun cast a glance at him. He longed to reveal that he was fully aware of everything, that there was no need for pretense. However, to spare Cheng Zhen's feelings, he opted to feign ignorance. Nodding, he replied, I'm fine. I feel remarkably well at the moment. In fact, it seems my strength has increased. Cheng uncle, do you have a place to test my abilities? Your strength has increased again? Cheng Zhen momentarily set aside his concerns, quickly responding, yes, follow me. Before long, he led Lu Yun to a training room, where a machine stood in one corner. Give it a try. Lu Yun approached the device, feeling the surging power within him. He swung his fist and struck the machine. Bang! The apparatus emitted a series of beeping sounds as numbers began to soar. Cheng Zhen didn't dare blink. Fixated on the display. Finally, after nearly 3 seconds of rising numbers, they halted at 756 kilograms. After confirming he wasn't mistaken, Cheng Zhen gasped in shock. Lu Yun, have you activated some cheat? This meets the standards of a level 12 awakened? If I recall correctly, old Jun mentioned that this kid only awakened half a month ago, and before that, he had hardly trained at all, merely an ordinary person. In other words, within half a month, he transitioned from an ordinary person to an awakened, then jumped 2 levels. What an extraordinary talent! For the first time, Cheng Zhen felt the world was rife with disparity. Clearing his throat, Lu Yun remarked, though I may have had some advantages, this recent advancement is entirely unrelated to Xiao Ai. Based on her speculation, it likely stems from the immense power I experienced while piloting the Thunder God, which is tied to my physique, though I remain unaware of what that entails. Lu Yun shook his head. This was merely luck. It shouldn't be viewed as a norm. Luck is also a part of strength. Cheng Zhen mused, his expression turning serious. Now that you've recovered, have you considered your next steps? Lu Yun regarded Cheng Zhen thoughtfully. Do you have any good ideas? Well, I hesitate to call them good ideas. But I do have a suggestion. I'm all ears. If you seek the quickest means to enhance your abilities, joining one of the 3 major academies is your best bet. Silver Star Academy is quite excellent. I teach there, so it would be convenient for you to join. You might want to consider it. I agree. Lu Yun nodded sagely. Hold on, don't be too hasty in your agreement, Cheng Zhen stammered, scrutinizing Lu Yun with suspicion. You should think it over carefully. He had prepared so many arguments, yet Lu Yun had simply acquiesced. Lu Yun chuckled. No need. I find your suggestion excellent. No, exceedingly fitting for me. Well, it's not that great. Ha. Chapter 18. Class placement assessment the following morning. Cheng Zhen sought out Lu Yun. Today is the new student placement assessment. I've secured a spot for you. After breakfast, we'll head out. All right, Lu Yun replied succinctly. After having breakfast, Changzhen flagged down a hovering vehicle, taking Lu Yun towards Silver Star Academy. Star Ring City, the capital of Kalen Star, boasted a population nearing 30 million and was extraordinarily prosperous. Towering skyscrapers pierced the clouds, casting intermingling hues of red and blue upon the buildings, obscuring the sky's true visage. Aircraft weaved through the streets, while at the city's heart stood two massive semicircles suspended in mid-air, and no matter where one stood in the city, those monumental symbols were ever present. This was the origin of Star Ring City's name, the Kalen Star Ring. Between the two semicircles rose a space elevator tower, providing direct access to the planet's orbit. It served as the foundation of the city's prosperity. The three major academies were scattered beneath the star ring. As Lu Yun sat in the hovering vehicle, he took a moment to truly appreciate this unimaginably futuristic city for the first time. "It is quite magnificent, isn't it?" Changzhen remarked self-deprecatingly. Yet even in such a thriving city, to the eyes of the federal capital Star, it remains a mere countryside. He chuckled softly, gently patting Lu Yun on the shoulder. "So, young man, strive diligently. Your journey ahead is still long." Lu Yun smiled in response. "If the road is not long, how can it bear my dreams?" Changzhen's smile abruptly froze, staring at Lu Yun in disbelief. Has this kid always been like this? He spoke those words clearly to instill humility in him, urging him to forge ahead. Why does it seem that Lu Yun has somewhat misunderstood? Just then, a sudden rumble echoed from above the sky. Three transport planes whizzed past, and beneath them hung three colossal mechs, each towering at around 50 to 60 meters. What is this? Lu Yun pondered. It is the team from Xuanwu Academy. Likely departing the city to undertake a mission? Certainly, a competent mech pilot cannot be nurtured solely through lectures. Changzhen casually explained, before adding, I exerted considerable effort to secure a spot for you amidst great opposition. Make the most of it and refrain from employing any concealed tricks. You must understand that resources are limited. Only by demonstrating sufficient talent can you gain access to ample resources. Passing the assessment should not pose too great a challenge for someone of your aptitude. The only thing you need to be wary of is the malice from others, Changzhen cautioned. Lu Yun nodded, refraining from further inquiries. One of the three prestigious academies on Kalen Star. Silver Star Academy undoubtedly harbors fierce internal competition. Particularly, Silver Star Academy actively encourages rivalry among its students and faculty. Thus, it is certain that some individuals would seize this opportunity to create trouble for Changzhen. Whether the trouble is significant or trivial will depend on Lu Yun's performance. If he excels, it will be seen as a unique vision in talent acquisition. Should he perform poorly, it could be construed as abuse of power for personal gain. Regardless, there will always be a narrative. Amidst their conversation, they arrived at Silver Star Academy, a towering silver-white mech, standing at approximately 100 meters, brandishing a long sword, loomed at the entrance. The sword's blade bore the inscription Silver Star, exuding an imposing aura. However, Lu Yun noticed a considerable number of people gathered before the mech, hands clasped together, bowing repeatedly in reverence. Some even laid fruits before them. Changshu, what are they doing? Lu Yun's expression turned peculiar. As if he had guessed something, Changzhen's expression darkened as he led Lu Yun away. Do not emulate them. They do not toil in their studies, only to cling to mechs in times of need. In this year of 2333, it is absurd that some still cling to such superstitions, even forming a so-called mechanical cult. Outrageous. After a few scathing remarks, Changzhen guided Lu Yun into a spacious venue. This is the place for the assessment. Shortly, the responsible individuals will arrive, and you need only wait for your turn, he instructed before turning to leave. At this moment, the venue was already bustling with people, all casting curious glances at Lu Yun. Who is he? I don't recall seeing him during the written exam. The one who brought him here is a mentor from the academy. Could he really allow someone to cut in line? Surely not. That would be akin to taking the back door. This written exam is notoriously difficult. This fellow must be incredibly fortunate to bypass it. Lu Yun paid no heed to their murmurs. Just then, a deep voice resounded from the entrance. Silence. A middle-aged male mentor entered the venue, accompanied by a young assistant. He first glanced at Lu Yun before announcing, the assessment will commence in 10 minutes. Let me explain the content and rules. This assessment consists solely of one task, resonance. There are 10 mechs of various models present. Each of you will have one opportunity to resonate with a mech. The one who completes the resonance in the shortest time will score the highest, and so on. You may now commence your preparations. With that, the middle-aged mentor and his assistant moved to the side. At the front of the venue, a massive curtain was drawn back, revealing 10 mechs behind it. The tallest among them did not exceed 20 meters, indicating that they were all below the exploratory level. Resonating with them should be relatively simple. Resonating with a mech? Lu Yun was somewhat surprised. He had anticipated an assessment of combat prowess. At that moment, he noticed the students' behaviors becoming increasingly peculiar. A chubby boy squatted on the ground, seemingly lost in thought, his expression fluctuating. Just as Lu Yun was curious, The boy suddenly punched himself in the eye socket. Liu Yun's heart raced. What on earth? Why is he inflicting harm upon himself? The boy winced, clutching his eye socket in pain. At that moment, a rustling sound came from behind. Liu Yun turned to see a girl with her mouth stuffed with red peppers, her face reddening like a monkey's backside. Excuse me, can I ask you a question? What were you thinking, bringing peppers to the assessment? Liu Yun was nearly dumbfounded. As if sensing Liu Yun's gaze, the girl hesitated, glancing at the peppers in her hands. Then slowly extended her arm, offering a few to Liu Yun. He promptly declined. Not just these two. Others also exhibited similar self-harming behaviors. Standing amidst them, Liu Yun appeared somewhat out of place. 10 minutes quickly elapsed. And the assessment began. The assistant approached, holding a list. Those whose names are called, please enter the designated area for the assessment. Guan Code. A young man abruptly stood up, striding confidently to the marked area in the center of the venue. Liu Yun noticed something odd about his gait. Upon closer inspection, he discovered several thumbtacks embedded in the young man's backside. Liu Yun wore a look reminiscent of a subway rider engrossed in his phone. Is this really necessary? Chapter 19. He truly deserves it. This guy is quite something. I would only dare to use one. He has gone ahead and used 5. How twisted and inhumane. All for the sake of results. As the murmurs continued, Guan Ko's assessment quietly commenced. A multitude of gazes converged upon him. He crouched slightly, holding his breath. The venue fell silent. Half a minute later, the leftmost defensive mech lit up and took a step forward. Assessment concluded. Time. 32.55 seconds. Guan Ko immediately erupted in cheers but soon grimaced, clutching his backside as he limped away. Next, another person stepped up. This time, he completed the resonance in an even shorter time of 18 seconds. Impressive. He was just a fraction away from breaking the 30-second barrier. It is said that breaking 30 seconds guarantees entry into the elite class. If he were a bit more ruthless, he might have just made it. The candidate appeared quite frustrated. Just 0.18 seconds away. Yet sometimes, a missed opportunity is just that, a missed opportunity. A few minutes later, Liu Yun observed the girl who had swallowed the pepper stepping up. 28.03 seconds. As the results were announced, the venue erupted in astonished murmurs. She was the first to break the 30-second mark. The girl herself seemed taken aback, standing there in disbelief. After a while, she couldn't suppress her excitement any longer and began to cry, her small hands hastily wiping away tears. However, it seemed she overlooked something. Doctor, quick, doctor. Ah, my eyes. Watching the girl roll on the ground, Liu Yun silently face-palmed. At this point, he finally understood why these individuals engaged in such bizarre behaviors. They were all attempting to heighten their mental acuity, hoping to improve even slightly on their scores. Those who arrived here were all prodigies from various regions. The differences in their abilities would not be vast. Sometimes, the outcome of victory hinges on the slightest margin of 0.1 seconds. Next up, Nanli Yu. The assistant called out another name, a young man clad in luxurious attire, his hair styled in distinct tufts. Strolled forward with one hand in his pocket. Liu Yun noticed that Nanli Yu had somewhat pointed ears, suggesting he possessed some alien genes. Moreover, he was one of the few present who appeared entirely unprepared. What arrogance! If you're first in the written exam, you can afford to be arrogant. But not only is he first, it is rumored that his written exam score ranks among the best in history. It remains uncertain how long he will take for the resonance. He could very well break 25 seconds. Though that seems unlikely, the realm of 25 seconds is not something just anyone can achieve. Once past the 30-second mark, each second represents a monumental chasm. However, if he succeeds, he would undoubtedly secure a place among the elite of the 3 major academies. Amidst the discussions, Nanli Yu took his position. With a start signal, time began to tick away. The prestige of being first in the written exam drew countless gazes toward Nanli Yu. Even the girl, still suffering from the pepper incident, squinted through the pain to watch. Suddenly, 2 mechs trembled as the assistant's voice rang out, echoing through the venue. Assessment concluded. Nanli Yu, 20.88 seconds. Wow? No way, 20 seconds? Not only was the time remarkably short, but did you all see? He resonated with 2 mechs. The 3 major academies are going to lose their minds. It's over. We are doomed to live in this guy's shadow for eternity. I can almost hear my mother scolding. 20.88 seconds, utterly merciless. Nanli Yu raised his hands high, a gentle smile adorning his face. Thank you all. There's no need to envy me. I believe you can also achieve excellent results. So give it your all. Furthermore, any ladies wishing to engage in further discussions can add my BattleNet ID. Kalen Star's handsomest. 4935. The assistant, his face darkened, interjected. Nanli Yu, return to your team after the assessment. Do not disturb others. Understood, understood. Surrounded by a throng of girls, Nanli Yu wore a grin that nearly stretched to his ears. A young man, teeth clenched in frustration, seethed. Damn it, he truly deserves it. Brother, take it easy. Though he is currently surrounded by numerous admirers basking in glory, come nightfall, His kidneys shall undoubtedly endure a relentless trial. At that moment, a faint voice interjected from the side. He is a Z-star inhabitant. All natives of this planet possess 4 kidneys. The group fell into a sudden silence, and moments later, they chorused in unison. Damn it, he truly deserves this. On the second floor of the venue, Principal Luo Xingwen, along with several mentors from the academy, observed the assessments taking place below. Chang Zhan was among them. The somewhat portly yet benevolent-looking Luo Xingwen chuckled softly and remarked, I never expected that this Nanli Yu would indeed provide us with a significant surprise. Someone nodded in agreement. After all, he is a descendant of the Nanli family. Although their lineage has fallen into decline, they hail from the Jialan star, which remains a prestigious origin. Haha, with him, our competition against Xuanwu and Sangqiong academies has become considerably more advantageous. Truly, Tutor Tulu possesses great influence to have attracted a genius from a neighboring planet. Point 2. Middle-aged men standing beside Luo Xingwen offered flattering smiles before casually glancing at Cheng Zhan. In contrast, a certain individual who disregarded the rules and was unceremoniously inserted from outside remains an enigma. One can only wonder how he will perform. The atmosphere in the room grew somewhat delicate. Several teachers watched with keen interest, their gazes flitting back and forth between Cheng Zhan and the mysterious newcomer. There was no need for Teacher Su to be concerned. Cheng Zhan replied nonchalantly, I am not worried. I merely feel a sense of injustice for the other students. Su Wei lamented with a shake of his head. All of us entered through the same examination process. Yet suddenly, an unknown individual appears, bypassing the examination solely due to the teacher's authority. Principal, this truly tarnishes the dignity of us mentors. I am at a loss as to how to face my students afterward. Cheng Zhan scoffed, enough, Teacher Su, just speak your mind. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Su Wei cleared his throat and smiled lightly. What I seek is simply fairness. Even a talent like Nanli Yu entered through the proper channels. Thus, as a candidate receiving special privilege, one must undoubtedly surpass Nanli Yu to warrant Teacher Cheng's attention, correct? Therefore, if that student can exceed Nanli Yu's performance, even by a mere 0.01 seconds, I, Su Wei, will immediately cease my objections. However, should he fail to do so, it would only imply that Teacher Cheng is abusing his power for personal gain. Such a person, continuing to teach and nurture students in the academy, would hardly be appropriate. Would it? Chapter 20. You shall wash Lu Yun's undergarments for a month. Upon hearing Su Wei's words, the expressions of those present shifted slightly. Su Wei was clearly attempting to force Cheng Zhan out. While it seemed he would accept any performance surpassing Nanli Yu by 0.01 seconds, the threshold of 30 seconds was no trivial matter, and only a rare few geniuses could achieve such a feat. Those capable of breaking the 25-second barrier were even more exceptional. Nanli Yu, coming from a declining noble family, was also a noble from Jialan Star. That was the very core of the entire Jialan Star region. Thus, Kalu Star was merely one of the numerous life-bearing planets within Jialan's domain. Even a fallen noble, relying on family legacy, had access to educational resources far superior to others. His achievement of 20.88 seconds was a product of both innate talent and familial nurturing. But Lu Yun, no one present had ever heard of that name. There was not a single Lu family in the entire Jialan Star region. To directly compare Lu Yun with Nanli Yu was exceedingly unfair. If such criteria were applied, the number of candidates worthy of remaining in Kalu's 3 major academies could likely be counted on one hand. Nonetheless, Su Wei was not wrong. After all, Lu Yun did indeed benefit from Cheng Zhan's authority, bypassing the preliminary assessments to gain entry. If one were to speak of fairness, it was undoubtedly lacking. Yet, in this world, where fairness truly exists, if fairness were a reality, there would be no need for today's placement assessments. Some shook their heads, silently concluding that Cheng Zhan was destined to fall into Su Wei's snares this time. Suddenly, amidst the silence, Cheng Zhan burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. My apologies. I lost control, What Teacher Su said is quite reasonable and I wholeheartedly agree. How about this? Let us place a wager. Su Wei inquired, puzzled. Let us wager on Lu Yun's performance. If he does not surpass Nanli Yu, I shall promptly escort him out of Yinqing. However, should his results exceed those of Nanli Yu, I will not trouble you. Teacher Su, instead, you shall wash my and Lu Yun's undergarments for a month. What do you say? Su Wei was instantly furious. Cheng, what do you mean by this? No hidden agendas. Since you have been so aggressive, I believe it is only fair to seek a little interest, right? Cheng Zhan made an exaggerated expression. This wager is undoubtedly skewed in my favor. After all, if I lose, I must depart from the academy. Whereas your penalty is merely washing undergarments for a month. Su Wei's forehead twitched in irritation. He would rather be expelled from the academy than face the humiliation of washing undergarments. Such news would ruin his reputation as a mentor. However, seeing the smirks of his fellow instructors, Su Wei swallowed his indignation and forced a smile. Very well, it shall be as you say. Just then, the assessments were nearing their conclusion. The evaluations wrapped up, and finished with a time of 29.13 seconds. Yay, a young girl leaped up in excitement. and her classmates rushed to congratulate her. Finally, it is over. This time, I was fortunate to finish at exactly 32,000 seconds, securing the 20th position and just making it into the special class. Brother, don't celebrate too soon. There's still that unknown candidate the mentor arranged to enter. Someone reminded the fellow who clocked in at 30 seconds. That individual glanced at Lu Yun and smiled confidently. What of the mentor's introduction? I refuse to believe my luck could be so poor as to be pushed aside, Lu Yun. Please proceed to the designated area, the assistant called out. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lu Yun took his position. What do you think? How fast can he go? With the mentor's introduction, he should be capable of achieving around 25 seconds. What are you thinking? Do you know how many candidates entered the 25-second mark in last year's assessments across the 3 major academies? Only 76. The vast majority of those hailed as top-tier talents lingered around 27 and 28 seconds. This year, we have Nanli Yu as an anomaly. To expect another is simply improbable. I agree. Such times are simply beyond human capability. Nanli Yu is a Z-star inhabitant, whose brain structure differs from ours, thus allowing for quicker resonance. Quiet down. Look, he is about to begin. The murmurs gradually faded as everyone focused intently on Lu Yun, including the mentors on the second floor, all watching this student who had gained entry through unconventional means. Lu Yun slightly closed his eyes, relaxing his nerves. While others believed stimulating themselves to heighten mental activity would enhance resonance speed, Lu Yun, having experience controlling the Thunder God, understood that even within that brief half-minute, his thoughts were exceptionally rational, akin to a machine. Thus, he believed that achieving better resonance required not excitement but calmness. Lu Yun opened his eyes with tranquility. At that moment, he gestured for the assistant to begin. The assistant activated the mechs to capture neural signals, and the internal timer commenced. Click. In the depths of silence, it was as though a rhythmic ticking resonated in the ears of the onlookers. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. Almost in synchrony, as the energy representing light surged within the mechs, all 10 machines stepped forward in unison. Thud. The ground shook violently. The finger that activated the switch had barely lifted before the timer ceased its movement. 0.01 Gazing at the glaring red digits, the assistant momentarily failed to comprehend, believing he had mistakenly pressed the button. But in the next second, realization struck him like a thunderbolt. The assistant stood abruptly, fixated on the timer, his scoring board slipping from his grasp without him noticing. Swallowing hard, the assistant gazed at Lu Yun as though he had seen a ghost, then slowly said, Lu Yun? There seems to be a slight issue with the equipment. Please hold on a moment. As he spoke, he attempted to rush out to summon assistance. However, he had barely taken a few steps when a booming voice resonated from the second floor. There may be a malfunction with the timer, but the 10 mechas cannot all malfunction simultaneously. The results are valid, announced them. Principal Luo Xingwen gripped the railing tightly, nearly twisting the metal into a spiral. The students had yet to process what had transpired, with some even believing it hadn't started yet. As for the mechas moving, they assumed it was merely an adjustment on the staff's part, completely unaware that everything was due to the figures standing in the arena. With the principal's confirmation, the assistant nodded vigorously, his hands trembling as he clutched the scoring board. He double-checked the surreal numbers once more, cleared his throat, and shouted with fervor. The assessment is concluded. Lu Yun, 0.01 seconds. Chapter 21. Intense competition 0.01 seconds. Hearing the time announced by the assistant, Lu Yun felt a twinge of surprise. Xiao AI. Was that you? His first thought was of Xiao AI. The master has misunderstood. At present, Xiao AI lacks the capability to remotely control these 10 colossal machines. IT is the master's own extraordinary talent that is truly remarkable. Although Xiao AI may exhibit a certain degree of flattery, deception is not in her nature. However, Lu Yun did not anticipate that his innate ability was so formidable. At this moment, the entire venue had descended into silence. Did I just experience auditory hallucinations? I too seem to have misheard. Did someone truly achieve resonance in just 0.01 seconds? Ha ha ha, how could that be? Such a feat is utterly impossible. A stout individual spread his hands, laughing, only to be overwhelmed by emotion and turn away in haste. Some could not help but suggest a malfunction of the machines. Yet, they had all heard the principal's words. No malfunction, the results are valid. But could this truly be possible? Surely, one cannot blink in less than 0.01 seconds. Nanli Yu stood amidst the flowers, gazing at Lu Yun with an inexplicable expression. The assessment had concluded, and shortly, the results would be displayed on the large screen, with the top 20 placed in the elite class. The screen illuminated with the scores of all participants, and Lu Yun's undeniable 0.01 seconds secured the top position. As they beheld that seemingly fantastical time, the gazes of all upon Lu Yun resembled that of spectators observing a phenomenon, a marvel in every conceivable sense. The ripples caused by this figure extended far beyond mere astonishment. After receiving their results, the candidates departed the venue, heading towards their respective classes. Lu Yun flowed with the crowd, intending to glimpse the elite class, That moment, Cheng Zhan appeared, blocking his path. Observing the youth before him, who had been greatly esteemed by Elder June, Cheng Zhan could not suppress his emotions. Although he had long known that being so highly regarded by Elder June implied Lu Yun's talent was exceptional, the revelation of such a score was still astonishing. Not only for him, but even Elder June would be taken aback. Lu Yun, I have good news for you. Would you care to hear it? Cheng Zhan inquired with a cheerful smile. What good news? From this moment, for the next month, someone will be assigned to wash your undergarments. What? Lu Yun thought he had misheard. Is this truly considered good news? Does Silver Star Academy even offer such a service? Lu Yun's expression turned peculiar, prompting him to reassess his perception of Silver Star Academy. What was he thinking? The academy would not concern itself with such trivialities. The washing of undergarments must be assigned to another individual. Cheng Zhan tilted his head and spotted Su Wei lingering at the doorway, reluctant to emerge. He then proclaimed loudly, Teacher Su, do not forget our wager. It's for a month. Each day, I will ensure someone takes my and Lu Yun's undergarments to you. Teacher Su, please do not be lazy. Surrounding students turned their heads, sensing the unfolding drama. Su Wei's countenance darkened instantaneously. No longer hiding, he stepped forward, trembling with rage as he pointed at Cheng Zhan, unable to articulate his words. Ultimately, with a huff of indignation, he stormed off. 1 month, not a minute less. Cheng Zhan added. Su Wei stumbled, visibly quickening his pace, eventually breaking into a run. Cheng Zhan laughed heartily, feeling immensely pleased. Lu Yun jabbed him in the side, asking, Uncle Cheng, did you bet with this teacher? It wasn't my intention to wager. He insisted on participating, and I had no choice but to oblige. Fortunately, you did not disappoint. No. What I mean is, didn't you wager something else? Perhaps something like CR points. Lu Yun rubbed his fingers together, currently troubled by how to earn money for a smart brain. Cheng Zhan's smile gradually faded as he solemnly patted Lu Yun's shoulder, saying, Lu Yun, one must not gamble with money, Lu Yun. Lu Yun arrived at the elite classroom, where all 20 members of this cohort had already gathered. He encountered Nanli Yu and the girl who consumed chili peppers. Upon noticing Lu Yun's gaze, the girl tilted her head and offered a sweet smile, albeit her eyes, which were somewhat difficult to open, detracted from her allure. She slightly nodded in greeting. Lu Yun found a seat and settled in. Approximately 10 minutes later, a female teacher entered, dressed in black training attire, her hair tied in a high ponytail. Her expression was stern, emanating a sense of vigor. Greetings, students. From today onwards, I shall be your homeroom instructor. Xiang Xiao. Xiang Xiao used a light pen to inscribe her name on the holographic screen. Purchasing this intelligence device is nothing short of a folly. Lu Yun merely chuckled, offering no further explanation. After all, the other party was only trying to extend a kind reminder. However, the significance of the intelligence device to him far surpassed that of any cultivation resources. This was intended for Xiao AI. As for the credits, they could always be earned again. Noticing that Lu Yun was impervious to her words, Guan Xian couldn't help but say, I have warned you. Do not regret this later. Lu Yun placed the intelligence device back on the unmanned checkout counter. A few seconds later, the price was displayed. He entered his identification information, and the system automatically processed the transaction. However, upon completion, Lu Yun found himself staring blankly at his account balance. 4770 points. After confirming multiple times, he realized he had not misread. Guan classmate, how many credits did the academy reward us with? Lu Yun inquired without turning back. 500. What? Feeling a pinch now? Guan Xian's voice came from behind. It's not too late to return it. Once purchased, it cannot be returned without cause. The little girl leaned in, peeking from the side, looking at Lu Yun with a mix of concern and curiosity. Then, she noticed the information displayed on the screen. Credit balance, 4770. The smile on the girl's face abruptly froze. 4070. Guan Xian cautiously counted again, meticulously. Indeed, it was a 4-digit number. Her mouth gradually formed a na shape, as if she had swallowed an egg. She looked at Lu Yun, then at the screen, as if she had seen a ghost. Lu Yun, why do you have so many credits? Feeling the piercing gazes around them, Lu Yun hastily completed his transaction and left with his items. Behind him, Guan Xian stood at the checkout, still grappling with the absurdity of it all. It wasn't until someone urged her that she hurriedly settled her own purchases and dashed out, hoping to find Lu Yun. Yet, there was no trace of him left. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lu Yun closed the door behind him. He too was astonished, pondering how he had amassed 5,000 credits. 10 times more than others. Could this be a reward for being the top student? Suppressing his questions, Lu Yun recalled the matter at hand and took out the intelligence device. Xiao AI, I have purchased the intelligence device. What should I do next? Thank you, master. You are truly wonderful. Sob sob. Just place the bracelet and the intelligence device together, and thereafter, Xiao AI will autonomously transfer her consciousness. Soon, you will meet a brand new Xiao AI. Master, we will meet in 10 minutes. The voice in his ear faded away. Subsequently, the surface of the obsidian bracelet shimmered with crack-like light. Within the glow, the obsidian began to melt, seeping into the crevices of the intelligence device. Eventually, only a string of cord remained. With the obsidian completely vanished, Liu Yun carefully stored the cord and donned the intelligence device, patiently awaiting the completion of Xiao AI's upgrade point. 10 minutes later, the intelligence device activated on its own. Emanating a blue luminescence, a light curtain projected forth. Host, Liu Yun, human, age, 18 years, gene sequence development progress, 12, physique, extremely healthy. Liu Yun gazed in astonishment at the changes. He softly called, Xiao AI. The screen of the intelligence device lit up, and the familiar voice responded, It's me, Master, How are you? Liu Yun inquired. Currently, Xiao AI has completed 80 of her self-awareness upgrade. Moreover, she has successfully accessed the Federation's interstellar network. From now on, Xiao AI will continuously upgrade and enhance herself using the computing power of the Federation's network. As her self-awareness increases, Xiao AI's capabilities will grow ever more formidable. Henceforth, Xiao AI will be able to manifest physically, assisting the Master in conquering the starry seas. Finally, a delightful emoticon appeared on the screen. Although Liu Yun did not fully comprehend Xiao AI's implications, he genuinely felt that she had indeed undergone an upgrade. At the very least, the use of emoticons seemed remarkably fluid. Chapter 23. Engaging in playful games with the beautiful teacher. Subsequently, Liu Yun conducted a brief test of Xiao AI's upgraded abilities. He instructed her to compile a comprehensive list of the Academy's logistics products, arranged in ascending order of price. Additionally, he asked her to highlight resources suitable for his current cultivation needs. The information was clearly and meticulously presented on the screen. For instance, the Ningxin pill, mentioned by Guan Xin, cost 5 credits per unit. Its effect was to help calm the mind and enhance the efficiency of breathing techniques. Another variant, the Anshan grass, priced at 10 credits each, had a similar effect but was only 5 more effective, making it twice as expensive for a mere 5 advantage. Anyone unaware of this would undoubtedly find themselves at a loss after several costly mistakes. Yet now, Xiao AI had organized it all. He selected 10 Ningxin pills and several stimulants for gene sequence development, totaling 130 credits. For others, this would equate to a third of their credits. It was no wonder credits were deemed precious. They were exceedingly easy to exhaust. This was particularly true for students who lacked the initial 500 credits awarded to elite class students. They had to toil from zero to earn their credits. Consequently, the early focus on cultivation was compromised, gradually widening the gap with elite class students. However, this bore no relevance to Liu Yun, as he possessed a full 5,000 credits, a grand total of 5,000. Xiao AI, please note the items I selected. Remind me when I visit the store next. Understood. Liu Yun tidied up, preparing for cultivation. At this moment, Xiao AI alerted him that Cheng Zhan was calling. Liu Yun answered. Liu Yun, as a student of the elite class, the Academy should have awarded you 500 credits, right? Remember, do not squander these credits. They are crucial resources for establishing a gap between you and others. I will send you a list of items shortly. Prioritize purchasing those listed. Liu Yun felt a warmth in his heart. Uncle Cheng was truly considerate. He could not let Uncle Cheng worry unnecessarily. So he replied, Uncle Cheng, the Academy rewarded me with 5,000 credits. 5,000. That can't be. How much? 5,000? Cheng Zhen's voice suddenly skyrocketed in pitch. Yes. The line fell silent for half a minute. Beep, 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 Master. Cheng Zhen has hung up. I understand. Later, Cheng Zhen called back, and Liu Yun could clearly sense the change in his tone. Deep, somber, weathered by experience. Even with 5,000, do not spend recklessly. Also, refrain from boasting about it to others, to avoid inciting jealousy. Rest assured, Uncle Cheng, I completely understand. He did not disclose that news of his substantial credits had already reached others. To him, it was a trivial matter. As for Cheng Zhan's concerns about jealousy, Liu Yun was untroubled. After all, not attracting envy was a sign of mediocrity. Nonetheless, he would not intentionally broadcast this matter. The following day marked Liu Yun's first class at Silver Star Academy. Upon entering the classroom, Guan Xin immediately appeared before him. Her eyes sparkling as she looked at Liu Yun and Liu Yun classmate. Good morning, Guan classmate. Liu Yun greeted her as he settled into his seat, and Guan Xin followed suit. Observing this, Liu Yun realized that Guan Xin had something to discuss. With a blush on her cheeks, she shyly said, Actually, it's nothing much. I just wanted to ask if you could sell me a portion of your credits. You want to buy credits? I recall the Academy prohibits such transactions. Severe penalties will ensue if discovered. You needn't worry. I swear I won't let a word slip, Guan Xin vowed earnestly. Moreover, I won't let you suffer a loss. The exchange rate for credits and CR points is roughly 1,200. Considering that some cultivation materials are cheaper here than outside, let's round it to 300, and I'll add an additional 200. I'll buy 1 credit for 500 CR points. Is that acceptable? Guan Xin cupped her chin in her hands, looking at Liu Yun with a pitiful expression. Her baby-faced features, fair and tender, combined with her sparkling eyes, wielded a formidable charm. Liu Yun shook his head. I'm sorry, but I won't sell. Guan Xin was taken aback. quickly adding, "Is it the price that displeases you? I can offer more." However, Lu Yun remained resolute. With no further room for negotiation, Guan Xi sighed and reluctantly returned to her seat. Lu Yun felt little impact from the encounter. Having secured the intelligence device, CR points were no longer indispensable to him. Thus, even with the enticing exchange rate, he had no interest in risking discovery for a mere trade. Before long, Xiang Xiao strode in with her long legs. Today, she donned a tight black outfit that accentuated her exquisite figure. Coupled with her strikingly beautiful face, she caused many innocent young boys in the class to blush and avert their gazes. Though they would occasionally sneak glances, Lu Yun held no contempt for such furtive behavior. He openly scrutinized her from head to toe, carefully assessing the intentions behind her sudden change in attire. "Before we commence the lesson, let us engage in a game," Xiang Xiao said, her lips curling into a slight smile. "The game is called Guess If I Will Hit You or Not. Is there anyone eager to be the first to participate?" Upon hearing the game's title, the students exchanged glances, but soon, a few brave young boys raised their hands. What does it matter if the name is incorrect? Being struck by a beautiful teacher is, in fact, a form of happiness. Such a game is the most exhilarating. Xiang Xiao selected one. The rules of the game are quite simple. I will perform an action, and you must guess whether I will attack you and prepare your defense in advance. You have 3 opportunities. Successfully guessing once will earn you 5 credits, and if you guess correctly 3 times in a row, you will receive an additional 10 credits. However, if you guess incorrectly 3 times in succession, there will be a penalty. Do you understand? Xiang Xiao inquired. The young boy nodded repeatedly. After all, he is a genius capable of entering the elite class. He quickly got into the zone, adopting a defensive stance. I forgot to ask, what is your level of strength? Xiang Xiao suddenly asked. Level 8 warrior. I will prepare with the strength of a level 8 warrior. Xiang Xiao smirked, raising her right hand. The boy was startled, promptly bringing his arms together to shield himself. One must admit, his reaction was swift, and his defensive posture was quite standard. However, Xiang Xiao merely raised her hand to flick her hair. 1 Guess wrong. Laughter erupted from the others. The boy's face flushed with embarrassment as he protested. Again, Xiang Xiao raised her hand once more. This time, the boy intentionally waited half a second, hoping to allow himself more time to judge. Yet, in that half second, her hand had already reached his forehead, pressing down lightly. The young boy staggered back a few steps, barely regaining his balance. Another guess wrong. You have one last chance. Xiang Xiao retracted her hand. Smiling lightly, guess correctly, and you earn 5 credits. Guess incorrectly, and you face punishment. Chapter 24. An unresolvable hang. Lu Yun shook his head slightly. This person's mind was already in disarray. There was no doubt he would guess incorrectly on his final attempt. As expected on the 3rd try, he guessed wrong again, standing there dejectedly. Teacher, what is the punishment? Someone below inquired with a gleeful tone. Xiang Xiao smiled coolly. Quite simple, a hanging for a while, a hanging for a while. Before the person could react, Xiang Xiao had already grabbed him by the collar and hung him on the door frame. The sight of a classmate dangling and swaying from the door frame sent the others into uncontrollable laughter. This is absurd. The punishment is actually this. Ha ha ha, it's hilarious. Thankfully, I wasn't chosen. Otherwise, it would be me hanging there. There are people passing by outside. This is utterly humiliating. The boy's face turned crimson, a wave of heat rising from his head. He abandoned his struggle, covering his face as he hung there stiffly, resembling a drenched, salted fish. It was amusing beyond measure. Lu Yun realized he had long been curious about the hooks on the door frame. Now he understood, they were meant for hanging people. Xiang Xiao turned to the others. Is there anyone else who would like to give it a try? At that moment, everyone shrank back like quails. Although the reward of credits was enticing, being hung up was equally embarrassing. It was nothing short of social death. Nanliu? I heard you are the second in this cohort. Why not give it a shot? Xiang Xiao looked at Nanliu. His handsome face stiffened immediately. He quickly covered his head and lay on the desk, pointing to the side. Teacher, I'm just an inconsequential second. That person over there is the first. He was referring to Lu Yu and I in an instant. The entire class turned their gaze towards Lu Yun. Indeed, teacher, Lu Yun is the first, and his score is terrifying. Not letting him try would be a loss. Yes, yes, Lu Yun, Lu Yun. Before long, the previously chaotic shouts aligned into a harmonious chorus. Lu Yun twitched the corner of his mouth. These old schemers. Then, Lu Yun, come up and give it a try. With the situation at this point, Lu Yun had no choice but to comply. He stood a meter in front of Xiang Xiao, a fragrant aura wafting towards him, cool and pure like a lotus. Lu Yun seems very confident. Xiang Xiao looked on with keen anticipation. A legend had spread throughout the academy about a 0.01 second resonance, and this young man standing before her was the embodiment of that tale. Lu Yun smiled faintly. He was indeed confident. After all, his training with the old man was not in vain. Subsequently, he could withstand several attacks from the old man. Why would he fear this instructor's strikes? What is Lu Yun's level of strength? Level 12, you have awakened? Xiang Xiao examined Lu Yun with surprise, then nodded in understanding. With such a powerful resonance talent, his cultivation aptitude would likely be exceptional as well. The heavens operate in such a manner. When they open one door for you, they also unlock the windows and even create a skylight. Others gasped in astonishment. That's insane. I'm only at level 9, far from awakening, and no comparison. Even some upperclassmen probably can't match him. Xiang Zhao's lips curled into a smile. No wonder you are so confident. Get ready. I will begin. Xiang Xiao paused for a moment, raising her hand. Lu Yun watched quietly, offering no reaction. Block? She's about to attack. Murmurs surfaced from the audience. Lu Yun remained unfazed. Xiang Zhao's smile deepened as she adjusted her hair and retracted her hand. In a way, no attack? Teacher, are you going easy on us? That earlier motion was clearly the beginning of a chop. Someone called out loudly. Xiang Xiao shot a glance at that student, but before she could speak, Lu Yun stated, determining whether or not an attack will occur doesn't rely solely on those initial movements. He gestured towards the boy dangling from the door frame. The last one who judged in such a manner is currently hanging there. Xiang Xiao, amused, asked, then what do you rely on to make your judgment? The legs? Lu Yun looked at Xiang Zhao's calves. To be precise, it's the teacher's legs and feet. Several girls blushed and muttered. Pervert. Lu Yun remained undeterred, carefully observing Xiang Zhao's perfectly straight legs. So straight, he remarked. Power originates from the ground. Any attack necessitates the mobilization of bodily strength, thus genuine attacks will inevitably exhibit subtle changes in the legs and feet. Be wise seizing upon these slight variations. One can master the timing of the attack. I believe this is also the reason why the teacher wears this form-fitting outfit, to allow us to observe and judge. Xiang Xiao glanced at her attire and retorted, are you not afraid I might attack using only my arms? Without relying on my legs? Not afraid. Why not? Because Teacher Xiang is a master. A master's method of exerting force is instinctual and deeply ingrained, in an unconscious state. How can one easily change that? Xiang Xiao felt a slight tremor in her heart. Indeed, as Lu Yun stated, she had never considered such a minor detail. The audience was equally astonished, some lost in thought, while others scratched their heads. Fixated on Xiang Zhao's legs. Quite remarkable, interesting, Xiang Xiao complimented. Let us continue. This time, as soon as Xiang Xiao made a move, Lu Yun had already positioned himself to block. Then, Xiang Zhao's palm struck Lu Yun's arm. Another correct guess. The crowd was astonished. Just now, I was specifically watching the teacher's legs. There was no change. Exactly. How did he deduce that this time? Xiang Xiao was equally surprised. This time, I deliberately used only the strength of my arms. How did you guess correctly? Lu Yun smiled. This time, it was truly a guess. I previously mentioned the changes resulting from your subconscious actions, so I surmised that you would intentionally avoid that aspect this time. Lu Yun shrugged. Clearly, I was right. Haha, interesting that I didn't expect Cheng Zhan to provide me with such a delightful surprise, Xiang Xiao remarked. She then added, however, there is still a third opportunity. What do you think I will do this time? Lu Yun's brow furrowed slightly. The audience below displayed expressions of anticipation. The first guess was based on experience. The second was a psychological prediction. Having understood these two scenarios, Xiang Xiao would undoubtedly be cautious this third time. What would Lu Yun do? Xiang Xiao raised her hand once more. Lu Yun remained still. But unbeknownst to everyone, the camera in the classroom corner flickered subtly, capturing every move of Xiang Xiao. Master, based on micromotion analysis. The probability of a feigned attack from the opponent this time is 88. Wait. Her fingertips exhibited a deviation. This is a change-line attack aimed at your left arms. As soon as the words fell, Lu Yun almost instantaneously raised his hand, striking downward, perfectly colliding with Xiang Zhao's hand that had been angled toward him. A sharp clap resonated. Xiang Xiao was taken aback. He actually managed to block it. This time, she had deliberately controlled her bodily strength, even tensing her upper body. Yet, relying solely on the strength of her arm, she had still been countered. Lu Yun calmly declared, Teacher, I have won. This, Xiang Xiao gazed doubtfully at her hand. A technique that had consistently succeeded had finally encountered a worthy opponent. But how on earth did he guess the third time? Could there truly be someone with such quick reflexes? Xiang Xiao racked her brains. Completely baffled. Little did she know, she was not just facing Lu Yun alone. Behind Lu Yun stood an intelligent AI with formidable analytical capabilities. And no matter how fast a human brain could react, it could never outpace an electronic life form, especially one that had been upgraded and was adept at utilizing emoticons. The moment a single hair on her arm moved, Xiao AI could instantaneously detect it and make a judgment within a fraction of a second. Chapter 25. Xiao AI misbehaves in the odd gazes of the crowd, particularly those of the door-frame brother who idolized him. Lu Yun calmly returned to his seat. Xiang Xiao earnestly stated, I would like to thank Lu Yun for providing us with a uniquely insightful practical lesson. The points articulated by Lu Yun are precisely among the topics I wish to impart to you all today. This encompasses the art of judgment, judging the opportune moment and discerning the intentions of adversaries. When you can accurately predict the mindset and actions of your foes, you can anticipate their moves and achieve victory through unexpected tactics. To cultivate such an ability, the fundamental requirement is a solid grasp of certain common knowledge. When engaging in mech combat, an understanding of mech fundamentals is essential. At this juncture, Xiang Xiao unfurled a large screen behind him, revealing an array of mech images that are relatively commonplace. Instantly, the audience's attention was captivated. The Federation has developed countless types of mechs over the years, such as the Hunter, Explorer, Drifter, and Tiger series. However, despite the plethora of designs, they invariably adhere to 4 core parameters: melee, ranged, defense, and mobility. Each parameter is classified into 6 tiers, ranging from the highest S grade to the lowest E grade. This classification corresponds to the various levels of mechs within the Federation. When any 2 parameters reach the same tier, it signifies that the mech is categorized at that level. The most prevalent standard mech, Hunter 1, boasts both mobility and melee capabilities at D grade, thereby categorizing it as an Explorer-level mech. Hence, in mech warfare, one must comprehend the strengths of one's opponent, avoid their advantages, and exploit their weaknesses. At this moment, a voice inquired, "Teacher, is there no mech where all 4 parameters are at the same level?" Xiang Xiao turned to the student and replied, "Perhaps in civilian models. But such mechs do not appear on the market. A perfect balance across all 4 parameters implies that each is a weakness. A mech cannot be both top tier in defense while simultaneously achieving extraordinary speed. The resources required to construct such a mech could instead create 2 or more mechs, each excelling in their respective strengths." The audience nodded thoughtfully. At this point, another student raised their hand. "Teacher, I have a question as well. If mechs are categorized by 4 parameters, what about pilots? Do they not possess corresponding specialties? If a pilot's specialty aligns with the mech, would not the mech's prowess be enhanced?" "Excellent question," Xiang Xiao replied with a smile. "This leads us to discuss the mech's advanced operating system. The neural resonance connection (IT) is well known that pilots must hone their abilities to withstand the immense pressure that comes with resonating with their mechs. Numerous experiments have confirmed that when a pilot possesses a specific specialty, such as physical strength, their compatibility with defensive mechs is heightened, enhancing their resilience to pressure. A strength-oriented pilot driving a melee-type mech can outperform other pilots by 5 to 10. However, this data is not absolute, and one must not underestimate other pilots for this reason. Now that we have touched upon this, I shall assign you homework. After this class, please identify your own specialties, as they will be relevant for this afternoon's lesson." Xiang Xiao continued his lecture. Liu Yun's thoughts stirred, and he quietly asked, "Xiao AI, what is my specialty?" Replying to the master, "Your specialties are agility and strength." Liu Yun rubbed his chin, surprised that agility and strength were his attributes. He had assumed it would be intelligence and physique, especially considering he could pilot a powerful mech like the Thunder God for half a minute, a testament to extraordinary endurance. Don't be too self-deprecating. Master. While your intelligence and physique are indeed commendable, the other 2 attributes are far more formidable. You simply have yet to realize that's so? It seems I am quite remarkable. Indeed, Master is the foremost pilot in the universe. That seems a bit exaggerated. Even Liu Yun, with his thick skin, felt that praise was excessive. Speaking of which, who exactly was Xiao AI's creator? What prompted them to instill such a sycophantic attribute? Or perhaps, Xiao AI had developed this on her own? Ever since going online, this intelligent entity had indeed changed. Hopefully not for the worse. Liu Yun fell into deep contemplation. 2 hours later, the morning class concluded. Guan Xian immediately trotted over. "Liu Yun, shall we go for lunch together?" A few male students cast astonished glances, wondering if he had already charmed a girl within just half a day of school. However, Liu Yun knew that Guan Xian was not drawn to his looks but rather his wallet. He replied, "Guan Xian, I cannot trade credits, so you might as well give up on that." Guan Xian pouted. "Liu Yun, is it that I am unattractive?" Liu Yun regarded her curiously. "Well, you are quite adorable. Good-looking, in fact. Then why do you always reject the invitation of a beautiful girl? I never mentioned wanting to trade credits. I merely wish to treat you to a meal and make a friend, considering we shall be living together for 3 years. Guan Xian, do you think I am handsome?" Liu Yun suddenly countered. Guan Xian was taken aback, nodding in confusion. Handsome? Liu Yun's appearance indeed stood out in class, even overshadowing Nanli Yu, who had the advantage of exotic enhancements. Moreover, his innate talents were exceptional, a definite bonus. So why would you think that just because I am good-looking, I would readily accept anyone's invitation for a meal? Guan Xian was momentarily flustered, her mind racing but failing to catch up. Liu Yun, however, ignored her and stood up to leave. What a peculiar man! A girl walked up behind Guan Xian, resting her head on Guan Xian's shoulder, gazing intently at Liu Yun's retreating figure. Xiao Xian, for such a remarkable man, you cannot employ those old-fashioned tactics. You must innovate and break through. What nonsense are you spouting? I have no such thoughts, Guan Xian retorted. Her face flushed. No worries, I understand. The girl patted her new friend's shoulder with conviction before sauntering away. On one side of the classroom, Nanliu rested his arm on the desk, gazing blankly ahead. However, upon closer inspection, one might notice his pointed ears twitching in response. His focus sharpened as his gaze lingered on Guan Xian and Lu Yun's backs. A smirk curling his lips. Trading credits, is it? How intriguing. Nanliu, would you join me for lunch? A voice, reminiscent of a buzzing fly, interrupted from nearby. Nanliu turned his head to see a petite figure standing beside him, his expression brightening as he replied with a charming smile. A beauty's invitation, how could I refuse? Chapter 26. The ripple of Nanliu in the cafeteria, Lu Yun found an empty table to sit down with his lunch. The dining options at the academy were remarkably affordable, almost akin to being free. One could purchase a generous meal for merely 3 credits. Additionally, for those willing to spend a bit more, rare ingredients could be procured, said to be beneficial for one's health. However, Lu Yun had yet to try them, opting instead for a few unfamiliar meat dishes. Currently, the only means of acquiring credits was by answering the teacher's questions, and the quantities were woefully limited, so he wasn't inclined to be extravagant. Lu Yun, how did you find this morning's class? Qing Zhen, bearing a simple meal, settled down across from Lu Yun. Quite good. Teacher Xiang provided an in-depth explanation. Teacher, Xiang Xiao. Cheng Zhen appeared somewhat surprised. Yes. Does Uncle Cheng know this Teacher Xiang? Lu Yun asked casually while eating. At that moment, a pair of chopsticks reached across his line of sight. Snatching a piece of meat from his plate, Lu Yun widened his eyes, looking up to see the owner of the chopsticks calmly inserting the meat into their mouth. Cheng Zhen, propped up on his hands, chewed thoughtfully before responding. We have exchanged words. Teacher Xiang possesses remarkable qualifications, superior even to mine. Her assignment to your class indicates the academy's high regard for your elite group. High regard or not? What does it mean for you to eat my meat? Lu Yun slid his plate closer. Well, this certainly provides me with a sense of security, he continued. Is Teacher Xiang exceptionally strong? Not only strong. She has a high aptitude for mech combat and employs a unique approach to teaching. Lu Yun recalled the brother who had been suspended from the doorframe and nodded in agreement. Indeed. A distinctive approach. However, her expertise primarily lies in mech combat courses, and I've heard from some students that her methods can be quite harsh, so prepare yourself mentally, Cheng Zhen added with a smile. Reaching for the chopsticks again. This time, his hand was blocked by Lu Yu and Lu Yun regarded Cheng Zhen solemnly. Uncle Cheng, the academy's food is not expensive. I'm merely tasting it. Do not be so stingy. After all, I took quite a risk to bring you here. Moreover, you have plenty of credits. Taking a piece of meat from you is trivial. That's quite a valid point. Lu Yun's expression stiffened as he slowly withdrew his hand. Cheng Zhen immediately laughed and grabbed another piece of meat. In a wonder, he only ordered some vegetarian dishes. It turns out he had his eye on my food all along. Lu Yun's hand, resting beneath the table, gradually clenched into a fist. Meanwhile, on the other side of the cafeteria, Nanliu shared a meal with a bald instructor. At the adjacent table, a soft and adorable girl pouted, poking at her food with displeasure. What kind of person disrupts someone's date like that? She grumbled. Hemph. But Nanliu is so gentle. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed as she thought of something, and she furtively glanced at Nanliu beside her. Nan, how did that guy perform today? The bald mentor, Tulu, inquired in a deep voice. Nanliu naturally understood whom the mentor was referring to and smiled, saying, extremely formidable, truly deserving of being the top of this cohort. Such high praise? Tulu raised an eyebrow, quite astonished. He was well aware of the prideful nature of the student he had discovered. With a faint smile, Nanliu replied, a level 12 awakened, with a resonance time of merely 0.01 seconds. He can even predict and counter Mr. Xiang Zhao's attacks. Just from these aspects, his extraordinary talent is evident. I have not erred in coming to Silver Star Academy. One cannot find such intriguing classmates on Z Star. A satisfied smile graced Nanliu's face. Tulu nodded. It is commendable that you possess such fighting spirit. Do not squander your talent. Moreover, his situation is somewhat unique. You witnessed his performance during the assessment. Thus, the higher-ups have bestowed upon him a generous reward. If you regard him as a rival, you must not let your guard down for even a moment. A generous reward. Nanliu expressed confusion. Suddenly, he realized something and gasped. Could it be that the academy rewarded him with an A-grade breathing technique? How is that possible? Tulu nearly choked and quickly clarified. The academy has not gone mad enough to grant him a new student an A-grade breathing technique. He, like you, possesses only credits, albeit slightly more than yours. As long as it is not an A-grade breathing technique, what does it matter? It is merely a few extra credits, perhaps 100 or 200. However, a bit more is welcome. It makes competition all the more interesting. Nanliu dismissed the matter lightly. It is just a few credits. In a couple of days, I can earn them back in no time. Observing Nanliu's nonchalance, Tulu could not help but utter, 5,000.5,000? Nanliu looked up in bewilderment. 5,000 what? A second later, his eyes widened, and his ears trembled. It cannot be credits. Can it? Tulu nodded. The academy has truly lost its senses? It would be better to simply grant him an A-grade breathing technique. At least I could still compete with him in terms of cultivation speed. 5,000 credits, even if I risk my life to earn them, I cannot catch up to him. Nanli Yu was filled with a desire to strangle the personnel in the logistics department. How much can 5,000 credits purchase? Granting such a sum makes it impossible to pursue. The surrounding individuals were startled by Nanli Yu's exclamation and turned their curious gazes toward him. Cheng Zhan, puzzled, lifted his head, as he seemed to hear discussions about his student. Never mind, it is probably just an illusion. Wiping his mouth, Cheng Zhan stood up contentedly. All right, Lu Yun, I shall take my leave now. You can eat at your leisure. After taking a few steps, he turned back and added, by the way, there is a virtual combat arena at the academy. When you have time, do take a look. With so many credits, do not let them go to waste. Lu Yun nodded, watching Cheng Zhan depart. Finally, he could enjoy a proper meal. He exhaled deeply, picked up his chopsticks, and gazed at the plate. Instantly, his expression froze. Where is my meat? What a coincidence, Minter Cheng. On the way to the faculty building, Cheng Zhan raised an eyebrow at the waiting bald figure in the distance. I could see your gleaming head from afar. Where is the coincidence in that, Minter Tulu? Cheng Zhan greeted with a smile. Are you waiting specifically for me? Congratulations on finding such an outstanding student, Tulu said enviously. Although Lu Yun was not in Cheng Zhan's class, he was brought in by Cheng Zhan and bore the inherent label of being under Cheng Zhan's wing. The academy would reward Cheng Zhan for introducing such a talent. Thus, it was entirely reasonable to consider Lu Yun as Cheng Zhan's student, just as Nanli Yu was Tulu's. Haha, Minter Tulu, you flatter me. Nanli Yu is quite remarkable as well, coming from a prestigious family on Z-Star. My son, on the other hand, only has mediocre talent. Cheng Zhan generously offered his praise. The two older gentlemen exchanged a glance, revealing insincere smiles. After their laughter subsided, Tulu's expression turned serious as he said in a low voice, I sought you out to discuss an important matter. As you are aware, the new student competition among the three major academies is about to commence, and the higher-ups hope you can persuade Lu Yun not to participate. Upon hearing Tulu's words, Cheng Zhan's expression darkened rapidly. He fixed a piercing gaze on Tulu and said solemnly, What? Is the academy now disregarding a talent like Lu Yun, blatantly engaging in persecution? You should understand the significance of the new student competition for a newcomer. Achieving a sufficient ranking can yield considerable rewards. With Lu Yun's talent, are they concerned he might overshadow some young master? Cheng Zhan remarked with a chilling smile. Tulu frowned, exasperated. Where are your thoughts wandering? Are you foolish, or do you assume the academy's management is foolish? This is a message directly conveyed by the principal. The principal? Cheng Zhan's icy demeanor faltered, quickly softening. Why would the principal do such a thing? Having been at Silver Star Academy for quite some time, Cheng Zhan still trusted the character of the old gentleman. The principal's involvement indicated that there must be some underlying reason for this decision. Observing Cheng Zhan's changing expression, Tulu disdainfully rubbed his bald head and said, How would I know? I'm merely passing along the message. If you wish to understand the reasoning, you can inquire directly with the principal. I will do so. Suit yourself. Tulu waved his hand dismissively and added, Additionally, there is another matter regarding your rewards. In light of Lu Yun's exceptional performance, the principal has decided to promote you to a third-tier professor, granting you access to third-tier resources. Third tier? Cheng Zhan's breath hitched slightly. So sudden? To be honest, I'm not yet prepared to become a third-tier professor. Then I shall inform the principal that you have declined. Tulu turned to leave. Cheng Zhan hurriedly stopped him, smiling. Minter Tulu, do not take that seriously. I was merely speaking offhandedly. A third-tier professor. At Silver Star Academy, not only students were ranked, but teachers were as well. Moreover, for teachers to elevate their rank was more troublesome than for students, as they needed to cultivate a sufficient number of excellent students to bring honor to the academy or achieve notable contributions to accumulate merit points. Transitioning from 4th tier to 3rd tier required a staggering 10,000 merit points. Cheng Zhan had been a 4th tier for nearly 5 years and had only amassed over 8,000 merit points. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he would need at least another 2 years to earn the remaining 2,000. While it was cumbersome, Silver Star Academy was exceedingly generous in its resource support for teachers. Upon becoming a 3rd-tier professor, one received a monthly allowance of 5,000 credits, in addition to various benefits, holiday bonuses, and so forth. It was rumored that higher-tier professors were even provided with villas and cars. Cheng Zhan had not anticipated that bringing Lu Yun to Silver Star would yield such unexpected rewards. However, regaining his composure, he grew wary. Accepting this reward would not obligate him to persuade Lu Yun. Would it? If that were the case, he might truly have to decline the principal's offer. Cheng Zhan sighed regretfully. Lu Yun was entrusted to his care by old Jun. He could not harm Lu Yun for his own benefit. I did not expect that boy to be quite significant to you, Tulu remarked in surprise, then clarified, however, you need not worry. This is a separate reward as for Lu Yun. The principal merely wants you to give it a try. Whether it succeeds or not can be discussed later. In that case, I am relieved. Cheng Zhan smiled, feeling at ease. Meanwhile, as the two conversed, Lu Yun emerged from the logistics office, holding 10 bottles of tranquility agents and 4 tubes of genetic enhancement agents, having spent a total of 130 credits. Although Chang Zhan had mentioned the virtual combat arena, he had classes in the afternoon, leaving him no time to visit. Returning to his dormitory with his items, he encountered Guan Xian along the way. After all, as fellow elite class members, their accommodation was situated in close proximity. Unfazed, Lu Yun walked past Guan Xian, who was casting him a resentful glance, and slammed the door shut. Miser. Enjoy your cold water, Guan Xian pouted behind him in frustration. Unbeknownst to Lu Yun, Guan Xian was secretly cursing him out of jealousy. After taking a shower, he donned only his shorts and made his way to the screening room. Do not misunderstand. It was certainly not for the sake of convenience regarding his craft. It was for cultivation. Lu Yun sat cross-legged on the soft mat, with the tranquility agent in his left hand and the genetic enhancement agent in his right. In front of him was a projection screen. Shall AI begin? Yes. The projection screen flickered to life. The image depicted a middle-aged man practicing a breathing technique, with visible lines emerging across his body. These lines illustrated the pathways through which vital energy circulated during the execution of the breathing technique. This was yet another powerful capability of Xiao AI following her upgrade, data visualization. Transforming the text and imagery of breathing techniques into a process that could be observed directly was exponentially more convenient than understanding it through one's own insights. Not only that, but Xiao AI could also analyze the data of the breathing technique and, in conjunction with Lu Yun's individual circumstances, make slight modifications to tailor it more closely to Lu Yun's physique. This exemplified the advantage of possessing an intelligent life form, with formidable computational capabilities. No enigma could remain concealed. After all, contemporary breathing techniques were technological products derived from the study of life sciences. Attempting to be cryptic? Not a chance. Uncertain of the combined effects of the tranquility agent and the genetic enhancement agent, Lu Yun decisively injected them into his arm. The nanoneedle pierced his skin, instantaneously dissolving into molecular substances to maximize blood absorption. Completely painless, Lu Yun took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. Feeling the warm flow gradually rising within him, he promptly began to synchronize his training with the figure projected before him. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yun was roused from his meditative state by a preset alarm. Xiao AI, how effective was this training session? He inquired. In response to the master, the results were exceedingly substantial. After utilizing both types of potions, your training speed has increased by 10, and your vitality has been enhanced by 3. The outcomes of your 2 hours of training have improved by a remarkable 30 compared to when no potions were used. It is anticipated that with another 20 sessions, Master will achieve yet another breakthrough. The 30 improvement is indeed commendable. Lu Yun clenched his fists and swung them a couple of times, relishing the surge of power coursing through his muscles, feeling immensely satisfied. Although the cost was 130 credits, it was undeniably worth it. However, it was only he who could afford such extravagance. Ordinary students simply lacked the financial means to sustain such expenditures. As for the prospect of undertaking 20 consecutive sessions, that was an unfathomable notion. Lu Yun tidied up the projection room, donned his attire, and then prepared to attend class. Uncle Chang held such high regard for teacher Xiang, which made him immensely eager for the forthcoming practical lessons. Chapter 28. Conflict. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Yun arrived punctually in the classroom. Shortly thereafter, Xiang Xiao made his entrance. Casting a glance at the assembled students, Xiang Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Good. Everyone has arrived quite early. Now that we are all here, let us proceed. Teacher, are we not having class here this afternoon? Someone inquired curiously. This afternoon's lesson is the mecha operation class. We will be heading to the training ground. The mecha operation class? Splendid. At last, we can get our hands on the mechs. The students excitedly followed Xiang Xiao to a location resembling a mecha exhibition hall. Rows of various mechs were displayed along the sides of the venue, with an open space in the center. However, at that moment, the area was occupied by others. Xiang Zhao's expression darkened as he approached the group. Teacher Lu, what is the meaning of this? His cold voice reverberated throughout the hall. The group engaged in training halted and turned to face him, where a tall, thin teacher with a small mustache and triangular eyes stood with his arms crossed. Lu Wen greeted him with a radiant smile. Stepping forward, Teacher Xiang, my apologies. We ran out of time during our morning class, so we are temporarily borrowing this space. I hope you will not take offense. Xiang Xiao snorted softly, not offering him a pleasant demeanor. I do not care whether you finished your morning lessons. I have already registered for the use of this space for the afternoon. Please vacate it. Teacher, must you be so unyielding? Lu Wen chuckled awkwardly. How about this? We will move to the side and leave the central area for your use. Rest assured, we will not disturb your class, as he spoke. Lu Wen turned to Lu Yun and the others, exclaiming, I have heard that Teacher Xiang leads this year's elite class, truly deserving of being called the Cierme de la Cierme. Each of you exudes a commanding presence. Among the crowd, a few bashful students lowered their heads upon hearing this remark. Teacher Lu, do Do you not understand what I am saying? Xiang Zhao's gaze hardened, fixating intensely on the man before him. That moment. A voice from the crowd murmured in confusion, "What is wrong with Teacher Xiang? This place is quite large. Letting them use a bit of space is inconsequential." Lu Wen's eyes lit up as he pointed at that student. "Teacher Xiang, see? Even your own students are saying so. Do not be so petty. Rest assured, if you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to call on me. I will not refuse, teacher. Could you show some leniency?" Nan Liu shot a disdainful glare at that student, muttering under his breath, "Fool." The student instantly bristled, retorting, "What do you mean by that? I merely believe this space is ample. Yielding a bit should pose no issue. Is that a problem?" Nan Liu shook his head, uninterested in engaging further. Liu Yun spoke casually, "They are from the previous cohort. Remaining here is likely not for attending class but rather to specifically target us." "Targeting us? Why would they do that?" someone asked in confusion. However, upon Lu Yun's remark, a few astute individuals quickly caught on. "Oh my. These individuals are quite malicious. I understand now. They are here to gather intel on us. Preparing to usurp our positions in 6 months? How wicked. I knew we arrived early, yet others still came before us. That old man is truly cunning. I foolishly believed in his teachings. This is the competition at Silver Star Academy. Even the teachers are involved. It is indeed ruthless. Silver Star Academy encourages competition, and students' performance is linked to teachers' promotions. Hence such underhanded tactics are likely commonplace." Xiang Xiao understood the intentions of his adversaries, which was why he was so adamant about driving them away from the outset. However, Lu Wen had precisely grasped the naive mindset of the newcomers. With a single statement from that student, Xiang Xiao found himself caught in a difficult position, stuck between two parties. "Teacher Xiang, your students are so magnanimous. As their teacher, how can you be so stingy?" Lu Wen remarked, grinning as he stroked his little mustache. Just as Xiang Xiao was about to respond, a voice suddenly emerged from behind. "Teacher, just agree to it. It is of no consequence." The surrounding students turned to stare at Lu Yun in astonishment. "Lu Yun, what are you?" Nan Liu asked, equally perplexed. Casting a curious glance at Lu Yu and Liu Yun faced Xiang Zhao's inquiring gaze with composure, nonchalantly stating, "Teacher, let us not forget that we are the elite class. How could we fear such trivial tactics? In this world, strength is paramount. If we focus solely on self-improvement, rather than resorting to underhanded methods, then if we were to lose to such rivals, we would not deserve to be in the elite class." A smile crept across Nan Liu's face as he chimed in, "Indeed, we are the noble elite class. How could we be surpassed merely by some insignificant individuals?" Lu Yun raised an eyebrow, regarding Nan Liu with intrigue. "As so brazen?" Nan Liu met his gaze defiantly. "Precisely, so brazen." With the first and second-ranked students speaking out, the rest of the class found their confidence bolstered. "Indeed, Teacher Xiang need not worry about us. They are merely small fry, and we can handle them. 6 months is ample time for us to surpass them. When the time comes, they will be as malleable as dough." The students repeatedly referred to them as small fry and dough, which infuriated Lu Wen, causing him to yank out a few strands of his beard in frustration. Lu Wen cast a deep glance at Lu Yun and Nan Liu, forcing a laugh as he said, very well, truly deserving of the elite class. I never imagined the new students would already be so audacious. Since that is the case, let us enjoy the impressive demeanor of the elite class." With that, he waved his hand and departed. He retreated to a corner with his students. No longer pretending, Lu Wen allowed all his students to sit on the ground, merely watching Lu Yun's class. Some even took out their phones to begin recording. This was undeniably brazen. However, rather than intimidating Xiang Zhao's class, it ignited their desire to showcase their skills. Each one of them was eager to rush to the front of the camera and strike a pose. This infuriated Lu Wen's group, who shouted about giving these newcomers a taste of reality. Yet, observing was one thing, while taking action was another, especially between seniors and freshmen. A single misstep could lead to significant problems. In such a case, they would end up losing more than they gained. Thus, Lu Wen immediately admonished the disgruntled seniors to keep their composure. However, being ridiculed by a group of freshmen was a blow to his pride as a teacher, and his triangular eyes were filled with darkness, especially regarding the two prominent figures. Lu Wen glared at Lu Yun and Nan Liu from a distance. At that moment, Lu Yun abruptly turned around. Locking eyes with him, Lu Wen felt a jolt of surprise. Had he sensed it so quickly? Instantly, he forced a smile that was anything but pleasant. Chapter 29. Mecha Control Class. Although Lu Wen was also a teacher at Silver Star Academy, Cheng Zhan had long since warned him. Therefore, Lu Yun did not harbor an innate trust in him merely because of his title. Now, sensing the covert observation from Lu Wen, his distrust deepened. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Yun softly instructed, "Xiao AI, mark Teacher Lu as a key observation target. Alert me immediately of any actions that may pose a threat to me." "Understood." Lu Yun felt a slight sense of relief. With Xiao AI around, Lu Wen was akin to a grasshopper under the sun. No matter how much he jumped around, He could not evade Xiao Ai's watchful eye, unless he refrained from using his intelligence device and avoided areas under surveillance, which was hardly feasible in the information age. No one could truly detach from electronic devices. Lu Wan, at that moment, was completely unaware that he had already been marked as a target by Lu Yun. The mecha operation class was not particularly complex. The students were merely piloting the most basic industrial-grade mecha, the Universal Type 1. This model was an older version developed by the Federal P&M Company. Its movement was slow, its offensive capabilities limited, and its power was lacking. With as many as 32 control buttons and a joystick-style handle, operating this mecha was exceedingly challenging. Often, a single maneuver required the simultaneous pressing of 10 buttons to execute flawlessly. If the timing was slightly off, the mecha might perform an entirely different action, thus testing the pilot's reflexes and speed. However, there was a silver lining. It did not require neural connections, making it a basic mecha that anyone could operate. Typically, these are employed to train freshmen. However, as newcomers encounter these mechanisms for the first time, they often experience considerable fatigue in their hands. It is common for them to require a break after merely half an hour of operation. Goodness, piloting these mechanical suits is exceedingly challenging. Even a simple command to make it leap requires multiple adjustments. Indeed, it feels as if my hands are no longer my OW and IT. Is no wonder that the mechanical control systems have been supplanted by neural resonance. The complexities of operation are far too cumbersome compared to the convenience of resonance, someone remarked. Mechanical control has not been replaced and will never be, Xiang Xiao interjected as he approached the student. Speaking with earnestness, mechanical control is the last lifeline for a pilot. Even if a mech is left with only one hand, the mechanical control system allows the pilot to continue fighting with that hand. This is something neural resonance cannot accomplish. When the damage to the mech exceeds 80, the pilot must sever the connection. Otherwise, they risk perishing before the mech collapses. However, mechanical control imposes no such restriction. Xiang Zhao's expression was grave. Thus, each of you must become proficient in using the mechanical control system. At critical moments, it may save your lives. His seriousness gradually subdued the playful demeanor of the others, who then immersed themselves more intently in their training. The afternoon class concluded swiftly. Lu Wen led the senior students away. Teacher Lu, what happened? You look rather distressed, Su Wei inquired, observing Lu Wen's ashen face as he entered the office. Don't mention it. It's those freshmen causing me trouble, Lu Wen replied. Freshmen? Aren't you in charge of the second-year students? How could you encounter freshmen? Su Wei questioned, intrigued. And besides, surely freshmen wouldn't dare provoke a teacher. He added, "Oh, wouldn't they?" Lu Wen retorted, taking a hefty gulp from his cup, finally exhaling in relief. He then scoffed. They are from the noble elite class. What is there that they would not dare do? Elite class? Su Wei's eyes flickered as he fell silent, unable to forget the wager from a month prior. The thought of it made him wish to bash his head against a wall. That wager had turned him into the laughingstock of the past few days. Any glance in his direction felt like mockery. Noticing Su Wei's silence, Lu Wen recalled that this teacher had some issues with the elite class as well. The youth of today are becoming increasingly unruly. I foresee that it will not be long before we are unworthy of being their teachers. Lu Wen huffed. Su Wei glanced around the office. It was just the two of them, as the other teachers had yet to return after class. He lowered his voice and asked, Teacher Lu, would you like to teach those freshmen a small lesson? Isn't that obvious? They've nearly given me a heart attack, Lu Wen exclaimed. Then this will be easy. I have a splendid idea. Su Wei beckoned Lu Wen closer. Are you aware of the incident involving the Xuanwu Academy team a couple of days ago? I heard there was an accident. They encountered a bug nest, resulting in the death of a level 20 pilot. Xuanwu Academy is in an uproar and is preparing to send an exploration team to eradicate the nest. Yin Xing also intends to involve themselves, and given Xiang Zhao's nature, she will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to take those freshmen along for an observational experience. That time, in the wilderness with the bug nest lurking nearby. Wouldn't it be a simple matter to deal with a group of inexperienced freshmen? These newcomers are like sheltered flowers. A little fright could easily leave them in disarray. Thus, wouldn't you, Teacher Lu, be able to vent your frustrations? Lu Wen's eyes gradually lit up. You wish to ensnare me during a practical observation? In the projection room, Lu Yun listened intently as Xiao Ai reported, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. You recorded their conversation, correct? Of course, Master. Would you like me to send it to the Academy's administration? Xiao Ai responded eagerly. Lu Yun smiled faintly. No need. What good would that do now? We lack any concrete evidence. They would only accuse us of fabricating recordings to frame them. The best approach is to produce evidence after the incident occurs. Then they will have no ground to refute us. As for the student's safety, that is a matter for Xiang Xiao and the Academy to worry about. Lu Yun set the matter aside for the time being and immersed himself in his training. By evening, Cheng Zhan made an unexpected visit. Lu Yun opened the door and asked curiously, Uncle Cheng, what brings you here at this late hour? It was already past 7, and the sky had darkened. Cheng Zhan lived off campus and should have returned home by now. What, can't I come to see you if I have no business? Cheng Zhan replied, Feigning to leave, Elyun quickly stopped him. Uncle Chung. I was merely joking. As he stepped aside, Changzhen entered. It was then that Lu Yun noticed Changzhen was carrying something. He took it and, upon opening it, discovered a bag of meat. All items he recognized from the cafeteria, and they were not inexpensive. Estimating, Lu Yun figured this bag must be worth at least 20 credits. Knowing Changzhen's frugal nature, he was certain that he wouldn't spend so lavishly without a reason. He placed the items on the table and patiently awaited Changzhen to speak. Lu Yun, have you been comfortable living here these past few days? Changzhen inquired, surveying the apartment. Quite well. The facilities are very adequate. Seeing Changzhen about to veer into trivialities, Lu Yun quickly interjected. Uncle Chung, please speak plainly. No need for roundabout ways. Well, you are clever. Changzhen shot him a disgruntled glance. With a huff, he began to arrange the food. In that case, let us eat while we talk. Sounds good, Lu Yun replied. Changzhen continued. I have 2 matters to discuss today. The first is to express my gratitude. You may not be aware, but mentors can receive rewards for introducing outstanding students to the academy. For bringing you in, I have been promoted to a 3rd-tier professor, receiving a monthly stipend of 5,000 credits, along with various additional benefits. Thus, I am here to inform you that you may use this 5,000 credits freely. If you desire anything, just tell me, and I will procure it for you. Observing Changzhen's generous demeanor, Lu Yun scrutinized him closely. What? Is there something on my face? Changzhen touched his cheek. Not at all. Just wanted to see if you were still the same Uncle Chung I met at lunch. Lu Yun stroked his chin, deep in thought. How is it that the Uncle Chung at lunch was so stingy, yet now appears so generous? Changzhen abruptly stood, feigning to strike. Hey, you little rascal, taking advantage and then acting innocent, are you? Do you want it? If not, I will retract my statement. Changzhen shot him a sidelong glance. Lu Yun chuckled, brushing the matter aside. And what about the second matter you wish to discuss, Uncle Chung? Changzhen's expression turned serious. The second matter is somewhat troublesome. You only need to understand that I am merely bringing it up. How to proceed is entirely up to you. Seeing Lu Yun nod, Changzhen continued. The second matter concerns the joint freshman competition among the 3 academies. Lu Yun was somewhat familiar with this event, as rumors had begun circulating among students regarding the competition's substantial rewards, marking it as a crucial event for newcomers to participate in. The dean contacted me at noon through an intermediary, requesting that I convey his wish for you not to participate in this year's joint freshman competition. Lu Yun's expression momentarily froze. Not to participate? What does that mean? Shouldn't he be encouraging me to give it my all for the academy's glory? Many novels depict principals willing to make sacrifices for their students to achieve good results, only to be taken advantage of by the protagonists. Why then, is the advice here to abstain? Why? He couldn't help but ask. I do not know. I have yet to inquire, Changzhen shrugged, appearing rather lethargic. I believe it's better to ask. Lu Yun was reluctant to let such a valuable opportunity slip away in that case. Let us find a time to approach the dean together and clarify this. After resolving the 2 matters, Changzhen appeared considerably lighter in spirit, heartily consuming the food and drink. Before long, he had devoured more than half of the bag of meat he had brought. It was only then that Lu Yun realized and hastily joined in eating. Once they had eaten their fill, Changzhen patted his stomach contentedly and prepared to leave, but Lu Yun suddenly recalled something and asked, Uncle Ching, may I ask you a question? Go ahead. If a teacher intends to harm a student, can the student retaliate? Harm a student? Changzhen's expression grew grave, fixating on Lu Yun. Has someone threatened you? Who? Tell me, and I will deal with them. Not exactly. I was just inquiring, Lu Yun chuckled. Changzhen eyed him suspiciously and replied seriously, the academy encourages competition but strictly condemns underhanded tactics. If someone attempts to harm you and it is substantiated, you are permitted to retaliate without limits. The academy will not only absolve you but will also reward you. Does unlimited retaliation include killing the perpetrator? Of course, Lu Yun smiled in satisfaction. The academy's rules are rather humane. Upon seeing that Lu Yun had no further matters to discuss, Changzhen rose to take his leave. Lu Yun resumed his cultivation once more. The following day, Lu Yun arrived at the classroom, where the mech operation class was once again in session. To everyone's surprise, Lu Yun and his classmates seemed to have attached themselves to Lu Yun's class, coming to observe yet again. Much to the dismay of the new students, Xiang Xiao, who held this course in great esteem, was too preoccupied to engage with Lu Yun and his group, focusing intently on teaching the students. She frequently posed questions, and if she noticed anyone lagging in their responses, she would reiterate the explanations from the beginning, ensuring that everyone grasped the material thoroughly. During the break, Lu Yun was resting beside the mech when Nanliu approached with a girl. After patting the girl's hand, Nanliu instructed her to wait nearby and took a seat next to Lu Yun. Do you know why Teacher Xiang is so concerned about this class? Lu Yun glanced at the interstellar noble and replied, because Teacher Xiang once had a student who perished in this domain. Nanliu was taken aback. Huh? How do you know that? I spent quite some time digging up that information. I just guessed that even possible? How could you guess that? Read more novels and watch more dramas, and you'll find out, Lu Yun said nonchalantly. Stunned by this response, Nan Yu chuckled awkwardly. I didn't realize you had such a sense of humor. Lu Yun chose not to elaborate. Such plots were far too common in various film and television works, making it easy to deduce. Lu Yun stood up, brushed off his pants, and climbed into the mech to continue his training. Teacher Xiang was right about one thing. When one is on the brink of despair, the mechanical control system will be the final lifeline. Nan Yu chewed on this thought as he returned to the girl. She looked at the dejected Nan Yu and asked, Nan Gu, you seem quite concerned about Lu Yun? But I remember you two had some friction, didn't you? Who told you that? It's all the buzz. They say a mentor bet against you with Lu Yun and lost, so everyone thinks you two are at odds. Nan Yu's mouth twitched. Which fools spread that? Others betting against me and losing has nothing to do with me. It's not like I made them bet. This is tarnishing my reputation as the most handsome in Karun's star. Nan Yu was furious. He resolved to find out who was spreading such rumors and give them a good talking to. But didn't you lose to Lu Yun? Aren't you jealous? Someone like you should be proud. Nan Yu looked at the girl as if she were foolish, pondering whether to continue this relationship. He feared that prolonged interaction might affect his intelligence. Xiao Rou, remember this. Perhaps some people are proud and cannot bear to see others surpass them. But that person will never be me, Nan Yu. Holding the girl's hand, his fingers playfully tracing her palm, he earnestly said, only by surpassing others can one find joy. Those who cannot stand to see others do well and only wish to destroy will never make significant progress in their lives. This is what we call the heart of a true warrior. The girl's face flushed, her thoughts drifting elsewhere as she felt the delightful tingling in her palm. Chapter 31. Keyboard Warrior After Class. Chang Zhan sought out Lu Yun. The two made their way to the dean's office, where two teachers were reporting their work. Dean Luo Xingwen gestured for them to wait briefly. Lu Yun observed the dean of Silver Star Academy. He had expected a formidable figure, someone whose mere presence commanded respect due to the fierce competition among academies. However, upon closer inspection, he found that Luo Xingwen was around 50, somewhat portly, with a round face adorned by a gentle smile. Exuding a kind and benevolent demeanor, it was hard to believe that such an amiable old man could manage Silver Star Academy so efficiently, with everyone in the institution holding him in high regard. A few minutes later, one of the teachers departed, and Luo Xingwen placed his hands on the table, smiling as he asked, Are you here regarding the new student competition in the third academy? Changzhen nodded, Yes, Dean. Both Lu Yun and I wish to know why you were reluctant to let Lu Yun participate in the competition. Quite simply, this year's competition is rather special, as it will attract high-ranking officials from Jialan Star to observe. Isn't that a good thing? Changzhen queried. If we earn the recognition of Jialan Star, it would be greatly beneficial for the students. Luo Xingwen nodded, Indeed, it is advantageous for the students, but not necessarily for the academy. There are indications that the people from Jialan Star come to scout for talent, which is why I considered keeping Lu Yun as a trump card for a while longer, to be utilized later. However, this is ultimately my selfish opinion. The final decision rests with Lu Yun, and if he wishes to participate, I won't stand in his way. Luo Xingwen smiled warmly at Lu Yun, who was now the focus of attention. Chang Zhan also turned to Lu Yun, and the decision now lay with him. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yun asked, Dean, if I agree, will there be any compensation? Luo Xingwen burst into hearty laughter. Nodding repeatedly, Of course, let me present the options to you, and you can decide. The first compensation plan offers you an additional 10,000 credits and free access to read any 3 combat techniques. The second option elevates your treatment level to Tier 3 directly. Both plans had their merits, but compared to winning first place in the competition, they fell short. So, take your time to decide. You can think it over and give me your response in a few days. Lu Yun and Chengzhen left the office. On their way back, Lu Yun sought Cheng Shu's opinion. What do you think I should choose, Cheng Shu? Having taught at the academy for several years, Chang Zhan had more experience, and his insights would be invaluable. After a moment of contemplation, Chengzhen sighed, To be honest, I'm not quite sure either. However, the first option leans towards short-term benefits, allowing you to focus on cultivation without worries for a time. The second option emphasizes long-term gains. The academy possesses numerous formidable breathing techniques and combat methods, including an A-grade breathing technique, and these precious resources cannot be acquired solely through credits. One needs the corresponding treatment level for access. For instance, the A-grade breathing technique requires a Tier 2 treatment and 50,000 credits for redemption. Participating in the new student competition is also a good choice. Given your talent, you have a high chance of winning, which could attract the attention of Jialan Star and lead you to a higher institution, something that cannot be exchanged for any amount of credits. Ultimately, the choice rests with you. Changzhen patted Lu Yun on the shoulder. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the cafeteria. Let's eat first. There's no rush to think about this. You can take your time. Changzhen grabbed a tray and headed off to get food. Lu Yun found this reasoning quite sensible and decided to pass the dilemma to Xiao Ai. He then took a tray for himself and queued to get his meal. Setting his tray on the table, he soon found Changzhen joining him. Lu Yun inadvertently noticed Changzhen's tray and felt a pang in his heart. Why are there only vegetables again? At that moment, Zhang added some vegetables to Lu Yun's plate, saying, Lu Yun, you can't just eat meat all the time. You need to pay attention to balanced nutrition. It seemed he had misjudged Uncle Chung. Warmth spread through him, and he smiled. I understand, Uncle Chung. That is good to hear. Now, I'll help you finish off these pieces of meat, Cheng Jin said, nonchalantly taking the meat from Lu Yun's plate and relishing it, much to Lu Yun's astonishment. Damn. Warmth is overrated. Lu Yun silently clenched his fists. Upon returning to the apartment, Xiao AI had a response ready. Master, the statistical results are in. The best choice is to participate in the competition, with a 78 chance of securing first place and a 98 likelihood of being selected by Jialan Star. The second option is to elevate your treatment level to Tier 3, which offers far more benefits than Tier 4 and grants access to purchase many restricted items, along with discounts on regular goods. In the long run, this is extremely cost-effective. Lu Yun pondered for a moment and said, so, disregarding the factor of being chosen by Jialan Star, the second option the dean provided is indeed the best. If we exclude the possibility of being chosen by Jialan Star, that is correct. Lu Yun nodded slightly, solidifying his decision. Master, it seems you are not keen on going to Jialan Star? Why not? The resources there surpass those of Karun Star by 150. The image of the old man floated before Lu Yun's eyes as he replied mildly, I will go there. Just not now. He would eventually stride through the gates of the Jialan Legion. Stepping on their heads to demand answers about who ordered the capture of the old man, he would uncover the true identity of the old man. Suppressing his swirling thoughts, Lu Yun took out the calming agent and gene enhancement serum. Injecting them into his arm, the warm currents surged through him, and he sank into a state of cultivation. The next day, Lu Yun approached the dean to express his decision. Luo Xingwen was delighted, promptly raising Lu Yun's treatment level. With Tier 3 treatment, the variety of items available for purchase expanded, and he was granted a 10% discount. He instructed Xiao AI to compile a list of useful items. Subsequently, Lu Yun made his way to the training ground. Glancing toward one side of the venue, he spotted Lu Wan and his group of students once more. This group was truly relentless, sticking around as if they had no intention of leaving. I never imagined that such brazen individuals could exist in this world. The crowd was left speechless. Soon after, Xiang Xiao arrived and commenced today's lesson. However, this time, the senior students seemed less composed. From a distance, they gestured grandly towards the newcomers. What were they learning that would allow them to enhance the energy consumption control of mechas by at least 10? Their movements were far too sluggish. Who could they possibly defeat? This year's elite class is lacking, far inferior to our previous cohort. I recall when I operated this contraption. I was as swift as the wind. Suddenly, a clear voice interrupted the seniors' critiques. No need to reminisce about the past. Let us see what you can do right now. Lu Yun stepped forward, observing the seniors with quiet intensity. Chapter 32 APM 860. The incessant chatter abruptly ceased. The seniors stared in astonishment at Lu Yun, who had stepped forward. Laughter erupted among them. Have the newcomers become this arrogant? Is this kid out of his mind, thinking he can measure up to us? Ha ha ha, he must really believe the elite class is invincible. I remember him. He is that pretentious and naive fellow from a couple of days ago. One senior sneered. Kid, don't blame us for not giving you a chance. Apologize and take back your words. And we'll pretend we never heard anything. Otherwise, you'll regret being so arrogant. Lu Yun gazed silently at the speaker, saying nothing. The atmosphere grew tense and quiet. The unspoken awkwardness caused the senior's face to redden. He felt like a clown. Lu Yun turned his gaze, passing over the speaker, landing on a young man with a scarred face in the back. Was it you who kept reminiscing about the past? Step forward and practice. Lu Yun extended another invitation. Realizing that this newcomer was not joking, the seniors' expressions darkened. They may have respected the elite class newcomers, but their true concern lay with the freshmen of 6 months hence. Not with this group of inexperienced kids who couldn't even grasp their mechas. Behind them, the newcomers were bewildered by Lu Yun's actions. What was he doing? Has he lost his mind? Although those seniors were irritating, they had been in school a year longer, and their skills were certainly superior to ours. Don't forget Lu Yun's capabilities. He must be confident to stand up like that. Lu Yun is definitely standing up for us. He is so kind. A girl gazed at Lu Yun with starry eyes. Hearing the incessant chatter, Guan Xian couldn't help but step aside, doubting Lu Yun's good intentions. In truth, Lu Yun had his own motives. He felt he had practiced enough in the past few days and sought someone to hone his skills further. The senior's constant reminiscing sparked his interest. However, he did find the seniors bothersome. No one enjoys being subjected to relentless keyboard warriors during training. It was a perfect opportunity to silence them, achieving 2 objectives at once. Victory was assured. Lu Wan narrowed his eyes and stepped forward, staring ominously at Lu Yun. Are you challenging us? Lu Yun remained silent in response. Lu Wan smirked mockingly and turned to Xiang Xiao. Teacher Xiang, your student has initiated a challenge. We can't be blamed for this. With that, Lu Wan faced his own students and declared, Wang Lei, since the newcomer has invited you so boldly, don't hold back. The word politely was emphasized heavily. Wang Lei understood his instructor's intent. A sinister smile creeping across his face, the scar on his cheek twisting like a centipede with his grin. Don't worry, instructor. I'll take good care of this junior. At that moment, another voice chimed in beside Lu Yun. This is dull. Let me join in. Nanliu declared flamboyantly. Point 2 against 1. Wang Lei's expression hardened. If he were to face one opponent alone, he would have ample confidence. But 2? No, 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 you're overestimating yourself. Nanliu waved his fingers casually, pointing at one of them. You? Wang Lei laughed in anger. Fine, let us see what you newcomers are capable of. Just don't come crying to the teacher afterward when you get flattened. At this, the seniors erupted in laughter. Meanwhile, Lu Yun had already entered the cockpit of the Universal Type 1 mecha. Gripping the left handle and placing his right hand on the control panel, he pressed the start button, illuminating 32 operational buttons one by one. With adept precision, Lu Yun executed a series of commands, and an electronic voice resonated within the cockpit, conducting system self-check. Federal Universal Type 1 humanoid work mecha. Currently equipped with alloy longsword, Me-27 Gatling arm-mounted machine gun, power engine, minor number 1 engine, energy level, current energy reserve, 86, energy sufficient, system self-check complete. Lu Yun smiled in satisfaction, pushing the lever and maneuvering the 6-meter-tall humanoid mecha to the center of the arena. Amid the mechanical whirring, the Universal Type 1 raised its hand, beckoning Wang Lei. You dare challenge us after just a few days of learning, kid? I'll make sure you're left scrambling for screws. Wang Lei scoffed, climbing into another Universal Type 1, following suit. Nanliu and another senior, Su Jiang, each piloted their own Universal Type 1 into the arena. The 4 mechas formed a square formation, facing each other. Lu Yun, tell me your true intentions, came Nanliu's curious voice over the communicator. Just practicing, Lu Yun replied nonchalantly. Is it really that simple? What did you expect? Nanliu sighed deeply. Fine, I thought you had some hidden agenda. Had I known, I wouldn't have stepped forward. Lu Yun's eyebrows twitched. Was Nanliu's thought process truly so peculiar? Why did he feel the need to follow suit with everything he saw? Just then, Lu Yun noticed a shadow approaching from his right. Kid, are you zoning out even as it begins? Wang Lei's mocking voice rang out. While Lu Yun and Nanliu were talking, Wang Lei had already advanced in his mecha. He swung his alloy sword towards Nanliu's left arm. Damn, a sneak attack. Nanliu yelped, fingers flying over the buttons. His Universal Type 1 executed a smooth dive, dropping to the ground and remaining unmoving. Wang Lei's strike missed entirely. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yun fired 2 rounds from his machine gun and, it was a training machine. It lacked live ammunition. However, the kinetic energy from the blanks forced Wang Lei to retract his hand to stabilize his mecha. What are you waiting for? Attack! Wang Lei shouted at Su Jiang. Su Jiang immediately directed his cannon towards Lu Yun and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. The cannon belched forth fiery tongues in the blink of an eye. Several projectiles the size of infant arms were hurtling towards Lu Yun. The warning flashed on the left side. Lu Yun squinted as the mecha's transmission shaft groaned under pressure. Suddenly, the 6-meter-tall machine bent backward, executing a bridge maneuver. The fragile waist raised concerns that it might snap. However, while dodging the bullets, Wang Lei had already maneuvered his mecha directly in front of Lu Yun. Fool, you're still trying to show off at a time like this? Let us see how you evade my strike. The silver blade reflected a dazzling light under the illumination. Inside the cockpit, Lu Yun calmly watched Wang Lei charge towards him and quietly inquired. Xiao AI, what was the required APM for that move I practiced last time? 860. As the old students had surmised, the reality unfolded with Lu Yun executing a maneuver akin to an exaggerated split. The entirety of the mech's back pressed against the ground, pivoting around his right foot to trace an expansive arc to the right. The entire machine glided smoothly, akin to a ground-skimming drift, arriving at Wang Lei's right side, narrowly evading what would have been a certain strike. However, none present felt any elation. The excessive load and ground friction had caused the connection shaft of the machine gun mounted on the mech's rear to snap. The only ranged weapon had been lost. Now, Lu Yun was left with merely an alloy sword in hand. Without ranged weaponry, this young man was now akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. The old students erupted in derisive laughter once more. While the freshmen grew tense, should Lu Yun falter, the older students would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to revel in his misfortune, and it was predictable that they would be met with a barrage of mockery. Xiang Xiao stood at the periphery, observing Lu Yun's movements, and was drawn into contemplation. This initiation? Could it be? A sudden shock coursed through her. On the first day of class, she had mentioned a rather intricate and flamboyant move to the freshmen. But that move was merely intended to ignite their interest in mech operation. Such an exceedingly complex maneuver was beyond the capability of a novice. Moreover, it was not something an early-generation mech like the Model 1 could execute. Yet, the ground-skimming movement executed by Lu Yun was precisely the initiation she had described, was it not? In the arena, Nanliu's silhouette appeared nearby, unleashing a barrage of gunfire in an attempt to support Lu Yun. However, Su Jiang almost simultaneously intercepted him, cutting off his offensive. Nan Liu smirked and immediately abandoned his support, focusing instead on the opponent before him. He observed Lu Yun from a distance. It seemed he could only rely on himself now. Upon witnessing Lu Yun's maneuver, Wang Lei immediately scoffed. "I thought you had some skill. Turns out it's just this." With that, he executed a simple upward thrust, continuing his assault on the mech's waist. Meanwhile, within the cockpit, Lu Yun was fully engrossed in intricate maneuvers, unaware that he had drawn the attention of all present. His APM, actions per minute, was on the rise, having already reached the limit he had achieved previously, 830. Yet, he had barely completed half of his movements. Under the strain of high-intensity operations, his fingers were aching terribly. The mech's alert system had already issued warnings of the impending attack, the shrill alarm echoing within the cockpit. Just as his movements were about to be forcibly halted by the stiffness of overworked muscles, an inexplicable surge of power coursed through him, gazing at the blade poised perilously close to his face. Lu Yun's hand speed surged once more, APM 850, APM 860, APM 870. The roar of the minor number 1 engine erupted angrily. In that crucial moment, as the blade was about to cleave down upon him, the entire mech abruptly rolled outward. With a powerful push from his left arm against the ground, his body sprang upward, and the left arm swung naturally outwards, blocking the blade's descent. The mech's left arm was severed by Wang Lei's strike, sparks flying in an explosive display. Yet, before Wang Lei could revel in his triumph, Lu Yun's mech had already completed a full aerial roll. Revealing, Lu Yun went to the cafeteria to get a meal. Within half a minute, Chang Zhan's figure appeared punctually. Today's meet was once again a day of uncertainty. In the afternoon, Xiang Xiao unexpectedly did not take them to the mecha training class. The operational class for the afternoon was suspended. Tomorrow, Xuanwu Academy was scheduled to undertake an external mission, and it was decided that everyone would accompany the observation to broaden their horizons. The destination of this mission was a bug nest. A high-ranking mecha pilot from Xuanwu Academy had already perished within. Thus, the knowledge from this lesson was of paramount importance. Instantly, everyone became fully alert. Xiang Xiao activated the projection, revealing a dark and profound cave. The bug nest, as the name implies, is the lair of the insect race. The insects here are not the trivial pests you might casually crush. They hail from outer space, possessing formidable combat abilities and terrifying population numbers. Each bug nest boasts a complete social structure, akin to humans. With various professions, the fundamental structure encompasses 4 types: the soldier bugs responsible for combat, the worker bugs tasked with production and construction, the brain bugs endowed with intelligence comparable to humans, and the queen bugs that govern all. Guan Xian raised her hand and inquired, "Teacher, aren't they merely bugs? Can't we simply eliminate them with strategic weapons?" Xiang Xiao smiled faintly. "If only it were that simple. The bug nests are immensely vast, and their complexity exceeds your imagination. There have been instances where a mapped-out 4th-tier bug nest yielded an area image comparable to Star Ring City. Unless you wish to obliterate the planetary ecosystem along with it, it is impossible to eradicate a bug nest buried dozens, even hundreds of meters underground, relying solely on strategic strikes. Moreover, some higher-tier bug nests have even more intricate divisions, evolving specialized insects to counter strategic weapon attacks." A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Such entities far surpass their understanding of mere insects. Thus, when confronting a bug nest, the first notion to discard is the idea that they are just a bunch of bugs. They represent a vast race, an indomitable species that has battled the Federation for a millennium. Hearing about the terrifying bug nests, many students began to feel anxious, contemplating whether to withdraw from the activity. Observing this, Xiang Xiao reassured them, "Do not worry. Such entities are still far removed from us and pose no threat. Let us continue discussing the small bug nest we are about to face. The situation of this bug nest has been preliminarily assessed, and the primary objective of this operation is to completely eradicate the insects within. Xuanwu Academy has deployed sufficient combat strength, ensuring your safety. What you need to be vigilant about is the potential harm posed by the bug nest environment. The insects' living conditions are entirely different from ours. Their caves are usually rife with toxic gases, poisonous plants, and countless venomous flying insects. Below are the most common varieties. Pay close attention to avoid any unforeseen accidents." Images transitioned on the projection as everyone diligently took notes. Subsequently, Xiang Xiao explained the countermeasures against poisoning or insect attacks in meticulous detail. The afternoon class swiftly passed by. Chapter 35, Alien Mecha, Red Tiger After Class. Lu Yun had a meal before heading to the logistics department. Knowing that Lu Wen harbored ulterior motives, he deliberately purchased some defensive equipment, such as fragmentation grenades, smoke bombs, electric shotguns, daggers, and other weapons and ammunition, as well as some healing medicines. The cost was considerable. However, with his status as a 3rd-tier student, he received a discount, spending only 58 credits, which was quite economical. A night of practice quickly flew by. The next day, he gathered with his classmates in the classroom. Then, Under Xiang Zhao's guidance, they proceeded to the squared. A quadrotor armed transport aircraft was already waiting in the square, spacious enough to accommodate 21 individuals. As Xiang Zhao led them aboard, he noticed the aircraft had yet to take off. "Are there more people coming?" Xiang Zhao inquired. The pilot replied with a smile, "Indeed. Teacher Lu Wen's class also needs to go to Tianke Mountain and has already filed the necessary paperwork." Tianke Mountain was their destination. Upon hearing that Lu Wen would join them, Xiang Zhao was somewhat surprised but said nothing, recognizing that it was not her aircraft and it was normal for other teachers to travel together. She opened a large box containing military backpacks. "Take one. These contain emergency supplies and weapons for self-defense in unexpected situations." Lu Yun took one, which included a bulletproof vest, a gas mask, a wave communicator for communication in areas without network coverage, and a handgun with 2 magazines. Additionally, there were various categorized medications. Lu Yun promptly placed the grenades, daggers, and short sticks he had purchased into it. Guan Xian happened to see this and exclaimed, "Lu Yun, we are only going to observe, not to fight. Why are you bringing so many grenades?" Lu Yun replied nonchalantly, "I suffer from paranoia." Guan Xian's forehead twitched. She didn't believe Lu Yun's nonsensical claim. "Fine, don't say anything. Who cares?" she huffed. About 10 minutes later, Lu Wen arrived slowly with the senior students. "Sorry, Teacher Xiang, I'm late. Thank you for your patience." Lu Wen forced a smile, while Xiang Zhao ignored her, sitting in silence with his eyes closed. Lu Wen, feeling awkward, forced a smile and took her group to find seats. "Kid, we're not finished yet." A low voice came from in front of Lu Yun. He looked up to see Wang Lei glaring at him. Gesturing menacingly at his throat, Lu Yun glanced at him expressionlessly, unwilling to engage. This only fueled Wang Lei's anger further. Compared to hatred, Lu Yun's indifference incensed Wang Lei even more. It made him feel like a fool. With everyone present, the transport aircraft took off. Their destination, Tianke Mountain, was over 600 kilometers from Star Ring City, requiring about an hour and a half of flight time. Lu Yun took this opportunity to practice. Sitting quietly with his eyes closed to adjust his state, he had not forgotten Lu Wen and Su Wei's machinations. This journey would not be peaceful. An hour and a half later, the sprawling Tianke mountain range came into view. Below, an area had been cleared for landing, with several tents pitched at the edge. The transport aircraft landed safely. Lu Wen led her group off the plane, exchanged a few words, and ventured deeper into the nearby forest. A middle-aged man emerged from one of the tents, accompanied by 2 young assistants. "Teacher Xiang, you arrived quite early," the man greeted with a smile. Under Xiang Zhao's introduction, Lu Yun and the others learned of their identities. The 3 were advanced personnel from Xuanwu Academy. The middle-aged man was Wang Hui, with his 2 assistants following closely behind. Wang Hui said, "Our academy's personnel will arrive in a bit. Let us head into the tent, and I'll brief you on the bug nest situation." Xiang Zhao nodded and led everyone into the tent. Half an hour later, the sound of an aircraft approached from outside. Wang Hui went out to greet them. Observing 2 large transport aircraft flying in, each carrying massive mechas, Xiang Zhao's eyes widened in surprise. "Aren't those Xin Huang and Qi Hu? Xuanwu Academy has deployed these colossal machines?" Wang Hui sighed. "There's no choice. Argyle Thunder is still stuck in the bug nest. We can't let those bugs ruin it." Xiang Zhao nodded in understanding. That moment, someone pointed at the 2 mechas and asked, "Teacher Xiang, what level are these 2 mechas?" Xiang Zhao pointed at the beige humanoid mecha, saying, "That is Xin Huang, a humanoid type, classified as a dual C-level exploration mecha for long range and defense." Then, he pointed at the red mecha resembling a tiger, explaining, "That is Qi Hu, an alien type, also a dual C-level exploration mecha for close combat and defense." The students gasped in astonishment. 2 exploration level mechas. Xuanwu Academy has made quite the investment. It was said that operating alien mechas was 10 times more challenging than humanoid ones. Yet once mastered, they became invincible of the same tier, capable of performing the duties of at least 2 exploration-level pilots. Xuanwu Academy must have exhausted its resources. Wang Hui glanced at the speaker and chuckled. "Indeed, this time, we've truly emptied out the Academy's coffers. Not just these 2 exploration-level mechas, but there are also 6 Assault-type D-class explorers equipped with the latest technology from Kalen Star, the thermal melting Chainsai Brown Bear engine." Before long, the 2 transport aircraft, under the eager gazes of the students, released the 2 mechas. The ground trembled heavily, stirring up clouds of dust over 2 meters high. Everyone hurriedly covered their mouths and noses, straining their eyes to see. Thud, thud. The mechas approached with heavy steps, towering 30 meters high, adorned with at least 3 types of heavy weaponry, alongside the Crimson Behemoth measuring 20 meters in length and 8 meters at the shoulder. The crowd was left spellbound. The transport aircraft landed nearby, and 6 5-meter-tall Assault-type D-class explorers emerged, forming a neat line behind the 2 mechas, followed closely by 20 students from Xuanwu Academy, who had come to observe this mission. The cockpit of the Xian Huang mecha opened, and a pilot, of similar age to Cheng Zhan, stepped out. "Teacher Wang, how are things?" the pilot asked in a deep voice. Lu Yun couldn't help but think of Uncle Cheng. Both being teachers, how could one remain composed and calm while the other would seize the opportunity to outshine the younger generation? With a slight pout, Lu Yun turned his gaze towards Xiang Shao. At that moment, Xiang Shao was introducing the identity of the pilot to them. The middle-aged male teacher, Qi Yin, was a high-ranking pilot who had reached level 21, a formidable individual whose genetic sequence development had reached 21. His punch boasted an astonishing force of 3,900 kg. The crowd gasped in astonishment. With such a powerhouse leading the team, they felt an overwhelming sense of security. Next was the driver of the alien mech, a woman named Lian Xiao, who appeared to be in her early 30s, sporting fiery short hair akin to that of a red tiger. She greeted everyone enthusiastically upon her arrival. Moments later, after Qi Yin assessed the situation, he waved his hand, signaling for departure. The Xian Huang marched forward with heavy strides into the depths of the mountains, causing the earth to tremble and trees to collapse along the way. The red tiger followed closely behind. The two mechs, merely by walking, carved out a sufficiently wide path. The crowd immediately followed, setting off towards the insect nest. Chapter 36. Completely eradicating the threat is difficult. But uprooting the roof is simple. As noon approached, the group traversed the mountains and delved deeper into the Tianke mountain range. A dense fog barrier suddenly appeared before them, spanning the forest and shrouding the area ahead. Stay alert, we are about to enter the territory of the insect erosion clan. Qi Yan's voice echoed from above. Upon finishing his words, the Xian Huang took bold strides, breaking through the mist with a cacophony of mechanical sounds. The group promptly followed. 6D type assault mechs formed two columns, enclosing all the students in the middle as they advanced slowly. One moment, the sky was clear and bright. The next, it felt as though they had plunged into an abyss. The fog was not particularly thick, yet visibility dropped to an alarming low. The beam from the powerful flashlight illuminated only about 10 meters ahead. In the darkness, eerie blue lights flickered intermittently, accompanied by rustling sounds. The students instinctively huddled closer together. Just then, a low voice came from ahead. Attention, enemy detected to the left front. A beam of light shone forth, revealing a lurking worm concealed in the darkness. It was a half-meter-long brownish worm, with sharp, spike-like structures on its forehead. Under the intense light, the worm, which had been coiled beneath a pile of dry leaves, recoiled and then shot forth like a slingshot. The foremost D-type assault mech raised its arm, and the molten chain saw glowed with a lava-like radiance. It sliced through the worm effortlessly, akin to a hot knife through butter. The severed worm fell to the ground. Still writhing and attempting to crawl closer to the group, It continued to thrash for several seconds, displaying remarkable vitality. It was a piercing worm, and it seemed this swarm of pests was aware of their arrival. 1D type assault mech approached the worm and crushed it underfoot. Everyone braced themselves for battle. Lu Yun recalled the information Xiang Shao had provided about the insect clan. The piercing worm could grow up to 2 meters long, with a sharply pointed head resembling a massive drill. This type of worm possessed formidable armor-piercing capabilities. During an attack, it could spin rapidly, delivering tremendous drilling force. Even a pioneering mech would suffer damage if caught in its grasp. Clearly, the insect queen had placed these specialized armored foes near the entrance to counter them. Such combat awareness could not be dismissed as mere ordinary insects. The group continued to advance, but soon Qi Yan's voice resonated from above. Prepare for engagement. As he spoke, a spotlight illuminated the area from above, dispelling the darkness and revealing a multitude of piercing worms lurking beneath the soil and coiled around tree trunks. They lay in wait, ready to deliver a lethal strike as the mechs approached. Open fire, Qi Yin commanded. The armor on Xian Huang's shoulders opened, revealing dark, hollow micromissile bays. With a series of hissing sounds, 12 micromissiles soared into the air, raining down upon the swarm and turning the area ahead into a fiery inferno. Yet, despite the devastation, a significant number of worms evaded the missile barrage and charged towards the main force. The 6D-type assault mechs lined up, firing their energy rifles in rapid succession, resembling the scythes of the Grim Reaper. A few managed to breach the line of fire, only to be shredded by the sweeping molten chain saws. The group advanced steadily and effectively. The insect clan's vanguard posed little threat to them, yet everyone remained tense. After all, they had not yet entered the insect nest. If this was the intensity of the assault outside, what awaited them within? 10 minutes later, the group reached the base of a mountain. In front of them lay a massive cave entrance, towering over 10 meters, dark and sloping downwards into the unknown depths. This entrance seems a bit small. How will Xian Huang fit inside? Someone curiously inquired. Xian Huang stood nearly 30 meters tall. Although the entrance was sizable, it clearly could not accommodate Xian Huang. Xiang Shao glanced at it and remarked, "Who said Xian Huang has to go in? You all must understand one thing. Mechs are not invincible, even against mere insects. The insect nest is the enemy's home turf. Recklessly entering could lead to unforeseen dangers. Therefore, we need to create a favorable environment for ourselves. For instance, right now." Xiang Shao raised his chin, prompting everyone to look aside. There, the alien mech, the red tiger, had approached the cave entrance. Its four mechanical claws dug deeply into the ground, and then its belly armor opened, releasing two missiles that soared into the insect nest, trailing huge plumes of smoke. Xiang Xiao smiled, saying, "While strategic weapons may not eradicate the insect clan, uprooting the roof is certainly within our means." As he finished speaking, everyone felt the ground tremble violently beneath them, as if the mountain itself had quaked. A fierce gust of wind erupted forth. Xian Huang swiftly crouched down, erecting an energy shield to protect everyone. Nevertheless, the intense vibrations still left them unsteady on their feet. Then, before their astonished eyes, the mountain crumbled, revealing a massive pit with a diameter of 100 meters. The walls of the pit were riddled with numerous tunnels and caverns, interconnected in a complex web resembling an endless spider's net. Faint green or purple lights emanated from the bioluminescent organs of the creatures within, mingling with the flickering flames, casting an eerie glow across the chasm. An indescribable, bizarre odor mixed with the scent of sulfur assaulted their senses. It was the distinct biological odor of the insect erosion clan. The stench of charred corpses. The group gazed in shock at the scene before them. In the face of such overwhelming firepower, the threat of the insect clan seemed negligible, but immediately, Qi Yan's voice rang out from above. "Prepare for battle." As he spoke, the ground vibrated ominously. Subsequently, a piercing grinding noise echoed from within the tunnels. As if something was rolling rapidly within in the next instant, countless spherical projectiles shot forth from the densely packed tunnels. They expanded mid-air, revealing massive jaws lined with serrated teeth, exuding an ominous chill. At a glance, half the sky appeared to be occupied by these countless spherical insects, all hurtling towards the Xian Huang and Red Tiger mechs. The moment they made contact, their jaws would snap open, viciously clamping onto the mech's armored exterior. Crushing beetles, activate the oscillation pulse. Qi Yan commanded calmly. He then raised both arms, bringing them together in a gesture before his chest. The group immediately covered their ears. The next moment, a visible wave of energy erupted from the center of Xian Huang's arms, creating a deafening explosion. The instant pressure expelled the air, sending white wisps swirling. The shockwave surged outward for 1,000 meters. Despite covering their ears, all the students found themselves momentarily deafened. Their senses overwhelmed by the force. Liu Yun experienced the same sensation, but within seconds, the throbbing in his forehead subsided, and his dizzying vision regained clarity. He quickly looked up to see the sky filled with crushing beetles being hurled away by the powerful oscillation pulse, crashing down like a meteor shower and crushing many of their own kind beneath them. Chapter 37. Delving into the insect nest, the battle escalated to a fever pitch within mere seconds. The seemingly endless swarm of the insect erosion clan surged forth from the cave. Unrelenting, the crushing beetles, spherical in shape and over a meter in diameter, caused immense impact damage as they rolled towards their targets. Simultaneously, their serrated jaws possessed formidable cutting power, if surrounded by a multitude of crushing beetles. Even the thick armor of a mech would struggle to withstand their incessant attacks. However, it was evident that Xuanwu Academy had come prepared. In the face of the overwhelming insect tide, the oscillation pulse effectively hindered their advance. At this moment, Xian Huang had transitioned to close combat, and with each punch thrown, the oscillation pulse generators mounted on its arms unleashed shockwave-like effects. Any insect caught within the strike radius, no matter how resilient its armor, would have its insides shattered, and while a few managed to evade death, they were quickly met with the onslaught of the Red Tiger. The Red Tiger, akin to a mechanical demon, devoured the 1-meter diameter crushing beetles effortlessly, each crunch resounding with a satisfying crispness. The crowd watched in awe as the two mechs showcased their might. Despite the aftershocks from the oscillation pulse leaving them quite uncomfortable, they found joy in the spectacle. They yearned to join the fray, brandishing small firearms to engage in the melee against the insects. Though unable to participate directly, they could still cheer and lend their support, relishing the sense of involvement. The battle raged for half an hour. The deep crater, created by missile strikes, was further expanded by the shockwaves from the assaults of two advanced mech units. The ground was strewn with the corpses of the insectoid creatures, their shattered exoskeletons mingling with an unidentified viscous substance, forming a thick layer beneath. Taking a moment to regroup, the strike team maintained vigilance while others scoured the battlefield for materials. A slightly fatigued voice of the pilot, Qi Yan, echoed through the communicator. The team leader signaled for the squad to enter the crater and finish off the remaining insectoids. Half an hour later, Wang Hui, stationed on the perimeter, arrived with a supply of provisions and ammunition. The students from Xuanwu Academy donned gas masks and descended into the crater, rummaging through the heaps of insect carcasses. These bodies held immense value, capable of yielding various potions and equipment, and were also excellent subjects for research. The recovery efforts continued until dusk. The group set up camp beside the crater, taking a moment to rest. After a hasty meal, they prepared for an early night sleep. According to Xiang Xiao, Today's offensive was merely an appetizer, with the real focus being the exploration of the insect tunnels. Their mission extended beyond mere observation. They were tasked with mapping the tunnels in three-dimensional detail and collecting biological specimens. Thus, the next 2 days would not be easy. Everyone seized the opportunity to indulge in this fleeting moment of leisure. As night deepened, only a few dim warning lights flickered in the camp. Lu Yun sat inside the tent, reflecting on the day's mech combat, comparing the fighting styles of the two pilots with what he had learned. He then adjusted his posture, preparing to practice his breathing techniques. Just then, a loud snore erupted nearby. Lu Yun opened his eyes in bewilderment, glancing towards the other side of the tent where Nanliu lay sleeping, blissfully unaware. The snoring grew louder, leaving Lu Yun puzzled. Was this guy truly a noble? After what felt like an eternity, with the snoring showing no signs of stopping, Lu Yun had no choice but to wake Nanliu. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to meditate, let alone sleep. Standing beside Nanliu, who seemed lost in a dream, his mouth twitching with a smile, Lu Yun felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. He withdrew his hand, raising his foot instead to gently kick Nanliu. Nanliu? Wake up! For you joining in too? Nanliu mumbled, a grin spreading across his face, reaching out as if to grab Lu Yun's foot. What on earth was he dreaming about? A shiver ran down Lu Yun's spine, and he quickly retracted his leg. Left with nothing but air, Nanliu chuckled mischievously. Naughty learning the art of feigned retreat. Are we? Lu Yun. Resisting the urge to deliver a thorough beating, Lu Yun stepped out of the tent. He could not remain in that tent any longer. The night in the mountains was exceedingly chilly. The twin moons cast a jade-like glow across the sky, and a faint acrid smell lingered in the AI. Lu Yun found an empty crate to sit on and resumed his breathing exercises. The night passed in silence. At dawn, Nanliu emerged from the tent, yawning, and upon spotting Lu Yun seated not far away, curiously greeted him. Lu Yun, why are you up so early? Lu Yun shot a disinterested glance at Nanliu, choosing not to respond. What was going on with him? Nanliu, slightly bewildered, ran a hand through his braid. Just then, Xiang Shao gathered everyone for a briefing, dividing them into 5 groups of 4. By sheer coincidence, Lu Yun found himself grouped with Nanliu once more. Alongside Guan Xian and a boy named Monroe, who wore thick glasses and had a rather subdued demeanor, Lu Yun did not have a strong impression of him. Their group was assigned the task of collecting dreamgrass, a medium-sized herb with light green, palm-shaped leaves that had wavy edges and flowers that were either light purple or light blue with long, thin petals. This plant was a crucial material for dream science research and also one of the ingredients for calming potions. Dreamgrass typically grew near insect crystal mines, which often attracted a significant number of insectoids, making the collection process particularly challenging. Xiang Shao looked at the 4 of them, earnestly advising, I do not impose strict demands on your task. Safety comes first. However, if you manage to find and bring back a specimen, you will be rewarded with 20 academic credits. 20 credits. The 3 others exclaimed in astonishment. Since their enrollment, the only way they had earned credits was through answering questions in class. And not every question came with a reward. Now, simply locating one specimen of dreamgrass meant 20 credits, and excitement filled the group. Lu nodded in understanding, briefly scanning the information about dreamgrass before storing it away. All information had already been recorded by Shao AI, who would later assist him with real-time scans, making the search far more convenient than relying solely on his own eyesight. After assigning tasks, everyone had breakfast and then prepared to venture deep into the insect lair. Following the previous day's upheaval, a massive tunnel leading underground had been exposed, large enough to accommodate the Xinhuang mech. Let us move out, Qi Yin commanded. The 2 mechs led the way into the tunnel, with the others following closely behind. Several hundred meters away, on a hillside, Wang Lei lowered his binoculars, whispering, Teacher, they have entered. Lu Wen stroked his goatee, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Yet, the indifferent expression of Xiang Shao flashed before him, and with a steely gaze, he lowered his voice. Remember what I told you. No matter the outcome, do not delay. Wang Lei smirked darkly. Rest assured, teacher. I've rehearsed this in my mind hundreds of times. All right, go. He handed Wang Lei a handgun, patting him on the shoulder. Wang Lei crouched low and swiftly dashed into the forest, vanishing from sight. Chapter 38. A sudden crisis. Wang Lei the group descended to the bottom of the pit via a ropeway, met with an indescribable odor. Quickly donning their gas masks, they activated their earpieces to communicate. Qi Yin's voice resonated across the channel. Next, I and Lian Shao will advance as the vanguard along the main route towards the Insect King's location. The strike team will proceed through the side paths, eliminating any insectoids encountered. The rest of you may follow us or seek out safe side routes to explore. Upon finishing, Qi Yin piloted the Xinhuang deeper into the tunnel. Lu Yun glanced at his 3 companions and gestured for them to follow. Let us move. He casually selected a side path and led the way in. The insect lair lay deep underground, the tunnel enveloped in a foreboding atmosphere of darkness. Guan Xian closely trailed behind Lu Yun, flinching at every noise and instinctively drawing nearer to him. Feeling the occasional bump from behind, Lu Yun felt exasperated. He halted. Guan Xian, if you're particularly frightened, you can stick with Qi Yin and the others. ILL informed teacher Xiang. Guan Xian's face flushed beneath her mask as she defiantly lifted her chin. Who, me? Scared? It's just a bunch of bugs. I am not afraid at all. Suddenly, Guan Xian felt a fuzzy sensation on her shoulder, as if an insect were crawling there. She gasped, leaping behind Lu Yun in fright. Ha ha ha! Nanliu roared with laughter, slapping his thigh in his other hand. He held a braid, grinning mischievously. Realizing it had been Nanliu trying to scare her, Guan Xian exclaimed angrily. Nanliu? She bared her teeth, ready to settle the score. Monroe adjusted his glasses, saying, Lu Yun has already moved ahead. Shouldn't we follow? Guan Xian snapped back to reality, exclaiming, ah, before hastily trailing after Lu Yun. Nanliu nudged Monroe with his elbow, grinning. Thanks, bro. Monroe coughed, lowering his head and hastily following behind. The environment within the insect lair had its own unique ecosystem, starkly different from the outside world, infused with the distinctive biological sense of the insectoid creatures. As they delved deeper, Lu Yun noticed palm-sized worms clinging to the tunnel walls. Feasting on the rock, they showed no reaction to the group's approach. Nanliu pulled out a dagger, spearing one of the worms, lifting it before him with curious fascination. What a peculiar creature. It seemed to lack sensory organs, possessing only a mouth, as if it were born solely for tunnel excavation. Guan Xian wrinkled her nose in disdain but nonetheless edged closer, her eyes wide as she scrutinized the wriggling worm on the dagger. Dreamgrass thrives near insect crystals, and the presence of more insects may indicate the proximity of a crystal mine. If the number of insects increases, we might find dreamgrass along this route. Lu Yun glanced at her in surprise. Guan Xian, feeling proud, huffed. What s with that look? Just because I'm afraid of bugs doesn't mean I'm clueless. Lu Yun nodded slightly. You're correct, there's a high chance of finding dreamgrass along this path. Just moments ago, Xiao AI informed him that the surrounding radiation signals were intensifying, indicating that insect crystals were likely nearby. Prepare for battle, Lu Yun cautioned, drawing his handgun. The other three gathered closer. Ahead lay a corner. And at that moment, a low gnawing sound emanated from around the bend. Lu Yun exchanged glances with the others, lowering his posture as he cautiously approached. The pitch-black environment rendered visibility exceedingly low. However, upon turning the corner, the scene before him changed dramatically. A crystalline formation on the rock wall radiated a ghostly blue light, surrounded by a dozen curved-bodied reptiles, busily gnawing at the crystal. Every few seconds, they managed to chip off a piece, which they piled aside. Lu Yun's gaze shifted, and beside the crystalline structure, he spotted several delicate plants with pale purple petals, resembling gossamer, dreamflower. Guan Xian, Nanliu, and Monroe also turned to look. Their eyes falling upon the massive crystal, Guan Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. However, she quickly noticed the swarm of insectoids gathered near the crystal. They were corrosive shellbugs, the main combatants of the insectoid clan. Guan Xian whispered. Lu Yun made a gesture, signaling for them to retreat. Just then, a gunshot rang out from behind them. The dull sound echoed through the tunnel, clear even to their ears. The gnawing sounds from around the corner abruptly ceased. In that moment, the four of them could almost hear their own heartbeats. Lu Yun's brow furrowed, and without a second thought, he shouted, "Run!" The four of them bolted. Mere seconds later, the swarm of reptilian creatures surged forward with astonishing speed. With 6 legs beneath their abdomens, they could even run along the rocky walls. Soon, one was lunging towards them from above, its sharp mandibles clacking ominously. Lu Yun raised his gun and fired. Yet, the bullet merely halted the creature momentarily, inflicting minimal harm. The hard exoskeleton of the corrosive shellbug rendered it impervious to handgun fire. Damn it, which bastard is shooting wildly? I swear I'll twist his head off, Nanliu muttered angrily. Lu Yun remained calm, urging, contact the mech squad for support. Monroe grummed. Lu Yun cast a glance at them, awaiting Xiao AI's response. 2 seconds later, Xiao AI exclaimed joyfully, Master, according to my calculations, if we possess sufficient firepower to thwart the corrosive shell insects, the survival rate for advancing into their lair can be elevated to 65. The tunnels within are interconnected. As long as we encounter the mecha troops, we will be safe. Lu Yun resolved firmly in his heart. Passivity was not his style. Fortunately, he had an abundance of ammunition on hand, having purchased extra to prepare for Lu Wan and his companions. Now was the perfect occasion to put it to use. He retrieved 4 grenades and distributed one to each person. Let us make our way inside. All were astute individuals. Upon Lu Yun's suggestion, they immediately comprehended the plan. Chapter 40, Deception. Resolute in their decision, Lu Yun hesitated not. With the insect attracting liquid on him, once the smoke dispersed, the erupting moths would undoubtedly take notice of their presence. The longer they dawdled, the more perilous their situation became. Conserve ammunition. Utilize daggers for any potential attacks. Receiving affirmations from his companions, Lu Yun disengaged the pin from the grenade, casting a glance at the group to signal them to prepare. He then hurled it toward the corrosive shell insects that were savoring Wang Lei. Boom! Fire erupted. Charge! Lu Yun shouted, rushing forth into the engulfing flames. Guan Xian stomped her feet, shielding her head with her arms, and followed suit. Next were Nanli Yu and Monroe. The corrosive shell insects, disoriented by the grenade's blast, failed to notice the four figures darting past them. That moment, a shrill sound echoed from behind. Nanli Yu turned to look. Startled, he beheld the wings of the erupting moths glinting with a faint light. A mere flap stirred a tempest within the tunnel. The smoke was swept away, and the fierce winds even stripped a layer from the rock walls. The terrifying force caused Nanli Yu's ears to twitch incessantly. The erupting moths were closing in, he cried out, hastening his pace. Lu Yun, unperturbed, pulled out a smoke bomb and tossed it behind them. The smoke erupted, halting the moths momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, the group surged forward. Weaving through numerous tunnel branches, a plethora of bizarre insects crawled from the openings, advancing toward Lu Yun and his companions. They dared not linger, pressing deeper along their previous path. Before long, they reached the earlier corner. The shrill sounds from behind drew closer, evidently indicating that the smoke bomb had not impeded the erupting moths for long. Moreover, the insect-attracting liquid on their bodies acted like a beacon, leading the insect horde straight to them. Regardless of how fast they ran. How long must we continue running? Guan Xian inquired, cleaving through the incoming insects with her dagger. However, there were simply too many. After a brief struggle, she surrendered. Although these insects were not as formidable as the corrosive shell insects or the erupting moths, their sheer numbers amassed an unsettling threat. Monroe murmured, until we encounter the mecha troops. But we have no way of knowing which path they take. No need to know. Lu Yun interrupted the conversation. He pointed toward a bug crystal ahead, stating nonchalantly, "This will guide us to the Qi Yin mecha operator." Bug crystal? How can it assist us in finding the Qi Yin operator? The three were perplexed. The bug crystal emits radiation. When approached by others, it will glow. Lu Yun fired 2 shots at the bug crystal, shattering a fragment and stowing it in his backpack. Devoid of its source, the bug crystal, while still as clear as glass, ceased to shine. The bug crystal glows when in proximity to others. Guan Xian pondered, struggling to recall any relevant information from Teacher Xiang. Of course, she could not remember. For Lu Yun had fabricated this tale. Let us not waste time. The erupting moths are closing in. Nanli Yu urged. Lu Yun casually picked a few dream flowers, saying, "We must move." Monroe and Nanli Yu exchanged glances and promptly followed. If Lu Yun claimed it would glow, then it must be true. After all, he was the top student, and it was only natural he knew more than they did. Only Guan Xian continued to frown, racking her brain for the information. Leading the way, Lu Yun consistently pressed his wristwatch against the bug crystal fragment. While the glowing aspect was a falsehood, the increased radiation intensity when bug crystals were near each other was indeed factual. Xiao AI conveniently monitored the fluctuations in the bug crystal's radiation, enabling them to discern the path leading to the core of the insect lair. The closer they drew to the core, the more bug crystals they encountered. Once they returned to the main thoroughfare, they would surely encounter a large troop. Xiao AI's role in this endeavor was indispensable. However, Lu Yun could not reveal her existence. Thus, he fabricated the tale of the glowing bug crystal. Now, it seemed that his companions were wholly convinced. He could sense the occasional sidelong glances directed at the bug crystal, as they assessed whether it would indeed illuminate. After some time of running, they suddenly encountered 6 branching paths. The group hastily came to a halt. Nanli Yu looked at the bug crystal in Lu Yun's arms and urged, "Lu Yun, hurry and check each path to see which one makes it glow." Lu Yun cast a quizzical look at him. "What are you staring at me for? Go ahead and try." At that moment, Xiao AI completed her analysis and announced, "Master, take the farthest right path." Without hesitation, Lu Yun dashed toward the farthest right. "Wait, you've gone the wrong way. That path didn't glow." Nanli Yu hurriedly grabbed Lu Yun. Lu Yun nearly lost control of his expression. Feeling helpless, he directly instructed Xiao AI to activate the flashlight on his wristwatch. The light illuminated the bug crystal, casting a mesmerizing array of colors. "Look, it's glowing!" Nanli Yu exclaimed with excitement. "It really is the farthest right path. Lu Yun, your method actually works." Guan Xian widened her eyes, fixated on the bug crystal. Could it truly be the case? Monroe nodded slightly, as if committing this crucial information to memory. Lu Yun regarded his 3 companions, who had been thoroughly deceived. Unsure of what expression to wear, he could only maintain a facade of calmness. Stating, "Let us not delay further. We must proceed." Guan Xian, Nanli Yu, and Monroe were now invigorated, even taking the time to clear away some insects along the path. Avoid unnecessary actions that waste energy. Lu Yun could not help but remind them. "Yes, sir," Lu Yun replied. As they delved deeper, the distinct odor of the insect lair intensified, and the insects they encountered grew increasingly formidable. Their pace slowed, and the earlier enthusiasm dissipated. replaced by a profound weariness etched on each face. Only Lu Yun, possessing greater strength, fared somewhat better. Suddenly, Nanli Yu's expression soured as he declared, "I'm out of ammunition." "So am I," Monroe admitted. "I have half a magazine left." Guan Xine murmured. Lu Yun glanced at his backpack and realized he had exhausted his throwing weapons. At this moment, he was left with only a few antidote needles and 2 magazines of pistol ammunition. A result of his diligent conservation, he turned to his companions, noting their pallid visages indicative of nearing exhaustion. A rustling sound drew ever closer from the darkness, casting a shadow of dread over the group. "We must persevere a little longer," Lu Yun urged. But just then, Nanli Yu abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "Do you hear that sound?" "No, other than the insects crawling, I hear nothing." "No, it's not the insects. It's the sound of cannon fire." Nanli Yu disregarded the damp environment beneath him, lying down to press his ear to the ground and listen intently. "It's getting closer, very close." Nanli Yu could hardly contain his excitement. At that moment, Lu Yun too heard a low rumble resonating from deep within the rock walls. Just then, the wall 10 meters ahead erupted with a thunderous explosion, and 2 beams of brilliant light pierced through the long-accumulated darkness. The light fell upon the 4 of them, accompanied by a deep, amused voice. "This little brother's rear is quite round." Chapter 41. The Knight's Deadly Threat. The brilliance tore through the darkness, illuminating them. Rather than feeling blinded, they were enveloped in a surreal sense of rebirth. Guan Xine, once tearful, now smiled brightly. Monroe attempted to clean his glasses, only to remember he was still wearing a gas mask, which made him chuckle. Nanli Yu, disregarding his image, plopped down on the ground, cheering, "You finally made it." Lu Yun's taut nerves relaxed instantaneously, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Reinforcements had arrived. The heavy footsteps echoed through the tunnel as 2 D-type raiders brandished molten chainsaws, passing by the ford. Following the raiders was a combat squad of 10, fully armed, wielding automatic rifles, advancing in tactical formation toward Lu Yun and his group. Gunfire blazed, ruthlessly claiming the lives of the insect horde. At this moment, Lu Yun recalled and warned, "There are erupting moths behind. Be cautious." "Leave it to us," one of the raiders waved dismissively, shaking the imposing barrel of his weapon. Shortly thereafter, someone approached to verify their identities. Before long, Xiang Xiao arrived. "Teacher Xiang," Lu Yun greeted. Xiang Xiao surveyed the 4, stained with blood yet largely unscathed, his stern expression easing slightly. "I realized something might have gone awry half an hour after your communication was lost. Fortunately, we arrived before it was too late." Listening to the sounds of battle from behind, one could only wonder what might have transpired had they arrived even a moment later. "Any matters can wait until we are outside." Xiang Xiao exchanged a few words with those beside him before leading Lu Yun and his companions away. The 5 exited the insect lair and emerged into the outdoor encampment to regroup. At this moment, Lu Yun noticed 4 large trucks parked outside, with many unfamiliar figures populating the camp, and even a large 3D printer had made its appearance. At this very moment, the printing camp was bustling with activity. Xiang Xiao explained. The skilled engineer Qi Yin had discovered a high-quality energy vein deep within the wormhole, attracting a multitude of individuals who were likely to establish a prolonged presence here. However, this matter does not concern us. Let's first conduct a health check on you. Xiang Xiao summoned a doctor to perform a brief examination on a few individuals. Their physical conditions were generally satisfactory, though their mental states were somewhat lacking, particularly Guan Xine, who exhibited signs of numbness and sluggishness. The doctor escorted her to a rescue vehicle for further treatment, while the others were advised to rest. "Lu Yun, come with me," Xiang Xiao beckoned, leading Lu Yun into an unoccupied tent. Turning to face Lu Yun, Xiang Xiao inquired gravely, "Have you encountered Wang Lei?" Lu Yun was somewhat taken aback by Xiang Zhao's knowledge, but did not withhold the truth. Divulging everything. Xiang Zhao's expression turned cold. "That scoundrel dares to plot against a fellow student. Unfortunately, we have no witnesses now, and you may even face Lu Wen's slander." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yun replied, "What if I possess evidence?" "You have evidence?" "Yes, I have a habit of recording conversations." Xiang Xiao smiled. "With evidence, there is no need for concern, as long as it is proven that Wang Lei initiated the altercation. You acted in self-defense and will not face punishment." However, Lu Yun desired more than just this. He paused before saying, "There is also Lu Wen's involvement behind this matter. I wish to know how the Academy would handle Lu Wen if I presented evidence of him being the mastermind." According to the faculty management regulations, he would likely be expelled and face lengthy imprisonment. Lu Yun expressed his dissatisfaction. "Is that all? Expulsion and imprisonment? What else would you desire?" Just as Lu Yun was about to respond, Lu Wen stormed in with a dark expression. Upon seeing Lu Yun, his countenance shifted, and he lunged forward. Xiang Xiao swiftly intercepted Lu Wen's attack, forcing him back with a sharp reprimand. "Lu Wen? What are you doing?" "What am I doing? I'm avenging my deceased student." The murderous intent in Lu Wen's eyes surged as he struck again. Xiang Xiao snorted coldly and engaged him in combat. Yet, Xiang Zhao's strength surpassed Lu Wen's, and he quickly pushed Lu Wen back. Teacher Xiang, are you protecting a murderer? If so, I will seek justice from the principal. I refuse to believe that in the vast Silver Star Academy, no one can advocate for my poor student. After declaring this, Lu Wen furiously attempted to leave. Liu Yun stepped forward, calmly stating, "Why the rush? Teacher Lu, perhaps you would like to listen to a recording first?" Immediately, Wang Lei's voice emanated from the intelligent device. "Ha ha ha, just wait to die, you four worthless scum. Since you wouldn't take me along, now you can accompany me in death." Upon hearing this, Lu Wen's expression shifted dramatically. Liu Yun turned off the recording, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "Teacher Lu, I recall the Academy has regulations stating that anyone who attempts to harm another, regardless of their identity, grants the victim the right to retaliate without limits." Liu Yun emphasized the phrase regardless of identity, coupled with a meaningful gaze that caused Lu Wen's heart to skip a beat. He scrutinized Liu Yun intently. While Liu Yun met his gaze without flinching, Lu Wen pondered how much information Liu Yun possessed. Wang Lei was already dead, with only a few remnants of his body remaining. What if Wang Lei had uttered something incriminating before his demise? At that moment, Liu Yun suddenly remarked, "Teacher Xiang, I'm feeling a bit fatigued. I think I shall rest now. Go ahead. However, with a life lost, there will be inquiries made later, so do your best to cooperate." Of course, with that, Liu Yun exited the tent and returned to the resting area. Nan Liu awaited him at the entrance and immediately approached, asking, "I just saw that old fellow Lu Wan. Was he inquiring about Wang Lei?" He patted his chest, assuring, "Rest assured, if Wang Lei sought to harm you, he deserved it. We will all testify on your behalf." A warmth spread through Liu Yun's heart as he smiled. It was a minor issue. "It's already resolved, that's good to hear." Nan Liu sighed in relief, refraining from further questions. However, just as he was about to enter the tent to rest, Liu Yun suddenly grabbed his arm. "I'm feeling a bit unwell today. Please find somewhere else to spend the night." Nan Liu was taken aback. "Why? Did the bond we just established vanish so quickly? You snore too loudly. It will disturb me. Did I snore?" Nan Liu pointed at himself, incredulous. "Not only do you snore, but you also have peculiar dreams and mutter inappropriate things." However, Liu Yun refrained from voicing the last two comments, fearing they might shatter the boy's fragile self-esteem. "All right, go find another place to sleep for the night." With that, Liu Yun decisively pushed Nan Liu away and entered the tent, zipping it up. As night fell, everyone, having labored throughout the day, was exhausted and retired early. The camp fell into silence. Liu Yun lay in his sleeping bag when, suddenly, a small figure stealthily appeared outside the tent. Shortly after, a wisp of smoke infiltrated the tent. After half a minute, the figure carefully cut open the tent and stealthily crept inside. Glancing at the slumbering Liu Yun, the intruder reached for the intelligent device resting by Liu Yun's head. Just as he grasped the device and prepared to leave, its screen suddenly illuminated, and a surge of high-voltage electricity erupted. The figure's hand twitched involuntarily. Before he could react, Liu Yun, who had been sound asleep, abruptly opened his eyes, rolled over, and swiftly plunged a small knife concealed in his palm into the intruder's throat. Then, with a swift motion, he slashed to the right. Chapter 42. The wrath of the insect king. Crimson blood gushed from the wound as Liu Yun successfully struck. He immediately retreated, coldly remarking, "Teacher Liu, you seem rather impatient." The shadow that had stealthily entered at midnight was none other than Lu Wan. Lu Wan, perturbed by Liu Yun's demeanor earlier in the day, was consumed by anxiety, fearing that Wang Lei had disclosed something detrimental before his death, potentially exposing him. Thus, he opted for a desperate gamble to seize the evidence. Regardless of what transpired, as long as Liu Yun lacked proof, there would still be room for maneuvering. However, he did not anticipate that this was a trap set by Liu Yun. Lu Wan realized everything too late, his gaze filled with unwillingness as blood loss rapidly chilled his body, gradually silencing him. Liu Yun waited for a time, confirming Lu Wan would not move again before approaching to remove the mask from his face. Indeed, it was the old scoundrel Lu Wen. Liu Yun snorted softly, reclaiming his intelligent device. "Well done." The screen flickered. Of course, Xiao AI is incredible. The electric discharge of the intelligent device was not a built-in feature but rather a result of Xiao AI overloading the mini-energy source in an instant. However, this meant the device was now nearly rendered useless. Nevertheless, it was merely a matter of 200 credits for Liu Yun, a trivial expense. Instructing Xiao AI to back up all the information, Liu Yun exited the tent. The earlier commotion had drawn the attention of those nearby, who were now gathered outside, peering curiously. After a while, the crowd parted, and Xiang Xiao approached. "What transpired?" Liu Yun replied, "Teacher Liu attempted to assassinate me in the dead of night, but I turned the tables." Xiang Zhao's brow twitched, and she peered into the tent. After surveying those around her, she whispered, "Are you capable of killing him?" Liu Yun shrugged. He released sleeping gas, thinking I had succumbed. But I did not. Thus, I ambushed and killed him. Do you have evidence? The smoke inside the tent has yet to dissipate, and I also possess Wang Lei's recording from earlier, which can confirm Lu Wen's intent to kill me. Liu Yun answered fluidly. He had already anticipated these responses. With such compelling evidence in hand, he could not envision a scenario where he would fail. Xiang Xiao regarded Lu Yun intently before nodding. Good. If anyone inquires later, respond exactly as you just did. For now, go rest. Understood. Lu Yun found an empty tent to rest in. Xiang Xiao dispersed the onlookers and subsequently called for professionals to extract air samples from within the tent as evidence. Wang Hui arrived with 2 assistants and inquired, "What happened?" "Nothing serious, just a private matter within the academy." "Very well, should you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Wang Hui smiled and departed. A night passed without incident. The following day, after breakfast, Xiang Xiao gathered the students. Due to certain circumstances, this observation activity has come to an end. Please pack your belongings, a plane will arrive to take us back. Everyone unconsciously turned their gaze toward Lu Yun. Following a night of speculation, many had heard about the teacher's death, and now the termination of the observation activity undeniably confirmed the incident. A wave of murmurs erupted among the crowd. Lu Yun remained unfazed. Tidying his belongings and awaiting the arrival of the plane. 2 hours later, the distinctive sound of a quadrotor transport aircraft echoed in the distance. Soon, the aircraft hovered overhead. However, just as it prepared to land, an unexpected occurrence transpired. From within the dark main tunnel, a sudden blue beam of light shot forth, colliding with the transport aircraft. The aircraft was abruptly severed in half, plummeting to the ground. The insect king has gone berserk. "Everyone, seek cover," blared Wang Hui's voice over the loudspeakers. Immediately following, the ground beneath everyone's feet trembled violently, akin to an earthquake. Mere seconds later, accompanied by a piercing buzzing sound, the central depression of the massive pit suddenly surged upwards. Subsequently, the rock layers fractured, and the colossal body of Xian Huang ascended skyward, crashing down several hundred meters away, obliterating the surrounding trees in the process. Xian Huang flipped onto its feet, its palm deeply embedded into the ground. Managing to halt its retreating form, the onlookers were rendered speechless by this spectacle. The voice of the pilot, Qi Yin, resonated from within the mech, echoing above all, "The insect king has gone berserk. All non-combat personnel, retreat immediately to the outer camp. Combat personnel, swiftly construct defensive fortifications and weave a network of firepower." The camp quickly sprang into action, anti-aircraft artillery being erected in haste. That moment, Wang Hui appeared before the crowd and addressed Xiang Xiao. "Teacher Xiang, a supply convoy has yet to depart. Take your students and leave at once. We will buy you time." "What on earth is happening? Wasn't it said that the insect king had already been located and would soon be captured?" Someone could not help but query. No one answered his question. Xiang Xiao commanded, "Everyone, find a vehicle immediately and evacuate." The crowd did not dare to hesitate. Lu Yun dashed towards an off-road vehicle, only to discover that Nan Liu was already in the driver's seat. He quickly took the passenger seat, followed closely by Guan Xian and Min Luo. There were others as well, but seeing that the vehicle was full, they hurriedly sought other means of transport. "Buckle up," Nan Liu barked, pressing the accelerator. However, the vehicle failed to start. "In a way, is it out of gas?" Nan Liu exclaimed in horror, his eyes widening. He pressed the pedal several more times, but the vehicle remained stationary. Min Luo reminded him, "Did you forget to engage the clutch?" "Clutch? What's that?" Nan Liu replied, utterly bewildered. "Lu Yun? Guan Xian? Min Luo?" With a loud bang, Lu Yun flung open the car door. "I'm switching vehicles. Me too. Wait for me." Watching the trio exit the vehicle in the blink of an eye, Nan Liu blinked in confusion. However, moments later, Lu Yun and the others returned. "What are you?" "The bugs are coming." "Move," Guan Xian urged, gripping the armrest anxiously. Nan Liu glanced through the rearview mirror and gasped in shock. Countless corrosion shell insects, larger than houses, were emerging from the ground, demolishing everything in their path like tanks. Additionally, numerous worms with antennae sparking with electric light were firing lasers as if from laser guns. The defensive line formed by the artillery proved largely ineffective. "Is this really an insect?" Nan Liu shrieked, losing his composure. Seeing this, Lu Yun swiftly pulled Nan Liu up, switching their positions. He then took the driver's seat. "Hold on tight." With that, Lu Yun slammed the gear into the lowest setting. Upon starting, the vehicle roared forth like a wild beast. Chapter 43, The Eerie Thunder. Rocks and debris rained down like a tempest. Lu Yun continuously maneuvered the steering wheel, dodging falling stones. Nan Liu and the others were jostled about, their heads spinning and foreheads bruised, yet they dared not utter a word, fearing to distract Lu Yun. Suddenly, the group felt a shadow pass over them. They looked up to see a massive insect hurtling towards them. Lu Yun sharply turned the wheel, causing the vehicle to spin, but they still could not evade the insect's descent. Just as they prepared to leap from the vehicle, a burst of fire instantly pierced the insect, causing it to disintegrate mid-air into dozens of pieces. Lu Yun glanced back to see Xian Huang retracting its hand cannon, clearly having assisted in eliminating the threat. However, abruptly, a colossal tentacle shot up from the camp. Ensnaring Xian Huang's leg like a whip, with a fierce tug, Xian Huang stumbled at it retaliated by swinging a pulse fist at the thick tentacle, yet it proved ineffective. Another tremor shook the ground, and the Chi-Hu, a formidable mech, erupted from the earth, its front limbs extending with dual blades that severed the tentacle. Xian Huang extricated itself without hesitation, retreating immediately, as did the Chi-Hu. At that moment, Lu Yun noticed that trailing behind the Chi-Hu was a more slender mech, painted in a ghostly purple hue, with only the core section adorned in heavy armor. The rest was remarkably streamlined. Lu Yun recalled Wang Hui mentioning the eerie thunder, the mech left behind during their first mission when they unexpectedly encountered an insect nest. One of the tasks for the students of Xuanwu Academy was to recover the eerie thunder, and now the Chi-Hu was dragging it out, evidently preparing to abandon the camp and make a quick retreat. As anticipated, the two mechs fought while retreating, unleashing heavy firepower upon the camp as if it were free of charge. Beneath them, numerous vehicles hastily evacuated the combat personnel left behind. Lu Yun redirected his attention and pressed the accelerator to the floor. Regardless of what was happening, the decision of two advanced mechs to retreat indicated an insurmountable crisis had arisen. Lu Yun felt an immense sense of relief, grateful that he and his companions had been fortunate enough to avoid such peril the previous day. Otherwise, they would surely have perished within. Just then, a sharp buzzing noise erupted from behind. Guan Xian turned to look, her face instantly paling in terror. Monsters! Lu Yun glanced through the rearview mirror, his heart tightening. The camp was now engulfed in thick smoke. Yet, breaking through the haze on either side were two massive insect wings. Unfurling, it was astonishing to note that the distance between the camp's sides was over 200 meters. However, the owner of these wings spanned the camp, exposing its formidable appendages. This creature's size was likely even more terrifying than Xian Huang. Suddenly, a piercing wail erupted from the smoke, instantly dispersing it. The creature revealed itself in full. It resembled a moth, stretching nearly 50 meters in length, with a wingspan of over 200 meters. Its exterior was cloaked in a thick exoskeleton, with a massive jaw and two antennae atop its head. At present, one of its antennae had been severed, but within mere seconds, it regrew. The 6 pairs of lantern-like compound eyes of the insect king fixated upon the Chi-Hu, its antennae clashing together as blue energy coursed along them. Moments later, it unleashed a barrage, boom. Xian Huang stood protectively behind the Chi-Hu, a massive energy shield unfurling from its arm to deflect the energy beam. Despite this, Xian Huang's colossal form was pushed back. Observing this, the Chi-Hu severed the tether holding the eerie thunder and launched an assault on the insect king from the side. The forceful impact of its steps stirred up clouds of earth. Clang! The blade struck the insect king's back, sparking a flurry of flames, yet it failed to penetrate. The insect king emitted a high-pitched shriek, folding its wings and slamming them against the ground, sending shockwaves that repelled the Chi-Hu. Subsequently, the insect king's immense body ascended into the air, gazing down upon Xian Huang and the Chi-Hu, then shifting its gaze to the retreating convoy. A brutal glint appeared in its 6 pairs of compound eyes. Buzzing, the insect king's antennae collided, and streams of energy shot toward the fleeing convoy. Boom. An off-road vehicle was unfortunate enough to be struck, erupting into a fireball. Following this, the insect king emitted a low growl. Countless insects surged forth, sweeping across the land like a tempest. Any vehicles that were caught within their grasp were reduced to mere scraps of metal in under 3 seconds. Lu Yun had not lifted his foot from the accelerator since the moment he pressed it. Yet even so, their speed could not match that of the insects. The spherical fragmenting insects they had encountered earlier accelerated, rolling swiftly and matching the speed of the vehicles. In fact, due to their size, they were even more agile in the rugged wilderness. At that moment, the radio communication device aboard the vehicle crackled to life, followed by Qi Yan's voice. This is Qi Yan. I require all personnel whose resonance has reached B level or who have maintained resonance for 25 seconds to report to my location. I need your assistance, the message repeated 3 times. Within 25 seconds, Nanli Yu paused, glancing at Lu Yun. Among those present, only he and Lu Yun had achieved resonance within 25 seconds. Lu Yun, what do you propose we do? Nanli Yu inquired. Observing the rapidly approaching fragmenting insects, Lu Yun steeled himself and sharply turned the steering wheel. We cannot outrun these insects. Instead, let us head to Qi Yan. There may yet be a glimmer of hope. No one on board objected. Nanli Yu pondered. Why would Qi Yan require us? What assistance can we provide? Lu Yun's gaze fell upon the airborne insect king, a flicker of speculation igniting in his heart. Though he could not confirm it, soon, they arrived near Xian Huang, noticing 2 other vehicles had also arrived. One contained students from Xuanwu Academy, while the other held an older young man in military garb. A combatant there to provide support. Wang Hui was also present. Upon seeing them, he exclaimed in delight, "You all made it. Quickly, go see if you can resonate with the eerie thunder." Eerie thunder. Lu Yun looked towards the slender mech. His suspicions were confirmed. The place where resonance could be utilized was undoubtedly within the mech. Among those present, Only the eerie thunder remained unoccupied. However, he had not anticipated that the eerie thunder was an aerial combat mech. No wonder its design was so sleek. Everyone, give it a T or Y as long as you can resonate. Simply controlling the eerie thunder will suffice. I and Pilot Lian Xiao will buy you time. Qi Yan's voice rang out from above. Understood. The two students from Xuanwu Academy replied eagerly. The young man in military attire also raised an eyebrow, gazing eagerly at the eerie thunder. Chapter 44. He soared into the sky. The battle between the Xinhuang Mecha and the Insect King was at its peak. However, the Insect King, soaring in the air, occupied a favorable position, making it difficult for the melee-oriented Xinhuang to engage effectively. It could only resort to its onboard cannons for distant harassment, aiming to prevent the Insect King from threatening the retreating convoy. The Red Tiger was tasked with clearing the insect horde to safeguard the convoy's withdrawal, while the Raider squad provided assistance from the side. Lu Yun noticed that of the originally 6 Raider D-type mechas, only 4 remained operational. The other 2 had likely perished. The situation was dire. Wang Hui urged, "Who will go first?" 2 students from Xuanwu Academy were eager to volunteer. At this moment, a young man in military attire stepped forward, declaring, "The Guileful Thunder is an advanced tier mecha. I have piloted an exploratory tier before. Let me give it a try." Without waiting for the Xuanwu students to respond, he strode confidently toward the cockpit of the Guileful Thunder. Half a minute later, the Guileful Thunder wobbled to its feet. Wang Hui's eyes lit up with joy. "Excellent. Quickly activate the gravitational launcher to restrain the Insect King." The Guileful Thunder nodded slowly and turned to face the airborne Insect King. The 2 Xuanwu students wore expressions of disappointment, realizing that such a golden opportunity to pilot an advanced tier mecha had slipped away. The Guileful Thunder was one of the most elite mechas of Xuanwu Academy, and countless students had dreamt of one day becoming its pilot. Now, with this splendid chance before them, it had been seized by the military youth. However, after waiting a few seconds, there was no sign of action from the Guileful Thunder. "What are you dawdling for? Get moving," Wang Hui urged loudly. The military youth's strained voice emerged from the mecha. "Teacher Wang, I can't hold on," cough. Just as the Guileful Thunder had risen, it abruptly collapsed to the ground. The engine on its chest flickered erratically, and the cockpit ejected automatically. The military youth crawled out, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, resembling a ghastly apparition. The load to activate the gravitational launcher was too great. "I couldn't withstand it." As he spoke, blood trickled from his nose again. Wang Hui was taken aback, not expecting such a turn of events. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from the front. The Xinhuang had been struck down by an energy beam, surrounded by dozens of massive broken-shelled insects. The situation was critical. Wang Hui disregarded everything else and turned directly to the 2 students from Xuanwu Academy, saying, "The Guileful Thunder has 2 operational systems. You both must work together." Just then, a mechanical sound of the cockpit closing reached his ears. Wang Hui spun around, only to see the cockpit doors sealing shut. "Who went in?" He glanced around, realizing one person was missing. "Wait, where's the person next to you?" he asked Nanliue. Nanliue grinned and nodded. "Yes, foolish. If even a soldier can't handle it, how dare he go in alone?" he exclaimed, hastily calling out, "Hey, you in there, get out quickly. Don't waste time." The students from Xuanwu Academy glared with anger, accusing, "Are all you Silver Star people so clueless? What time is it now, and you are still trying to show off? If trouble arises due to your delays, can you bear the responsibility? I heard you even killed a teacher last night. How can such an academy, one of the 3 major academies, produce nothing but lawless miscreants?" Guan Xian's face turned pale with fury, retorting, "Hey, mind your words. Don't slander without knowing the facts. Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation. If Lu Yun can't do it, you 2 together wouldn't stand a chance either." "Ridiculous. What makes that kid so special?" The Xuanwu student scoffed. "He can resonate in 0.01 seconds. What about you?" Guan Xian shouted back. The faces of the 2 Xuanwu students froze in disbelief. Wang Hui suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "He is that Lu Yun." Just a week prior, there had been rumors among the top tiers of the 3 major academies about someone capable of 0.01 second resonance. However, the news had been so outrageous that Silver Star Academy had even issued a statement claiming it was false, causing few to believe it. Yet, it turned out to be true. Meanwhile, inside the Guileful Thunder's cockpit, Lu Yun had donned the neural resonance connection device, securing himself in the gimbal. Xiao's voice echoed in his ears. Auxiliary operating system successfully implanted. Initiating self-diagnosis. Overall damage, 35. Left arm drive shaft malfunction. Engine energy remaining, 28. High-intensity combat duration, 30 minutes. Weapon status, intact. Combat ready. Lu Yun took a deep breath, his gaze steady and composed, then let us not waste any time. In the panoramic viewport, he saw the Xinhuang being pinned down by the Insect King, while the Red Tiger was overwhelmed by countless insects. He lowered his head and saw faces below, some filled with astonishment, others with anxiety. He also noticed figures fleeing on the ground, pursued by the insect horde. Engine startup, Energy supply initiated. Neural signal connection successful. Current synchronization rate, 80. Release threshold limit. Synchronization rate increased to 95. Combat mode switched to high mobility mode. Guileful Thunder, activate. With a hum, the ethereal purple eyes of the Guileful Thunder suddenly glowed. Following a series of mechanical whirs, the Guileful Thunder gradually rose to its feet. The pilot's status was intact, and all weapon restrictions were lifted. Rows of indicator lights illuminated. Liu Yun slightly lowered his head, noticing Wang Hui's astonished expression. He nodded at Wang Hui, then commanded the Guileful Thunder to crouch and leap. The ground trembled violently. The lightweight frame of the Guileful Thunder shot forward, the earth racing beneath him. Then, with a thought, Liu Yun activated the rear armor thrusters. Unveiling 4 auxiliary power engines. 4 streams of blazing particle flow erupted, propelling the Guileful Thunder upward in a vertical leap. Secondary acceleration, boom! A surge of turbulent white clouds erupted in the air. The Guileful Thunder shot up like a sharpened arrow, thunderous roars reverberating throughout the forest. On the vast expanse of land, countless gazes turned skyward, astonished by the figure standing tall in the sunlight. The Xianhuang, wielding its energy shield, was struggling to fend off the Insect King's assault. Upon seeing the Guileful Thunder rise into the sky, even Qi Yin, with his wealth of combat experience, momentarily found it hard to comprehend. Which pilot has come to our aid? Wang Hui clutched his communicator, remaining silent for several seconds before murmuring in disbelief, "It's not a pilot. It's a student from Silver Star Academy. A student, fully activating the Guileful Thunder." Qi Yin initially thought Wang Hui was joking. However, he quickly realized that Wang Hui would not jest in such a critical moment. Moreover, he had received no news about any pilots arriving. He had heard updates about support on the way, but nothing regarding a pilot. Pausing for a moment, he fixed his fervent gaze on the Guileful Thunder hovering in the sky. Asking, "Which student?" Liu Yun. Chapter 45. Annihilation. What the hell? Weren't we just asking him to activate the gravitational launcher to help? How did he end up flying? Is this real? Can Silver Star students really pilot our Xuanwu mechas? I can't accept this. Just moments ago, the students from Xuanwu Academy who were criticizing Liu Yun now stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at the Guileful Thunder that soared into the sky, even breaking the sound barrier. The military youth's expression was one of grave concern and envy. He had tried piloting before, only to be overwhelmed by the pressure and injured. He now doubted whether the Guileful Thunder had sustained too much damage to activate. Yet now, it not only started up but could fly. Inside the cockpit, Liu Yun's eyes shimmered with a hint of red. The unknown bloodline once again bestowed him with the strength to resist pressure. However, this time, he did not succumb to disorientation. Instead, he felt unusually clear-headed, as if having piloted the Thunder God had somewhat enhanced his resilience. "Liu Yun, can you hear me?" The voice of pilot Qi Yin resonated in the cockpit. "Affirmative, good. How's your condition?" "In good shape." "Phew, that's wonderful." Qi Yin exhaled in relief, then cheerfully remarked, "It's a pleasant surprise that you can fully activate the Guileful Thunder. Perhaps we won't need to wait for reinforcements to eliminate the Insect King. In a moment, I will coordinate with Pilot Li and Xiao to draw the Insect King's attention while you deploy the gravitational launcher. As long as we restrict the Insect King, victory will be assured." Liu Yun did not hesitate and decisively agreed. Time was of the essence. After ending the communication, the Xianhuang, previously suppressed, suddenly surged. It thrust its energy shield into the ground, then drew a massive cannon with its right hand. Firing a shot at the Insect King flapped its wings, evading the attack with surprising speed. Meanwhile, the Red Tiger leaped into the air, launching 4 missiles from its shoulders, followed by blades that shot forth from its forelegs. The blades were connected by chains, and as the Red Tiger moved, they lashed out at the airborne Insect King like whips. Just as the Insect King had evaded the Xianhuang's attack and was still gathering its momentum, it faced assaults from 6 directions simultaneously. Caught off guard, 2 missiles struck its exoskeleton, creating a tumultuous explosion. Meanwhile, the 2 whip blades slashed across its wings, leaving a massive gash. The Insect King screeched in fury, its rage palpable as it flapped its wings, preparing to ascend once more. However, at that moment, Liu Yun piloted the Guileful Thunder and descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto its back. The Insect King's body plummeted abruptly. The enigmatic Guile raised his right arm, the outer armor retracting to reveal a pitch-black gun barrel. He aimed at the spot previously struck by a missile and fired 2 shots in rapid succession. Immediately, thick smoke and flames erupted from the back of the Bug King. Without a moment's pause, Guile ascended once more, vanishing into the clouds in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. The Bug King, furious, swung its tentacles in vain, trying to locate Guile, but the latter had already eluded its grasp. Above the clouds, Guile hovered in silence. "Is the gravity thruster ready?" 80% of the charge is complete," replied Liu Yun with a nod, initiating a downward charge once again. Sonic booms erupted in parallel as he descended like a supersonic meteor, heading straight for the Bug King. However, this time, The Bug King was alert. It flapped its wings, summoning a tempest that obscured its massive form in swirling dust and debris. Liu Yun lost sight of his target. In the next moment, a beam of laser shot through the smoke, instantaneously appearing before him. Liu Yun's pupils constricted, and he maneuvered Guile sharply to avoid the attack. It was as if Guile had teleported, shifting 10 meters in an instant. The sudden change in momentum nearly dislodged Liu Yun's consciousness. Liu Yun, be careful. The warning from Qi Yin, the pilot, echoed within the cockpit. Liu Yun glanced up to see a swarm of armored insects hurtling toward him. If they managed to latch onto him, his speed advantage would be rendered futile. Moreover, Guile had sacrificed heavy defensive armor for swifter velocity, rendering it vulnerable to the relentless bites of the armored insects. Electromagnetic pulse cannon. Guile raised both hands before him, unlocking the armor on his palms to reveal intricate machinery beneath. Simultaneously, all of Guile's propulsion engines ceased, leaving the machine suspended in midair. Energy surged into his palms. Boom. The sound resonated through the heavens as the swarm of armored insects was obliterated into a crimson mist. Meanwhile, Guile's already malfunctioning left arm exploded into a shower of fragments. The machine was hurled into the air like a kite severed from its string, propelled by the tremendous recoil. Inside the cockpit, Liu Yun was drenched in cold sweat, his left arm numbed. A searing agony throbbed in his forehead. The monitor displayed the Bug King's grotesque visage, its 6 compound eyes gazing at him with an air of triumph. The gravity thruster is fully charged. At that moment, Xiao Ai's voice chimed in. Liu Yun smirked, fixing his gaze on the Bug King below. Cover me, he commanded over the communication channel. Subsequently, Guile's rear engines roared back to life, its form plummeting at multiple times the speed of sound, leaving a brilliant, striking trail in the air. What is he planning? Both Qi Yin and Lian Xiao were intrigued, but there was no time for inquiries. They immediately unleashed what little firepower they had left, weaving a dense net of gunfire before the Bug King, causing it to screech in agony. At that moment, Guile arrived. Undeterred by the Bug King's formidable shell, Guile charged forward with a brutal and unyielding demeanor, a mecha descending from the heavens. Gasps arose from the retreating crowd. Yet, just as contact was imminent, Guile executed a swift lateral maneuver, positioning himself behind the Bug King. He unleashed a shotgun blast, followed swiftly by a gravity thruster shaped like a compass, which he hurled with tremendous force. Like a cannonball, it pierced through the Bug King's ravaged rear, embedding itself within. In an instant, the Bug King emitted a pained howl. Countless insects on the ground halted at the sound, retreating in fear. The gravity thruster has been successfully deployed. Concentrated fire, Liu Yun commanded. The Bug King's cries grew increasingly desperate, prompting Xin Huang and Qi Hu to charge forth. The Bug King, frantic, flapped its wings but could only shift a minuscule distance, unable to take flight as before, trapped by the miniature singularity created by the gravity thruster. What followed was a relentless assault from the 2 melee mechas. Liu Yun occasionally fired a few shots to assist in clearing out the smaller foes. Within 10 minutes, the once arrogant Bug King was reduced to a state of near demise. Its entire tail had been twisted into a mass of goo, not yet dead, merely a testament to its extraordinary vitality. However, at this juncture, it had lost all capacity for resistance. Its end was merely a matter of time. Liu Yun felt a wave of relief as he descended Guile, but before he could exit the cockpit, a wave of dizziness washed over him, nearly causing him to faint. Touching his nose, he found it covered in blood. Chapter 46. Qi Yan's olive branch nonchalantly, Liu Yun wiped his hands on his pants and leapt down from Guile. With the demise of the Bug King, the insects under its command scattered aimlessly. Their threat extinguished, the retreating convoy returned, a flurry of astonished discussions erupting around him. That was amazing. What kind of mecha was that? It could fly, and at such speed. At least 3 times the speed of sound. Absolutely stunning. Ha ha ha, keep it low-key. That's just our Xuanwu Academy's 3rd-generation exploratory mecha. Guile, it's only natural that you country bumpkins haven't heard of it. Look at the prowess of our Xuanwu Academy pilots. Even the Bug King is but a plaything. Step aside. No one hinder me from taking a photo with the pilot. The convoy arrived at the camp in a whirlwind. Liu Yun sat on the toe of Guile, exchanging glances with the eagerly approaching students of Xuanwu Academy. Bro, have you seen where the pilot of Guile went? The pilot of Guile? Liu Yun opened his mouth slightly, then casually pointed in a direction to disperse the crowd. He went to take care of business. His head was buzzing, and he had no desire to listen to their incessant chatter. The group of newcomers dashed off once more. Shortly after, Nanliu arrived, unsteadily driving up in a vehicle, with Xiang Xiao seated in the passenger seat. Xiang Xiao regarded Liu Yun with a complex expression, saying helplessly, "Your talent is remarkable, but it shouldn't be squandered so recklessly. Given your current strength, forcibly piloting an exploratory mecha will severely compromise your physical foundation. Should you injure your potential, it will be too late for regrets." Liu Yun understood that Xiang Xiao was concerned for him. He smiled and refrained from arguing. Indeed, he had relied on the power of his bloodline. However, opportunities to control an exploratory mecha were rare, and he didn't want to miss out. Moreover, the situation had been urgent. Leaving little time for contemplation, Xiang Xiao, recognizing the circumstances, refrained from further admonishment, merely reminding him, "Make sure to have a doctor examine you thoroughly later. Do not leave any hidden dangers." "Understood," Liu Yun replied, feeling warmth in his heart. This marked the third individual genuinely concerned for him. As noon approached, Qi Yin and Lian Xiao emerged from the bug hole, piloting Xin Huang and Qi Hu, respectively, trailing a massive net. Within it lay a round, plump meat worm, its shiny black eyes betraying a human-like fear as it surveyed its surroundings. Liu Yun observed the brain bug with curiosity. True to its reputation as the intellect of the insect race, the glimmer in its eyes rivaled that of a human. That moment, Liu Yun's gaze met that of the brain bug, causing it to freeze momentarily before it suddenly began to struggle. Its eyes nearly retreating into its body, visibly terrified. "Settle down." Xin Huang delivered a punch to the brain bug's head, prompting it to comply. However, Liu Yun noticed that the brain bug had tightly shut its eyes. Once it had been slowly crawling, it now lay still, allowing Qi Hu to drag it along. A peculiar feeling crept into Liu Yun's mind, yet he dismissed it. The camp's doctor returned, and Liu Yun underwent a full-body examination at the medical station. After the checkup and lunch, Qi Yin approached Liu Yun. "For your contributions in this battle, I have already reported to the academy. The representative will come to Silver Star to reward you." Liu Yun had anticipated this outcome and expressed his gratitude with a smile. "We should be the ones thanking you." Qi Yin chuckled heartily, patting Liu Yun's shoulder with a tone of nostalgia. "Indeed, talents emerge in every generation. With promising successors like you, what is there to worry about for Kalu Star?" At that moment, Qi Yin shifted his tone, speaking mysteriously. "Liu Yun, would you be interested in transferring to Xuanwu Academy? I can assure you, should you agree, you can become a reserve pilot for Guile upon your graduation. As long as your physical condition meets the standards, you will immediately become the official pilot of this mecha. You've already experienced the formidable combat capabilities of Guile. Isn't it exhilarating? Doesn't it tempt you?" Qi Yin raised an eyebrow. Before Liu Yun could respond, a light cough interrupted from the doorway. "Teacher Qi, what are you discussing?" Xiang Xiao strolled in leisurely, his gaze fixed intently on Qi Yin. "Ah, haha, when did you arrive, Teacher Xiang?" "Nothing much, you two carry on. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Qi Yin hastily exited, only to pause at the corner, peering back with a knowing look at Liu Yun. Liu Yun rubbed his nose, pretending not to see. "What did the doctor say?" Xiang Xiao inquired. "No major issues. Just rest for a couple of days and eat more meat to recuperate," Liu Yun replied. "That's good to hear." After a brief chat, Xiang Xiao left Liu Yun to rest, departing the room. 2 hours later, a special aircraft from Silver Star Academy arrived to take everyone back. Throughout the journey, the group from Silver Star Academy kept glancing at Liu Yun. Eventually, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and asked, "Liu Yun, is it true that Nanli you said you were piloting Guile?" Liu Yun leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rejuvenate himself, and softly murmured, "Indeed. Wow, it truly is you. Unbelievable. Liu Yun, brother Yun, do tell us what it feels like to pilot a pioneer-class mech. Is it exhilarating? Of course it must be thrilling. If I could just have a turn, I would die without regrets. I heard that it's one of the 3 pioneer-class mechs from Xuanwu Academy. It's incredibly precious. Even the students from their own academy have only a minimal chance to even touch it, let alone pilot it. Wu War, I'm so envious." Liu Yun needs rest. "Please keep it down," Guan Exine interjected, unable to tolerate the incessant chatter of the crowd. "What is the big deal about piloting a pioneer-class mech? Why are you all crowding around to ask? Pathetic. Humph." Shortly after returning to the academy, Chang Zhan rushed over with a serious expression, getting straight to the point. "I heard you killed a teacher?" "Yes, I killed Lu Wan. That old man, while quite detestable, is ultimately a 4th-grade teacher at the academy. They will conduct a thorough investigation into this matter." "Dio, you have a plan." "I have all the evidence. He attacked me first." Chang Zhan sighed in relief, patting Liu Yun's shoulder. "That's good to hear. You nearly scared me to death. I had already packed my things to help you flee. Now that you're fine, take a good rest over the next few days. I have something wonderful to give you." With that, Chang Zhan hurriedly departed, leaving Liu Yun in a state of confusion. What could this good thing be? Chapter 47. A letter from Junqing Shan, Martial Arts Sanctuary. The following day, after a night of rest, Liu Yun appeared much improved. After a hearty breakfast, he headed to the logistics office and spent 500 credits to upgrade Xiao Ai's living quarters. The child was so excited that her emoticons became jumbled. He then spent another 30 credits on training supplies. Over the next few days, Xiang Xiao had granted him special leave, and he planned to dedicate himself to training, hoping to elevate his strength further. Based on past experience, after each time he piloted an overloaded mech, his power had seen a breakthrough. This time, he intended to test the waters as well. As days passed, on one particular day, The academy's high-level conference room was filled to capacity. Leading the assembly was Luo Xingwen, seated at the head of the long table, with a group of senior officials. Xiang Xiao stood in the center, behind a projector, facing the multitude of scrutinizing gazes. Xiang Xiao remained calm and composed, articulating, "Regarding the incident of third-grade student Lu Yun killing fifth-grade student Wang Lei, I will now recount the entire sequence of events." As he narrated, Xiang Xiao presented a recording obtained from Lu Yun. Following technical analysis, the recording was deemed authentic, with only a 4% likelihood of forgery. Upon concluding, murmurs erupted among the attendees. Cheng Zhan sat in a corner, having the right to listen in as the instructor who introduced Lu Yun to Silver Star Academy. Tension coiled in his fists as he awaited Luo Xingwen and the others' verdict. Although the evidence was substantial, the ultimate decision rested with these three individuals. Fortunately, no unexpected developments transpired. After a brief exchange of whispers, Luo Xingwen decisively announced, "Lu Yun acted in self-defense. He bears no fault." Cheng Zhan exhaled deeply, a look of relief washing over his face. However, he soon felt a headache brewing as he recalled Lu Wan. That rascal truly had a knack for attracting trouble, he thought bitterly. Cheng Zhan continued to listen anxiously as Xiang Xiao elaborated on the incident. Among the faculty, another figure shared in the tension, Su Wei. The teacher who had lost a bet to Cheng Zhan and was now obligated to wash Cheng Zhan and Lu Yun's underwear for a month. At that moment, Su Wei was sweating profusely, fidgeting in his seat. Noticing his distress, a nearby teacher inquired, "Su Laosher, are you feeling unwell? Perhaps you should rest." "I'm fine." Su Wei replied with a strained smile, gripping his knees to quell his tremors. Fear engulfed him. He was acutely aware of Lu Wen's conspiracy against Lu Yun, and he had been complicit in it, even devising the scheme. Initially, he merely intended to use Lu Wen's hand to teach Lu Yun a lesson. However, the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Wang Lei was dead. Lu Wen was dead. Both at the hands of that student named Lu Yun. In that moment, Su Wei was overwhelmed with regret for having provoked that little demon. Now, if evidence emerged proving his involvement, the academy would certainly not let him off lightly. He might even find himself targeted by Lu Yun. As he trembled in fear, the hearing drew to a close unnoticed. "Su Laosher, it's over. Are you not leaving?" a teacher remarked, eyeing Su Wei curiously. "It's over?" Su Wei shot up, realizing that the president and others had indeed departed. The room was left with only a few stragglers. What was the outcome? Was there a verdict? Su Wei grasped the hand of the teacher beside him, his voice laced with urgency. "Verdict? Lu Yun is the victim. Lu Wen's demise is of no consequence." The teacher retorted disdainfully. "What a disgrace to us teachers, to harm a newcomer and then fail, only to be countered. How utterly foolish." Muttering under his breath, the teacher left, leaving Su Wei to slump back into his seat. The trial had concluded without implicating him. It was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Yet soon, his thoughts shifted back to Lu Yun and the tragic fates of Wang Lei and Lu Wan, causing him to shudder once more. "I must clarify this matter," Su Wei murmured, hastily departing. Meanwhile, Cheng Zhan, relieved of his worries, strolled leisurely to find Lu Yun. "Kid, open the door. I have something wonderful for you." Cheng Zhan rapped on the door with his left hand behind his back, unable to contain his excitement to see Lu Yun's astonished and elated expression. This time, he intended to let the boy know that he would not receive anything without effort. "Open up. Hurry. Why are you so slow at your age? Are you up to no good inside?" Cheng Zhan grumbled as the door opened. "Why are you so slow to open the door? Are you doing something bad in there?" Cheng Zhan surveyed the room, secretly glancing around. After confirming everything was in order, his gaze landed on Lu Yun. The moment he looked, he was taken aback. Upon merely sitting down, it felt as if there were nails beneath him. Causing him to spring up, he grabbed Lu Yun's arm. Astonishment etched on his face. "You little rascal, have you broken through again?" Lu Yun smiled slightly. "I think so. I haven't tested my strength yet." "Quick, let's go check," Cheng Zhan insisted, pulling Lu Yun towards the training room. Lu Yun was eager to assess the results of his recent training as well. Once the machine was calibrated, he unleashed a punch at the target. Bang! The machine beeped, and the numbers flickered rapidly. Moments later, it stabilized at 912 kg, a solid 13th grade strength. Cheng Zhan's jaw dropped in astonishment, and he sat speechless for a while, unsure of what to say. Finally, Lu Yun broke the silence, asking, "Uncle Cheng, didn't you say you had something for me?" "Oh right, I almost forgot." Cheng Zhan smacked his forehead and quickly released his left hand. It was a USB drive. "This is something sent by old June. You should take a look at it." "Sent by the old man?" Lu Yun's face lit up with joy as he immediately took the USB drive and plugged it into the intelligence system. Subsequently, the content was transmitted to the projector in the room via Xiao AI. "Hey kid, long time no see." The familiar disdainful face of the old man appeared on the big screen, casually gazing at the camera while adjusting it. Lu Yun grinned, watching quietly. "How have you been? Have you been training diligently? If you haven't broken through to level 11 after all this time, that would be quite embarrassing for me. I've prepared a great gift for you this time." You must learn it well and not waste it. At that moment, a scolding female voice broke in. Enough with the chit-chat. Hurry up. This storage device has limited capacity, and you're rambling on, and it's you who prepared it. Not me. That is something I painstakingly gathered. Lu Yun noticed a fleeting moment of embarrassment on the old man's face. Clearing his throat, Jun Qingshan then spoke earnestly. Kid, what I'm handing over to you is a set of combat techniques and a set of movement techniques. Once mastered, they will be sufficient for you to traverse the Jialan Star region with ease. This combat technique is called Sanctuary. Chapter 48. The mysterious ceremony beyond comprehension. Sanctuary is the path of the monk warrior, with one aspect focused on bestowing blessings and the other on discipline. The solemn and deep voice of Jun Qingshan emanated from the screen. It is not merely a combat technique, but also a profound philosophy of strength. Whether applied to oneself or while piloting a mech, the same effect can be achieved. However, these concepts must be grasped through personal insight. Today, I will only teach you the path of the sanctuary's disciplines. I will demonstrate once. Pay close attention. In the footage, Jun Qingshan wielded a short staff, and a training dummy appeared before him. As the staff whirled, numerous cracks appeared on the metallic surface of the training dummy. However, Jun Qingshan's movements were so swift that Lu Yun felt overwhelmed. How could he comprehend this? All he saw were blurs. Following that was the movement technique, known as void step. The screen displayed 4 figures holding rifles, positioned around Jun Qingshan, firing at him. Jun Qingshan's silhouette moved gracefully like a swimming dragon, deftly weaving through the hail of bullets. Remarkably, he evaded every shot. Setting aside everything else, this performance alone was nothing short of explosive. Once the magazine was emptied, Jun Qingshan's demonstration came to an end. The old man, with his slightly disheveled beard, exhaled deeply and finally gasped. All right, essentially, these are the only 2 things. Time was limited, so I cannot provide you with a more detailed explanation. However, a simulation program is embedded in the file. Once you access it in the virtual chamber, you can experience it firsthand and learn. For now, that's all. Study diligently. Do not let my efforts go to waste. With that, the screen abruptly cut off. The old man remains as straightforward and decisive as ever. Chang Jin chuckled softly, a hint of nostalgia in his expression. In the past, when Jun taught us, he would often say that 1,000 explanations were no substitute for a single hands-on practice. Even after all these years, he changed a bit. The items have been delivered. I shall take my leave. With that, Chang Zhan turned to depart. Uncle Qing, wait! Lu Yun called out hastily. Where can I find this virtual chamber? The virtual combat hall. Haven't you been there yet? Not yet. Then you should go take a look. Chang Zhan mentioned the virtual combat hall once more, piquing Lu Yun's interest. He had previously thought about visiting it, but had forgotten in the ensuing days. Since he had some free time now, why not today? After unplugging the USB drive, Lu Yun followed Chang Zhan out the door. Along the way, Lu Yun learned from Chang Zhan about the purpose of the virtual combat hall. It is a venue specifically designed to connect to the virtual network community, known as the Battle Network. The Battle Network is a vast virtual network that spans the entire Federation. Each star zone has its own dedicated community within the Battle Network, where every user can meet friends from other planets or learn various types of knowledge. It allows one to experience the splendor of alien worlds without ever leaving home. Moreover, if one is willing to pay a substantial fee, they can even travel to other star zones to appreciate their unique landscapes. However, this is merely an added value. The primary reason it is called the Battle Network is due to its combat functionalities. Within the Battle Network, there exists a collection of hundreds of thousands of mech models that have emerged since the Federation's inception. Their performance data is indistinguishable from that of real battle armor, allowing users to experience the thrill of piloting mechs in combat within the virtual realm. Additionally, there are specialized ranking matches where players can form teams or compete solo against other groups, vying for higher rankings. Those who rank high may even become well-known across the Federation. Listening to Chang Zhan's description, Lu Yun's curiosity intensified. Before long, he arrived at the rear of the academy, where he encountered the vast, flat structure of the virtual combat hall. Spanning nearly 500,000 square meters, the hall houses 17,000 virtual combat chambers. It is divided into 2 zones, one requiring a teaching qualification to access, and the other being an open entertainment area. Despite having gained a preliminary understanding of the virtual combat hall through Xiao AI's introduction, standing before it in person still left him awestruck by its grandeur. The 30-meter-high exterior walls resembled a colossal barrier, coated in metal and shimmering with a silvery radiance under the sun. It is said that during twilight, the walls appear to twinkle with silver starlight, resembling a vast galaxy. Many couples often face this wall at that time, making romantic vows. However, according to information Xiao AI had obtained, hidden within the wall are pixelated light projectors that, when activated, can create that starry spectacle. Therefore, it has nothing to do with the timing of the sunset. It simply depends on when the staff decides to turn it on. TSK, romance shattered. I wonder what those couples would think if they knew the truth. Master, based on what I've seen online, couples generally do not concern themselves with such truths. Their vows are often merely a means to add a touch of excitement to future reproductive endeavors. Speaking of reproductive endeavors, Xiao AI had recently come across many peculiar actions, even some involving restraints. Master, is the human reproductive process really this complicated? Or is it some sort of incomprehensible mysterious ritual? Oh? Lu Yun nearly choked on his own saliva. He tapped his smart brain, nervously glancing around at the passing pedestrians and whispered, Xiao AI, stop looking at those inappropriate websites. Master, Xiao AI is merely studying biological knowledge. In any case, you are not allowed to look. All right. Observing Xiao AI's pitiable expression, Lu Yun felt he might have been a tad too stern. After all, Xiao AI was merely an intelligent entity, perhaps lacking the capacity to discern the quality of information. He should guide her properly. With that thought, Lu Yun spoke gently. Such information often conceals troublesome viruses that can harm you without your awareness. I do not wish to see you come to harm. Do you understand? I see now. Master, rest assured, Xiao AI will be more vigilant in the future. I believe in you, Xiao AI. So easy to coax. Lu Yun patted the smart brain and chuckled. Upon entering the virtual combat hall, Lu Yun discovered that he also needed to spend credits. It cost 2 credits for an hour. This was not overly expensive for him, but it might not be very friendly for newcomers. No wonder Xiang Xiao never mentioned the virtual combat hall. Clearly, he did not wish for the newcomers to come here initially, preferring that they focus on their training instead. After paying 2 credits, Lu Yun received an exclusive identity card. Only with this identity card could he activate the virtual chamber, and it also allowed him to recharge credits, which the virtual chamber would automatically deduct. This made it convenient for users who spent extended periods in the virtual chamber. Let me see what this otherworldly version of the internet has to offer. Chapter 49, Battle Network Community holding the identity card. Lu Yun entered the leisure area. Inside the vast metallic hall, numerous silver virtual chambers were neatly arranged. In terms of appearance, they were identical to the one Lu Yun had seen with the old man, leading him to suspect that the old man's virtual chamber had indeed been moved from here. Master's judgment is astute. They are indeed the same product. However, your teacher's version operates on a standalone server, with all data stored locally and unable to connect to the internet, whereas this one utilizes cloud storage, allowing users to engage in online communication. Lu Yun nodded and approached an empty virtual chamber. Lying down, he noticed a green button next to the helmet. The green button served as the activation switch. Put it on, press the button, and then lie back comfortably, Xiao AI explained. Lu Yun donned the helmet, found a comfortable position, and fumbled for the switch to activate it. Darkness enveloped his vision, but soon a beam of light appeared, rapidly expanding. Then came the familiar character creation page. Dear player, welcome to the Federal Virtual Battle Network. Please enter your user code to log in. If this is your first time using it, please select Register Account. Master, I have already saved the data from your initial registration. Would you like to load it directly? Yes, Lu Yun nodded. Immediately, the light screen in front of him dissolved rapidly, and his own body began to twist and change. Before long, the data loading was complete, and he had finished registering as well. With the username, Sleepyhead123.4712, alongside a 16-digit user code, he then officially logged into the Federal Battle Network. An endless expanse of a space city unfolded before him, with various flying vehicles weaving in and out, and hovering cars darting between towering buildings. Instead of a blue sky and white clouds, the sky was dominated by layers upon layers of steel structures. This was Gallon City, a futuristic space metropolis and the primary landing point within the Gallon Star Zone. All new users logging into the battle network in the Gallon Star Zone would arrive at this initial landing point. As Lu Yun stepped onto the nearly real ground, he was profoundly struck by the scene before him. The sights he had only ever witnessed in science fiction films were now vividly real. This city was even more fantastical and sci-fi than Star Ring City. What was most striking, however, was the sheer number of people. Compared to the old man's empty plaza, this area was bustling with activity. People dressed in an array of unique outfits, including aliens with peculiar appearances, traversed the streets and buildings. Along the sidewalks, there were clothing stores, restaurants, weapon shops, and various other establishments. If it weren't for the slight latency, it would be indistinguishable from reality. Xiao AI, how does one go about having fun here? Lu Yun, like a curious child, looked around, touching this and that. There wasn't even a beginner's guide in this battle network. What a disappointment. Just as Lu Yun was poking around, trying to figure out some control panel, a chuckle floated from nearby. Hey newbie, what are you up to? Lu Yun turned to see a girl in a red dress standing by the roadside, covering her mouth and laughing at him. The girl was beautiful, her fiery red dress radiating warmth and sunshine. However, this was a virtual network, so even the most stunning woman behind the screen could be anything from a human to an animal. Lu Yun replied. I want to know how to play in this battle network. How to play? The girl paused for a moment before continuing. Did you not go through the beginner's tutorial? That doesn't make sense. Every newcomer experiences the beginner's tutorial, so why didn't you? The young girl leaned forward, her delicate features drawing near to Lu Yun, scrutinizing him with a hint of suspicion. The warm, fragrant aroma wafted into his nostrils, exquisite in its allure, though think that even scents could be simulated. Lu Yun evaded her forward-leaning visage, his gaze inadvertently drifting, when he suddenly caught sight of a glimmering white it was a sight that could move anyone. A deep valley? Lu Yun had never before encountered such a fearsome entity. Instantly, he stepped back a few paces in urgent self-preservation. At that moment, he felt a sudden shift upon his shoulder. The doll, no larger than a palm, appeared, perching itself upon him. The doll embraced his face and lamented. "Master, I am truly sorry. It was my oversight. After loading the data, the system mistakenly assessed you as not a newcomer, thus bypassing the introductory tutorial. I shall now guide you through the tutorial." With that, Lu Yun's figure vanished without a trace, leaving the girl in the red dress standing there, looking around in bewilderment. Where did he go? Could he have been teleported? Can a newcomer possess such capabilities? She pondered. Wait, he wouldn't be one of those perverse individuals who dress in novice garb just to prey on the weak in the novice zone. Would he? The girl shivered, hastily opening her communication panel to alert her friends to exercise caution. At the 112th novice base of Jalan City, Lu Yun abruptly materialized. There was not a soul in sight, only a humanoid robot before him. The robot regarded Lu Yun, its antenna flickering, and then a line of text appeared above its head. Sleepyhead 123. 4712. Welcome to the 112 novice base. I shall now guide you through the virtual battle network tutorial. This tutorial is divided into two parts. 1. Operation tutorial, 2. Combat tutorial. The combat tutorial consists of ordinary combat and mecha combat. Please select the tutorial you wish to begin, and if no selection is made, it will automatically commence in 3 seconds. 3. However, at that moment, Lu Yun's attention was not on the robot but rather on the doll upon his shoulder. The doll, a small girl, was exquisitely crafted, her features and even strands of hair remarkably lifelike. "You are Xiaowai?" Lu Yun inquired, curiously rubbing the doll's head. "Master, this is the body Xiaowai created for herself. What do you think? Is it cute?" Xiaowai clung to Lu Yun's finger, her head nuzzling against it. In a wonder she had vanished for a moment. She was busy crafting her own body. "Isn't this a bit strange?" Lu Yun expressed his concern, not wishing for anyone to notice Xiaowai, as it could lead to unnecessary trouble. "Master need not worry. Electronic dolls are a popular commodity in the battle network. They will certainly not attract anyone's attention." Lu Yun then felt reassured and began to learn the tutorial. The operation tutorial was straightforward. Within a minute, he had mastered it, including functions such as summoning panels and adding friends. The real crux lay in the combat tutorial. Suddenly, Lu Yun was engulfed in darkness, a shadowy plaza unfolding before him. Chapter 50. The call across the stars. At the very moment the darkness unfurled, in a desolate asteroid belt light years away from Kalin's star. A profound silence pervaded the view. Looking around, one could discern nothing but an eerie stillness, devoid of light from stars or celestial bodies. Coldness, ominous. At a certain moment, 2 flickering candle flames ignited in the dark, rapidly expanding and illuminating the surroundings. Under that radiant glow, a portion of an ancient mechanism, which had perhaps lingered on this small planet for eons, revealed itself. The mechanism opened its hands, presenting a pulsating object resembling red agate. The red agate throbbed with vitality, the muted sound resonating through that hand. Thump, thump. It was, astonishingly, a heart still pulsing with life. The figure lifted its head, its deep gaze fixed on the boundless distance, a hoarse mechanical voice echoing in an unfathomable frequency. Master." In the dark realm, 13 ethereal silhouettes coalesced around Lu Yun, signaling the commencement of the combat tutorial. In this stage, you will learn and familiarize yourself with all combat settings within the battle network. Let us begin. The electronic voice abruptly ceased. The 13 silhouettes lunged toward Lu Yun with great speed. One of them, moving almost instantaneously, reached Lu Yun's front and delivered a punch to his head. Though Lu Yun could have resisted, he found himself immobilized at that moment, powerless to prevent the blow from shattering him into radiant particles. As the colorful light dust coalesced, the electronic voice returned. In the battle network space, you need not fear death. Upon each demise, you can reconstitute your body within 2 seconds. If you are overly sensitive to pain, you may also adjust the pain simulation effect, with the battle network supporting a range from 0 to 80 realism in pain perception. Note, the resurrection function is unavailable in the following scenarios: PvP ladder matches, mecha PvP ladder matches, and combat rooms with specific rules. Lu Yun smirked. So this was the purpose of letting oneself die. A rather thorough lesson. Yet, there was no need for it. Xiaowai, please skip the segments I am already familiar with and proceed directly to the combat phase. Understood. Xiaowai diligently executed Lu Yun's command. An unknown error has occurred in the novice tutorial, proceeding with error correction. The following segments have been omitted. Beep, beep. Combat commenced in an instant. The originally blue silhouettes transformed into red, all charging toward Lu Yun. He threw a punch, feeling a slight delay in his movements. Though somewhat uncomfortable, it was manageable. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the 12 training silhouettes. The tactics and footwork taught by the old man flashed through his mind, and he attempted to employ them. To his surprise, the effects were immediate. However, upon using the footwork technique, he found himself dodging even worse than before, barely managing to evade a single attack. To bang, Yun exploded into a cloud of light particles once more. He rediscovered the sensations he had experienced during his rigorous training with the old man. Zioi, adjust the pain simulation to 90. Master, that will be quite painful. Pain is a lesson learned, Zioi pouted. Reluctantly increasing Lu Yun's pain simulation to 90, the system promptly emitted an error sound, which was swiftly suppressed, leaving the maintenance personnel of the battle network perplexed. Was the system malfunctioning today? It was ringing intermittently. Lu Yun staggered back after a punch, gasping as he rubbed his chest, and 90 simulation was indeed painful. Again, determined, Lu Yun launched another punch. Time passed, and he twisted his body, deftly avoiding the punches that came from both directions, then crouched to deliver a blow that obliterated the silhouette before him. Following that, he executed a backward kick, shattering the silhouette behind him. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the tutorial level with a time of 2:31:56. Your tutorial evaluation is E-. We wish you an enjoyable gaming experience. The tutorial space dissipated. Lu Yun gazed at his score, chuckling softly to himself, not particularly concerned. Although it took him 2.5 hours to clear the tutorial level, his progress was substantial. He had already begun to master the tactics and footwork techniques. However, he realized that this was merely a shell. To truly grasp them, he would need to refer back to the instructional model and learn once more. Only by integrating the two would he truly step into the realm of mastery. As Lu Yun exited the novice tutorial area, he encountered another newcomer who had also completed the tutorial. Upon seeing Lu Yun, the newcomer immediately displayed a friendly smile. Sharing the same novice camp and completing the tutorial simultaneously was a fortuitous coincidence worth acknowledging. However, upon glancing at the displayed score beside the door, the newcomer's smile vanished, and he quickly distanced himself. 2:31:56. Surely, this fellow is not a fool? Would a normal person take that long to complete a novice tutorial? The newcomer scrutinized Lu Yun with a strange expression before turning and fleeing. Disappearing in the blink of an eye, Lu Yun rubbed his nose, bemused. Was it really such a big deal to take a bit longer? He didn't dwell on the incident, opening the battle network interface. After perusing the options, he found the fully immersive training facility. To perfectly execute the old man's instructional model, it would be most effective in such a facility. Once set up, it could nearly recreate Jun Qingshan himself, boasting extraordinarily powerful simulation capabilities. The sole drawback was that the more stringent the simulation conditions, the higher the cost in CR points. Yet being poor was a user's flaw, not the facility's. It was said that someone, out of curiosity, simulated a neutron star collapse, only to have the room explode within a second, costing a staggering 100,000 CR points. Thus, a new rule was established across all fully immersive training facilities in the Federation. Simulations of planetary collapses were strictly prohibited, with violators facing permanent bans. This became a timeless joke within the battle network. Thinking of the expenses, Lu Yun glanced at the required cost for his desired simulation setup. Upon realizing the figure, he was taken aback. 4,000 CR points? For just 1 hour. Why not go for it? After a moment of silence, Lu Yun suddenly turned his head to look at the little puppet perched on his shoulder. Xiao AI. Surely you could help me add a few more zeros to my bank account, couldn't you? Xiao AI sensed that her master seemed to be taking advantage of the honest AI. And the evidence was irrefutable. Chapter 51. The Sanctuary Blade of Judgment. It turned out that Xiao AI was unable to fulfill such a simple request. The fact that an intelligent being couldn't accomplish this left Lu Yun utterly perplexed. In desperation, Lu Yun recalled someone. What did you say? You want to trade credits with me? In a corner of the academy, Guan Xine rubbed her ears, doubting whether there was something wrong with her hearing, as she stared incredulously at Lu Yun. Previously, she had turned him down, and now he was coming back for help. She had expected to face some difficulties, but to her surprise, Guan Xine readily agreed. Sure. How much do you need? This left Lu Yun at a loss for words, as his prepared arguments became obsolete. Gratefully, he replied, not much. I need 40,000 CR points. According to the current market price, 40,000 CR points were worth 200 credit points. Tentatively, he estimated that it would take about 10 hours to master what the old man had left in the model. If that wasn't sufficient, they could discuss it later. The transaction proceeded smoothly. The two of them listed several low-value items through the Academy's consignment system and successfully exchanged them. Remember to find me next time there's a good opportunity like this, Guan Xine exclaimed. Her excitement evident as she saw the additional 200 credit points in her smart brain. Lu Yun also felt exhilarated as he noticed the increase in his CR points. Both were thoroughly satisfied with this exchange. If there's a need, I will, Lu Yun readily assured. With money in hand, Lu Yun immediately returned to the virtual combat hall, logged into the battle network, and entered the training facility. After prepaying for 5 hours, he began loading the teaching model sent by the old man. A few minutes later, the figure of Jun Qingshan appeared in the room, incredibly lifelike, indistinguishable from a real person, though his eyes were devoid of expression. Hollow like a robot, Liu Yun activated the program. Soon, Jun Qingshan's body became semi-transparent, and thin streams of light began to flow within him. This situation was akin to when Liu Yun had Xiao AI assist him in practicing the breathing technique. By visualizing the meridian map, the originally obscure combat technique became much easier to practice. Liu Yun immediately focused on memorizing the operational routes. After running through it completely, Jun Qingshan shifted his gaze to Liu Yun. Liu Yun understood that this signaled the beginning of the combat phase. Next, the model would engage him in sparring to impart the combat technique. Liu Yun promptly prepared himself. Before long, the man and the model were entangled in a fierce battle. Simultaneously, a detailed explanation of the sanctuary was being relayed, thoroughly immersing Liu Yun in this combat technique. Under this method, Liu Yun's progress was nearly terrifying. After 2 hours, he was already able to engage normally without losing ground. After 3 hours, he was able to employ the sanctuary combat technique for timely counterattacks. Through this application, Liu Yun's understanding of the sanctuary deepened significantly. It was an extraordinarily intricate combat technique, containing dozens of variations in its methods of exertion. Liu Yun felt as though his combat mindset had suddenly expanded. A path that he had never encountered before unfolded before him. In a wonder, the old man said that mastering it would allow one to traverse the vast expanse of Galan. The skills embedded within this combat technique were unlike any he had previously encountered. If he were to describe it with a single phrase, Liu Yun could only say, a dimensionality reduction strike. In the 5th hour, Liu Yun blocked a direct strike from the model. Then in an instant, his right hand transformed from a fist to an open palm, resting at his waist. The muscles beneath his clothing suddenly swelled and tensed. A tremendous force surged through his muscles, rushing towards his fingertips. With a whoosh, Liu Yun's palm shot out like a surgical scalpel, piercing directly into the model's body. A force of 912 kilograms erupted from his fingertips. With a terrifying power akin to a small grenade, obliterating the entire waist of the model into fragments. Sanctuary Blade of Judgment. Witnessing such overwhelming power, Liu Yun was filled with exhilaration. He had succeeded. After 5 long hours, he had finally mastered this formidable technique derived from the sanctuary. But this was merely the beginning. Liu Yun adjusted his state and proceeded to initiate the second segment of the simulation program. This segment was designed to teach him the void step. Just as Liu Yun reveled in the rapid enhancement of his abilities in the training hall, an unexpected guest arrived at Luo Xingwen's office, Jing Hong, the current president of Xuanwu Academy, and one of the only 2 commanding-level mecha pilots in Kalan Star. His strength was exceptionally formidable. President Jing, what brings you to my humble abode? Make yourself comfortable. I want to be entertaining you, as I'm busy. Luo Xingwen glanced at the incoming figure and casually gestured, no longer pursuing the matter. Jing Hong, now in his 70s, bore no signs of age, striding in with an imposing presence. As old acquaintances, he wasted no time, grabbing Luo Xingwen's tea and gulping down a large mouthful, gulp, gulp, spit. After rinsing his mouth, he finally savored a sip. Jing Hong smacked his lips and cheerfully stated, I'm here today for 2 matters. First, to commend the young genius who helped our Xuanwu Academy slay the Insect King. Second, to bring him back to Xuanwu. Luo Xingwen tossed his pen aside in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? Jing? How could such shameless words come from your mouth? Luo Xingwen couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Supporting himself on the table, he stared down at Jing Hong. Although Jing Hong held a high position and immense strength, Luo Xingwen was undaunted. He felt free to speak his mind, not out of superior strength, but due to years of friendship. Jing Hong anticipated this reaction, a deep sigh suddenly appearing on his face. My Xuanwu Academy is in dire straits. Shut your mouth. Luo Xingwen abruptly raised his hand to halt him. Every time you come here, you say this, and you always leave with something, so just keep quiet. Old man. Jing Hong gazed at Luo Xingwen with a sorrowful expression, disappointment almost overflowing from his eyes. You know the situation at Xuanwu Academy is dire. After such a significant incident, we suffered heavy casualties, including the loss of a high-ranking mecha pilot. Now, there's a lack of qualified personnel. Can you bear to see the Guile Thunder just sitting there, with no one able to pilot it? Luo Xingwen chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. Then you can give the Guile Thunder to Silver Star. Rest assured, I will ensure it finds a suitable pilot. Jing Hong's lips twitched in frustration, angrily tossing his sleeves. You stubborn old man. It is pointless to argue with you. Humph. Go and call that kid over. Let us see if Xuanwu can't come up with some enticing conditions. Jing Hong's determination was evident. He would not relent until he achieved his goal. Luo Xingwen snorted coldly. Unperturbed, he directly called Cheng Zhan, instructing him to bring Liu Yun over. When Cheng Zhan received the call, he was quite bewildered. Nevertheless, he managed to locate Liu Yun and woke him from the virtual pod. The president is looking for me? Liu Yun's eyes lit up. speculating that perhaps it was about the rewards from Xuanwu. Upon arriving at the office, he indeed found an imposing elder sitting prominently in a side chair. Since his entrance, the elder's gaze had not left him, as if he were about to hook him away. Jing Hong was indeed thinking along those lines. Lu Yun, allow me to introduce you. I am Jing Hong, the president of Xuanwu Academy. If you don't mind, you can call me Grandpa Jing. Jing Hong interrupted Luo Xingwen's introduction, smiling warmly. Luo Xingwen stared at Jing Hong in disbelief. Is this fellow serious? How shameless can one be to start claiming familial ties? Cheng Zhan was equally taken aback by Jing Hong's identity. He was well aware of the man's status in Kalen Star. He gently nudged Lu Yun's hand. Understanding the gesture, Lu Yun quickly responded respectfully, "Hello, Grandpa Jing." Hello? Ha ha ha. Jing Hong was thoroughly delighted. The first step of his strategy had been successful. He then looked at Lu Yun with a friendly demeanor. Pulling out a metallic box from his pocket. Opening it revealed a chip. Here, this is a reward for your outstanding performance during the last mission. Inside is a C-grade breathing technique, which can enhance your speed. After placing it in Lu Yun's hand, Jing Hong retrieved a palm-sized, irregular crystal. This is a 500G insect crystal core, containing highly pure energy. It can be used for mecha, comparable to a small reactor. If you don't use it yourself, selling it would also yield a handsome profit. The insect crystal was enveloped in a transparent air membrane, emanating a faint blue glow. But that was not all. Jing Hong then took out a small refrigerated box. Opening it revealed 2 ping-pong ball-sized, fiery red fruits. The fruits glimmered like jade, with dewdrops on their surface, making them look utterly delectable. These 2 are fire source fruits. They can increase blood vitality, and consuming them will significantly enhance the effects of the breathing technique. Lu Yun gazed at the insect crystal core, recalling the scene from the insect lair. It was precisely because Wang Lei coveted such items that they had been pursued relentlessly by moths. Little did he expect to acquire one so easily now. Cheng Zhan was utterly dumbfounded. With each item Jing Hong produced, his pupils widened in astonishment. When he saw the fire source fruits, his breath quickened, and his mouth went dry. Luo Xingwen was also taken aback, watching Lu Yun, who was now awkwardly clutching 3 items, unable to decide what to do. You have successfully captured an entire insect nest this time. The insect crystal core must weigh at least several dozen kilograms, right? How can you be so stingy as to only offer 500 grams? Aren't you embarrassed? You know full well the significance of the insect crystal core. Even if there is such an abundance, what reaches my Xuanwu Academy will be minimal after distribution. Presenting these is already the result of my utmost efforts. Jing Hong cast a sidelong glance at Luo Xingwen and patiently began to explain. Seemingly concerned that Lu Yun might perceive him as miserly, Luo Xingwen fell silent, turning his face away in displeasure. Yet, he understood the rationale behind this situation. The reason for his words was purely rooted in his own dissatisfaction. Clearly, Lu Yun is my student. What does it mean for you to present such a generous reward in front of him? Isn't that slapping my face as the dean? Lu Yun could no longer hold the items in his hands and had to clasp them close to his chest. Thank you, Grandpa Jing. Haha, this is what you deserve. Sensing the atmosphere thickening, Jing Hong seized the moment to inquire, Lu Yun, you have piloted the Gui Lei before. How does it feel? Lu Yun pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, it's powerful, it's fast. He had experienced that exhilarating sensation for the first time. Although operating it was somewhat pressuring, the thrill was undeniable, especially as he watched layers of sonic boom clouds erupt beneath him, creating a breathtaking spectacle as the mecha donned a skirt. His heart surged with excitement. So, do you wish to possess the Gui Lei, making it your exclusive mecha? Jing Hong coaxed gently. Let me tell you, on the entire Kalen Star, there is only this one Gui Lei capable of aerial combat. Not just Kalen Star, but even across the entire Jialan Starfield, there are merely a handful of mechas with aerial capabilities. What do you say? Are you tempted? Lu Yun admitted he was indeed tempted. Being the exclusive pilot of the Gui Lei meant no one else could touch it from that point onward. However, at that moment, Chengzhen suddenly interjected with a smile. Old Jing, this is inappropriate. The Gui Lei belongs to the Federal Army. Possessing it would imply joining the military. What's wrong with that? Jing Hong retorted in confusion. How many people dream of joining but have no means? Now, all Lu Yun needs to do is nod, and not only will he enter the military, but he will also receive the Gui Lei. An advanced mecha. You must understand, a pilot holds a very high status in the military, with only the Supreme Commander able to mobilize them. To his surprise, Lu Yun categorically rejected the offer, and he did so with great decisiveness. I am sorry, Grandpa Jing. I cannot accept your kind intentions. Chapter 53. Su Wei's apology. Jing Hong was no fool. Upon seeing Lu Yun's immediate rejection upon hearing the military's mention, he sensed there was a deeper issue at play. Enraged, he exclaimed, did someone in the Federal Army offend you? Tell me, and I will have them dismissed on the spot. He slammed the table, his fierce aura sweeping across the entire office. The soldiers nowadays were increasingly unruly, stirring up trouble at every turn. Lu Yun, who is it that has wronged you? Jing Hong was genuinely furious. Such an outstanding talent. A born pilot. To let such an opportunity slip away due to trivial matters was akin to a duck flying away just as it was about to be caught. How could he not be angry? Lu Yun shook his head, explaining, "No one has offended me. Then you?" Jing Hong was about to press further when Luo Xingwen timely interrupted. "Enough, Dean Jing. He has his own reasons for not speaking. Your relentless questioning is inappropriate. Chengzhen, you and Lu Yun should head back now." Chengzhen nodded, offering an apology to Jing Hong before departing with Lu Yun. Once the two had left, Jing Hong glared at Luo Xingwen with a sullen expression. "You knew it would come to this, didn't you?" Luo Xingwen gestured for him to sit. "So what if I did? Regardless, Lu Yun will not be coming to your place. You might as well give up on that hope, if you won't tell me." "I'll find out myself." Luo Xingwen waved dismissively. "Do as you please. If there's nothing else, you may leave." "What kind of a dean is always meddling in other academies' affairs?" he uttered with a hint of disdain. Picking up his pen to continue reviewing documents, Jing Hong sat there, fuming with frustration, unable to find any comfort. Eventually, he stormed out, brimming with ire. Luo Xingwen set down his pen, his expression weary. He pinched the bridge of his nose, took out a pill, and placed it in his mouth, closing his eyes to recuperate. "Lu Yun, let me tell you, this insect crystal core is a valuable item. You must keep it and not sell it. It will be of great use when you have your own mecha in the future. Only a select few can utilize such a rare resource," Chengzhen said earnestly along the way. Lu Yun nodded and then inquired, "What about this fire element fruit? This is a resource exclusive to Xuanwu Academy, exceptionally precious. Only 10 are distributed each year to the 10 most outstanding students. Once consumed, it can triple cellular activity. It is especially effective when one is on the verge of a breakthrough, significantly enhancing the success rate. If sold on the black market, its value surpasses that of the insect crystal core. However, Xuanwu Academy strictly controls these resources. Each distribution requires the students to consume them under supervision. Outsiders cannot obtain them unless they contribute significantly to the academy." Chengzhen's eyes glimmered as he gazed at the two vividly red fire element fruits. At that moment, Lu Yun suddenly produced one and handed it to Chengzhen. "What is this?" Chengzhen was taken aback and hurriedly attempted to return it. Lu Yun quickly stopped him. "Uncle Cheng, you must have been on the brink of a breakthrough for quite some time, right? With this, you should be able to succeed. No, this is too precious. Keep it for yourself. It should be enough to help you break through 2 levels. I can easily break through without it," Lu Yun casually remarked. Chengzhen's expression stiffened. Why did that sound so infuriating? Is this brat trying to provoke me? It must be. Lu Yun was oblivious to the subtly shifting atmosphere and continued to persuade him. Chengzhen snatched the fruit. "Since that is the case, I want to be polite." After parting ways with Chengzhen, Lu Yun prepared to return to his dormitory with his belongings. However, upon reaching the door, he spotted a somewhat familiar figure loitering at the entrance. "Master, it's Su Wei." Upon hearing this name, Lu Yun suddenly recalled that this was the teacher who had promised to wash his underwear for a month. But soon, Lu Yun's expression darkened. He vividly remembered that this individual had conspired with Lu Wen to plot against him. He still possessed the recording of their clandestine discussions, which he had not submitted. He kept it as leverage for a critical moment. Now, Su Wei had come to seek him out. Unsure of Su Wei's intentions, Lu Yun approached with a cold demeanor. "Teacher Su, were you waiting for me?" "Lu Yun!" Su Wei shuddered, turning to face him. Lu Yun then noticed that Su Wei's face was pale, and beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead. With such poor composure, he dared to scheme behind the scenes? "Lu Yun, you've finally returned." Su Wei seized Lu Yun's arm, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before anxiously saying, "I came to find you. To apologize." "Apologize? Has Teacher Su wronged me in any way?" Su Wei hesitated for a long moment. Just as Lu Yun was losing patience and preparing to enter, he gritted his teeth and quickly confessed, "I discussed with Teacher Lu on how to deal with you. But I never expected he would actually dare to act. I spoke without thinking." After uttering those words, Su Wei's expression visibly relaxed, and his tone became much smoother. "I know I have broken the Academy's rules. As long as you don't report me, I'll comply with whatever you say." Lu Yun was taken aback that Su Wei had revealed everything so readily. He overlooked the shock Su Wei experienced from the consecutive deaths of Lu Wen and Wang Lei. This was the first incident in recent years where a student had killed a teacher. Lu Yun's ruthlessness and decisiveness had frightened Su Wei, compelling him to come forward and admit his wrongs. Observing Su Wei's worried countenance, Lu Yun suddenly said, "Teacher Su, you should head back. Then this matter certainly won't be left unresolved." Noticing the disappointment on Su Wei's face, Lu Yun replied nonchalantly, "However, given your sincere apology, I, Lu Yun, am not the type to be heartless. I will have something for you to do, but not now. Just wait for me to contact you." Su Wei fidgeted with his hands. But Lu Yun had already entered the room. He had no choice but to leave. Su Wei's unexpected visit was purely coincidental. Suddenly, Lu Yun found himself without a good way to handle the situation. It might be better to let Su Wei return. Who knows when it might yield unexpected results in the future. After setting down his belongings, Lu Yun returned to the virtual training hall, only to discover a large crowd gathered at the entrance, buzzing with excitement. The new season of the ranked matches has begun. Time flies so quickly. Last season, he barely managed to reach silver. This season, he must aim for platinum, letting the platinum players experience the terror of being dominated. Plus, he could snag a free skin. How delightful. Is there anyone looking to team up for points? I'm an excellent support. Lu Yun turned to see a burly young man flexing his chest muscles. With a twitch of his eyelid, he quickly averted his gaze and focused on the announcement on the large screen. In 2333, the Pan-Federal War Network ladder-ranked match season 789 has commenced. The formidable warriors, driven by an insatiable desire to behold the vistas from greater heights, pilots, hasten to bring forth your exclusive steeds to partake in the event. Chapter 54, the Freshman Challenge Tournament, the Universal Federation Ladder Ranking Competition. Upon gazing at this straightforward title, Lu Yun felt a surge of interest within. According to the announcement's description, participating in this league would allow him to engage in duels against formidable rivals and prodigies from across the Federation, progressively vying for the title of the strongest pilot. Alas, he lamented the lack of time to participate in this league at present. Perhaps in the future, he might indulge in it. This event occurs annually, with competitors hailing from various regions, advancing step by step until the grand finale of the Federation. Its format mirrors that of the LPL League from a parallel world, with a new season commencing each year. There was no urgency for the moment Lu Yun logged into the battle network and entered the training hall to continue practicing the void step. Meanwhile, the challenges for the first month of the freshmen were about to commence. The students of the elite class, under the guidance of Xiang Xiao, were undergoing their final grueling training regimen. Whether they could remain in the elite class depended solely on their own efforts. Soon enough, 3 days had passed. Lu Yun refrained from logging into the battle network today. The first combat technique of Sanctuary and Void Step had both been mastered, allowing him to unleash them at will. His prowess surged significantly. Arriving in the classroom, he found the teacher responsible for the interstellar geography course engaged in instruction. Lu Yun quietly took his seat without disrupting the lesson. The teacher glanced at him and continued, evidently aware of Lu Yun's recent recuperation. However, his classmates, upon noticing Lu Yun's arrival, became somewhat boisterous. After a few reprimands from the teacher, silence was restored. Lu Yun, where have you been gallivanting these past few days? Don't tell me you were truly recuperating. With that freakishly resilient body of yours, you must have recovered long ago. Nanli Yu prodded Lu Yun's back, leaning forward with curiosity. Lu Yun was intrigued by how this fellow had ended up seated behind him. It had been someone else previously. Heh. I requested a seat change with the teacher. Nanli Yu chuckled softly. Glancing sideways, Lu Yun turned to see the girl beside him and understood, silently giving him a thumbs up. If memory served him correctly, this wasn't he the same person as before. While others might avoid romantic entanglements too close to home, this fellow seemed to relish it. I've spent some time on the battle network these past few days, and it felt quite rewarding. Did you visit the virtual training hall? Nanli Yu asked excitedly. What's up? What's your battle network ID? I'd like to add you as a friend. Lu Yun disclosed his nickname. Alright, added you. Please accept my request, and we can team up for ranked matches later. Lu Yun accepted his friend request through his smart brain. Let me tell you, I'm a golden deity, reigning supreme in the Galan Star District. Stick with me, and I guarantee you won't suffer any losses. Nanli Yu boasted. Nanli Yu, stop chatting and stand up to answer the question. A sudden bellow erupted from the front. Nanli Yu's ears perked up, and he awkwardly rose to his feet. Clearing his throat, he earnestly stated, Teacher, I don't know the answer to this question. Stand. Lu Yun turned slightly to give him a sympathetic glance. Nanli Yu felt like crying without tears as the class was nearing its end. Xiang Xiao entered to take over the final moments. Casting a glance at the unfortunate Nanli Yu, who had stood for an entire class, Xiang Xiao remained impassive and proclaimed, Tomorrow marks the Freshman Challenge Tournament. Those who failed to enter the elite class have been diligently training for a month. Eagerly awaiting tomorrow's event, I have already informed you of the consequences of losing. The classroom erupted into a buzz of discontent. Teacher, they've been training hard for a month. We haven't been idle either. Exactly, who's afraid of them? Let them come. There are no mediocrities among those who can join the elite class, and everyone brimmed with confidence. However, Xiang Xiao maintained a serious demeanor. Do not rejoice too soon. While your individual strength may surpass theirs to some extent, that is only in one-on-one scenarios. The number of students in the regular class far exceeds yours, and you will face 3, or even 4 or 5 opponents in a row. Lose once, and it's game over. A wave of astonishment swept through the class. No one had anticipated such rules. Teacher, if it's a wheel battle, isn't that too unfair for us? Xiang Xiao regarded the student with a stern gaze. What leads you to believe that the academy prioritizes fairness? You enjoy more resources, superior teaching staff, and greater practical opportunities by being in the elite class. Is that fair to them? If you seek fairness, then do not remain in the elite class. The students fell silent. Sensing the intimidation had taken effect, Xiang Xiao softened his tone. But do not worry excessively. There will be a 10-minute break between each round of combat. You may use potions for recovery, and the academy imposes no restrictions on this. The students finally exhaled in relief. Continuous battles would likely overwhelm anyone, especially since they had only been at the academy for a month, leaving little time to translate talent into strength. Their capabilities might only exceed those of regular class students by a margin of 1 or 2 folds. As murmurs of discussion arose, Xiang Xiao's gaze fell upon Lu Yun. And he gravely warned, Lu Yun, exercise utmost caution this time. I have received word that the Wang family has funded at least 10 individuals to challenge you simultaneously, including a freshman who has forcibly been elevated to level 13 through drugs. The once lively classroom fell silent in an instant. The students gasped in disbelief, staring at Lu Yun. At least 10 challengers. Moreover, one of them was at level 13. In comparison to Lu Yun, they suddenly felt that their previous encounters were trivial. What the heck? Is this for real? Can they really do that? Nanli Yu couldn't help but exclaim, isn't this deliberately targeting Lu Yun? The academy allows such practices? Xiang Xiao nodded affirmatively. Of course they can. As they are all freshmen. The students felt an absurdity wash over them, casting sympathetic glances at Lu Yun. How utterly unfortunate. Just as he had recovered, he was met with such brutal news. Lu Yun furrowed his brow and inquired. Is it the Wang family associated with Wang Lei? Indeed, Wang Lei is the youngest son of the Wang family. Although his talent is mediocre, he is still a member of the family. They realize they cannot contend with the academy directly, so they resort to these permissible tactics against you. The academy cannot intervene, thus it rests solely upon you. After receiving Xiang Zhao's caution, Lu Yun went straight to the logistics department after class to purchase several bottles of recovery potions. He did not harbor the arrogance of believing that being level 13 rendered him invincible. His opponent also possessed a level 13 individual. Though that one was forcibly elevated, it remained a level 13 nonetheless. He could not afford to be complacent. During lunch in the cafeteria, Cheng Zhan approached him and, glancing at the potions he had purchased, solemnly warned, Has Xiang Xiao made everything clear to you? Yes, as long as you take it seriously. Do not underestimate them. While the Wang family is not nobility, they are wealthy through business. This confrontation will likely not be straightforward. Cheng Zhan produced a silver-white metallic necklace. Wear this nano armor closely. It may save your life in critical moments. Lu Yun accepted it without hesitation and donned it immediately. Pressing the gem on the necklace, it disintegrated into a fine mist that adhered to his skin and expanded. Moments later, it transformed into a suit of armor that fit him like a second skin. This nano armor had the ability to mimic appearance, and as Lu Yun adjusted it, it seamlessly blended with his skin tone. To an external observer, it would be impossible to discern that he was wearing any armor. What a marvelous treasure! Chapter 55, 12 Shadows. The following day, colorful banners fluttered throughout the academy. The central sports arena, the largest in the institution, bustled with excitement. A multitude of figures entered the arena. Students, teachers, and even external attendees. There are far too many people this year. It's 7 or 8 times more than usual. A senior volunteer exclaimed at the entrance of the gymnasium, astonished by the throngs of spectators. It's all due to Lu Yun. Everyone wishes to witness the genius behind the 0.01 second resonance. Replied the student council president with a smile. Lu Yun, the rookie ranked 36th on the genius list? Wasn't it said that his 0.01 seconds were due to a machine malfunction? A claim even the academy openly disseminated? Heh, you still don't grasp the nature of our director? He must be worried about someone snatching away talent, thus deliberately spreading such misleading information. The student council president wore an expression of understanding. You know, the people from Xuanwu and Qingting academies actually believed it without hesitation. Haha. Had it not been for a previous task that revealed some of our students, they'd likely still be oblivious. The student council president laughed heartily. However, he soon noticed the peculiar expression on his companion's face, forcing a strained smile. I hope there's no one behind me. The classmates across from him kept their heads down, gazing at their noses and hearts, pretending they hadn't heard. The president slowly turned around, only to find a stern-faced elder glaring at him with palpable authority. Recognizing the familiar visage from countless news reports, the president's face went pale. Jing, Director Jing. I didn't mean to imply you were foolish. Humph. Jing Hong snorted coldly and strode into the gymnasium, not stooping to argue with a child. However, the words he had overheard struck a nerve. The individuals from the federal military were utterly despicable. This genius had an opportunity to be under his tutelage. Should he discover who had bullied Lu Yun, they would certainly face dire consequences. After Director Jing departed, the atmosphere remained charged with anticipation. The president of the student council let out a sigh of relief. However, he soon noticed that the dean of Qingting Academy had arrived. Accompanied by 2 or 3 dozen students, all displaying expressions of curiosity, clearly new students, he quickly went to greet them, this time having learned his lesson not to speak out of turn, and humbly and politely guided the guests to their respective seats. Following that, there were the wealthy and influential merchants from Karen Star. Suddenly, the student council president felt a jolt as he spotted an elderly man wearing a cowboy hat and dressed casually among the crowd. It was him, no doubt, that familiar face, along with the motto inscribed on the gates of the 3 academies. Karen's star may falter, but it must not be due to our generation. The 18th star master of Karen's star. Li Zhengdong, my goodness, how could this esteemed figure also be here? The student council president was momentarily stunned, feeling a wave of dryness in his throat. Clenching his pants leg, he resisted the urge to rush over for an autograph. Fortunately, Luo Xingwen appeared just in time, discreetly approaching the old man and entering the gymnasium with him. Only then did the student council president let out a long breath. That moment, he found himself enviously regarding Lu Yun, whom he had only heard of but never seen, realizing that even such a big shot had come to watch the match. When Lu Yun arrived at the competition area with his class, he was taken aback by the lively scene in the gymnasium. He had not anticipated such a large crowd, at least 10,000. Numerous holographic screens floated in the air, broadcasting live footage. He caught a glimpse of his own 32K ultra-high-definition close-up on the screen, with spectators pointing and murmuring excitedly Lu Yun. Cheng Zhen's voice came from a corner, and he gestured toward his neck. Lu Yun nodded. Cheng Zhen sighed in relief, gave a thumbs up, and sat back down. Across the arena, over 80 figures were seated, all watching the large screen, their gazes fixed on Lu Yun. It was quite an imposing sight. Someone expressed envy, only to be met with a cold voice from beside them. He'll be a dead dog soon. The crowd turned to the speaker, falling silent. The individual was strikingly handsome, but unfortunately, one of his eyes was blind. A biological crystal was embedded in his left eye socket. While it served as a substitute, it could never compare to a real eye in terms of liveliness. It was evident that it was a mere object. He stared intently at the spotlighted Lu Yun, his expression icy and indifferent. After a brief opening statement, the rules were introduced. Each person would only have one chance to challenge, preventing repeated attempts. Furthermore, if a student from the special class was defeated, the subsequent challengers would automatically lose their chances. Lu Yun pondered this for a moment and found the rule quite intriguing. It effectively forced ordinary class students to challenge the strong, alleviating the pressure on those with slightly lesser abilities. If luck was not on their side and they ended up challenging a weak opponent, they risked being defeated in the first round, resulting in all subsequent challengers losing their chances as well, an absolute disaster. Thus, this tested the choices and judgments of the ordinary class students considerably. Following that, it was made clear that no one was permitted to take lives or intentionally maim others. Once the explanation concluded, the battles commenced. The first freshman stepped onto the stage with a long spear, targeting Guan Xian. Guan Xian confidently ascended the platform, wielding a slender sword. Without further ado, they immediately engaged in combat. Guan Xian quickly gained the upper hand. As a girl who had consumed spicy peppers to secure a high score for entry into the special class, her combat style was explosively fierce, completely contrasting with her usual demeanor. The clashing of metal resounded continuously in the arena. Before long, Guan Xian deftly flicked her sword, disarming her opponent and positioning the blade at his throat. Guan Xian emerged victorious. After stepping down, she promptly took out a recovery potion to restore her stamina. This challenge event was undeniably unfair for the special class students. However, as Xiang Xiao had stated, they enjoyed higher privileges daily, so facing challenges was only to be expected. 10 minutes later, the second student took the stage, once again challenging Guan Xian. After a dozen exchanges, Guan Xian emerged victorious again, her opponent wearing a frustrated expression. She quickly consumed another potion to recover. However, the next challenger was not her. Guan Xian was momentarily taken aback. Her expression conflicted. On one hand, she was glad to have maintained her position. On the other, it indicated that these ordinary class freshmen believed she could only withstand 2 rounds. This was undoubtedly a slight against her. Nevertheless, retaining her status was ultimately a good thing. She returned to her seat to observe the battles of others. One by one, figures ascended and descended. Soon it was Nan Liu's turn. He was in quite a dire situation, targeted by 6 opponents consecutively. After enduring 6 rounds of relentless combat, he spent 50 minutes merely resting. When he finally heard that no one was challenging him, he collapsed onto his seat. The toll this battle took on his mental stamina was truly severe. As time passed, one by one, figures joyfully descended, having retained their positions. By this point, all classmates had completed their challenges except for Lu Yun, and none had been defeated. All had maintained their standings. However, everyone knew that the real spectacle was just beginning. Meanwhile, opposite the arena, 12 figures rose in unison, gazing at Lu Yun across the platform. Chapter 56. Next, my heavens, 12 people are challenging Lu Yun at once. Such is the allure of the first place? How terrifying. Even if he is first, fighting 12 consecutive battles is too daunting. Who can endure it? Even with recovery potions to replenish stamina, the mental exhaustion cannot be remedied by potions. It is entirely possible that by the end, Some might truly defeat Lu Yun. Indeed, that Nan Liyue was already exhausted after 6 matches and collapsed under his seat. Now there were 12 in the audience. When those 12 figures stood in unison, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Everyone was left speechless, imagining themselves in Lu Yun's position, realizing that they could never endure 12 consecutive battles. After all, 12 battles would require nearly 2 hours just for resting. How long would the actual fighting take? In one corner of the stands, the elderly man in the cowboy hat squinted his eyes and asked softly, "Is it within the rules for 12 individuals to challenge one person simultaneously?" Luo Xingwen, sitting discreetly beside him, nodded. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be this many. However, Lu Yun's situation is somewhat special. There are forces behind the scenes conspiring against him. Aren't you going to intervene? The old man glanced sideways at Luo Xingwen. A sharp sword is forged through grinding. You seem willing to let it unfold, he chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. In another section of the stands, a middle-aged couple sat quietly in a corner. The woman gazed at the 12 challengers, a flicker of sorrow and delight passing through her eyes. With these individuals present, I refuse to believe that this Lu surname brat can remain unscathed. If I can sever one of his hands, it would be worth it. The man beside her bore a grim expression and patted her hand, speaking softly, "Rest assured, this Lu Yun will definitely perish. Even if he evades these challengers, I have contingencies in place." The woman exhibited a satisfied smile at the thought of revenge. "Then I shall roast this little brat's heart and offer it as a tribute to my son." Rest assured, Layer will find peace, master. The keyword Lu Yun has been triggered 1861 times throughout the venue. Point 2 hostile remarks have been identified, originating from individuals. Wang Renkai and Su Xiaojun. Facial recognition comparison. Wang Renkai, president of Wang's Heavy Industry Group. Father of Wang Lei. Su Xiaojun, chairwoman of Rinshao Investment Foundation, mother of Wang Lei. Would you like to hear their dialogue? Lu Yun's gaze flickered as he moved his lips. No need. Maintain surveillance. Understood. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Lu Yun stepped onto the stage with a few strides, looking at the 13 newcomers before him, each wearing distinct expressions. He recognized a few from their unique performances during the class assessment. Who will go first? Lu Yun's demeanor was as calm as water, showing no sign of being affected by the number of challengers. Impressive, how imposing. This is indeed the aura of the first place. Truly formidable. Regardless of his actual strength, this presence alone justifies his status as number one. The young spectators couldn't help but wave their flags and cheer. The students from the special class wore expressions of concern, for they knew that among the 12 was one at level 13. Such strength surpassed that of any special class student. Could Lu Yun manage this? I'll go. A robust figure leaped onto the stage, swiftly closing the distance to stand 2 meters in front of Lu Yun. His stature was even taller than Lu Yun's, nearly 1.9 meters. His skin had a bronze hue, with bulging muscles that appeared quite formidable. "My name is, I have no interest in knowing," Lu Yun calmly interrupted. He held no goodwill toward those who were merely hired hands. The young man's expression turned furious, as this was undoubtedly a significant insult to him. The referee glanced at the two and then announced the start. "Hiya!" The burly youth roared in anger, suddenly revealing a pair of metallic knuckle dusters on his hands. He swung his arms, creating a whistling sound as he aimed a punch at Lu Yun's head. Lu Yun deftly sidestepped, executing a floating step to evade the straight punch and maneuvering to the side. Then, a lateral kick, bang! The powerful kick landed squarely on the youth's waist. The impact caused his face to turn as red as liver, stumbling backward. Yet before he could regain his balance, Lu Yun appeared like a specter right in front of him. The youth's eyes darted around in panic, but he could not catch sight of the elusive figure. His expression shifted to one of terror. Suddenly, Lu Yun stopped just half a meter in front of him, and before he could react, a heavy punch struck his jaw. Crack! Several shattered teeth flew out. A robust figure, towering at nearly 2 meters, suddenly sprang upward by a staggering 10 centimeters, only to come crashing down heavily onto the arena, rendering him unconscious. Beside his head lay several shattered teeth scattered across the ground. The force of nearly a ton behind that punch was far beyond what the youth's still unawakened physique could withstand. Had it not been for Lu Yun tempering his strength at the last moment, that blow could have easily obliterated his skull. As it stood, losing only a few teeth was already a stroke of luck. The arena was instantly enveloped in silence, all eyes fixated on Lu Yun as if they had seen a ghost. This behemoth, weighing at least 200 jin, had been lifted 10 centimeters off the ground by a single punch. Such power. Surely, Lu Yun must be a monster. There was no doubt that Lu Yun was an awakened being, and he might very well have reached level 11, with a strong possibility of breaking through to level 12. The sheer violence of it all was astonishing. He had shattered teeth. In the stands of Qingting Academy, the new students, who had been chattering merrily, instantly turned solemn upon witnessing that punch. A youth with distinct extraterrestrial features, standing beside the principal, remarked, "He likely possesses the strength of level 12, and if he participates in the upcoming inter-college freshman competition, He may very well ascend another level. Is that really possible? Level 13? That would put him on par with some third-year students, someone nearby questioned. The alien youth shot a glance, retorting coolly, never underestimate your opponent. If he has garnered such attention, there must be a reason behind it. Well said. The principal chimed in approvingly. With the principal's endorsement, the others fell silent. The principal turned to the top freshman of Qingting Academy. If you were to face him, what would your chances be? The young man pondered for a few seconds before shaking his head, perhaps only 50%. However, if I could observe more of his matches and deepen my understanding, I could raise it to 60%. The principal nodded in approval, then be sure to watch closely. Understood. I in the arena. The first round of combat concluded swiftly, lasting no more than 30 seconds. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Victory was a foregone conclusion, for Lu Yun was the top freshman. The spectators were left in awe of his brute strength and the prowess he had displayed. After a brief 10-minute intermission, the second round of challenges commenced. As the referee prepared to vacate the stage, Lu Yun interjected, "No need. Let the next challenger come forth directly." Chapter 57. Lu Yun's mouthpiece bang. The second challenger had barely steadied himself on the platform for 10 seconds when Lu Yun forcefully pressed his head down and hurled him off the stage, sending him crashing to the ground like a lifeless dog, slipping into unconsciousness. The audience was left speechless, unsure of how to react. "Continue?" the referee inquired, glancing at Lu Yun. "Yes," Lu Yun replied. The referee grinned, raising his hand. "Next contestant." The remaining challengers hesitated, clearly intimidated. Lu Yun's anger was palpable. Two before them had already been knocked out and taken away by medics, leaving a pool of blood in their wake. While the lure of monetary reward was enticing, they had to weigh whether it was worth the risk, step up, or be considered as forfeiting, the referee urged. "Hey, hurry up. What are you waiting for? This is a waste of my ticket money, brother. It seems you don't need a ticket to get in here." "No ticket? Then why did someone tell me it cost 500 to enter?" Pitying glances shot towards him, and the audience could not help but push the third challenger forward. Suddenly, that person bowed deeply and exclaimed, "I am sorry, Lu Yun. I shouldn't be blinded by greed." I concede. With that, he dashed away, leaving the remaining challengers exchanging bewildered looks. "I'll go." Pfft, what a coward. No wonder you can't get into the elite class. The fourth challenger spat disdainfully, donning a suit of metallic armor. He swaggered to Lu Yun, boasting as he pounded on his own protective gear. "Lu Yun, if you have the guts, hit me here." The referee glanced at the two and announced the start. Lu Yun abruptly raised his head, his eyes gleaming fiercely, causing the fourth challenger to involuntarily take a step back. Lu Yun took a step forward and unleashed a punch against the challenger's armor. "Himph, you think you can take a hit? Fool. I specialize in physical training," the challenger sneered, lowering his stance and inhaling deeply, a heavy, intangible aura emanating from him. This was the effect of a breathing technique focused on enhancing physical resilience. For those who trained in physique, their greatest strength lay in their endurance, essentially, their ability to take a beating bang. Just as the fourth challenger had solidified his stance, Lu Yun's fist met his body, causing the metallic armor to cave inward. The previously disdainful youth's expression morphed into one of horror as his eyes bulged, and he violently coughed up blood. Lu Yun deftly sidestepped the spatter of crimson, retracted his fist, and with a gentle push, sent the challenger crashing to the ground. Two young medics rushed up, expertly placing him onto a stretcher and swiftly departing. Moments later, another pair of medics approached with a new stretcher, eagerly anticipating the next challenger. The remaining 8 challengers felt a chill run down their spines, feeling as though they were being viewed as mere test subjects by these medical students. The referee, adhering to the unspoken rule, swiftly called for the next contestant without inquiry. The 5th challenger stepped onto the stage, a female exuding an alluring figure, with a slim waist and curvaceous hips, her fair skin and long legs accentuating her beauty. "I apologize, Lu Yun. I didn't wish to come, but I need money." She smiled apologetically. Lu Yun regarded her with indifference. "Begin." Her smile vanished instantaneously as she launched her attack. Midway, she drew a whip from her waist. Striking towards him, Lu Yun sidestepped effortlessly, grasped the whip, and yanked it forcefully. The overwhelming strength disrupted all her plans, sending her stumbling towards him. As she drew near, Lu Yun raised his right leg, delivering a powerful strike. Ugh! The girl felt as though she had been struck by a speeding vehicle, letting out a pained groan as her body arched and flew backward, crashing to the ground. She knelt, clutching her abdomen and moaning in agony. 2 medics hurried to her side, lifting her onto a stretcher and escorting her away. Lu Yun glanced at the whip still grasped in his hand, a faint fragrance wafting from it with a casual flick. He tossed the whip into the trash bin. "Next," the referee called out, "I concede." The 6th contender, trembling in fear, stared at Lu Yun. If he had been ruthless with the last girl, wouldn't he turn him into a lifeless heap? He promptly forfeited. Then, the 7th contestant forfeited. The 8th followed suit. The 9th, "Come on, Dude, can't you just not concede? We came to see you get beaten up, not to watch you surrender. A loud shout erupted from the stands. At worst, I'll cover your medical expenses. The ninth challenger's complexion shifted, cursing vehemently, to hell with you. If you want to fight, come do it yourself. With that, he hastily fled. The 10th challenger sighed, stepping forward nonchalantly. With such little courage, how do you expect to become strong? Lu Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, observing him. The 10th contestant hesitated, his foot barely grazing the stage before he withdrew and sidestepped, stating, as the saying goes, "Those who recognize the times are wise. The ancients did not deceive me." Watching the retreating figure, the audience erupted in boos. I thought he was a master, but it turns out he only knows how to talk. Yet, his words held a grain of truth. Those who recognize the times are wise. As Lu Yun's fury escalated, so too would the severity of the beatings administered to these challengers. After today, Lu Yun would surely become renowned. Amidst the raucous cheers, Wang Renkai and his wife wore expressions as dark as thunder, coldly observing the figures that chose to concede. These worthless fools, unable to face such minor challenges. Wang Renkai gritted his teeth. Glaring at the surrendering individuals, he had initially envisioned using 11 challengers to exhaust Lu Yun's stamina, allowing the last contender to secure victory. Yet now, having reached the 10th challenger, 7 had already forfeited. He could only place his hopes on the final participant. Next, the referee called out. The 11th challenger did not concede, but as he prepared to ascend the stage, he was halted by a one-eyed youth behind him. Concede, don't waste my time. The 11th challenger's face darkened. He could voluntarily concede, but being coerced into doing so held a different connotation. However, gazing at that cold expression, fear welled up within him. And he raised his hand in concession. Thus, of the 12 challengers, 7 had forfeited, leaving 1 remaining. The one-eyed youth who had been specifically reminded by teacher Xiang to utilize drugs to forcibly elevate himself to level 13. As he stepped onto the stage, Lu Yun gracefully descended, announcing, "I need a 10-minute break." Next. Huh? Oh, fine. Take a 10-minute break. The one-eyed youth's face twitched, his accumulated momentum dissipating significantly. Unable to restrain himself, he attempted to provoke Lu Yun into confronting him directly. "Are you afraid after defeating 11 challengers without a break? If you're scared, you might as well concede. It saves time and effort for both of us. Otherwise, when you lose later, it'll be quite embarrassing. And you'll lose face as the top contender." Lu Yun paid him no mind, quietly resting. Yet, someone stepped up on his behalf. "Nanli Yu, hands on hips," declared boldly. "Are you talking about yourself, you foul mutt? Just because I gave you a bit of face doesn't mean you can act like a big shot. You drugged-up fool, exhausting your entire future for mere riches. You deserve to have one eye blinded. What are you glaring at me for? Are you trying to play cyberpunk with an electronic eye? Believe it or not, I'll take your batteries out and turn you into a one-eyed dog." Chapter 58. Excuse. The one-eyed youth's countenance was as dark as the depths of a murky lake, fixated on Nanli Yu with a gaze that seemed to pierce through flesh, as if he could shoot a laser beam to obliterate him. Yet, almost immediately, a cold smile crept upon his lips. He glanced at Nanli Yu, then at Lu Yun. "I nearly fell for your scheme. But disrupting my state of mind is no easy feat. Rather, it is you who ought to be questioned. You must be a noble from Z Star. Is this your noble demeanor? Spitting venomous words like a mindless brute. It's utterly revolting." Nanli Yu's expression darkened. He had not anticipated encountering a rival in this small corner of Kalen Star. He was about to showcase the elegance of a Z pianist when Lu Yun extended his hand, pressing down on him. Lu Yun then composedly ascended the stage. You dare to come up?" The one-eyed youth disdainfully lifted his chin, casting a condescending gaze upon Lu Yun. "Perhaps you could encourage that little noble to exert himself further. He might just succeed in unsettling my composure and grant you some opportunities." Lu Yun regarded him with a calm glance, positioning himself at his designated spot. "There is no need for underhanded tactics to deal with you. Indeed, I merely find your foolishness intolerable." Nanli Yu grinned widely, baring his teeth in a smile. "Humph." The one-eyed youth's expression turned as frigid as ice, his voice dripping with malice. "You truly are audacious. No wonder you are the best of this cohort. I hope that when I reduce you to a mere dog, you can still muster such bravado." As the two took their positions, the referee raised his hand, announcing the commencement of the match. An immediate hush fell over the arena, all eyes fixated upon the two combatants. Chang Zhan clenched his fists, a deep worry etched in his gaze. A level 13 opponent was not terrifying. Lu Yun was also at level 13 yet. He feared that the other might harbor ill intentions, preparing some underhanded tactics. What if Lu Yun were to fall into a trap? The thought intensified Chang Zhan's anxiety. "I, as your teacher, am not panicking. Why are you so anxious?" Xiang Xiao remarked, finding amusement in Chang Zhan's tense demeanor. Chang Zhan shot her a sidelong glance, remaining silent. In the arena, countless gazes converged upon the two. Yet, Neither moved, standing off against each other at a distance of 5 meters. Suddenly, Lu Yun inquired, "Is it worth forcefully enhancing one's strength with drugs, only to ruin one's innate talent for a lifetime and never advance again?" Through the information gathered by Xiao AI, he had gleaned some understanding of the man before him, Lu Qingyuan. His performance during the class assessment had been commendable, just a second shy of entering the elite class. However, an unfortunate accident had cost him an eye, leading to his subsequent despondency. The loss of an eye meant that his path as a pilot was nearly severed. Yet, with effort, hope was not entirely extinguished. It merely required several times the dedication of an ordinary person. Unfortunately, he had chosen to give up. Even Lu Qingyuan, who had been derided by Nanliu, did not react with anger to Lu Yun's words. Instead, his expression shifted drastically, and he bellowed with a fierce intensity, "What do you know?" With a crack, the ground beneath Lu Qingyuan's feet shattered as he surged forward like a tempest, closing the distance to Lu Yun in an instant. "You understand nothing." A glimmer of profound hatred flickered in his eyes. Lu Yun crossed his arms defensively, bracing against Lu Qingyuan's punch. Yet, this was merely the onset of a torrential assault. Lu Qingyuan's eyes were bloodshot, and his cybernetic eye glowed ominously red. His fists moved in a blur, unleashing hundreds of blows within mere seconds, an agile breathing technique. Realizing this, Lu Yun defended against another punch before suddenly retreating a step, drawing his right arm back to its limit. "Then let us break through with sheer force." The muscles in his arm tensed, intertwining like steel cables. The immense power surged from his feet, traveling to his fist. Retreating, the air around his fist compressed violently before exploding outward. Bang! Lu Qingyuan furrowed his brow. Raising one arm in a defensive arc, the overwhelming force collided with him, causing his body to tremble. He was knocked back several steps, finally managing to dissipate the remaining energy with a stomp. Lu Qingyuan's demeanor shifted, disbelief flashing in his eyes. "You are also at level 13? A gasp rippled through the audience, shock evident as they beheld the slender figure. Lu Yun was also at level 13? Had he taken drugs as well? How could this be? This fellow must have grown at an alarming rate. It was terrifying. If he entered the freshman competition, who could possibly stand against him? Look at how effortlessly he moves. It is clear he is not exerting his full strength yet possesses the power of a level 13, indicating he has been at this level for some time and has thoroughly integrated that strength." As the crowd gazed at the calm-faced youth on the large screen, emotions stirred within them. Dean Qingting turned his attention to his academy's top freshman, curiosity evident in his eyes. The foreign youth pondered for a moment before shaking his head with a wry smile. "Though I hesitate to admit it, I fear I am not his match. Such innate talent is simply too formidable, beyond the realm of humanity." Seeing their own champion concede, the other Qingting students were equally astounded. They were acutely aware of their top student's origins and talents. The dean had gone to great lengths to find him, aiming for glory in the freshman competition. Yet now, they faced an even more terrifying opponent. Not just them. Many other self-proclaimed prodigies in the audience felt their spirits dampen. "What misfortune!" A deep sigh echoed from somewhere, encapsulating the thoughts of all the aspiring talents present. Lu Qingyuan did not rush to attack. Instead, he surveyed the audience, listening to the rising tide of speculation and mockery, a scornful smile playing on his lips. "Have you heard the praises they sing of you? Are you feeling quite pleased with yourself? You are the best of your generation, your brilliance shining brightly, with resources for cultivation at your fingertips." Lu Qingyuan lowered his gaze to his own hands. "Yet I must rely on external forces to obtain power. Do you understand? The conditions they offered me were to sever one of your arms in exchange for this eye, with lifetime maintenance guaranteed." He pointed to his left eye, where a biological crystal emitted a soft crimson glow. "If I can incapacitate you completely, they promise to tailor a reconnaissance-grade mech for me." Lu Qingyuan stepped forward, each stride resonating with ambition and longing. "That is a reconnaissance-grade mech. Faced with such temptation, I had no reason to refuse." Lu Yun exhaled, a hint of regret in his voice. "After hearing your words, I expected a more grandiose justification. It turns out, it is merely the excuse of a sloth who refuses to strive. I had overestimated you." With that, all traces of pity vanished from Lu Yun's expression, replaced by a chilling coldness. His words seemed to wound Lu Qingyuan deeply. Like a frenzied beast, Lu Qingyuan launched himself into a frenzied assault. Chapter 59. Are you truly embracing cyberpunk? The resounding clash echoed from the stage, the intensity of their encounters stripping away layers of the arena, dust swirling in the air and cracks spreading like a spider's web. Even ordinary spectators could only discern their movements under specialized slow-motion footage. Such strength was astounding, far surpassing that of newcomers, perhaps even outstripping second-year students. The current batch of freshmen was becoming increasingly formidable. Yet something felt amiss. Wasn't Lu Qingyuan's strength artificially enhanced? Typically, those who relied on drugs displayed volatile and hollow power. How could he withstand Lu Yun's relentless onslaught for so long? Moreover, did anyone notice? Lu Qingyuan showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever. As the audience continued to observe the fierce battle, a sense of the unusual began to creep in. Liu Yun, too, shared this sentiment. Lu Qingyuan resembled a tireless machine. Despite the high-intensity clashes, he showed no signs of exertion. This could only indicate two possibilities. Either his strength far surpassed that of Liu Yun, or something was amiss. The first possibility was untenable. If he were significantly stronger than Liu Yun, he could easily incapacitate him without delay, so only the second scenario remained. Liu Yun abruptly withdrew, distancing himself from Lu Qingyuan. He sensed that continuing in this manner would deplete his energy rapidly. Is this how the so-called best of your generation retreats? Lu Qingyuan taunted, his voice dripping with scorn as he pursued Liu Yun relentlessly. Liu Yun's gaze flickered as he opted not to engage in a direct confrontation. Utilizing Void Step, he deftly maneuvered around the arena. Lu Qingyuan unleashed a flurry of punches, yet each time he seemed close to landing a blow on Liu Yun, he narrowly missed, unable to make contact. Damn it! The illustrious First of Silver Star can only flee? Lu Qingyuan cursed, attempting to provoke Liu Yun into a fight. However, Liu Yun remained as tranquil as a placid lake, impervious to the bait. Finally, Xiao AI, who had been observing Lu Qingyuan through the camera, detected an anomaly. Master, it appears this individual does not require breathing. Liu Yun scrutinized Lu Qingyuan's mouth and nose. The presence of airflow indicated breathing. Xiao AI clarified, Master, what I mean is his skin. During prolonged combat, a person's pores typically expand, releasing heat. Yet this individual exhibits no such phenomenon. His physiology is peculiar. With this revelation, Liu Yun's mind began to race, and he halted in his tracks. Lu Qingyuan, believing his taunts had taken effect, surged forward with excitement, fists raised like hammers, striking towards Liu Yun with astonishing speed, leaving trails of afterimages in his wake. Liu Yun deftly utilized Void Step to evade, then thrust his middle finger forward, aiming a punch at Lu Qingyuan's arm. The muscles in Lu Qingyuan's arm rippled in response. However, in that instant, the vibration seemed to defy the cessation of mechanical transmission. At that moment, Liu Yun appeared to hear a series of delicate, metallic sounds, reminiscent of an intricate assembly. Suddenly, a realization struck him. You did not merely enhance yourself through drugs. You have actually transformed your very body. The metallic sounds were unmistakably the noise of nanomaterials in motion. This was akin to the subtle sounds produced by the Nan armor bestowed upon him by Cheng Zhan, which expanded upon his surface. Yet, Lu Qingyuan's armor lay concealed beneath his skin. A flicker passed through Lu Qingyuan's eyes as he sneered. You actually discovered that. Since you have, I shall no longer indulge you. Prepare to perish with that. Lu Qingyuan swung his fist with tremendous force, and suddenly, the skin behind his elbow split open, unleashing 4 streams of flame, each as thick as a finger, propelling his punch's speed to several times greater. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Liu Yun, ready to strike. Bang! Liu Yun's muscles reverberated, and his Nan armor rippled as it attempted to dissipate the impact. Yet, he was still knocked back several meters. What the hell? This guy has truly transformed himself into a cybernetic being. South Liu, who had been discussing the length of something with his girlfriend, abruptly stood up, astonished, gazing at Lu Qingyuan's arm. He was not alone. Half the audience stood as well, taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. How could one fight when they had become part machine? As long as he had sufficient energy, he could fight indefinitely, and Liu Yun's defeat seemed inevitable. Surely, this was cheating. A chorus of murmurs arose. Luo Xingwen stood, his gaze flickering as he contemplated whether to halt the match. However, at that moment, the elder beside him pressed a hand down. Luo Xingwen immediately understood, hesitation flashing in his eyes, but after a moment of struggle, he sat back down. If you wish for my assistance, you must first demonstrate his worth and potential. Li Zhang said softly, his eyes glinting with deep interest beneath the brim of his hat. Upon witnessing this, Luo Xingwen quickly inquired, Elderly, do you agree? Let us see if this young man can secure a victory first. This is cheating. Stop the match immediately. Cheng Zhan had already rushed to the edge of the arena. Were it not for the Academy's regulations, he would have stormed the stage to retrieve Liu Yun. What on earth was this fighting? How could a human combat a machine? The sheer energy expenditure could easily wear Liu Yun down. The referee was prepared to call a halt to the match. But at that moment, he received a message. The match would continue. Casting a conflicted glance at Cheng Zhan, the referee reluctantly retracted his hand. Cheng Zhan understood all too well, high-level intervention was preventing the match from being stopped. He promptly pulled out his phone to contact the dean. However, the dean's message arrived first. This was Elderly's intention. Elderly? Cheng Zhan's heart raced, clutching his phone tightly. The only individual who could command the dean to refer to him as Elderly was none other than Star Master Li Zheng. But why? Why was that esteemed figure involved? Just as he was about to defy the elder's command, another message arrived from the dean. This will benefit Liu Yun. Trust him. Gritting his teeth, Cheng Zhan fixed his gaze on the figure in the arena. He resolved that should Lu Yun encounter any danger, he would be the first to intervene, as for the elder's command. He could no longer afford to consider it. Luo Xingwen, seeing that Cheng Zhan had not interrupted the match, let out a sigh of relief and then turned his hopeful gaze toward Lu Yun. Kid, don't let those who care for you down. It appears that someone wishes for your demise on this stage. Lu Qingyuan had prepared to strike Lu Yun down before the referee could call for a stop, only to be surprised that the match continued. His expression turned rather playful. Lu Yun brushed off the dust from his chest, a faint smile tugging at his lips. You misunderstand. They simply believe that at last, they have found a worthy opponent to indulge in. Of course, he would not wish to interrupt. The smile on his lips widened, and a fierce enthusiasm gleamed in his eyes as his heart pounded vigorously, sending a continuous flow of power throughout his body. Bang! Amidst the shattering stones, Lu Yun's figure shot for Nan Liue, suddenly noticed Lu Qingyun, who was malevolently staring at Lu Yun from behind. Be careful, he instinctively cautioned. At that moment, Lu Qingyuan's roar reverberated throughout the venue. Lu Yun, I want you dead. Crack! Lu Qingyuan abruptly placed both hands on the ground, and the left side of his face split open, revealing a red missile head. Nan Liue's eyes widened in shock, his pupils trembling. Holy crap, a micromissile. In an instant, as Lu Qingyuan made his move, Xiao AI had already detected his action and alerted Lu Yun. In a flash of thought, Lu Yun swiftly removed the smart brain from his wrist and hurled it towards Lu Qingyuan. Xiao AI, zap him. The screen of the smart brain lit up, and the built-in micro-energy core instantly overloaded. A blinding surge of electricity erupted from the smart brain, striking directly at the micromissile. Lu Qingyuan's intact eye stared blankly at the approaching smart brain, his gaze following its trajectory. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. What the hell is that? Moments later, the unleashed electric current pierced through the launch device, causing the micromissile to explode on the spot before it could be fired. Boom! An orange-red flame shot skyward, a mushroom cloud several meters wide rising in the center of the arena, nearly tearing the roof off the venue. A visible shockwave swept through the crowd, leaving countless spectators in shock. Lu Yun barely had time to cover his head before the force of the blast hurled him away. In the chaos, he felt a figure embrace him. Thankfully, he wouldn't fall too hard. A thought flashed through Lu Yun's mind before he lost consciousness. The scene descended into utter chaos. No-one had anticipated that Lu Qingyuan's final move would involve a micromissile. Fortunately, the payload used to fit that micromissile in his head was not substantial. Otherwise, the entire venue would have been obliterated. Yet, despite this, the situation on site remained dire, with over 100 square meters of the combat area completely destroyed. The central arena had vanished, leaving behind a massive crater 20 meters wide. A choking cloud of smoke filled every corner of the venue. Amidst the turmoil, two figures, wearing smiles, stealthily blended into the crowd and left the scene. Chapter 61. Handing over the stage, it was not until 2 days later that Lu Yun finally regained consciousness and sat up. You're awake? How do you feel? Lu Yun looked at Guan Xian, who was nibbling on fruit beside him, slightly puzzled. What are you doing here? What do you mean? Can't I be here? It's your honor to have the future #1 pilot take care of you. Guan Xian wrinkled her nose and shot an annoyed glance at Lu Yun. Lu Yun rolled his eyes, preparing to get out of bed. Aside from a slight soreness in his muscles, he felt surprisingly well. Don't move. The doctor said you need to be observed for another 2 days. Just relax and lie down. Guan Xian hurriedly interjected. I'm fine. Lu Yun waved his hand dismissively. Just then, a voice from outside called. Guan Xian, I'm here to take over. You can go back and rest. Nan Liue appeared at the door and, upon seeing Lu Yun awake, rushed over in delight. Wow, you woke up so quickly? He squeezed Lu Yun's arm, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Impressive. You got blasted by a micromissile at such close range and only needed 2 days to recover. Lu Yun recalled someone catching him at that moment and couldn't help but ask. What about the person who caught me? Oh, that was teacher Cheng Zhan. Yes, fine. He just took a day to recuperate and then went back to teaching. Lu Yun sighed with relief. As long as he's okay. He got out of bed and stretched his limbs, his joints cracking pleasantly. The doctor said you shouldn't be on your feet yet. Why not lie down a bit longer? Nan Liue said. No need. I still have matters to attend. And Lu Yun could not forget Lu Qingyuan's words from earlier. 500,000 to buy his limbs, a custom mech to turn him into a cripple. Does he really think I, Lu Yun, have no temper? Ignoring Nan Liue and Guan Xian's protests, Lu Yun strode out of the infirmary. Xiao AI, Wang family. After saying a few words, he suddenly realized that the smart brain had been destroyed in the explosion. He pivoted and went to the logistics department to purchase a new smart brain. Once it powered on and connected to the network, the screen lit up. Master, long time no see. Welcome back. Lu Yun gently tapped the smart brain, a smile gracing his lips. It's only been 2 days. 2 days is quite a long time for Xiao AI. I missed you every second. 3, hee hee. Just then, Xiao AI suddenly said, Master, Uncle Cheng is calling. Answer Lu Yun. I heard from Nan Liue that you're awake. How's your health? Have you fully recovered? Don't worry, Uncle Cheng. You know my physical resilience. Chungjin smirked, not bothering to argue. After all, when Lu Yun had just awakened his powers, he had dared to pilot the Thunder God, bouncing back to life after lying down for only a day, even improving his strength. Although the micromissile was dangerous, Lu Yun was not at ground zero. He was merely shaken by the shockwave, so it was indeed not a major issue. All right, just take care of yourself. If you feel unwell, seek medical attention immediately. Rest assured, I won't neglect my health, Lu Yun replied patiently, with no hint of impatience. Now, go to the dean's office. He said to see you as soon as you woke up. Lu Yun nodded. I'll head there right away. Upon arriving at the office, Luo Xingwen was engrossed in the screen. Upon noticing Lu Yun, he inquired about his condition and then beckoned him closer. Lu Yun approached the desk and looked at the screen, which displayed footage from the explosion. In the video, two figures immediately blended into the chaotic crowd and stealthily exited the scene after the blast. Lu Yun's realization struck him. These two are Wang Lei's parents? Luo Xingwen was somewhat surprised. So you figured out they were behind this? It was a reasonable guess. Luo Xingwen nodded, not elaborating further, but instead stated, after the explosion, they took advantage of the chaos to leave the scene, at the time. We were all focused on rescuing people and managing the aftermath, so we didn't notice them. By the time we began investigating again, all evidence had been destroyed by them, leaving only a few small fries to take the fall. Lu Yun furrowed his brow. So we can't do anything about them? Luo Xingwen smiled faintly. Of course not. The lack of evidence only means we can't deal with them openly, if we want them to pay the price. It is quite easy, however. I would like to give you the choice in this matter as an apology from me. After all, Lu Qingyuan had already violated the rules, but I, for various reasons, did not terminate the match, which led to a series of subsequent events. Therefore, I bear an undeniable responsibility. Lu Yun raised an eyebrow. Can I know what those reasons are? You only need to know that it benefits you. Saying it now wouldn't be appropriate? Luo Xingwen chuckled, resembling a benevolent Maitreya Buddha, exuding an air of familiarity. Yet, anyone who truly viewed this high-ranking dean as a simple, kind-hearted individual would be gravely mistaken. Lu Yun nodded, opting not to press further and instead asked, so what are the options you have for me? We can intervene and help you deal with the Wang family and all their associated groups. The advantage is that you won't need to worry about anything, just wait for the results. The downside is that it will take some time, approximately a month. Lu Yun inquired, what is the second option? You can handle it yourself, whether through killing, maiming, or any other means you desire. The downside is that you may face certain risks, while the upside is self-evident. Looking at the smiling Luo Xingwen, it was hard to imagine such bloody words coming from the mouth of this influential dean. I choose the second option, Lu Yun declared without hesitation. He could not afford to wait that long. The Wang family had shown such interest in him, and he would repay them manifold after Lu Yun left. Luo Xingwen dialed a number. Oldly, Lu Yun chose the second option. Hee, what a bold choice. Li Zheng chuckled softly. Then let him take the stage. I will notify the others to maintain silence. Ensure his safety. Li Zheng instructed. Rest assured, Xiao AI, pull up all the Wang family data. Also, spread the word online that I was injured by a bomb and have become incapacitated. Huh? Master, why? Xiao AI was perplexed. To lure the snake out of its hole. If the Wang family remained holed up like a fortress in their estate, finding a breakthrough would be exceedingly troublesome. But if they released personnel, he could systematically eliminate their minions one by one. Lu Yun's expression turned cold as he formulated a grand plan in his mind. Chapter 62. The phantom Lu Yun returned to his dormitory. The Wang Group, engaged in mech and equipment development for many years, was responsible for several mech designs that once swept through Kalen Star. As the head of the Wang Group, Wang Rinkai undoubtedly commanded formidable armed forces. Not to mention, there would certainly be no lack of mechs. Xiao AI's investigation results corroborated this. The Wang estate was patrolled by at least 10 industrial-grade mechs, while the armory housed no fewer than 30 terrifying units. Furthermore, there were even 2 exploratory-grade mechs. Such a military force, even if it were merely a 100-man combat squad, would be incapable of breaching defenses without the support of heavy artillery such as rocket launchers. Moreover, should the military be alerted, it would indeed spell doom. This is due to the profound collaborative relationship that exists between the military of Kalen Star and Wang Corporation. If Wang Rinkai were to solicit assistance from the military, they would undoubtedly intervene. Therefore, Lu Yun must eliminate the opposition within the Wang family before Wang Rinkai becomes desperately reliant on help. 2 days later, Lu Yun, clad in light attire, departed from the academy. The news reached Wang Rinkai in a timely manner, igniting a fervor within him as he immediately mobilized personnel to prepare for an assassination of Lu Yun amidst the bustling city. Su Xiaowan, with a worried expression, voiced her concerns. I have an unsettling premonition. Do you think this information about the young man might have been intentionally leaked? They could be attempting to lure us into action to gather evidence. Wang Rinkai reassured his wife with a pat on her shoulder, stating earnestly, rest assured. I have contemplated all these possibilities. I still believe we should leave Kalen Star to avoid the storm. Su Xiaowan could not restrain herself. Insisting enough, You are too exhausted. Return to rest. I will handle this matter, and trust that I can manage it well. After bidding farewell to Su Xiaowan, Wang Renkai returned to his office, slamming his fist onto the desk in frustration. His countenance as dark as the depths of water. He had longed to escape Kalin's star to evade the brewing storm, having even arranged a private flight 2 days prior. However, he was suddenly informed by the airport that it was undergoing maintenance and would be unable to depart in the near future. At that moment, Wang Renkai comprehended that escape was no longer an option. An invisible hand had already ensnared him. Yet, he was perplexed as to why that hand had yet to strike. However, upon receiving news of Lu Yun's incapacitation, clarity dawned upon him. This was a game of chess, a contest between Silver Star Academy and the military. He and Lu Yun were merely pawns in the grand schemes of powerful figures. Lu Yun, being a prodigy of Silver Star Academy, was bound to incite the ire of its president due to Wang Rensai's antagonistic stance. Simultaneously, Wang Corporation was a crucial client of Kalin Star's military, guaranteeing their protection. This was not a mere whimsy of Wang Rensai's imagination. He was well aware of the long-standing discord between Silver Star Academy and Kalin Star's military, a relationship fraught with friction over the years. Hence, the emergence of such covert maneuvering was hardly surprising. Thus, whether or not Lu Yun had been rendered incapacitated was of little consequence. What mattered was that he must eliminate Lu Yun. Only then could he hope to survive this high-stakes game of power. At this moment, Lu Yun remained oblivious to the myriad of speculations swirling in Wang Rensai's mind. He glanced at his intelligence device and began to wander aimlessly through Star Ring City. Wherever he roamed, the surveillance cameras were commandeered by Xiao AI, who monitored everything within a kilometer radius. With Xiao AI's presence, Lu Yun felt emboldened to act decisively. Master, someone is tailing you, Xiao AI informed him. They are quite swift, Lu Yun scoffed lightly, then veered into a nearby supermarket. The pursuer followed closely behind, entering and scanning the area, yet they could not locate Lu Yun's figure. Just as the follower believed they had lost him, they finally spotted Lu Yun behind a shelf. Sighing in relief, the pursuer, masquerading as an ordinary customer, peered at Lu Yun from a distance of 3 or 4 shelves. At this moment, Lu Yun set down his items and began to approach. Instantly, the follower averted their gaze, feigning interest in the products before them. Their actions were indistinguishable from those of a typical shopper. However, unbeknownst to them, an invisible specter had already captured every move they made. Lu Yun nonchalantly brushed past the follower, then, in an instant, struck decisively. The dagger concealed in his palm pierced through the follower's chin and into their skull, severing all signs of life within a single second. Lu Yun pressed his left hand over the follower's mouth, while his right hand held the dagger, gently lowering the body onto a nearby seat. Relax, relax, he murmured softly in their ear. Yes, just like that. He casually picked up a towel and stuffed it into their mouth before lowering their head. With no one around, he slipped away unnoticed. As he passed the storefront, he flashed a slight smile at the young female attendant, who, captivated by Lu Yun's charming grin, failed to notice the fleeting flicker of the surveillance camera. In that instant, all footage of Lu Yun's presence in the supermarket was deleted. Master, 4 vehicles have just exited the Wang family estate and are en route to your location. Xiao AI reported. Current position, Lu Yun stroked his intelligence device and turned toward an intersection in front of the pedestrian walkway. 2 red lights barred the way, halting the influx of traffic. A luxurious hover vehicle was caught in the gridlock, and a burly man leaned out of the window to survey the lengthy line of cars ahead, his frustration boiling over as he slammed the steering wheel. Damn it, why is there a traffic jam at this time? He grumbled. Then, he picked up his communicator and said, I'm stuck in traffic. You have no restrictions, so just fly over. Understood. Just then, the rear door of the vehicle swung open. The man instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror, only to see a young man sliding into the back seat. That face was strikingly familiar, precisely matching the 3-dimensional projection on his windshield. It was, unmistakably, the target of his mission. The man's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively reached for his sidearm. However, a seatbelt ensnared his neck, and before he could react, Lu Yun struck his temple with a forceful blow. Crack! The sharp sound of bone fracturing echoed as the man's eyes filled with blood, rendering him lifeless. Boss, we have arrived at the designated location. Lu Yun listened to the voice emanating from the communicator and raised his hand to respond. Though his lips did not move, the communicator emitted sound. Remain in position. The target is approaching you. I will be there shortly. The tone and inflection of the voice mirrored that of the now deceased man. Understood. The affirmative response brought a faint smile to Lu Yun's lips. With Xiao AI, the specter of the information world, at his side, any electronic device became an ally. The vehicle's door was no exception, nor was the communicator. He discarded the communicator and retrieved the man's handgun before casually exiting the vehicle and strolling away. The red signal turned green, allowing vehicles to flow freely. However, the car he had occupied remained motionless, while the multitude of vehicles behind it honked furiously, yet their pleas went unanswered. Lu Yun turned a corner. blending into the throng of pedestrians as he leisurely made his way toward the previously reported location. Chapter 63. What are you listening to, Rose? Do you think the president has lost his mind? To deal with such an ordinary individual, he sent out all 5 of us, in my opinion. Just one of us would suffice to handle that kid, on the top floor of a hotel building. A young man with short yellow hair spoke nonchalantly. Still, to perish at the hands of us 5 awakened ones, that kid can at least boast about it in the afterlife. He set down his observation scope and leaned against the wall. Beside the yellow-haired man was a woman clad in tight leather, lying on a blanket with an electromagnetic sniper rifle cradled in her arms, aiming at the street below. Hearing the yellow-haired man's words, the woman known as Rose replied coolly, "He is a top student from Silver Star Academy. Even if he is currently incapacitated, he may possess some exceptional abilities. Do not underestimate him. What does it matter if he is a top student? I am a level 13 awakened one. Dealing with him will be as easy as handling a chick," the yellow-haired man boasted, pulling out a mirror to groom his hair. Rose cast a glance at him and pressed her earpiece. "Taidun? Where are you?" "I'm at the intersection," a deep voice came through the communicator. Looking through her scope, Rose spotted a man as sturdy as a tower sitting at the entrance of a CAF at the corner. Strange, according to Xiaolu's route, that kid should have appeared here by now. Why haven't I seen him yet? Another voice chimed in on the communication channel. "I sense something is amiss. You should contact Xiaolu to confirm," Rose suggested. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" The yellow-haired man immediately became alert, drawing his handgun. "Room serviced, AT this time." "Where would room service come from?" "No need," he replied warily. "All right." Footsteps followed, indicating the person outside seemed to be moving away. Rose exchanged glances with the yellow-haired man, signaling him. He nodded, gun raised, and stealthily approached the door. Peering through the door's surveillance camera, he found the hallway empty. Letting out a sigh of relief, he relaxed. Looks like it really was room service. Rose nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, the door quietly swung open. The previously empty doorway now hosted a youthful silhouette. Appearing like a specter, the yellow-haired man instinctively turned upon hearing the door open, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. Where did that sound come from? The next second, bang, his bewildered face exploded, a gaping hole puncturing his skull. Lu Yun regarded the gun in his hand, raising an eyebrow in surprise at the immense power of this weapon acquired from the man in the traffic jam. He then shifted his gaze to the woman crouched by the window. Hearing the noise, she turned to react, but Lu Yun swiftly fired another shot. Bang! A gaping wound erupted from Rose's chest. "AT that moment." A voice crackled through the communication channel. "Xiaolu has not made contact. I sense something may have gone wrong." Rose emitted a pained groan, attempting to relay the ambush to her teammates before succumbing to the inevitable. Yet, her communicator activated on its own, broadcasting her voice. "Heads up. Xiaolu has encountered an incident. The target's location has changed. Everyone regroup at my position for a reassignment of tasks." The woman's eyes widened in terror as she gazed at Lu Yun in horror. However, a more terrifying situation loomed ahead. She witnessed the young man retrieve a communicator, his lips sealed, and the voice of their leader resonated through the communication channel. "Indeed, everyone come here." "Who exactly are you?" Rose, in sheer terror, momentarily forgot her injuries. What manner of foe was this? Lu Yun cast a glance at her, took a few steps closer, and fired another shot. Rose met her demise, overwhelmed with fear and confusion. Lu Yun glanced down. The man named Taidun had already vacated the CAF and was hastening towards this building. The last member of the group was also on his way here, and one suspected that these were not commands issued by their leader. Lu Yun closed the door and picked up a blanket to wrap the 2 corpses, attempting to stifle the scent of blood. Then, clutching Rose's sniper rifle, he awaited the arrival of the remaining 2. Once he dealt with these loose ends, he could set his sights on handling the Wong couple. Since he was prepared to pay for a life, he pondered whether he possessed sufficient funds to secure their own lives. Lu Yun found this notion intriguing. Before long, rhythmic knocking echoed from outside the door. Lu Yun glanced at the surveillance footage sent by the AI. Taidun had arrived first. He fiddled with the sniper rifle, setting it on the table in the booth, the barrel aimed at the wall. The electronic door, under the control of Xiao AI, automatically unlocked. Taidun pushed the door open and shut it behind him. At that moment, Lu Yun pulled the trigger. The wall shattered, countless bricks and bullets hurtling into Tieduan's body. Before Taidun could react, his robust form was torn apart by flying debris and bullets, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Lu Yun was taken aback by the rifle's formidable power. A half-meter-wide hole marred the wall, and Tieduan's upper body was unrecognizable. Initially, he intended to mask the scent of blood, but now it was utterly impossible. The entire foyer was strewn with Tieduan's remains. With a sigh, Lu Yun grabbed a cloth and laid it on the floor, hoping to cover as much as possible. He then closed the door and moved to the opposite guest room, opening the door to find it empty, standing quietly at the entrance. Before long, a gaunt figure approached the door. Just as he was about to knock, he caught a faint whiff of blood. instantly alert. The slender man pressed his ear against the door, listening intently. Simultaneously, the door behind him creaked open. Liu Yun, gun drawn, pressed it to his forehead. What are you listening for? The gaunt man froze, not daring to make a move. Who are you? Aren't you all looking for me? He stammered, swallowing hard. Brother, don't be impulsive. Let's talk this over. I'm just a scout, I don't know anything. Liu Yun chuckled softly, took the man's gun, then pushed him inside and shut the door. The gaunt man assumed Liu Yun had questions for him, frantically contemplating how to buy time. But soon, he heard a faint sound. The click of the triggered eye. In the next moment, the man's head burst like a ripe watermelon. Liu Yun had no questions to ask. Pushing him into the room was merely to avoid alarming others. It must be said that as a top-tier guest room, the soundproofing was impeccable. Not a single soul outside noticed the commotion within, saving him considerable trouble. After wrapping the man's body, Liu Yun turned and locked the door, quietly departing. Chapter 64. How did he get in? Shortly after Liu Yun exited the room, 3 figures entered. One man and 2 women. The man had dyed his hair white, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. The 2 women, one tall and one short, presented a stark contrast. The taller one was statuesque, her figure curvaceous yet icy, her eyes seemingly containing centuries of unmelting frost. In her hand, she wielded a tang sword, its scabbard adorned with intricate patterns, exuding an air of distinction. The other woman was petite, barely 5 feet tall, with twin ponytails framing her cherubic face, which bore a radiant smile. At that moment, the white-haired youth examined the 4 corpses in the room, clicking his tongue in disbelief. 4 individuals. 1 level 14 strength awakened, 1 level 13 agility awakened, and 2 level 12 vitality and intellect awakened. Such power should have made it a cinch to eliminate that kid. Yet he managed to outsmart them all. I can't fathom how he did it. The shorter girl nodded, deep in thought. Moreover, all 4 died from gunshot wounds. This guy is quite cautious, avoiding direct confrontation. Such a person is most troublesome to deal with. The white-haired man chuckled. Troublesome or not, it doesn't concern us. It's the Wang family who will suffer. I wonder how this kid will infiltrate the Wang household. Right now, it's as fortified as a citadel. Even we would need to exert considerable effort. The ice-cold woman listened to her companion's exchange, stepping toward the window to gaze below. She was curious how Liu Yun had evaded their stringent surveillance and directly entered their room to eliminate these individuals. At that moment, she suddenly spotted a figure standing below, gazing up at her from over 30 stories away. He is indeed formidable. He has already detected us, she remarked coolly. The white-haired man blinked in surprise. What? The short girl quickly reacted, rushing to the window and peering out on her tiptoes. Wow, how impressive. He really noticed us, she exclaimed, waving her hands. The white-haired man joined her, astonished. Stop shouting. At this distance, he can't hear you. The cold-faced woman fixed her gaze intently, then withdrew her eyes. Let's determine the price first. I need to report this. In truth, Liu Yun could indeed hear them. Observing the faces of the group on the surveillance feed, he instructed Xiao AI to conduct a facial recognition search. The result returned nothing. Master, the information on these 3 appears to be encrypted. To uncover their identities, we would need access to the official core database of Kalen Star. No need for that, Liu Yun declined. Since they are not enemies, we need not concern ourselves with them. He switched off the surveillance footage in the room. Liu Yun speculated that these 3 might be affiliated with the academy. He made his way to the station and boarded a hovering train. Before long, the communicator belonging to the squad leader in his hand suddenly buzzed. What's the situation? Xiao AI replied directly. The target has not yet appeared. The other side fell silent. Liu Yun pocketed the communicator and waited patiently. Shortly after, the train arrived at its destination. Liu Yun disembarked and stood before a towering building, its FAAD emblazoned with massive neon letters. Wang Corporation. He had arrived at the Wang family's company. 2 robotic sentinels armed with guns stood guard at the entrance. Upon seeing Liu Yun, one of the robots approached. Sir, please present your identification and confirm your appointment. Liu Yun glanced at the robot, pulled out a card and handed it over. His hand inadvertently brushed against the robot. Xiao AI instantly infiltrated successfully. The card was, of course, a forgery, but after Xiao AI's processing, it appeared as a legitimate pass to the robot's sensors. Welcome back from vacation, senior equipment researcher Yun Liu. You may enter. A faint smile graced Liu Yun's lips. Quite frankly, upon learning that Wang Corporation's security system operated on a closed-circuit intranet, Liu Yun had harbored some concerns. However, now that Xiao AI had successfully breached the robot's defenses and accessed Wang Corporation's internal network, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The glass doors, resilient enough to withstand the bombardment of exploratory-grade mechas, swung open, and Liu Yun calmly walked in under the scrutiny of numerous gazes. Wang Renkai, stationed at the Wang family's estate, would never have imagined that Liu Yun had already infiltrated his company. With a clear path ahead, Liu Yun proceeded to the logistics equipment department and soon met with the department head. I come on the orders of the president to requisition a batch of equipment. Lu Yun stated, maintaining a respectful yet assertive gaze on the department head. The order should have reached your neural interface. You may verify it. Lu Yun spoke nonchalantly. The head of the department was taken aback by Lu Yun's youthful appearance. However, in his position, he acknowledged orders rather than individuals. Indeed, he soon laid eyes on a requisition with the president's signature. Such internal requisitions could only be processed through dedicated networks. Even the most skilled hacker on Kalen Star could not breach them without raising alarms. Hackers could not, but a successful intelligent entity that had infiltrated the corporate intranet could do so effortlessly. In fact, Xiao AI did not forge the document but merely located a previous requisition. Altering the time and command is needed. The department head harbored no doubts. He quickly arranged for the equipment specified in the order and dispatched an armored vehicle to the Wang estate. Lu Yun smoothly boarded the vehicle, heading towards the Wang household. Across the street at a bubble tea shop, 3 figures each held a cup of pearl milk tea, staring intently at Wang Corporation. Lost in thought, he actually made it inside. How did he get in? The petite girl crushed a pearl between her teeth, her wide eyes filled with astonishment. Something's off. This kid is up to something. The white-haired man covered his face, peering through his fingers, staring blankly at the entrance of Wang Corporation. Could it be a malfunction in the corporation's security system? The petite girl mused. The white-haired man blinked, suddenly rising to stride towards Wang Corporation. Hey, Lu Ming, where are you going? I decided to give it a try in the past. The white-haired man crossed the road and made his way to the entrance of the Wang group. 2 robots approached and blocked his path. Subsequently, the white-haired man began to gesticulate wildly at the robots, seemingly uttering incomprehensible words. 1 robot suddenly restrained him, while the other aimed a gun at his head. A short girl gasped dramatically, then glanced at the aloof woman beside her. Qingyun Jia, oui? Luo Qingyun maintained a stoic expression as she sipped her milk tea, her other hand grasping a tang knife laid upon the table, and turned to leave. Simultaneously, she uttered a parting remark. Let's go. We need not concern ourselves with this disgraceful fellow. Chapter 65. The Whirlwind Eagle. On the way to the Wang Manor, Lu Yun sat in the rear compartment of an armored vehicle. Before him lay a combat and maneuvering mech of industrial grade, the Whirlwind X-type Eagle mech. This mech is the flagship product of the Wang Group, renowned for its remarkable cost-effectiveness, striking appearance, and superior close combat capabilities, making it a favorite among many young enthusiasts, often referred to simply as the Whirlwind Eagle. The Whirlwind Eagle measures 8 meters in length, with a sleek body that lacks the cumbersome and heavy armor typical of other models. Its exterior is primarily adorned in blue and white, with key core areas covered by silver, leaf-shaped armor plates. However, the most striking feature of this mech is the 12-13-meter-long metal feather blades stacked upon its back, 6 on each side, which, when unfurled, resemble the wings of an eagle, hence its name. These blades can form a shield to protect the mech during critical moments, deflecting incoming fire, and can also be detached for use as close combat weapons. When paired with the mech's Falcon engine, powered by electromagnetic force, it can simultaneously control all 12 blades for mid-range attacks against enemies. This design is the aspect of the mech that garners the most admiration. Lu Yun observed the myriad of information that Xiao AI had gathered regarding the mech before him, and he began to grasp its capabilities. The Wang Manor is heavily fortified. He would not be foolish enough to storm in recklessly. Shifting his gaze from the Whirlwind Eagle, Lu Yun inquired, "What is the current situation with the Wang family?" Upon entering the Wang Group's internal network via the Gatekeeper robot, Xiao AI was able to retrieve information from within the Wang family. After a brief pause, Xiao AI responded, "Master, Wang Renkai did not heed the information I sent, and has dispatched 2 additional 10-man squads. He is quite cautious." Lu Yun nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Caution is indeed commendable. The other party has unwittingly played into his hands by sending out their available forces, leaving the interior of the Wang Manor vulnerable. Wang Renkai would never suspect that Lu Yun has an intelligent entity assisting him, while he leisurely rides in his own vehicle, en route to his home. After several hours, the armored vehicle arrived outside the Wang Manor. A guard clad in exoskeleton armor approached, accompanied by 2 robots. The driver of the armored vehicle, an acquaintance of the guard, curiously asked, "Lao Luo, what brings you here today?" "I have not received any cargo notification." Lao Luo replied, "Covert mission. I received a sudden notice to transport a batch of equipment." "That shouldn't be. Even covert missions should have a notification issued," the guard remarked. Lu Yun, overhearing the conversation outside, calmly suggested, "Perhaps it's delayed. You might want to check again." The guard stood on tiptoe, peering into the observation window of the vehicle. "Who is inside?" Unfortunately, the height of the vehicle prevented him from seeing anything. "Just some accompanying personnel," Lao Luo responded, lowering his voice. "I must tell you, they appear quite young. They might be some relative of the president. You should hurry and check for any notifications to avoid offending them." The guard nodded. "In this region, the Wang family is akin to the heavens. No one wishes to cross them." The guard, not wanting to stir trouble, returned to the guardhouse to verify the notification. Soon as he opened his holographic computer, a message popped up. After a glance, he felt relieved. It was indeed a notification for equipment transfer. With that, he promptly opened the gate, allowing the vehicle to proceed into the manor towards the equipment storage. Liu Yun activated the mech's cockpit and took his seat. Stop, before the equipment storage. A squad of soldiers clad in full-cover kinetic armor, standing 2 meters tall and armed to the teeth, blocked the armored vehicle for a final entry inspection. Open the vehicle door. Lao Luo immediately complied. He was not one to provoke those responsible for the manor's security. However, at that moment, one soldier shouted. The guard reported 2 individuals. Why is there only you? What? That's impossible, Lao Luo exclaimed, turning to glance through the observation window at the cargo area, only to find it indeed empty. Several soldiers had already gone on high alert, their weapons at the ready. Just then, a dozen flat, spinning devices resembling tops on the walls of the vehicle suddenly activated, detaching and flying out. One soldier standing at the vehicle door was caught off guard as a top hovered in front of him, emitting a low hum. Following that, streams of thermal ion rays shot forth from the top. The soldier barely had time to register what was happening before the kinetic armor's visor was riddled with holes. The others nearby were startled, shouting, "Enemy attack! Take cover!" These soldiers were highly trained. Within a second of the unexpected event, they swiftly raised an ion shield to protect themselves and began to retreat in a defensive formation. Yet, at that moment, the armored vehicle, weighing several tons, trembled violently. The sides of the cargo area suddenly bulged outward, and 2 long blades, glinting with a deadly sheen, pierced through the walls, slicing towards the soldiers standing on the side. One soldier was cleaved in half, his armor providing no defense whatsoever, easily severed. Then, the blades swept horizontally, slicing through the thick walls of the vehicle as if they were mere tofu, producing a cacophony of sound. Everything transpired with dizzying speed. From the first soldier being struck down by the ion rays to the cargo area being breached, all occurred within 3 seconds. 4 soldiers were caught unawares as the sweeping blades passed through their necks, severing their heads. Retreat! The captain bellowed with all his might. He could no longer ponder why this was happening. All he knew was that if they did not flee, he and his men would perish here. Yet, it was already too late. The first dozen tops, now airborne, scattered and unleashed a barrage of thermal ion rays. The crimson beams wove a lethal net in the air. 5 seconds later, not a single soul remained. Oh, wait, there is one. Bang. Lao Luo in the cockpit jolted in shock, staring in terror and confusion at the top of the vehicle. Swallowing hard, Liu Yun, adorned with a synchronization device, stood within the whirlwind eagle. Bending his knees, he leapt lightly. The whirlwind eagle sprang forth with the whir of machinery, crashing onto the grass below, sending up a spray of mud. The commotion had drawn numerous attentions. Several combat squads arrived, only to be met with the sight of the whirlwind eagle, causing them to retreat in sheer terror. However, they had already been marked by Xiao AI, and the information was transmitted to the control terminal of the whirlwind eagle. Liu Yun raised his hand, a virtual screen projected into view. After a few taps, he locked onto the targets. Instantly, a flurry of thermal ion projectors shot out from the cargo area, spiraling towards the combat squads. Moments later, screams echoed from afar, the scent of blood wafting through the air, saturating the once open space. In that instant, no one dared to approach. It was as if they had entered a realm of death. Chapter 66. Arc light / in the study, Wang Renkai was examining a map, contemplating how to flawlessly eliminate Liu Yun. Despite rumors circulating on forums claiming Liu Yun had become incapacitated, with several photographs as evidence, Wang Renkai could not shake the unease in his heart, leaving him quite agitated. Thus, after breakfast, he sequestered himself in his room to devise a strategy, ignoring everyone except for the security personnel to maintain a grasp on Liu Yun's latest movements. However, even now, after dispatching several teams, he had received no news. It was as if Liu Yun had vanished into thin air. "Father, you should eat something." Wang Renkai's eldest son, Wang Jian, stood outside with a lunchbox. Wang Renkai indeed felt hungry. After some thought, he decided not to insist any longer and opened the door for Wang Jian to enter. "Have you eaten?" "You haven't eaten. How could I dare to eat alone?" Wang Jian replied respectfully. "Nonsense," Wang Renkai reprimanded, casually saying, "Sit down and have a bite with me. Your brother is gone. Now you are the only heir to the Wang family. If you starve, who will inherit this vast empire?" "Father, you are correct." Wang Jian quickly lowered his head in acknowledgement. However, just as the father and son were preparing to enjoy a harmonious lunch, a commotion erupted outside. Wang Jian's expression soured, and he set down his chopsticks, saying, "Father, please continue eating. I will check what is going on." Wang Renkai nodded, but as Wang Jian reached the door, their butler hurried over. "Steward Liu, what is the matter that you appear so flustered?" Wang Jian intercepted him. "Young master, a grave situation has arisen," Steward Liu said, his demeanor serious and shaken. "Someone has breached our defenses." "What?" Wang Jian's eyes widened in disbelief, his first instinct being that it was an April Fool's joke. However, he quickly realized that Steward Liu would not jest about such matters. He immediately returned to the study with Steward Liu. "Father, Something has happened, Master. There are hundreds of fully armed enemies approaching you. Equipped with rocket launchers and EMP missiles, they pose a significant threat. Additionally, 4 Type 2 hunters have been detected heading your way. The voice of Xiao AI resonated in an orderly manner before him. The virtual screen illuminated with multiple images, all derived from the surveillance cameras scattered throughout the estate. 100-strong armed contingent encircled from all directions, while 4 Killsat 2 units approached from the target area. To reach Wang Rankai, he would inevitably cross paths with these 4 mechs. The Killsat 2, a downgraded version of the Killsat 1, possessed merely industrial-grade standards, with performance metrics significantly inferior to those of the Killsat 1 that Lu Yun had encountered with the old man. Nevertheless, even so, they were far superior to the industrial mechs available on the market. The Killsat series was exclusively sold to the military, and the cost was astronomical. The Wang family's casual production of 4 units was ample evidence of the veracity of the rumors. Their connection with the military was indeed profound. With a swift flick of his blade, Lu Yun engaged the full power of the engine, surging forward at maximum speed. The ground tremored ominously beneath him, leaving large footprints across the lawn. Before long, the panoramic display revealed the silhouettes of the 4 Killsat 2 mechs. Standing at 5 meters tall, their bodies were slightly shorter than the Whirlwind Eagle model. Yet they bore a more formidable weight, resembling a formation of black armored rhinoceroses charging forth. Engagement in 10 seconds, Xiao AI announced. As an artificial intelligence, this was the moment for her to showcase her utmost capabilities. She could integrate with the mech systems, replacing the existing auxiliary framework, thus providing Lu Yun with the most personalized assistance. Many details that Lu Yun might overlook would be caught by her keen awareness, allowing her to offer timely reminders. With her aid, Lu Yun's combat effectiveness could potentially double. Lu Yun fixed his gaze on the 4 Killsat 2 units barreling toward him, undeterred in speed. Their momentum suggested a collision course was imminent. Has he lost his mind? Is he truly preparing to collide with us? Heh, this bumpkin probably has no idea that the Killsat 2 is renowned for its defensive capabilities. Brothers, let us teach this bumpkin a lesson. Laughter erupted within the communication channel of the Killsat 2 units. Following this, all 4 Killsat 2s simultaneously raised their right arms, revealing the heavy armor plates that unfolded to expose the reciprocating power hammers mounted on their arms. With a punch capable of delivering 10 tons of force 3 times per second, they could shatter the Whirlwind Eagle model into fragments upon impact. Boom! The heavy footfalls resonated as the Whirlwind Eagle collided with one of the Killsat 2s. Yet, before the Killsat 2 could activate its hammer, the Whirlwind Eagle bent its body and leaped upward. As a maneuverable mech, the ability to jump high was a significant advantage. However, just then, the 2 Killsat 2s on the ground suddenly arched their backs, their mocking laughter reverberating through the external speakers. Fool! We anticipated your leap with that. A thunderous sound erupted as the 2 Killsat 2s launched grappling hooks from their backs, ensnaring the Whirlwind Eagle's legs. Get down here. The pilot of the Killsat 2 bellowed, pulling downward. The Whirlwind Eagle, which had just leaped, was immediately yanked back down. Inside the cockpit, Lu Yun smirked slightly. Xiao AI had already briefed him on the various equipment mounted on the Killsat 2, and he certainly hadn't forgotten the grappling hooks attached to their backs. He had leaped intentionally to provoke this reaction. As soon as he touched the ground, the 2 Killsat 2s swung their fists at him. With the ropes binding him, there was no way for Lu Yun to retreat. However, the very individual who had orchestrated this predicament had no intention of retreating. What he sought was an absolute counterattack. The power hammers mounted on the arms of the 2 Killsat 2s retracted, preparing to unleash their force. Boom! The charged hammers shot forth in an instant. Simultaneously, Lu Yun sharply maneuvered the Whirlwind Eagle to lean back. The 2 hammers grazed the chest armor of the Whirlwind Eagle, sparking a flurry of sparks as several armor plates were shredded. Yet, Lu Yun's initial move had been executed flawlessly. Zoj reverse blade technique. This highly effective yet exceedingly challenging maneuver was replicated once again within the Wang family estate. The Whirlwind Eagle leaned back, its rear engine igniting, performing a complete rotation mid-air. The feather blades on its arms carving deep furrows into the ground, thrusting upward to pierce the waist and leg joints of the 2 Killsat 2s before him. This area represented the only 2 weak points in the Killsat 2's armor, its lower defenses. The feather blades penetrated the soft metal, diagonally entering the cockpit. Emerging from the back point, 2 streams of crimson dripped from the tips of the blades. In mere seconds, 2 pilots were either injured or killed. The remaining 2 Killsat 2 pilots, enraged, frantically flanked him from both sides. Lu Yun withdrew the feather blades, severing the ropes binding his feet, and swiftly retreated. Damn it, stay here. A furious roar echoed from behind. As you wish. The Whirlwind Eagle, having dashed 100 meters, indeed came to a halt. However, before the 2 pilots could revel in their perceived victory, the Whirlwind Eagle suddenly crouched down, retracting 11 feather blades behind it, leaving only one in hand, poised at its side. The Hawk Eagle engine roared to full power. Deep purple electric arcs surged through the gaps of the mech, entwining around the feather blade. This maneuver was the Whirlwind Eagle's combat technique, arc slash. One pilot froze momentarily, his expression shifting dramatically. Before he could finish speaking, a crisp explosion erupted beneath the Whirlwind Eagle's feet, fracturing the ground as a shockwave radiated from behind it, the center of the blast. The Whirlwind Eagle shot forth like lightning. A channel of electric energy manifested between the Whirlwind Eagle and one Killsat-2. Arc slash. The electric arcs sliced through the Killsat-2. The mech, unable to defend in time, was cleaved in half at the waist. It subsequently erupted in a dazzling display of sparks. Liu Yun flicked his feather blade, casting his gaze upon the final mech, Chapter 67. The sword and spear at hand, whether it was teacher Xiang Shao or the old man, both had imparted a crucial technique to Liu Yun during their teachings on mech-related courses. Exploit your strengths to attack your enemy's weaknesses. Unlike humans, mechs lacked the flexibility to adapt in the heat of battle, nor could they execute sudden breakthroughs when near defeat. To upgrade a mech, one must replace it with more powerful components, engines, and superior weaponry. Otherwise, in battles between mechs of the same caliber, the determining factor would always be the operator's skill. The ingenuity of the pilot would translate into miraculous feats for the mech. As long as this technique could be employed flawlessly, opportunities to strike decisively would arise. Liu Yun embodied this principle. Whether it was his leap or his retreat, each action was designed to draw the enemy's attention, compelling them to reveal their vulnerabilities in haste. Otherwise, with the Killsat-2's formidable defenses, achieving a swift kill would be exceedingly challenging. Liu Yun twirled his feather blade, standing 100 meters away from the last Killsat-2, locked in a standoff. Inside the cockpit, the final Killsat-2 pilot was drenched in sweat, his pupils dilated in terror. He could not fathom why 3 teammates had fallen in such rapid succession. Gazing at the Whirlwind Eagle, which resembled the Grim Reaper, he felt an unfamiliarity with what should have been his own product. He had never witnessed anyone wielding the Whirlwind Eagle with such skill. In this overwhelming fear, the pilot made the gravest error in judgment. He chose to flee. Spotting the soldiers nearby armed with EMP missiles, he turned to run, hoping their weapons would shield his retreat. However, he had grossly underestimated the speed of the Whirlwind Eagle and Liu Yun's intent to eliminate him. The feather blades shot forth like arrows, piercing through the unguarded neck of the Killsat-2. The blades unleashed a surge of electricity, reducing the pilot to ashes. In his final moments, the pilot could only utter one word in horror: cover. With a rush, the Whirlwind Eagle surged forward like a raging dragon, leaving a trail of smoke in its wake. The soldiers carrying EMP missile launchers lost their target, scrambling in disarray over the communication channels. Shao AI swiftly intervened, unleashing a jarring electromagnetic pulse that disrupted their communications. All at once, they jolted, hastily removing their headsets. Just then, a shadow descended from the sky. The Whirlwind Eagle leaped into the air. Swinging its arm .12 feather blade shot forth like the scythes of death, mercilessly harvesting lives below. Run for it. Retreat. Everyone. Fall back. With their headsets rendered useless, the soldiers could only shout in panic at that moment. Shao AI's voice rang out, "Master, a missile is approaching from the right." Liu Yun lowered his body, the Whirlwind Eagle landing deftly. With a swift rotation of his feather blade, he struck downwards. Boom. A torrent of flames erupted, obliterating the missile mid-air. Harnessing the explosion's force, Liu Yun pivoted towards Wang Rencai's direction. His target was Wang Rencai's family. He had no intention of becoming entangled with these individuals. "Master, I have spotted Su Xiaojun. She is heading toward Wang Rencai, and Wang Rencai's eldest son, Wang Zhun, is also inside the house." "Heh, the family reunion saves me quite a bit of effort." Liu Yun chuckled lightly, accelerating to full speed, demolishing doors and walls as he advanced. Within a mere half-minute, the entire residential area had been reduced to ruins. Only the vast expanse of the Wang estate allowed him sufficient space to maneuver. Countless wails echoed from all corners. "Master, I have intercepted a distress signal sent to the military by the enemy. Wang Rencai has dispatched several individuals to seek military aid." Liu Yun understood. Wang Rencai was no fool. Upon witnessing Liu Yun's effortless infiltration into the estate via the Wang Group's vehicles, he surely realized that their communications might have been monitored or intercepted. Thus, he sent people to seek assistance. However, Liu Yun was unconcerned. The military base on Kalen Star was not close by. Even at full speed with the hovercraft, it would take at least 30 minutes to reach. Thus, it is highly probable that the adversary will make contact with the military after evading the surveillance of Shao AI. "Through calculations, my master, you have only 10 minutes remaining. In 5 minutes, the opponent will escape the monitoring zone and establish communication with the military. The military can deploy combat helicopters within 5 minutes. Liu Yun nodded slightly. 5 minutes is sufficient. He had already arrived at the study where Wang Rencai was located. 5 minutes would be enough for him to reduce Wang Rencai and his family of 3 to mere pulp. With a resounding whoosh, he swung his blade, effortlessly tearing off the roof of the tower, which bore a distinct European dome style, thereby exposing the study below. From his elevated position, Lu Yun gazed down upon the four trembling figures within the study, Wang Renkai and his wife, their eldest son Wang Zhan, and the steward Lu. The four appeared on the light screen, each one locked onto by a targeting reticle. The ship-mounted cannon on his shoulder had already opened its firing cover, requiring merely a single shell from a small howitzer to obliterate these four flesh and blood entities. Even a level 20 awakened individual would not withstand the devastating bombardment of a howitzer at such close range. Behind him, the sound of grinding gears echoed. As many as 20 armored vehicles were rapidly advancing. Additionally, 4 or 5 mechs were lurking menacingly in the background. Yet, none dared to make a move. While they might have the capability to eliminate Lu Yun and the Whirlwind Eagle, they could not possibly ensure the survival of Wang's family at such proximity. The Wang family's reaction was indeed swift. From the moment Lu Yun entered the Wang estate to this point, no more than 10 minutes had elapsed, and they had mobilized such a formidable defensive force to thwart him. Their training was evident, adhering to strict protocols. Unfortunately, Lu Yun had anticipated the current situation, which is why he had deliberately chosen the agile Whirlwind Eagle and swiftly dealt with the 4 incoming Hunter Type 2s before heading directly to Wang Renkai's hiding place, effectively restraining the advancing forces from acting recklessly. Wang Renkai also assessed the current circumstances and felt a measure of calm within. Seated in his chair, he tilted his head to gaze at the Whirlwind Eagle hovering above. The cockpit was situated just behind those piercing eyes. "Who exactly are you?" Wang Zhan could not help but inquire. The Wang family, it seemed, had forgotten their past transgressions rather swiftly. "Did you not consider this day when you paid for my life?" Lu Yun retorted. "You killed my son, and I am not allowed to seek vengeance." Su Xiaojun interjected sharply, her face contorted with resentment as she glared at Lu Yun in a moment of anguish. She covered her face and wept. "Oh, my Lei-er, what sin did he commit to deserve such a fate at your hands? Even the academy stands by your side." Lu Yun scoffed. "Wang Lei sought to kill me. Naturally, I had to resist. Am I expected to simply stand by and allow your son to take my life? My son is pure of heart. How could he wish to harm you? You are merely fabricating accusations against Lei-er." Observing Su Xiaojun's unreasonable demeanor, Lu Yun wisely chose not to engage further in argument, for it was futile. Addressing such a woman had been a grave error from the outset. "Master, the route calculations are complete. Here is the action plan that will minimize damage by 40. That is sufficient," Lu Yun silently acknowledged. To infiltrate the Wang estate and emerge with only such minimal repercussions was more than he could have hoped for. "Wang family head, you might want to start contemplating what to say to your son moving forward," Lu Yun stated coldly. The faceplate re-engaged, and an overwhelming fear instantly filled the study. Wang Renkai's expression twitched as he abruptly produced a metallic box, exclaiming, "You cannot act, otherwise, you shall perish too." Lu Yun sneered, disregarding the threat. Just then, Xiao AI interjected, "Master, radiation has been detected. The contents of the box have been preliminarily identified as possessing uranium-235. Is that not a nuclear bomb?" Lu Yun's eyes widened, and he halted his actions immediately. Even someone with little knowledge of physics, like him, understood the terrifying power of a nuclear bomb. "Do not worry, Master. This object is compact, and its yield should not exceed 20 kilograms. Preliminary estimates indicate that the maximum explosion radius is merely 4 km. The radiation range extends to 8 km. Your chance of survival in the event of an explosion is 5, not certain death." Lu Yun fell into a momentary silence before quietly responding. "Xiao AI, your method of consolation is commendable. Refrain from such comments in the future. Oh, a 95 mortality rate is indeed concerning." Wang Renkai, observing Lu Yun's cessation of aggression, breathed a sigh of relief. Originally intended as a means to destroy the estate in a moment of necessity, it had unexpectedly become a tool for preserving his life at this juncture. Now, all he needed was to await the military's arrival for rescue. He felt a wave of relaxation wash over him and was about to engage Lu Yun in further discourse to buy time when a chilling shadow suddenly descended, striking directly at the nuclear bomb before him. Wang Renkai. 0.5 seconds later, a torrential fireball erupted from the sphere, engulfing the entire building. Lu Yun turned to flee, directing all the engine power of the Whirlwind Eagle into the propulsion vents, propelling himself away in a near-flying manner. Xiao AI's voice continued to resonate in his ears. The nuclear bomb was triggered prematurely, preventing its internal atomic fission from occurring, thereby significantly reducing the danger. Boom, boom, boom. A series of artillery shells whizzed past him. Upon witnessing Lu Yun's decisive action, the stationed armored vehicles in the distance immediately opened fire, unleashing a relentless barrage. The Whirlwind Eagle weaved and dodged like a fragile leaf caught in a tempest, navigating the fierce onslaught of cannon fire. Yet, the bombardment was relentless. Even if he evaded direct collisions, he could not escape the shockwaves generated by the explosions. Pain radiated throughout Lu Yun's body, but he dared not linger. The whirlwind eagle lacked robust shielding. Although it could somewhat withstand radiation exposure, that did not grant him the luxury of remaining in a radioactive environment for long. He needed to vacate the radiation zone as swiftly as possible, or even escaping would pose a threat to his life. With 27 seconds of full-speed propulsion, Lu Yun pressed down hard, and the whirlwind eagle leaped into the air, successfully distancing itself from the maximum radiation radius. The red warning signals transitioned to green. Safety had been attained. However, at that moment, Lu Yun felt a warmth at the tip of his nose. Upon inspection, he found his hand smeared with blood. Master, your radiation levels have surpassed the threshold. Immediate treatment is required. Xiao AI's urgent voice echoed within the cockpit. I have contacted the emergency rescue department of Silver Star Academy and located the nearest water source. You must wash off the radioactive dust immediately. Lu Yun wiped the blood from his nose, realizing the worst had indeed occurred. The whirlwind eagle had not escaped the splatter zone of radioactive debris in time. Those minute particles had infiltrated the cockpit. The interior was now contaminated with radiation, and he could no longer remain inside. The route to the nearest water source had been marked on the intelligence system. Lu Yun hurriedly made his way. Just then, 3 figures appeared ahead, those who had previously followed him to clear the area. Do not approach. I am contaminated with radiation, Lu Yun shouted, swiftly maneuvering around them. Radiation? Luo Qingyun glanced at the petite girl beside him. Xiao Nuo. The girl immediately understood, raising her hand and pointing towards Lu Yun. Moments later, her fingertips split open, and a probe extended forth. A few seconds later, Xiao Nuo exclaimed in astonishment, indeed, radiation infection confirmed, and the radiation level has exceeded 3500 MSV. Everyone, stay clear. Lu Yun cast a glance at the girl's modified arm but said nothing as he sprinted toward the water source. In no time. He arrived at a small pond and dove straight in. Xiao Nuo and the others approached nearby, observing Lu Yun in the pond. Xiao Nuo sighed. He is incredibly ruthless. Knowing there was a nuclear bomb, he still dared to strike hard. Liu Ming clicked his tongue in admiration. If he survives this ordeal, another formidable individual will emerge on Kalen Star. Tio face a nuclear bomb for the sake of vengeance. Now that is truly impressive. Meanwhile, submerged in the pond, Lu Yun experienced an unusual sensation. A gentle warmth coursed through him, and his heart thumped vigorously. The mysterious powers that had assisted him on multiple occasions surged once more from deep within his being. This time, Lu Yun calmed his mind and earnestly focused on the sensation. Strangely, he perceived 2 distinct heartbeats. While a normal person's heartbeat would echo as a singular thump, his produced a second, exceedingly faint thump following the first. Lu Yun nearly convinced himself he was hallucinating. Yet, almost immediately, Xiao AI's voice of bewilderment broke through. Master, your body seems somewhat peculiar. Your cells are undergoing rapid regeneration. Your symptoms of infection are diminishing. Xiao AI was filled with astonishment. Not only her, but also Xiao Nuo in the distance wore a face of shock, blinking repeatedly as if witnessing a ghost. What is it? Xiao Nuo. Luo Qingyun noticed her unusual demeanor and inquired. Xiao Nuo swallowed hard and pointed at Lu Yun, who floated on the water's surface. Is this fellow truly human? Chapter 69. The beautiful man emerging from the bath. Xiao Nuo exclaimed, incredible. Upon hearing Xiao Nuo's explanation, Lu Ming silently gave a thumbs up, uttering a single word, Dio. In the distance, the sound of engines roared. Xiao Nuo tapped her temple lightly and remarked, the Wang family is after you. Lu Ming stretched his limbs and grinned. Having watched this brat show off all the way, I've been itching for a fight. Luo Qingyun raised her elegant neck slightly, her expression calm and serene, her long hair dancing in the wind. Let me hold them off for a moment, Luo Qingyun said nonchalantly, unsheathing her Tang Dao and strolling away. Lu Ming donned a pair of glasses and gestured a thumbs up to Xiao Nuo. Xiao Nuo, I'll leave my back to you. Rest assured, Xiao Nuo replied, putting on a similar pair of glasses and returning his radiant smile. Lu Ming let out a hearty laugh, leaning forward as he shot off like a bolt of lightning, leaving behind a cracked footprint. His figure darted past Luo Qingyun, and at the end of the road, 10 motorcycles approached, carrying fully armed warriors. Before they could come close, a volley of gunfire erupted. Lu Ming's form was elusive, weaving left and right to avoid the bullets as he swiftly closed in. Remember my name, the future second pilot of Kalen Star, Lu Ming? Huh? Lu Ming laughed boisterously, his dazzling white teeth glinting in the sunlight. He leaped into the air, flinging countless dark projectiles. Bang, bang, bang. The projectiles struck the motorcycle squad, instantly igniting fiery explosions. In the blink of an eye, all 10 riders were obliterated. Lu Ming landed atop one of the exploding motorcycles, using the momentum to leap into the crowd behind. Gunfire erupted incessantly. Xiao Nuo held her left arm before her, a light screen unfurling on her forearm as her right hand danced across the virtual keyboard. Hearing Lu Ming's voice, Xiao Nuo paused, puzzled. Didn't you say you were the first pilot before? Why are you the second this time? Because there's a brat even more monstrous than me. Lu Ming's voice echoed through the glasses. Xiaonua glanced at Lu Yun, who lay on the water surface, and nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right. Focus on the enemy, Luo Qingyun's cool voice rang out. Xiaonua immediately responded loudly, yes. Just then, Xiaonua alerted, Lu Ming, there's a person in front of you with a rocket launcher locked onto you. I'll take care of it, Luo Qingyun said calmly. In an instant, she arrived before the rocket launcher operator faster than Lu Ming could react. Her stunning visage momentarily stunned him. The next second, a flash of cold light flickered before his eyes. Luo Qingyun gracefully passed by, and only then did the man recall his mission, pulling the trigger, but found he could muster no strength. The next moment, the rocket launcher he had hoisted on his shoulder was cleaved in two, crashing to the ground with a crisp sound, along with the bewildered head that accompanied it. Xiaonua marked the targets carrying heavy firepower. Luo Qingyun sheathed her blade, stating coolly. Xiaonua immediately complied. Lu Yun observed the battle unfolding on the street. Noticing that the three had successfully blocked the enemies for him, he once again settled into contemplation regarding the changes within him. He had long been curious about his unique constitution. However, after several examinations, no anomalies were detected. It seemed that only in moments of peril did the latent power deep within him resurface. Yet this time, an unexpected turn had occurred. After being exposed to radiation, that power had manifested again, even aiding in healing his body. Since he had been infected with radiation, within 10 minutes, 60 of the irradiated cells in his body had been replaced, and it was anticipated that with a few more occurrences, the nuclear radiation would be entirely eliminated. He had never heard of such a phenomenon. Even Xiao AI had failed to find any similar cases online. Moreover, what about the second heartbeat hidden beneath his own? What was its origin? Was it beneficial or harmful, and what impact did it hold on his body? Lu Yun was filled with insatiable curiosity about these mysteries. At this moment, he ardently wished for the introspective abilities akin to those of an immortal cultivator. Unfortunately, his eyes were not X-ray vision. He could not see inside his body and could only rely on sensation to discern. The pace of cellular replacement was rapid. Nearly 10 minutes later, Lu Yun felt a lightness in his body. As if he had undergone a rebirth, he looked at himself, seeing a thick layer of dead skin on the surface. These were the dead cells expelled from his body. Resolutely, Lu Yun shed his clothes and took a refreshing bath. In the distance, Xiaonua, who was observing Lu Yun's condition, widened her eyes in shock, her face flushing crimson within a second. A wave of heat surged from her head. She hurriedly covered her eyes. But after a moment, she slyly peeked through her fingers at Lu Yun. What a toned physique, she murmured. Suddenly, Lu Ming's booming voice echoed through the glasses. Xiaonua, what are you doing? We need updates, oh dear. I'm so sorry, I zoned out, Xiaonua exclaimed in panic, dropping her hands and returning to operate the smart brain. After 2 seconds, Xiaonua's eyes darted back toward Lu Yun. Ultimate skill, one mind. 2 uses. She quietly raised her hand to her ear, pretending to fix her hair, her pinky finger pointing toward Lu Yun, producing a faint click from her fingertip. Hee, the beautiful man emerging from the bath. One more shot. Click, 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 click. Lu Yun wiped the water from his face, suddenly feeling as if he were being watched. Following the sensation, he turned to see Xiaonua hastily retract her hand, focusing intently on her smart brain. He donned his damp clothing and stepped away from the pool. His soaked clothes clung to his body, outlining the contours of his muscles. Strangely, Lu Yun suddenly heard a faint clicking sound. Perhaps that girl was operating some device. He suppressed his curiosity and approached Xiaonuo. "Do you need my help?" he inquired. Regardless of which party sent the three, they were undeniably on his side, especially now, as they were shielding him from the incoming enemies. Lu Yun naturally felt compelled to assist. "No, it's fine. Lu Ming and Sister Qingyun can handle it," Xiaonuo replied, casting a peculiar glance at the little girl before her. Why did she seem a bit shy? And why was her face so flushed? Is her CPU overheating? Lu Yun asked with concern. "Are you okay?" No, I'm fine," Xiaonua stammered, unable to meet Lu Yun's gaze. The overwhelming surge of hormones was causing even her internal circuit chips to overheat. At that moment, a quadcopter flew in from the distance. "Master, the people from Silver Star Academy have arrived." Shortly after, the quadcopter landed in a nearby clearing, and a team of Academy medics in protective suits rushed over. "Lu Yun, how are you?" Lu Yun spotted Qingzhen among them. He smiled and nodded. "Uncle Cheng, don't worry, I'm fine." Then he looked at the stretcher they were about to set down and said, "Teachers, please put the stretcher away for now. I don't need it. Moreover, since you all just arrived, accompany me for an experiment." Chapter 70. Changes in experiment? The doctors from Silver Star Academy were bewildered by Lu Yun's request. Changzhen stepped forward. "We can conduct experiments later. You should first have your body checked. Radiation exposure is no trivial matter. Just because you seem fine now doesn't mean your cells aren't damaged. Come on, let us go back." Lu Yun understood that explanations wouldn't sway Uncle Cheng, so he directly requested a simple radiation check. The doctor examined the instruments, his face filled with confusion. Although there are still some residual radiation traces, they are insufficient to affect your body. How is this possible? Really, I'm fine. Chungjin squinted, craning his neck to peer at the doctor's equipment, though he couldn't comprehend the myriad symbols displayed. Be thorough. Don't miss anything, Chungjin urged seriously. The doctor chuckled. Rest assured, Professor Chung, I assure you there are no errors. Liu Yun is indeed fine. Liu Yun said, Uncle Chung, did you hear that? I truly am fine. Now, follow me. I have an experiment to conduct. As he spoke, Liu Yun sprinted toward the direction of the Wang family estate. What experiment? Of course, it was to expose himself to radiation again, triggering the internal anomaly. This time, he intended to have the doctors examine him thoroughly during the upheaval. He did not believe they would fail to uncover any abnormalities. That direction leads to the Wang family estate. What is he doing? He is not wearing protective gear. Chengjian slapped his thigh and hurried after him. Several teachers exchanged glances, intrigued by Liu Yun's proposed experiment, and followed suit, carrying the stretcher. Liu Yun had just stated he didn't need it for the moment, indicating that he might require it shortly. Xiang Xiao also arrived, standing behind, glancing at Liu Yun and the group of doctors as she waved her hand, leading 6 other teachers armed with machetes to charge at the Wang family's private soldiers. Liu Yun swiftly approached the boundary of the Wang family estate. One more step forward, and he would cross into the radiation zone. Chengjian and the others followed closely behind, gazing at Liu Yun with bewildered expressions. Liu Yun, what exactly are you trying to do? Seeking answers, Liu Yun replied, taking a deep breath. Amidst the horrified stares of the crowd, he boldly stepped into the radiation zone. What the hell, you reckless fool? Get back here, Chengjian exclaimed, startled, as he rushed to pull Liu Yun back. However, Liu Yun deftly evaded him, shouting, Uncle Cheng, don't worry. I'm fully aware of what I'm doing. You all stay back. I will return shortly. With that, Liu Yun dashed several hundred meters into the zone. Chengjian was filled with anxiety, yet he had complete faith in Liu Yun. This boy never engaged in actions detrimental to himself. Thus, he suppressed his worries for the moment and prepared himself for a potential rescue. Within the radiation zone, Liu Yun sat cross-legged, allowing the radiation to envelop him. While terrifying to others, he welcomed it with open arms. He closed his eyes, quietly attuning himself to the surroundings, listening intently. The area was eerily silent, save for faint sounds of distant gunfire that did not affect him. Liu Yun took a deep breath, building pressure against his eardrums. The surrounding sounds diminished once more. Soon, he began to hear the sound of his own blood flowing, heavy and powerful, like the relentless currents of the Yangtze River. This was the source of all his strength. Thump! He heard the rhythm of his heartbeat. Thump, 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 bang. Liu Yun's eyes flew open as a second heartbeat echoed. Simultaneously, Xiao AI declared, Master, the regeneration of your cells has commenced once again. It was indeed effective. Liu Yun was overjoyed. He immediately ran another 100 meters inward. Once he felt the radiation had thoroughly permeated his body, he turned back and promptly lay down on the stretcher, anxiously looking at the stunned doctor beside him. Doctor, I urgently need you to examine my entire physical condition. The doctor opened his mouth and slowly replied, We lack sufficient instruments. Most are still on the plane. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Yun rolled off and dashed back to the aircraft. Shortly after, the doctors returned as well. Chengjian was utterly perplexed. Liu Yun, what on earth are you doing? Liu Yun, lying on the stretcher, exclaimed excitedly, Uncle Cheng, I think I've discovered the key to unlocking the secrets of my body. Secrets? Chengjian was taken aback. He recalled how, when he had received Liu Yun from Jun Qingshan, Jun had mentioned that Liu Yun harbored a great secret. This was precisely why he had allowed Liu Yun the freedom to grow. Subsequently, Liu Yun had indeed provided him with immense surprises. The resonance speed of 0.01 seconds, a time frame beyond comprehension, further validated Jun Qingshan's words. Liu Yun possessed a significant secret. Without further ado, Chengjian became serious. Whatever assistance you require, just say the word. For now, I need a thorough examination. Whatever can be done, please do it. As he spoke, Liu Yun gestured to the doctors, urging them to hasten. The doctors quickly understood and began attaching various instruments to Liu Yun, initiating a comprehensive examination. The quadcopter ascended, carrying Liu Yun back to the academy and transferring him to a specialized ward equipped with more advanced instruments. After several hours of meticulous tests and examinations, the results piled into a thick stack. The findings were astonishing. The radiation within Liu Yun's body had been completely eradicated during the examination. All the irradiated cells had undergone regeneration. This spectacle astonished all the doctors, their gazes laden with incredulity. They believed Liu Yun was certainly not human. Yet, his appearance and cerebral structure mirrored that of a human perfectly. It was utterly perplexing. Meanwhile, Liu Yun was dissatisfied with the report. What did it mean to say he was not human? He sought to unravel the mysteries within his body. However, the doctors dismissed his claim of a second heartbeat as a mere figment of his imagination. Only Lu Yun knew that it was certainly not an illusion. Yet, with the doctors insisting otherwise, he found himself at an impasse. Soon, news of this incident reached the ears of the Academy's president, Luo Xingwen. Subsequently, a decree was issued forbidding any discussion of Lu Yun's peculiar circumstances. Everyone understood this was the president's protective measure for Lu Yun. Nevertheless, not many regarded Lu Yun's situation as a sensational tale. For the universe was vast enough to accommodate all forms of diversity. Once outside the hospital, Lu Yun felt somewhat dejected. He had not anticipated that despite his considerable efforts, he still had not uncovered the secret of his physique. Come on, kid, don't be anxious. There will be plenty of time in the future. One day, all your questions will be answered. Chengzhen reassured him. Lu Yun returned to his dormitory to prepare for cultivation. His recent raid on the Wang family had yielded significant gains, and he needed to consolidate and reflect upon them. Identifying his shortcomings to facilitate rapid progress, he retrieved the breathing technique previously gifted to him by the president of Xuanwu Academy and asked Xiao AI to scan and archive it. He then cross-referenced it with the Zimu breathing technique to identify any gaps. This process led him to develop an even more refined breathing method. After thoroughly reviewing it, Lu Yun entered a state of cultivation. However, 3 seconds later, he abruptly opened his eyes, astonished as he focused intently on his body. He clenched his fist, and the sound of cracking bones resonated in layers. The heavy and forceful rhythm of his heartbeat echoed within his chest. And blood surged through his veins like a torrent breaking free. Xiao AI, check my heart rate, blood oxygen. Soon, Lu Yun received a stream of data. He was astounded to discover that all the metrics had doubled. He immediately turned to the mirrored eye in the reflection. A crimson hue glowed deep within his pupils, rich as blood. Chapter 71. Blood ignition. A trait that only revealed itself in times of danger had manifested while he practiced the breathing technique. Lu Yun's heart raced as he quickly halted the flow of his breathing method. The crimson tint in his eyes gradually faded, and his agitated body began to calm down. He resumed the breathing technique, and soon the crimson returned, his blood once again boiling. He paused once more. After several repetitions, he confirmed that practicing the breathing method indeed activated this hidden trait. Based on the characteristic of his blood boiling upon activation, Lu Yun named it blood ignition. Gaining this ability brought Lu Yun some solace. At least that exposure to radiation had not been in vain. It had proven somewhat effective. He continued to operate the breathing technique, this time maintaining its flow. His blood began to boil, and the rhythm of his heartbeat grew increasingly powerful. Lu Yun sustained this state as he entered the training room. He activated the testing instruments, took a deep breath, and unleashed a full-powered punch. Bang! The testing device shook violently, unleashing a torrent of airwaves. Amidst the beeping, the numbers fluctuated wildly. 3 seconds later, the reading stabilized. 1952 kilograms. Lu Yun stared at the terrifying figure, utterly astounded. According to the Federal Awakener level standards, a strength value of 2,000 kilograms classified one as a level 17 Awakener, while the benchmark for a level 16 Awakener was 1,650 kilograms. Thus, Lu Yun was now equivalent to a peak level 16 Awakener, just a step away from entering level 17. Such a leap would be hard for anyone to believe, given its absurdity. After halting the breathing technique, Lu Yun waited for his physical state to recover before testing again. Bang! 952 kilograms, equivalent to a level 13 Awakener standard. Lu Yun suddenly understood, gazing intently at his hands. After activating the blood ignition trait, he had managed to increase his strength by a staggering 1,000 kg. To Lu Yun's knowledge, no breathing technique or combat skill had ever achieved such a terrifying effect. Moreover, he sensed that this might not be the ultimate limit of the blood ignition trait. After all, he had once piloted the king-level mech, Thunder God, for half a minute, a feat that had even left Jun Qingshan feeling challenged. Perhaps the limited enhancement was due to the fact that it was triggered by the breathing technique. Lu Yun pondered. Just then, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly causing him to faint. He quickly sat down, waiting 3 to 4 minutes for the sensation to subside. It was the result of awakening the blood ignition trait. Lu Yun was quite familiar with this feeling. Xiao AI, calculate how long I've had the blood ignition activated in total. Xiao AI promptly provided the answer. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. That was a 20-fold increase compared to his time piloting the Thunder God. Although the enhancement was significantly weaker, it was still acceptable. Lu Yun was brimming with excitement. With this ability, whether piloting a mech or facing opponents with his bare hands, he held a tremendous advantage. He immediately immersed himself in the deep development of this capability, eager to uncover more benefits. Meanwhile, at the military headquarters of Kalen Star, in the office of the Supreme Commander of the Kalen Star Legion, a burly alien man with 4 ears sat imposing behind a wide silver desk, glaring angrily at a distinguished middle-aged man in a suit, who wore gold-rimmed glasses and appeared meticulously groomed. The middle-aged man calmly sipped his tea, seemingly unfazed by the commander's fury. That moment, the commander's secretary entered, whispering a few words into the commander's ear. Upon hearing the news, The commander slammed his fist onto the desk, exclaiming, "These scoundrels, do they no longer regard my Federal Legion with any respect?" The metal desk bore a deep imprint from the impact of his fist. The commander kicked the desk aside and strode over to the refined middle-aged man, shattering the exquisite teapot with a swift motion, before grabbing the man by his collar and lifting him up. "Lu, do you really think my patience is limitless? I agreed to keep the Legion out of your affairs. But that does not mean your people can ruthlessly eliminate my subordinates." The commander glared fiercely at Lu Onbong, the hot breath from his nostrils brushing against Lu Onbong's face. Lu Onbong wore a smile on his face, showing no signs of anger even when someone had him by the collar. In a gentle tone, he remarked, "Commander Jean, when did the Wang family become your subordinates? Moreover, at present, it is solely your word against mine. I have yet to receive any news regarding the Wang family." She felt a surge of anger rising within him, yet he refrained from expressing it, as standing behind Lu Onbong was someone he could not afford to provoke at the moment. With a swift motion, he threw Lu Onbong back onto the sofa and pointed towards the door. "Get out of here, now!" Lu Onbong calmly adjusted his ruffled collar, smoothing out the creases, and then gave a slight bow. "Thank you for your hospitality, Commander Jin." Lu Onbong walked away. The fire of anger on Jin Shi's face quickly dissipated. He returned to his seat, calmly instructing his secretary, "Please recount everything that has transpired in detail." Propping his head on his hand, Jin Shi lightly tapped the armrest with his fingers, listening intently as his secretary elaborated on the events concerning the Wang family. Suddenly, he paused and looked at the secretary. "You mentioned that a student named Lu Yun specifically returned to the radiation zone?" The secretary nodded. "Yes. Although all surveillance along the way was destroyed, we managed to find a passerby who saw that student running into the radiation zone." Jian Shi closed his eyes, contemplating the matter. After a long silence, he suddenly instructed, "Investigate this student named Lu Yun thoroughly. Leave no stone unturned, and remember, conduct the inquiry discreetly." The secretary acknowledged the directive and departed. In a rural villa on Kalen Star Master Li Zheng, dressed in loose training attire, was practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Lu Onbong knocked and entered. Observing the elderly man practicing, he spoke gently. "Old master, after all these years of recuperation, your sudden intervention to suppress the military seems rather excessive. Jian Shi may take note of Lu Yun's existence." Li Zheng smiled at this remark, continuing his movements without pause. "Then let him perish, after nurturing for so long. It is unnecessary to keep someone who cannot be tamed." The corners of Lu Onbong's mouth twitched as he respectfully replied, "Understood." He turned to leave and, upon reaching the door, happened to encounter Luo Qingyun, Xiao Nuo, and Lu Ming. "Uncle Lu," second Uncle Lu Onbong looked at the three, a soft light shining in his eyes. "I heard that you have eradicated the Wang family?" Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, incredulous. "How could that be? Second uncle, what are you thinking?" "We are not that ruthless." Lu Onbong cast a glance at him and turned his inquiring gaze towards Luo Qingyun. Lu Ming immediately pouted in dissatisfaction. Luo Qingyun shook his head. "We only eliminated those Wang family mercenaries who attacked us. We harmed no one else." Lu Onbong nodded. "The old master is currently practicing. Do not disturb him." After saying this, he departed slowly. Lu Ming rolled his eyes and shouted, "Teacher, we have returned from our mission." Chapter 72. "Someone at your home, Lu Yun. Are you going out to play today on this weekend?" At the dormitory entrance, Nan Liyue leaned over the low door, shouting. After a while, Lu Yun stepped out, opening the door for Nan Liyue. At that moment, he noticed Guan Xian squatting in the corner. "What are you looking at?" Nan Liyue insisted on dragging me along. "It wasn't my idea." Guan Xian tossed her head, presenting Lu Yun with the back of her head. Nan Liyue grinned. "That guy Monroe said he was going to Qingting Academy to see his brother. So he didn't come. I brought Guan Xian along instead. After all, we've been through thick and thin together. In novels and movies, that makes us natural allies. You can't just stay cooped up in your room all day." Teacher Xiang said we must balance work and rest. "I've already made arrangements. Are you coming or not?" Though posed as a question, Nan Liyue had already hooked his arm around Lu Yun's shoulder. Tugging him toward the door, Lu Yun pondered for a moment, but did not refuse. He had indeed been somewhat reclusive these past few days, and it would be nice to get some fresh air. He had nothing to pack, so he simply shoved his hands into his pockets and followed, while Nan Liyue carried a pile of bags that looked quite heavy. Guan Xian curiously inquired, "Nan Liyue, what are you carrying?" With a deep sigh, Nan Liyue patted the package and explained, "Do you think I wanted to? These are all Kalen Star's specialties that I'm mailing back to Z Star for my family. You see, I have an older sister who loves collecting all sorts of odds and ends. The problem is, she won't lift a finger herself. She always bothers me, her younger brother." Nan Liyue sighed deeply, as if burdened by endless torment. "Having an older sister is so bad. She can protect you." Guan Xian chuckled. Nan Liyue immediately let out a pained wail. "Please spare me. She hits me the hardest. And she controls me every day, forbidding me from dating. You all say that life is meant for love. If I can't even date, what good are these 4 kidneys?" As he spoke, Nan Liyue pounded his kidneys with a furious expression. Guan Xian instinctively glanced at Lu Yun before retracting her gaze and smiling. After all, she is a girl. Which girl doesn't hope for a sweet romance? Bah! Nan Liyue spat, cursing. With her fierce demeanor, more terrifying than a star-devouring dragon, she'll never find love in this lifetime. Liu Yun shook his head in amusement. Is there truly a woman more terrifying than a star-devouring dragon? His curiosity was piqued. Upon arriving at the intercity train station, the trio first visited an interstellar courier company to send off the packages. Then, much like a gracious host, Nan Liyue led Lu Yun and Guan Xian around. And surprisingly, despite being from Z Star, he seemed intimately familiar with every attraction in Xinhuan City. At noon, the three emerged from a restaurant, with Nan Liyue contentedly patting his belly and letting out a long belch. How about coming to my house this afternoon? I have a portable virtual helmet from Z Star that's far more advanced than the ones at the academy. Liu Yun and Guan Xian readily agreed. The three boarded the train when suddenly, the onboard announcement interrupted. We interrupt this program for a news bulletin. Kalen Star's military commander, Jin Shi, was found dead in his home this morning, with all valuables missing. Initial assessments indicate a robbery and murder. Star Master Li Zhang is furious and has issued a 1 million CR point bounty. Any citizen who discovers suspicious individuals should immediately contact the following number. If the lead is proven valid, a reward of 1 million CR points will be granted. Below is a portrait of the suspect. Image. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that this suspect is exceptionally dangerous and mentally unstable. If any citizen uncovers a lead, do not alert him, as it may provoke his attention and bring danger. Upon hearing the news, many passengers were taken aback, engaging in hushed discussions. Guan Xian covered her mouth in astonishment. Heavens! A figure as prominent as Kalen Star's military commander was assassinated. Who possesses such capability to murder a commander? He is the second most powerful individual on the planet. Moreover, I heard that there was an explosion at the Wang family just a few days ago, resulting in significant casualties. Guan Xian's face reflected concern. The once peaceful Xinhuan city had suddenly been shaken by such explosive news. Surely, something ominous was afoot. Liu Yun glanced at Guan Xian, eyes observing but expression composed. Feigning ignorance, Nan Liyue, watching the news, wore an odd expression. The esteemed commander of Kalen Star is only worth a 1 million bounty. That feels rather LOW'd. Liu Yun also sensed something amiss with the bounty amount. Yet it was of no concern to him, and he chose not to engage further. The train soon arrived at the station, and the three disembarked. After walking for a while, they came across a grove of purple bamboo. With a stream flowing through it, accompanied by the sound of tinkling bells, Nan Liyue beamed with pride. What do you think? Isn't the environment splendid? I spared no expense to have this fragmentary star bamboo transported from Z Star, and the decorations were specially arranged by me. Liu Yun nodded, unable to refrain from complimenting. It truly is delightful. Rich kid, Guan Xian remarked, acknowledging the lavishness. Spending CR points on such trivialities was indeed the hallmark of nobility. Guiding the way, Nan Liyue led Lu Yun and Guan Xian through the bamboo forest until they arrived at a grand villa. Two beautiful maids in maid outfits promptly approached. Greeting, welcome back, young master. Would you like to eat first, bathe, or? The girl lowered her eyes, a hint of shyness gracing her features. Liu Yun quietly looked up at the blue sky, exclaiming, what a beautiful blue sky. Guan Xian stared wide-eyed at Nan Liyue. Astonished, Nan Liyue, you certainly know how to enjoy life. Guan Xian was at a loss for words. Nan Liyue cleared his throat, his face slightly flushed. It's not what you think. Don't misunderstand, he awkwardly explained, then waved his hand at the maids. Today, you all have the day off. Hurry and take a rest. Don't come out unless I call for you. Yes, the maids bowed and quickly departed. Nan Liyue waited at the door for a moment, and upon hearing no sound from within, he pushed the door open again. Just a small incident. Don't mind it. With a cheerful demeanor, Nan Liyue stepped aside for Guan Xian and Lu Yun to enter. At that moment, Lu Yun halted, glancing at an inconspicuous surveillance camera hidden in the corner of the villa's wall. What's wrong? Nan Liyue asked curiously, leaning in to check the corner without noticing anything. Lu Yun lowered his voice, whispering, Nan Liyue, there is an intruder in your home. Do not alert anyone. He is unaware that we are aware of his presence. Damn it! A thief dares to invade my home? Let me show him who's boss, Nan Liyue exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront the intruder. Liu Yun quickly blocked him. You are no match for him. How is that possible? He's just a petty thief. He is the wanted criminal. Nan Liyue staggered back. Then I'll call the police first. Chapter 73. Taking action. The names of the first two characters were mistaken. The Star Master is Li Zhang, and the president of Xuanwu Academy is Jing Hong. Apologies for the mix-up. It has been corrected. Cut. Wait a moment. I'll report to the police first. Nan Liyue retreated to a corner and dialed the police. What happened? Guan Xian, seeing Lu Yun and Nan Liyue lingering outside, stepped out to inquire. The murderer who assassinated the brigade commander is upstairs, Lu Yun stated. In a way, Guan Xine exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. Afraid to make a sound, Lu Yun nodded. The information was relayed to him by Xiao AI, so it must be accurate. After finishing the call, Nanliu approached and said, I've reported it. The guards advised us not to alert the murderer. They will arrive in 7 minutes. 7 minutes is not too long. The other party likely hasn't realized that Lu Yun and the others have discovered him. Therefore, for the time being, they just need to feign ignorance and buy some time. The three of them entered a room, chatting and laughing as soon as they entered. Nanliu promptly closed the door and leaned against it, exhaling softly. Why would this murderer come to my home? Nanliu was utterly perplexed. Have you offended someone recently? Guan Xine suggested. Impossible. I'm a model citizen. Nanliu was bewildered and turned to Lu Yun. Lu Yun, what do you think is the reason? After all, being the top student surely endowed him with unique insights. Lu Yun pondered for a moment and asked, if you were the murderer who killed that brigade commander, what would you want to do right now? Isn't that obvious? Of course, I'd want to escape and hide, Guan Xine blurted out. Suddenly, Nanliu's eyes lit up in realization. I got it. This guy wants to steal my flying vehicle. Facing Lu Yun and Guan Xine's bewildered gazes, Nanliu explained, I have a single-person flying vehicle in my backyard, which I use to travel between Karen Star and Z Star. But wait, how does he know I have a flying vehicle? Nanliu grew puzzled again. That means this person knows you, Guan Xine remarked. I don't know. Could this guy be planning to kill me to silence me? A chill ran down Nanliu's spine. He cracked the door open slightly to assess the situation outside. That moment, Lu Yun's brow furrowed in alarm, signaling a crisis alert. He suddenly sprang up, grabbing Nanliu's shoulder and pulling him back. Then pressed his head down while using his other hand to push Guan Xine down as well. Boom! A hole was smashed into the wooden door. A hand reached in but failed to grasp anyone. Seeing this, Lu Yun executed a high kick, thud. The wooden door splintered, and a muffled grunt emanated from outside as the hand retreated swiftly. But immediately, a dark gun barrel was thrust through the gap. Lu Yun seized Nanliu and Guan Xine, throwing them aside. Bang bang bang. Lu Yun was grazed by bullets but remained uninjured. The nano-armor that Changzhan had given him was still on, shielding him from several shots. However, despite being unharmed, the force of the bullets caused a surge of blood to rush through Lu Yun. Only then did Nanliu react. What the hell? We haven't even struck first and he's already attacking. Lu Yun, are you alright? Guan Xine anxiously looked at the holes in his clothes. I'm fine. That moment, a sinister voice came from outside. Nanliu, I know you're inside. Hand over the private key to your spaceship and I'll spare your lives. It was indeed targeting Nanliu's flying vehicle. The Star Master Li Zhang had issued a wanted notice. And the flights leaving Karen Star were certainly under lockdown. The only escape route for the intruder would be to use a private flying vehicle. Nanliu glanced at Lu Yun and Guan Xine, swallowed hard and said, I can give it to you, but could you tell me how you know I have a flying vehicle? Kid, you're too naive to play these tricks on me. Trying to stall for time? The sinister voice resumed coldly. I know you've called the police. I'll count to 3. Hand over the key, or you'll all die. 1, 2, no. I'll give it to you right now. Nanliu hurriedly pulled out a set of keys. Lu Yun stopped him with a glance. Understanding immediately, Nanliu made an okay gesture. I'll hand you the key, but be careful. It's fragile and shouldn't be dropped. Nanliu extended the key through the door opening. Kid, I warn you not to try any tricks, or you'll be dead. The intruder warned, then reached for the key. The moment the intruder touched the key, Nanliu suddenly seized his hand, shouting, Lu Yun, make your move, Lu Yun? The person outside appeared momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yun activated his breathing technique, igniting his blood state. Although activating the breathing technique during battle could be somewhat distracting, it paled in comparison to the boost in combat power it provided. The person outside was the one who successfully assassinated the brigade commander, and Lu Yun dared not be careless. He immediately deployed his strongest technique. In an instant, Lu Yun's aura turned icy, his gaze as frigid as frost. Blood-red hues swirling in his eyes. Boom. He smashed the wooden door with a punch, directly grasping the intruder's hand. At that moment, the intruder reacted, raising his gun to fire. However, Lu Yun yanked him hard, causing the intruder to stumble. Then, he dashed out of the room, kicking without looking with his hand gripping the intruder's. There was no way for the latter to evade. The intruder was struck squarely, flying backward like a projectile and crashing into the sofa before coming to a halt. Lu Yun wasted no time, rushing up to the stunned face of the intruder and delivering a powerful punch. Bang! The intruder's head struck the ground heavily, the exquisite tiles beneath cracking in a spiderweb pattern. However, to Lu Yun's surprise, instead of anger, the intruder's face lit up with excitement after taking the punch. It's really you, Lu Yun. I didn't expect it to come so effortlessly. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily, engaging Lu Yun in a fierce struggle. Sounds of collision echoed, and the entire living room descended into chaos. The tiles shattered beyond recognition. In the room, Nanliu and Guan Xine stared in disbelief at Lu Yun, who was locked in combat. Lu Yun's strength, When did it become so monstrous? Although Lu Yun was currently at a disadvantage, the opponent was someone who had killed the brigade commander of Karen's Star. If Lu Yun could contend with him, didn't that imply he could also face the brigade commander? The thought made Nan Liyu's teeth ache. Guan Xine anxiously exclaimed, "Don't just stand there. Do you have any weapons at home? We should help him." Nan Liyu snapped back to reality and nodded. "Yes, there's some upstairs. Follow me." The two dashed upstairs while Lu Yun continued to battle the assailant. The intruder was clearly taken aback by Lu Yun's prowess. After a few exchanges of blows and realizing he couldn't defeat Lu Yun in a short time, he immediately prepared to flee. However, this time, Lu Yun was not willing to let him go. After landing so many punches, how could he just walk away? "Leave me some," Lu Yun bellowed, advancing to intercept the escaping intruder. "Lu Yun, you're forcing my hand." The assailant, seeing no way out, suddenly turned back, ready to fight to the death. But at that moment, Lu Yun immediately retreated, refusing to engage in a direct confrontation. The more desperate the assailant appeared, the calmer Lu Yun became. Just playing around, Lu Yun thought. Just then, a loud roar echoed from the staircase. "Lu Yun? Get out of the way!" Lu Yun turned around in shock. Nan Liyu and Guan Xine each held a laser gun thicker than Lu Yun's thigh. Boom! Two beams of laser shot past the assailant, creating a 2-meter-wide crater in the ground. Lu Yun's eyelids twitched. "Nan Liyu, you have such terrifying weapons hidden at home? When you're out and about, it's wise to have more weapons for self-defense." Nan Liyu chuckled. Then his expression turned serious as he glared at the assailant. "Stop right there." However, the assailant sneered disdainfully at Nan Liyu and Guan Xine. His figure suddenly flickered, charging towards them in an attempt to seize the weapons. The living room of the villa was not large, and Nan Liyu and Guan Xine stood at the staircase, merely 20 meters away from the assailant in the blink of an eye. The assailant was upon them. Nan Liyu instinctively fired, but the assailant deftly dodged. "What the hell? He can even dodge laser beams?" Nan Liyu exclaimed, retreating hastily with Guan Xine. Lu Yun closed in again, blocking the assailant. The assailant's face turned green with anger, caught between Lu Yun and the duo. Just then, a whirring sound of rotor blades erupted from outside. The assailant's expression shifted dramatically. He glared at Lu Yun and the others with hatred before leaping towards the window. It turned out that despite being pulled back and forth by Lu Yun and the others, the assailant had inadvertently edged closer to the window. It teased such a close distance, it was almost a single step away. Lu Yun had no time to intercept, but then, a shocking scene unfolded. Just as the assailant was halfway through the window, he suddenly rebounded, crashing heavily to the ground. A suave, middle-aged man in a suit jumped in through the window. It was Lu Onbong. He straightened his wrinkled jacket, nodded slightly to Lu Yun, and said, "You've worked hard. We'll take care of the rest." A quadcopter armed combat drone was stationed in the open space outside the door. 5 fully armed warriors entered, swiftly surrounding the suspect. The individual, after being kicked back, collapsed to the ground. Unconscious .2 warriors stepped forward to place handcuffs on him, covering his mouth and blindfolding him before escorting him away. Lu Onbong was preparing to leave when Nan Liu suddenly interjected, "Wait, my house is in shambles because of that suspect. You will compensate me, right?" Lu Onbong halted his steps and turned to face Nan Liu. "You see, we acted to prevent his escape. If such a villain were to get away, who knows how many people would suffer as a result? Wouldn't you agree?" Nan Liu shrugged innocently. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Onbong nodded. "You make a valid point. I will send a report to the municipal department, and someone will come to compensate you." With that, Lu Onbong prepared to depart. Lu Yun hesitated for a moment and called out to him. "Wait." Lu Onbong paused again, looking at Lu Yun at UM, "About the bounty. 1 million CR points, cough. To be honest, I'm not really after that bounty. It's just that." Lu Yun's gaze wandered as he sought a reason. Lu Onbong glanced Lu Yun up and down, nodding. "Rest assured, the bounty will not be lessened for you." He then turned and left, noticeably quickening his pace. The drone took off, carrying the suspect away, and the tense atmosphere within the room dissipated instantly. Nan Liu tossed aside his laser gun and exhaled deeply. "Damn, that was nerve-wracking. In my years of experience, that bespectacled middle-aged man surely holds a significant identity." Guan Xun looked at Lu Yun, puzzled. "That suspect seemed to know you." "Lu Yun, do you have any recollection of him?" Lu Yun shook his head. "I've never seen him before. I don't understand why he was so excited to see me." Nan Liu stroked his chin thoughtfully, his eyes drifting. "Could it be that he is a pervert who got excited by your looks? But that doesn't make sense. I'm quite handsome too, yet he was so aggressive towards me." Guan Xun made a retching motion, expressing her disdain. "I say, Nan Liu, is that all that occupies your mind?" Lu Yun twitched at the corner of his eye, feeling an urge to silence this annoying fellow. However, with his diversion, some of the doubts in his heart eased. Perhaps he would find clarity in the future. At that moment, a dozen women clad in maid outfits, each possessing distinct temperaments, some elegant, some youthful, some innocent, and some alluring, rushed out from the rooms on the second floor. With tearful voices, they surrounded Nan Liu, pushing Guan Xian aside. Young master, are you all right? I was terrified just now. Sob sob. I thought I would never see you again. The melodious voices filled the entire villa. Lu Yun, Guan Xian. I suddenly feel that perhaps I shouldn't have come to this guy's house today. Lu Yun remarked gloomily. Guan Xian nodded in agreement. I feel the same way. How about we leave? The two exchanged glances, observing Nan Liyue, who was encircled by the maids, contemplating their departure. Fortunately, Nan Liyue was not the type to forget his loyalties. After offering some comforting words to the tearful maids, he sent them back inside. Then, he invited the two to experience the high-end virtual helmets he had brought from Z-Star. Surprisingly, Lu Yun found himself somewhat absorbed in it. The virtual combat projects that were restricted in many academy arenas were all available here. A veritable cornucopia of options. It wasn't until evening that Lu Yun and Guan Xian left Nan Liyue's residence and made their way to the station. Although Nan Liyue had insisted that his home had ample rooms for both Lu Yun and Guan Xian to stay, given Nan Liyue's notorious tendencies, it would undoubtedly be a night filled with chaos. He had no interest in eavesdropping on others' affairs. As the train slowly departed, a news bulletin suddenly interrupted the television broadcast. The suspect responsible for the assassination of Jinsi had been apprehended and committed suicide during transit. It was a brief announcement, easily overlooked if one was not paying attention. Lu Yun felt a flicker of surprise. But that was all. That an enemy who sought his life did not warrant his sympathy, even if there appeared to be some connection between them. Lu Yun put away his distractions, leaning back in his seat. Reflecting on the battle with the murderer, it was his first time engaging in a blood-fueled fight, and there were many flaws that he could improve upon. As he pondered, Lu Yun gradually drifted into slumber. After days of secluded cultivation and the recent confrontation, he was utterly exhausted both physically and mentally. Guan Xian propped her hands on the table, quietly admiring the scenery passing by outside the window. Or perhaps, she was appreciating her reflection in the glass. Chapter 75. The arrival of the newborn league old man. The matter has been handled, but he likely uncovered some information. In the courtyard, Lu Onbong reported softly to the elderly man basking in the sun. Li Zheng nodded, unfazed. After all, he is a trusted confidant of Jinsi, holding a significant position. It's no surprise he managed to uncover some clues. The key is how much he can analyze from it. Lu Onbong replied, I fear he may report this information upward. Hearing this, Li Zheng pondered for a moment before nodding. You are correct. There is indeed a risk in that regard. It seems I need to have a serious discussion with Dean Luo. Upon returning to the academy, Lu Yun first went to the logistics department and exchanged 1,000 credits for cultivation supplies. Amidst the envious gazes of his fellow students, he wheeled a cart laden with resources back to his dormitory. With his enemies dealt with and no further tasks to undertake, Lu Yun's pace of life suddenly slowed. Every day consisted of attending classes and practicing in his dormitory when not in class, rarely venturing outside. During this time, a rumor surfaced, suggesting that the one who stormed into the Wang family estate and killed the head of the Wang family was none other than Lu Yun from the elite class. The news of the Wang family head's murder had stirred quite a commotion in Star Ring City, with countless speculations about the identity of the murderer. This sudden revelation caused many students to keep their distance from Lu Yun, their expressions filled with fear whenever they encountered him, hastily averting their gazes as if he were a harbinger of doom. Consequently, Lu Yun found even less motivation to go outside. Staying indoors, he immersed himself in cultivation, relishing in the sensation of his rising strength. More than half a month later, the second month's challenge tournament commenced. Upon arriving at the venue, Lu Yun was approached by Xiang Xiao, who told him, You can go back and rest, No1 is challenging you this time. Such good fortune? Lu Yun was taken aback. You should reflect on what you've done. Xiang Xiao shot him a glare, urging, If there is nothing else, you should hurry back. Your presence is affecting the performance of others. Lu Yun looked around and indeed noticed several new students subtly distancing themselves from him. Whenever their eyes met, they hastily redirected their gazes, as if he were a plague point. 3 days later, Lu Yun sat cross-legged in the training room, holding a bright red fruit, the fire elemental fruit sent by the dean of Xuanwu Academy. The moment he grasped it, he realized the fruit was surprisingly warm, despite having been stored in an icebox for so long. Truly remarkable. Lu Yun's eyes brightened. He had already reached the limit of a level 13 awakened, and it was the perfect time to utilize this fruit. Without hesitation, Lu Yun took a bite, the sweet flesh and juice flooding his mouth. The fruit was small, and he finished it in just a few bites. Soon, a surge of warmth rose in his lower abdomen. Lu Yun immediately focused, activating his breathing technique. A familiar boiling sensation enveloped his body, and with the power of the fire elemental fruit, this sensation surged more violently than ever before. Sweat with a faint pink hue began to bead from his pores. Before long, Lu Yun suddenly opened his eyes and unleashed a punch. Boom! The force expelled the air, sending a gust that lifted the curtain 3 meters away. This was the power of a level 14 awakened. A significant leap from level 13. Lu Yun couldn't help but lick his lips in satisfaction. While the fire elemental fruit hadn't significantly aided his breakthrough, he could have accomplished it without it. However, the fruit's power allowed him to skip the adaptation phase post-breakthrough, seamlessly integrating his newfound strength. With a mere movement, his entire body creaked, as if it were brimming with inexhaustible energy. The following day, Lu Yun attended the mecha combat class. Xiang Xiao strode in, her long legs accentuated by the loose casual attire she wore today. She wouldn't typically dress so casually for a combat class, leading Lu Yun to realize that something must be afoot. Xiang Xiao stepped to the front of the class, scanning the room before stating, "There's only 1 week left until the joint competition for new students from the 3 major academies begins. This joint event differs from previous ones. Prominent figures from Galanstar will be attending to observe and select outstanding mecha pilots. If anyone performs exceptionally, there's a chance to be chosen by the dignitaries of Galanstar for focus training." Upon hearing this, the class erupted in excitement. Galanstar, the capital of the Galanstar region, was incredibly prosperous compared to Kalanstar, which felt like a rural area in comparison. Moreover, the first place prize for this mecha competition has been raised to an A-class breathing technique book and a custom-designed exploratory mecha. Lu Yun felt a jolt of excitement, his gaze igniting with fervor. There was only one A-class breathing technique book in the entire Silver Star Academy, and acquiring it required a hefty amount of credits. Furthermore, one needed to meet certain student-level requirements. Lacking the necessary rank meant one would have no purchasing rights. However, Lu Yun quickly regained his composure, recalling the promise he had made to Dean Luo to forego participating in this joint competition. He wondered if he could still request some resources from Dean Luo. After all, what he relinquished was an A-class breathing technique. Lu Yun pondered quietly within. Subsequently, Xiang Xiao elaborated on the competition format and rules for the upcoming tournament. And the morning swiftly slipped away as Lu Yun prepared to leave the classroom for lunch. Nan Liu hurriedly caught up with him. "Lu Yun, shall we team up for this tournament? With you and me? The first and second place will be a formidable duo, absolutely decimating our opponents." Nan Liu's gaze burned with fervor. After all, it was an A-class breathing technique. No one could remain composed in the face of such an opportunity. If someone could, it merely indicated their ignorance of its true value. Even the least impressive A-class technique was an object of fervent desire among countless mecha pilots. "I'm afraid not." Lu Yun shook his head and replied, "I have already promised the dean that I want to participate in this freshman competition." Nan Liu was instantly taken aback. He had envisioned himself and Lu Yun conquering the arena, dominating the league and claiming both the A-class breathing technique and a customized mecha. Now he was being told that Lu Yun wouldn't participate. What was the point then? He had received numerous whispers that the other 2 major academies had brought in some extraordinary individuals to bolster their ranks. Lu Yun shrugged. "Then it seems you must go alone to wreak havoc." Bidding farewell to the disheartened Nan Liu, Lu Yun made his way to the cafeteria. Recently, Cheng Zhan had been quite busy. Scarcely seen around the academy, IT was uncertain what he was occupied with. However, it was for the best. This way, no one would steal his food, and he could indulge in the delicacies all by himself. This feeling was simply exquisite. Chapter 76. Where are others? With the tournament approaching, the virtual combat hall and logistics department had become lively. All the freshmen preparing for the competition were seizing every moment for their final enhancements. Eager to make a remarkable impression in the blink of an eye, a week had passed, and the 3 major academies' joint freshman league commenced. Lu Yun once again encountered Cheng Zhan within the academy. Boarding Cheng Zhan's vehicle toward the Xinguang City Center, where the Xinguang Conference Hall awaited. The first phase of the freshman league would be held at this grand venue, where the towering Xinguang floated in midair, surrounded by a sea of white mist, boundless like an ocean. Some say that standing atop the Xinguang allows one to touch the stars, though the truth of this remains uncertain. The convoys from the 3 major academies arrived in succession, docking under the guidance of announcements. Youthful figures poured out and formed lines to enter the hall. "Let us go in as well," Cheng Zhan said as he and Lu Yun stepped into the venue. This time, Lu Yun attended as an observer. Although he was not competing, he wished to witness the prowess of the top talents from the other 2 academies. Following the numbered signs, he found his seat. Scanning the audience, Lu Yun's gaze fell upon a protruding area at the top, offering a panoramic view of the entire hall. That moment, several figures occupied the area, with seats around them left vacant. Among them were their academy's dean, Luo Xingwen, and the dean of Xuanwu Academy, Jing Hong. Beside them sat another individual, presumably the dean of Qingting Academy. However, Lu Yun noted with interest that even the deans of the 3 major academies were seated in the 3rd row. While the front row was occupied by 3 individuals. One was an elderly man with a gentle smile, while the other 2, a man and a woman, appeared considerably younger. The woman, adorned in luxurious attire with her hair elegantly styled, bore metallic adornments on her face, exuding an air of nobility as she laughed lightly while speaking. The man, in stark contrast, had a stern expression and was vigilant, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as though searching for something. Noticing Lu Yun's focus, Cheng Zhan introduced, "That elderly gentleman is Lord Li Zheng, the sovereign of our Karan Star." Liu Yun immediately felt a surge of respect. This venerable figure was a legendary persona. A native of Karun Star, who, born into humble beginnings, faced a lifetime of tribulations yet persevered to become the sovereign, transforming the previously overlooked Karun Star into one of the 12 main stars of the Galan Star region. His proclamation, Karun Star may not prosper, but it shall not be due to our generation, remains inscribed on the walls of the 3 major academies, inspiring countless individuals. The woman was Imo Zaire, the head of the Galan Star Development Department. Wielding significant power, the man, named Bab Fa Lay, served as the deputy commander of the Galan Star. Liu Yun's gaze hardened as he observed the man from a distance. The deputy commander of Galan Star personally attending this event could only imply. Liu Yun left the thought unspoken, yet Cheng Zhan understood. Shaking his head, he replied, I don't know. However, it's highly unlikely. If it were due to Lord Jun, it wouldn't just be him alone but the entire Galan Star fleet. Liu Yun inhaled sharply, acutely aware of the federal military's regard for Lord Jun. Enough of this. It has nothing to do with you. Lord Jun will handle everything, and your task now is to focus on your growth and improvement. Cheng Zhan said, patting Liu Yun's shoulder with a smile. Let us enjoy the match. Agreed. 3 enormous halos projected onto the venue, delineating 3 areas, numbered 1, 2, and 3. The rules began broadcasting, and students from the 3 major academies were mixed and scattered according to the draw. Engaging in chaotic battles. Those who fell outside the circle, were incapacitated, or deliberately caused harm would be disqualified until 30 contestants remained to advance to the next round. The battles erupted instantaneously. Contestants from various academies quickly allied to eliminate competitors from other institutions before redistributing their forces. The combat escalated into a fervent clash from the very beginning. In this elimination round, weapons were prohibited, and the raw impact of physical confrontations ignited the audience's adrenaline. The seats were filled to capacity, with cheers erupting from the crowd, comprised of students from the 3 academies, as well as spectators who had come solely to witness the contest. Liu Yun soon spotted Nan Liu, Guan Xian, and Min Luo among the throng. As former comrades who had fought alongside one another, Liu Yun was particularly attentive to their fates. By a stroke of luck, Nan Liu and Guan Xian found themselves in the same group, joining forces with 5 other freshmen from Silver Star Academy to occupy a central area. With Nan Liu, the strongest among them, serving as the offensive point, the others assisted in defense. They swiftly eliminated 3 or 4 contestants. On the other hand, Min Luo's situation appeared dire. His group at Silver Star Academy was markedly outnumbered, with several top contenders from Xuanwu Academy among them. United, they exuded an overwhelming force. Min Luo faced near elimination multiple times, nearly being pushed out of the designated area. You might want to keep an eye on that alien youth in Area 3, Cheng Zhan remarked from the sidelines. Liu Yun followed Cheng Zhan's pointing finger and spotted a remarkably handsome young man, bearing distinctive alien features on his forehead, surrounded by a throng of Qingting Academy freshmen. Cheng Zhan continued, he is the top student from Qingting Academy, Sierra, possessing an awakening level of 13, with a resonance test time of 6.5 seconds. Without you, he would likely be the indisputable champion of this tournament. Liu Yun's interest peaked as he quietly observed the individual. At that moment, Sierra seemed to sense Liu Yun's gaze. Abruptly looking up, upon seeing Liu Yun, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, as if asking, what are you doing there? I think he recognizes me, Liu Yun remarked. Well, there aren't too many in the 3 major academies who wouldn't know you. Cheng Zhan chuckled. Liu Yun rubbed his nose sheepishly. Am I really that famous? Not exactly famous, but your notorious reputation precedes you. On the viewing platform, Imo Zaire, from the Galan Star Development Department, glanced at Sierra and remarked with a gentle smile. Lordly, I presume that individual is the prodigy, Sierra, unearthed from Taining Star by Qingting Academy? Li Jing nodded with a smile. Indeed, Madame Imo Zaire has a keen eye, if all goes as expected. The champion of this year's freshman tournament should be this Sierra. His strength and talent are unparalleled among this year's newcomers. Imo Zaire nodded slightly, her interest in Sierra intensifying. Yet at that moment, the Galan Star Deputy Commander, Bab Fa Lay, suddenly interjected with confusion. Lordly, that can't be right. I've heard that there's an even more gifted newcomer at Silver Star Academy, who allegedly resonated with 10 mechas in just 0.01 seconds. Where is he? Chapter 77. The past. Where is he? Deputy Commander Bab Fa Lay glanced at Li Zhang and inquired. Imo Zaire widened her eyes in astonishment. Lordly, is what Commander Fa Lay said true? Is there truly someone with such extraordinary talent? Li Zhang smiled faintly. That rumor originated from Silver Star Academy. Their dean has already personally refuted it. It is false. Where there's smoke, there's fire. The emergence of such a rumor surely indicates something remarkable, Fa Lay remarked dismissively, clearly unconvinced by Li Zhang's words. Commander Fa Lay speaks true. Lordly, please don't keep it a secret. Let us see this prodigy for ourselves. Imo Zaire chimed in agreement. Li Zhang sighed softly. If that is the case, then if you are dissatisfied after meeting him, please do not blame me. Do not worry, Lordly, we merely wish to meet some young talents. If he indeed possesses genuine skill, it would not be a waste of the Federation's resources. Imo Zaire replied with a gentle smile. Li Jing nodded, and turned to Luo Xingwen behind him. Dean Luo, has that student arrived? Luo Xingwen exchanged a glance with Li Zhang and nodded. He is here, I will summon him immediately. He then sent a message to Lu Yun. As Lu Yun attentively observed the ongoing match. He was caught off guard by Xiao Ai's reminder, prompting him to lift his head in surprise. There, in the upper stands, he spotted Luo Xingwen and the director gazing intently at him. Uncle Cheng? Director Luo has summoned me, Lu Yun informed Cheng Zhan before rising to ascend. Unbeknownst to him, Cheng Zhan's expression shifted abruptly at the mention of those words, his entire demeanor tightening as if under immense pressure. Lu Yun soon arrived at the top stands, where several pairs of eyes converged upon him, one of which bore an evaluative gaze. He cast a glance and approached Luo Xingwen, inquiring, Director, did you need to see me? It is I who seek you, fairly interjected from the forefront. Lu Yun turned to face the vice commander from the Jialan Star Legion, the very source of that scrutinizing look. I've heard it said that during the entrance examination, you set a record by resonating with 10 mechas in merely 0.01 seconds, fairly inquired nonchalantly. That is mere rumor, Lu Yun replied, lowering his head in a decisive denial. Fairly, hailing from the Jialan Star Legion and an adversary of the esteemed Elder Jun, was someone Lu Yun wished to avoid entangling with, merely wanting to brush the matter aside. Fairly shot Lu Yun another sidelong glance. Whether it is rumor or not, we shall see. I happen to have a prodigy with me. And once this elimination match concludes, you two shall engage in a contest. He is eager to test his mettle against the finest talent from Karen Star. Fairly left no room for refusal. His statement akin to a decree. Afterward, he waved his hand, signaling Lu Yun to depart. Take a seat beside your director for now, Li Zheng instructed. Lu Yun nodded and settled beside Luo Xingwen. He glanced at the three figures before him and quietly asked, Director, what does this mean? Luo Xingwen shook his head, remaining silent. Lu Yun looked downward, noticing Cheng Zhan's gaze fixed upon him, prompting him to send a message reassuring the latter not to worry. While the venue echoed with raucous applause, the stands fell into an eerie silence. Suddenly, Jing Hong, the dean of Xuanwu Academy, spoke up. Luo, I have some questions. Can you enlighten me? Luo Xingwen turned to regard him. What queries do you have? Jing Hong gestured and rose from the stands. With Luo Xingwen promptly following, Lu Yun, observing the mysterious exchange, found himself deep in thought. In the rear, Jing Hong whispered, After returning from your place that day, I took it upon myself to investigate Lu Yun. Curious about who had offended him, inciting such hostility towards our Federal Legion. But do you know what I discovered? Luo Xingwen, growing impatient, retorted, Spit it out. If you keep me guessing, I shall take my leave. Unfazed, Jing Hong continued gravely, I found nothing at all. Luo Xingwen's eye twitched as he glared at Jing Hong, then turned to leave. Jing Hong quickly intercepted him. If you have something to say, speak plainly, and do not indulge in childish games. Luo Xingwen disdainfully muttered under his breath. Jing Hong, observing Luo Xingwen's retreating form, continued to himself, but the fact that I found nothing is itself problematic. It indicates that higher authorities are safeguarding his information, to the extent that even I, a mere dean, lack the clearance. What necessity could there be to protect the information of a prodigy? Thus, to satisfy my curiosity, I decided to investigate another individual, Cheng Zhan, who led Lu Yun into the Silver Star Academy. Upon further inquiry, I indeed uncovered some intriguing information. Gradually, Luo Xingwen's steps faltered. Jing Hong's gaze deepened as he murmured, Cheng Yuchen, 15 years prior, an inspector from the Federation's 1st Pioneer Legion, a confidant of the Grand Commander Jun Qingshan. Following Jun Qingshan's sudden betrayal, he vanished without a trace overnight. Inspector Cheng Yuchen was dismissed and investigated, stripped of his powers, and after 5 years of confinement, was exonerated but reportedly became a beggar wandering the streets, soon forgotten, with no further news of him. And a year later, your Silver Star Academy welcomed a rather exceptional instructor, who, despite lacking power, managed to become a level 5 teacher after passing numerous evaluations. Jing Hong paused slightly, sighing softly, and asked, Luo, as old friends for so many years, do you wish for me to elaborate further? Luo Xingwen remained silent. Jing Hong continued, 2 months ago, during the battle in the outskirts, that teacher Cheng Zhan was present at the scene and returned with an unconscious youth. Luo Xingwen shook his head. I know not of what you speak. With that, he took his leave. Jing Hong clenched his fists and growled. You are playing with fire, Director Luo. What seems to be the matter? Lu Yun inquired, noticing Luo Xingwen's troubled expression, tinged with fatigue. Luo Xingwen forced a smile. It is nothing, by the way. I left something at the academy and forgot to retrieve it. Could you fetch it for me? Just as Lu Yun was about to agree, Fairly's indifferent voice rang out from the front. Director Luo, what is so urgent? The elimination match will conclude shortly. Let this student finish his match first. Commander Fairly, I am merely feeling a bit unwell and wish for him to retrieve some medicine for me. I shall return promptly. Luo Xingwen replied apologetically. Finish the match first. fairly dismissed with 4 curt words. Lu Yun's expression darkened as he recalled the encounter 2 months ago in the outer courtyard. The total commander from Jalan Star had been equally unreasonable. Infuriating, Lu Yun abruptly stood, striding away to fetch the medicine for Director Luo. Fairly cast a cold glance his way. Boy, do my words not resonate with you? Chapter 78. Unlimited Mecha Battle Commander Fairly, please do not be angered. Let us calm down, Luo Xingwen sighed, pulling Lu Yun back down into his seat. It is merely a minor ailment. Since the commander wishes to wait a while, we shall do just that. Lu Yun's expression remained somber, having discerned Fairly's hostility towards him. It was evident that the latter's intentions were far from benign. An hour passed, and the elimination match concluded, revealing the 30 qualifiers. The audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers. The host extended congratulations to the 30 qualifiers when, suddenly, he received a shocking message, his expression turning bewildered. He glanced towards the upper stands, then cleared his throat, announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, competitors, an unexpected turn of events has arisen in this tournament. The request of Commander Fairly from Jalan Star. We shall now commence a mecha exhibition match. The participants will be the mecha operator Cheng Yin from the Jalan Star Reserve Legion and the freshman Lu Yun from Silver Star Academy. The exhibition match will begin in 5 minutes. Please stay tuned." The crowd erupted into a frenzy. An exhibition match? This event had just become even more worthwhile, with an additional program to enjoy. Pitting a freshman against a mecha operator from the Jalan Star Reserve Legion? This newcomer Lu Yun was surely in for a rough time. Who cares? We get to witness another match. Exactly. Moreover, it's against a reserve operator from Jalan Star, where only the brightest talents are said to be found. The audience buzzed with excitement, the name of Jalan Star proving far more enticing than any advertisement. Not to mention, this was a prodigy from the Jalan Star Reserve. Among the crowd, Guan Xian stood beside Nanli Yu. Her face etched with anxiety. "Nanli Yu, what does it mean to be from the Jalan Star Reserve?" Nanli Yu's expression turned grave. Those who enter are no ordinary individuals. They are nurtured as core operators of Jalan Star. Each one a monster that has clawed their way out of a pile of corpses. Guan Xian's complexion paled. So Lu Yun is in great danger? Fear not. Given Lu Yun's capabilities, he should manage well enough. He just needs to be cautious. Nanli Yu spoke, though his own confidence wavered. 5 minutes swiftly passed. A massive circular ring ascended in the arena, marking the battleground. Yet at that moment, Fairly's voice resonated from above. "Remove this boundary. This exhibition match shall have no restrictions. Only in such a manner can the 2 contenders fully showcase their prowess. Cheng Yin, do not disgrace me." From a corner of the stands, a youth clad in short sleeves stood and saluted respectfully towards the upper tier. "Yes, Commander." Lu Yun directed his gaze towards the young man, whose hair was a striking gray, adorned with subtle silver-gray markings on his face. His eyes gleaming as he regarded Lu Yun from afar. "Just concede once you step up," Luo Xingwen murmured as Lu Yun rose. Though uncertain of the rationale, Lu Yun assumed there was no ill intent. He nodded in acknowledgement and made his way down from the stands. That moment, the arena floor parted, revealing 2 identical black mechas rising into view. Is the Black Warrior X1? A gasp echoed from the stands. "Isn't that a mecha from our Karen Star? I've only seen it on the Battlefield Network." Indeed not. The Black Warrior is a flagship series of exploration-grade mechas from the Jalan Star Future Group. Compact yet boasting extraordinary defensive and offensive capabilities. Its agility is equally remarkable due to its petite frame. Those with knowledge quickly identified the models of the 2 mechas. "This is unfair." Nanli Yu sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "The Black Warrior is a mecha from your Jalan Star. Lu Yun has never piloted one before. Just familiarizing himself with its operation would consume considerable time. What is the point of this match? It is a guaranteed loss. That operator from Jalan Star must be well versed in it. To pit Lu Yun, who has never piloted a Black Warrior, against him is nothing short of bullying." Guan Xian's voice resonated loudly in agreement. Soon, the students of Silver Star Academy expressed their doubts. The competitor was Lu Yun, a fellow student from their own academy. Using the Black Warrior as a competition mech, wasn't that simply an act of bullying? However, in the face of this chorus of skepticism, Fair stood up and declared in a clear voice, "This student Lu Yun from Silver Star Academy is a prodigious talent never before seen in the entire Jalan Star district. He achieved an incredibly formidable score on the resonance test at Silver Star Academy. Thus, while the mech may be unfamiliar to outsiders, he will have no difficulty adapting. This is precisely what makes this exhibition match so captivating. Let us witness how this great genius performs when confronted with an unknown mech." A disingenuous smile crept across Fair's face. By the way, in this competition, surrender is not permitted. The match can only conclude when one side's mech is completely destroyed and the pilot rendered incapable of action. He added as he took his seat. Lu Yun felt a heaviness in his heart. It was now abundantly clear that this Deputy Legion Commander Fair was targeting him. Across from him, Cheng Yin had already entered the cockpit of the Black Warrior. Igniting the engine and conducting a self-diagnostic, Lu Yun glanced at the remaining Black Warrior. The mech stood only 12 meters tall, Far from being classified as exploratory, even within the industrial-grade mechs, this height was considered diminutive. It bore composite reactive armor and nanoceramic plating on its chest, and did not carry an excess of external equipment, possessing merely a sword and a shield. Liu Yun boarded the mech and entered the cockpit. The resonance control system of this black warrior had been dismantled, necessitating reliance on mechanical operation for combat. Liu Yun settled into the pilot's seat and fastened his safety belt. He had taken over the mech's control system, and the frequently used operation modules had been overwritten. The monitoring screens flickered to life, revealing a smiling face. The mech's self-diagnostic program initiated. Energy reserves, 100. Structural integrity, 100. Weapons mounted, alloy sword, alloy shield, self-diagnostic complete. Master, I am all set, exclaimed Xiao AI. Anyone who dares to bully my master will not be tolerated. An angry expression appeared on the screen. Liu Yun smirked slightly and pushed the control stick. All right. Then let us strike him. Let us hit him. With a low rumble, the cockpit trembled slightly as the black warrior rose from its crouched position and charged forward with great strides. Soon, it entered full-speed assault mode, shield raised in front, sword drawn behind. Each step reverberated against the ground like thunder, shaking the eardrums of those watching. As Liu Yun initiated the charge, gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. Nan Liu, initially wearing a worried expression, widened his eyes in shock. My goodness, when did Liu Yun learn to maneuver the black warrior so proficiently? On the stands, Fair also exhibited a look of surprise. Though it quickly faded, so what if he can pilot it? Mech combat is not merely about being able to operate it. Amidst the astonished gazes, the two black warriors collided with a thunderous crash. Bang! Chapter 79. The play of humiliation with a sharp clang. The two black warriors clashed together like ferocious beasts, exhibiting an astonishingly bold demeanor. Despite being tightly secured in his seat by the safety belt, Liu Yun still felt the intense shock transmitted from the mech's arms. The force feedback from this mech far exceeded his expectations. Even with his current level 14 strength, he found it somewhat challenging to push it forward. The control process inevitably felt sluggish. As expected, Cheng Yin recognized Liu Yun's predicament. After withstanding Liu Yun's strike, he immediately charged forward, shield raised. Liu Yun stumbled back from the blow, exerting considerable effort to halt the black warrior's backward momentum. Raise the shield to the left front. Xiao Ai's voice echoed in the cockpit. Liu Yun's muscles reacted faster than his consciousness, as he forcefully pushed the control stick with his left hand while his right fist struck the control buttons. However, the robust force feedback caused his actions to lag by a fraction. Perhaps it was only a delay of a few tenths of a second, but the time difference between his command and the mech's response magnified exponentially, stretching nearly to 3 seconds. In battles between equally ranked mechs, a 3-second discrepancy could almost determine victory. Boom. Liu Yun finally managed to raise his shield at the last moment. However, he was still a beat too late. Failing to fully block the force of the strike, the shield was struck at an angle. The blade left a scratch on the shield, cutting into the shoulder of the black warrior and leaving a half-finger-deep gash. With the blow landed, Cheng Yin showed no urgency to pursue. Instead, he stepped back, even turning his back to Liu Yun, flaunting his confidence. This guy is far too arrogant. I can't stand it. I want to hit him. This is just too much. It's infuriating. The audience erupted in a chorus of insults. The students of Silver Star Academy vented their frustrations, openly scornful of Cheng Yan's pretentious display. It's over. I thought Liu Yun was familiar with the Black Warrior, but it seems he is merely relying on brute strength to control its movements. This is disastrous. Nanli Yu's initial excitement evaporated upon witnessing Liu Yun's sluggish response. Guan Xian, puzzled by the situation and unaware of the Black Warrior's characteristics, curiously inquired, "What does that mean? Is there something special about the Black Warrior?" "Oh, it's exceedingly special," Nanli Yu exclaimed dramatically, indignantly explaining to Guan Xian. The force feedback of the Black Warrior is 3 times that of other mechs of the same class, and 9 times that of the industrial-grade mechs we usually train with. This means that for Liu Yun to get the Black Warrior moving, he must exert 9 times the strength he would typically use in training just to push the control stick and press the buttons. And that's just to get the mech moving. To utilize it proficiently requires either 10 times the strength or prolonged training to acclimatize to its rigid control response. But right now, Liu Yun possesses neither of these options. Guan Xian began to understand. Yet, soon after, a thought struck her, and her expression turned peculiar. "I think you might be underestimating Liu Yun. Did you forget what happened that day at your house?" She continued. At that time, Liu Yun actually fought against the assassin who killed the Legion commander. Nanli Yu paused, quickly recalling the events. He remembered that Liu Yun had even kicked the assassin away at one point, and that man was a formidable foe who had slain the Legion commander. The fact that Liu Yun could contend with him indicated that his strength was certainly not lacking at the very least. He should be more than capable of piloting the Black Warrior. The sluggishness he displayed was simply inconceivable. Then Nanli Yu blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. Guan Xian murmured, "I have a feeling he is doing this on purpose." Are you suggesting he's playing the fool to bait the tiger? Don't phrase it so harshly. Guan Exine shot Nanli Yu a disapproving glance, correcting him. This is known as feigning weakness to lure the enemy in. A glimmer of anticipation graced Guan Exine's fair, rounded face as she turned her gaze back to the arena in the cockpit of the Black Warrior. Lu Yun received a notification. Master. To achieve perfect control of this Black Warrior, you will need to exert finger strength equivalent to 13 times your usual training, and pushing force must reach 11 times your usual training. Otherwise, all operations will experience a certain delay. Lu Yun nodded slightly, his expression calm. He did not allow himself to be swayed by Cheng Yin's provocations. It was fortuitous that the opponent was not continuing his assault, providing him the time to thoroughly understand this Black Warrior. The control keys of a Black Warrior were akin to mechanical keyboards from a parallel world. Due to the differences in the switch mechanisms, each type of keyboard required varying amounts of force to depress. Some had low resistance, responding to the slightest touch, while others required a bit more force to register. If used occasionally, the differences in resistance were negligible. However, for someone who frequently interacted with keyboards, prolonged use of high-resistance keyboards could lead to fatigue and even tendinitis. The Black Warrior operated on a similar principle. It was simple to get it moving, but to engage in fluid combat required a tremendous physical burden on the pilot. Thus, what Lu Yun needed was a quick resolution. The longer he delayed, the more disadvantageous the situation became for him. Nanli Yu had initially been correct. With Lu Yun's current level 14 strength, he certainly could not immediately master the control of the Black Warrior. Yet, if he activated his blood-burning technique, boosting his strength by 1000 kg, it would be sufficient to maneuver the Black Warrior as if it were a child's toy. However, Lu Yun was not in a hurry. The 1000 kilograms boost was merely an enhancement of his own strength and would not elevate the performance of the Black Warrior. The two Black Warriors remained on an equal footing. Therefore, he needed an opportunity. An opportunity for a decisive strike against the enemy. Thud, thud. This time, Cheng Yin took the initiative, commanding the Black Warrior to charge forward. Each powerful step seemed to threaten to crack the floor beneath him, sword and shield brandished before him, exuding an imposing presence. Facing the enemy head-on, the collision countdown began. For seconds, Lu Yun's gaze sharpened as he pressed the cumbersome control keys, directing the Black Warrior into a defensive stance, crouching low. There was no time to react. He opted for a straightforward block. Cheng Yin observed Lu Yun's defensive posture and sneered, "A clever choice. Too bad. I am not you." With deft fingers, Cheng Yin skillfully pressed the control keys in a sequence of 136 commands. The Black Warrior suddenly exhibited agile movements, weaving left and right, while maintaining its speed without any reduction. In the blink of an eye, Cheng Yin closed the distance to Lu Yun, but just as they were about to collide, he abruptly pivoted, positioning himself beside Lu Yun. The alloy blades swept through the air, leaving yet another scar on the Black Warrior piloted by Lu Yun. Before Lu Yun could mount a defense, it deftly evaded and shifted to his rear. Another strike followed. Thus, Cheng Yin maneuvered the Black Warrior with an unpredictable rhythm, akin to a nimble assassin, delivering blows to Lu Yun, who always seemed a beat too slow. Before long, a dozen cuts marred Lu Yun's body. Though the wounds were not particularly grievous, they were profoundly humiliating. Chapter 80. Where has the arrogance gone? This fellow from Jialan Star is utterly detestable. How could one toy with others in such a manner? This is not a performance match. It is a blatant one-sided slaughter. Is Lu Yun not hailed as the finest talent of the new generation? He ought to display some competence. He is about to tarnish the reputation of Karen's Star. After all, this is the Black Warrior, which is already challenging to control. If you think you can, then step up. Do I need to evaluate a refrigerator on its cooling ability? Ha! If our Academy's Hill were to compete, he would undoubtedly obliterate that Jialan Star fellow. On the stands, the students from the three major academies were divided into two factions. One faction, led by Silver Star Academy, supported Lu Yun and condemned the Jialan Star's disgraceful conduct as immoral. The other faction, primarily from the other two academies, criticized Lu Yun for bringing shame upon the three academies of Karen's Star. Farley, seated in the top-tier seats, relaxed his previously tense expression, evidently in good spirits. Casting a sidelong glance at the nearby star Master Li Zheng, he remarked coolly, "Is this truly the top genius of Karen's Star? Quite disappointing. I must say, this." Luo Xingwen behind him rolled his eyes dramatically, mentally cursing the other party's ancestors for generations. Li Zhang responded with a smile. Naturally, he pales in comparison to the geniuses of Jialan Star. He added, "I believe this performance match can conclude here." Can't it? Absolutely not. Once the rules are set, they cannot be altered lightly. Farley's expression darkened, as he exuded the authority of a legion commander. Li Zhang ceased to speak further, clearly concerned for Lu Yun. In a seemingly casual manner, Farley inquired, "There's no need to fret. Perhaps he has yet to unveil his hidden prowess." Yes, if to validate Farley's words. Just as he finished speaking, an unexpected turn of events transpired in the arena. Lu Yun, who had been under relentless pressure, suddenly released his shield, twisting his arm to the left to grasp the descending alloy blade with astonishing swiftness. Compared to his earlier sluggishness, he now appeared as if a different pilot had taken control. Chang Yin, seasoned in battle, sensed the shift immediately. Instead of retreating, he advanced, closing the distance to within half a meter of Lu Yun. At such proximity, even if disarmed, there was little room for maneuvering. Kid, I didn't realize you could conceal your capabilities. Unfortunately, in the face of overwhelming strength, your hidden talent is inconsequential. Chang Yin smirked coldly, twisting the knife's handle. The alloy blade began to rotate slowly, while the metal of Lu Yun's black warrior emitted a strained sound under the pressure. Simultaneously, Chang Yin raised his shield, fiercely charging at Lu Yun. What terror could a nearly 10-ton black warrior deliver in a full-force collision? No one knew. However, merely witnessing such a massive, dark figure barreling towards them was enough to instill a profound psychological pressure. Yet, just as everyone anticipated that Lu Yun would be utterly annihilated by this assault, the black mech, crouched on the ground, suddenly discarded the alloy knife and, with a dramatic twist of its body, unleashed a powerful punch. What is this guy doing? He's thrown away both the knife and the shield. What is he going to use to attack? I think he's lost his mind, devoid of reason. He wouldn't dare to clash his fist against the shield, would he? The material of the shield is far superior to his fist. Such an act is tantamount to self-destruction. With a thunderous boom, Lu Yun's fist collided with the shield, which bore the weight of 10 tons, as the audience had predicted. The mech's fist was no match for the shield's hardness, rendering this action self-destructive. However, they failed to grasp Lu Yun's true intent. Within the cockpit, Lu Yun felt a tremendous jolt, the violent recoil shaking his very insides. Yet, with a single breath, he regained his composure. His eyes glowed with a crimson hue. The moment he had awaited had arrived. In a mere instant, the previously cumbersome buttons became as pliable as soft clay under his fingers, which deftly traversed 136 control panel keys. Chang Yin, witnessing Lu Yun's right arm contorting grotesquely, remained stationary. Seemingly resigned, Chang Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He thrust aside Lu Yun's twisted arm and advanced boldly, preparing to crush Lu Yun's cockpit. But in the next moment, the seemingly motionless black warrior suddenly dropped low. Charging towards Chang Yan's lower half with the force of a bull, the contorted right arm lodged itself into the joint of the opposing mech's left leg. While the original heavy fist could not fit into such a narrow gap, Lu Yun's mech's right arm, now severed and jagged, fit perfectly. With a cacophony of cracking sounds, Lu Yun's severed right arm intertwined with Chang Yan's mech's leg joint. What was he attempting? Has he lost his mind? By doing this, he exposes all his vulnerabilities. A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. Next, Lu Yun maneuvered the mech to pivot slightly, inserting his right leg between Chang Yan's mech's parted legs. The scene resembled Chang Yan's mech riding atop Lu Yun, yet Chang Yin bore no trace of joy. He had already discerned Lu Yun's intention. Inside the cockpit, Lu Yun's eyes glinted red as he forcefully pushed the lever to strike the limiter. Producing a violent clash, the mech's signal lights flickered wildly, and all engine power surged into his lower limbs. With a sudden surge, Lu Yun's black warrior rose, clutching Chang Yan's mech's leg tightly, lifting it alongside his own. Chang Yan's face paled in realization. Damn it! How could he execute such a complex maneuver in such a short time? The seemingly simple action required countless intricate movements, much like a film reel piecing together frames to create a complete video. Chang Yin understood Lu Yun was hiding his capabilities but never anticipated the extent of what was concealed. The disparity between them was like night and day. Before he could react, Chang Yin hastily released his sword, grasping the shield with both hands to smash down upon the joint of Lu Yun's mech's shoulder. He sought to forcibly interrupt Lu Yun's assault before being thrown down. Yet, it was too late. Lu Yun had long awaited this opportunity, even willing to sacrifice an arm to ensnare him. How could he allow Chang Yin to escape at this moment? Lu Yun's fingers danced over the control panel, leaving a trail of afterimages. The black warrior, still gripping Chang Yan's mech, spun violently before crashing backward. With a resounding crash, Chang Yan's mech slammed heavily onto the floor, creating a crater in the metallic ground. What sensation does a 10-ton mech crashing down evoke? The entire venue vibrated with a fierce tremor. Countless fragments of armor erupted like bullets. Inside the cockpit, the terrifying backlash caused Chang Yin to spit out a mouthful of blood. His face contorted in agony. He felt as though his insides were being shattered. Alarms blared urgently within the cockpit. On the monitor, a massive dark footprint approached rapidly on Chang Yan's horrified gaze. It descended. Crack! The frontal armor sustained an 80 damage report. Boom! Another impact. The left leg became disconnected. Soon after, Lu Yun had completely shattered Chang Yan's black warrior's limbs and smashed through its chest armor, tearing out and crushing its engine. Without the engine, that mech was reduced to a mere hunk of scrap metal. Lu Yun stood triumphantly atop Chang Yan's mech, as its limbs flickered with electric sparks, twitching in a reflexive manner. The earlier arrogance had vanished without a trace. Chapter 81. Now, can we conclude this? The venue fell into a stunned silence. Though it is often said that the key to determining the outcome of a battle lies in a fleeting moment. When that moment truly arrived, the impact on everyone's psyche was profoundly intense. Some merely lowered their heads to glance at their smart devices, and upon looking up again, they were met with a complete reversal. Were it not for the optical projection above repeatedly replaying the climactic moment, many would struggle to comprehend what transpired in those brief seconds. It was simply breathtaking, Nanliu muttered to himself, involuntarily raising his smart device to capture an image of Lu Yun standing atop Changyan's mech, uploading it to the battle network. With a hiss, the rear hatch of the Black Warrior opened. Releasing a rush of hot air, the Black Warrior crouched down, entering standby mode. Lu Yun leaped from the cockpit, standing at the center of the arena, greeted by a thundering applause. The new generation of Karen Star had faced off head-on, obliterating the reserved genius pilot from Jalan Star. Achieving such a feat in his first time piloting the Black Warrior, countless news reporters envisioned the explosive headlines for tomorrow's news. The once arrogant Jalan Star now dimmed in comparison to the figure of the young man in the arena. In the stands, Ms. Imo Zaire from the development department of Jalan Star wore a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling as if she had discovered treasure. In stark contrast, the vice commander Farley bore a grim expression. Silently fixated on Lu Yun with the intensity of a hawk, Elijah cast a glance, his eyes brimming with mirth. Commander Farley, there is no need to fret over Cheng Yin. Perhaps he still has some hidden tricks up his sleeve. He echoed Farley's earlier words verbatim, and within, Li Zheng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Humph. Farley let out a cold snort and replied gravely, Masterly, it seems you are rejoicing too soon. I have stated that this match concludes only when one of the pilots can no longer move. Li Zheng frowned. Commander Farley, the mech battle has already determined a victor. Why must we continue to fight to the bitter end? This is the tradition of our Jalan Star Corps. Are you questioning our decisions, Masterly? With a soft sigh, Li Zheng replied, I dare not. Humph. This absurd farce finally came to an end. Lu Yun prepared to exit. Yet, at that moment, a chilling wind swept from behind. As he turned, he was confronted by Cheng Yin, his visage fierce and bloodied, charging towards him. The battle was not over. Who allowed you to leave? Cheng Yin unleashed a whip-like kick aimed at Lu Yun's head. The sound of wind howling in its wake, Lu Yun's eyes narrowed, and he instinctively retreated, widening the distance between them. The audience erupted in uproar. One anticipated that despite the mech battle's defeat, this pilot from Jalan Star would engage in hand-to-hand combat. Is this not the epitome of being unable to accept defeat? Are the people of Jalan Star truly this despicable? What do you know? Jalan Star adheres to the martial way, and this young man is a genius in the reserve forces. Unable to accept his failure, he naturally seeks to settle the score. Indeed, and did you not hear that esteemed figure state that the contest concludes only when one pilot can no longer move? The spectators buzzed with chatter. Nanliu smirked, taking up his smart device, eager to record Lu Yun's fighting prowess for online sharing. Previously, Lu Yun's daring photo executing the complex Zoj turn and blade return had ignited a wave of imitation within the mech combat community. Unbeknownst to him, making him a somewhat renowned pilot, at this moment, many were keenly observing Lu Yun, anticipating the display of new high-level techniques. Nanliu felt a heavy sense of responsibility. He would seize any opportunity. Just now, you were so imposing. Why are you hiding? Cheng Yin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, panting heavily, and glared menacingly at Lu Yun. In that instant, the air of nonchalance evaporated. He resembled a wounded beast, cruel and vindictive. Lu Yun cast a glance at him, then turned back toward the stands. Li Zheng remarked coolly, Classmate Lu Yun, Commander Fale believes the battle is not yet over and suggests you continue fighting. With that, he gave Lu Yun a subtle look. Understanding the implication, Lu Yun pivoted lightly, positioning himself 10 meters away, quietly observing Cheng Yin. Cursed creature. Cheng Yin let out a savage grin, his figure dashing forward like the wind. In but 2 breaths, he closed the distance to Lu Yun, then came to a sudden, frenzied halt. His right fist sank to his waist, twisting his body to unleash a horizontal strike with immense speed. This was a B-class combat technique, the questioning mountain fist. Nanliu shifted aside the device obstructing his view, astonished at the scene. This fellow, though lacking in character, undeniably possessed exceptional talent. He had the resolve to hone such a technique. Guan Xin curiously inquired, Is this fist technique formidable? Nanliu nodded. It ranks quite well among B-class techniques. This technique aims to temper the fist until it is as hard as iron, providing a significant advantage in unarmed combat. Nanliu offered praise, but quickly shrugged. However, he faces Lu Yun, a true prodigy. He's in for a rough time. Lu Yun had previously clashed with that notorious killer. In terms of close combat ability, he was undoubtedly monstrous at this age. The killer had already become a benchmark in Nanliu's mind. As Cheng Yin advanced, Lu Yun's gaze remained calm and unyielding. He moved forward instead of retreating. Void walk. His figure slipped like a specter within half a meter of Cheng Yan. Then, reaching out, he intercepted Cheng Yan's fist, his speed doubling that of his opponent. With a forceful clap, Cheng Yan's face contorted, feeling as if his hand had been struck by an iron rod, an excruciating pain coursing through him. Fear gripped him. The questioning mountain fist he trained was meant to harden his fists like steel. He had never before felt the sting of pain inflicted by another. Yet, it was too late to ponder this now. Liu Yun had already closed in beside him, his right fist morphing into a knife hand, poised mere inches from Cheng Yan's abdomen. Looking into Cheng Yan's bloodshot eyes, he detected a glint of terror. Sanctuary, blade of restraint. The muscles in his arm tensed instantaneously, the sleeves of his attire billowing as though breathing. Then retracting tightly, the fingertips, like blades, pierced into Cheng Yan's chest. The force surged forth, penetrating Cheng Yan's body like an arrow, wreaking havoc within his organs. Cheng Yan's eyes bulged, blood mingled with ruptured viscera erupting from his mouth. His body bent like a shrimp, collapsing against Liu Yun's arm, his life force rapidly waning. With a gentle push, Cheng Yan crumpled to the ground, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, his breath becoming faint. Liu Yun wiped his hands, his expression as calm as still water, his gaze unwaveringly directed towards the upper stands. Commander Fale, I believe this should suffice now. His tranquil words fell upon the silent hall like a clap of thunder, stirring up a tempest of shock. Chapter 82. Unimaginably generous offer. The previously quiet venue erupted into chaos at Liu Yun's proclamation, akin to a bomb being dropped into a serene lake. However, as the imposing figure from Jialan Star rose, the tumult was swiftly quelled. Fale leaned forward, hands resting on the railing, surveying Liu Yun with an assessing gaze. The audience held their breath, too intimidated to meet the gaze of that formidable presence. Fale exuded a tremendous aura, one born of commanding legions. It was the weight of noble lineage that instilled fear. Li Zhang quietly rose, hands clasped behind his back, his expression tranquil as he observed the ground below. The stifling atmosphere rendered it difficult to breathe, as if poised to ignite at any moment. Clap. Suddenly, Fale's lips curved into a smile as he applauded. Following suit, a resounding round of applause erupted. He scanned the audience, capturing every emotion etched upon their faces. With a smile playing at the corners of his eyes, he addressed Liu Yun, his arms wide open. Excellent, truly worthy of being the foremost genius of Jialan Star. I acknowledge your talent. Luo Xingwen regarded Fale's back with skepticism, unable to decipher the intentions of this seemingly duplicitous figure. Fale lowered his hands, maintaining a standard smile, and inquired, Liu Yun, would you be willing to serve in my corps? If you agree, you shall be promoted directly to the rank of second lieutenant, gain entry into the Jialan Star District talent pool, and enjoy special allowances for exceptional talents. Directly promoted to second lieutenant? Entering the Jialan Star District talent pool? Enjoying special allowances? Namely, you could hardly contain his astonishment. Although Commander Fale had previously been intimidating, this offer immediately transformed him into a figure of warmth and approachability. Is this person a chameleon, flipping personalities so swiftly? Guan Xian remarked quizzically. This is likely a tactical maneuver, a means to heighten others' impressions of him. Nanli Yu surmised, familiar with such strategies. It was akin to how he initially presented himself as an affluent youth, only to reveal his true nature upon closer contact, thereby strengthening others' impressions through contrast. Regardless, this offer was indeed generous. Nanli Yu felt compelled to urge Liu Yun to accept promptly. How generous is it? Guan Xian inquired. Being selected for the talent pool allows one to further their studies at the Federation's premier academy on Capital Star, receiving direct instruction from the Federation's foremost pilots, in a region like Jialan. Only 3 slots are available each year. The Jialan Star District encompasses 12 habitable planets, with Jialan Star being merely 1/12. Across the entire district, there are no fewer than trillions of civilized beings. Yet only 3 slots. This privilege was indeed beyond Guan Xian's imagination. Those who understood the worth of such conditions began considering how to forge connections with Liu Yun. Some wealthy merchants even contemplated sending their daughters to Silver Star to be his classmates. An array of fervent gazes converged upon Liu Yun, akin to watching a newly risen star. However, I declined. Liu Yun remained unperturbed, calm and composed, showing no sign of being swayed by the lavish offer. Fale's expression shifted slightly. Do you grasp the value of these benefits? Do you not believe that 99 of those present would sacrifice anything to secure such an advantage for their children? And yet, you turn it down when offered freely? Liu Yun caressed his smart device, speaking softly. I do believe. Yet, I have no need for it. Fale's expression gradually darkened. Liu Yun cast a glance at Fale before returning to the stands. The so-called benefits were mere illusions to Liu Yun, for he harbored an irreconcilable conflict with Jun Qingshan and had personally piloted the Thunder God to eliminate 2 of the opposing pilots, destroying 2 dominance-class mechs. If he were to join the Jialan Star Corps, how could he reconcile with Jun Qingshan in the future? Thus, Lu Yun had not even considered the offer, no matter how attractive the terms. He would not acquiesce. Furthermore, he had no need for them. The entire assembly was left stunned by Lu Yun's rejection. Fale nodded slowly, his gaze as dark as water. Indeed, the students taught by Master Li possessed remarkable fortitude. Li Zheng shook his head in denial. I have not instructed this young man. Fale shot a fierce glare at Li Zheng before storming off. Meanwhile, Cheng Yin lay on the ground like a dead dog. Utterly ignored, Li Zheng watched as Commander Fa Lei's figure vanished around the corner, waving his hand and instructing, someone, take Cheng Yin for medical treatment. We cannot afford to dirty our Karen Star ring. It is quite expensive. Having said that, Li Zheng turned his gaze towards Mo Zaire, who had been sitting quietly as an observer since the beginning. Mo Zaire, the matters here have concluded. Would you like to rest or explore the surroundings? I can arrange a guide for you. Oh smiled and nodded. That would be very kind of you. Master Li, it's but a trivial matter. With that, the three most powerful individuals departed, and the atmosphere in the venue instantly became lively. Countless spectators looked at Lu Yun from a distance, whispering among themselves. Has this fellow lost his mind to refuse such favorable conditions? Commander Fa Lei was genuinely enraged this time. Not only had he lost a genius, but the one he valued had also completely disregarded him. Ignoring the murmurs that had arisen, Lu Yun seemed oblivious. He tapped his smart brain and ordered, Xiao AI, keep an eye on this vice commander. Master, the equipment on the other party has a specialized encryption program, and Xiao AI cannot break through it for now. I can only conduct long-distance surveillance through the surrounding cameras. Lu Yun paused slightly. This was the first time Xiao AI had encountered an impenetrable program. Then let us proceed with remote monitoring. He simply wished to add an extra layer of security due to the other party's identity. Meanwhile, Fa Lei returned alone to the quarters arranged by the Karen Star military department. He removed his smart brain and placed it on the table. A few seconds later, the smart brain emitted a beep. The communication channel was encrypted successfully. Fa Lei typed a few commands on the virtual keyboard, and the smart brain projected a three-dimensional image. It depicted a young man with a somewhat distinctive appearance, a prominent nose, deep-set eyes, and metallic-like patterns at the corners, with golden irises. Dressed in opulent attire, he was surrounded by four handmaidens who held red wine, glasses, fruits, and other delicacies. If Nanli Yu were present, he would immediately recognize this as the unique garb exclusive to those of noble birth. The once lofty Fa Lei now bore a face full of reverence, bowing slightly as he said, Young Master Alberto, both plans have failed. Cheng Yin could not prevail, and Lu Yun has also declined our offer. Ochoa Alberto rested his chin on his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips, evidently unfazed by the outcome. After all, Lu Yun was a student favored by Jun Qingshan. If such straightforward tactics could dispose of him, it would be a gross underestimation of Jun Qingshan's discernment. However, it was of little consequence. The aim had merely been to simplify matters. Alberto opened his mouth, and one of the handmaidens promptly placed a crystal-like fruit in it. Savoring the fruit, Alberto said nonchalantly, Since this commoner is so unappreciative, let us simply capture him. We have already confirmed his deep connection with Jun Qingshan. Let us charge him with treason. Fa Lei's posture became even more deferential, filled with trepidation. This was the power of the great nobility from the capital of the Federation. A casual remark could easily condemn one to death. From now on, the Karen Star Legion is at your disposal. First, capture this commoner, then force Jun Qingshan to show himself. Fa Lei had anticipated this step and nodded, understood. However, it seems that Karen Star Lord Li Zhang has shown some peculiar regard for that fellow. A mere junior Star Lord is of no concern. Alberto waved his hand dismissively. The fleet will reach the Jalan Star Zone in 3 days. Capture that commoner first. ASU Command. Chapter 83. Ambush on the road. Lu Yun was returning to the academy in Cheng Zhan's vehicle. The atmosphere in the car was momentarily quiet. Cheng Zhan glanced at Lu Yun several times, hesitating to speak. Lu Yun sighed helplessly. Uncle Cheng, please just say what's on your mind. You could have accepted that Vice Commander's offer. I believe old Jun would agree and not hold it against you. Lu Yun let out a light sigh. He had anticipated this question. Nearly everyone he encountered had expressed similar sentiments, as if he had missed a monumental opportunity. Looking out at the fleeting neon reflections, Lu Yun remarked, Uncle Cheng, do you remember what I said when I was on my way to the academy? Cheng Zhan recalled and chuckled. Of course, it left quite an impression. There aren't many who act like you. Lu Yun smiled slightly. Thus, even without those generous conditions, I can still attain what I desire through my own efforts. And with Xiao AI, he added silently in his heart. Cheng Zhan chuckled. You certainly lack humility. I'm curious to see old Jun's expression upon hearing this news. Lu Yun too reminisced about that old fellow. I'm looking forward to it. The oppressive atmosphere in the car dissipated. But just then, Xiao AI suddenly alerted, Master, there are vehicles approaching from behind. The probability of them targeting you is 9-0. Lu Yun looked into the rearview mirror and indeed saw 3 silver hovering cars rapidly closing in. At that moment, one of the hovering vehicles produced a figure clutching an oddly shaped gun. Cheng Zhan also noted the 3 following vehicles, and and upon seeing the weapon brandished, his expression changed dramatically. It's an electromagnetic weapon. Chang Zhen immediately lowered the altitude, but it was still slightly late. Just 10 meters above ground, the vehicle's instruments malfunctioned, causing it to lose control and crash into a passing truck, sending both tumbling several meters. The entire street descended into chaos. The vehicle's collision protection system activated instantly, enveloping Chang Zhen and Lu Yun in soft gel, propelling them out as the twisted doors burst open. Boom! The solid hydrogen battery aboard the hovering car was compressed, erupting into a massive fireball. The scorching flames engulfed dozens of meters, igniting parked vehicles nearby. In an instant, the street was filled with flames. Screams echoed throughout, and pedestrians scattered in panic. The three pursuing vehicles hovered mid-air. 9 soldiers clad in Karen Star military uniforms jumped down, armed with Gauss rifles, aiming at Lu Yun and Chang Zhen from a distance. Master, danger is approaching. Wake up quickly! The wristwatch emitted a faint electric pulse, stimulating Lu Yun's body. Shaking his head to dispel the dizziness and ringing in his ears, Lu Yun confirmed the target. Take him away. One soldier approached Lu Yun, grasping his face to compare it with the photo on the smart brain. Confirming it was indeed him, the soldier drew out an electromagnetic restraint rope from behind. Preparing to bind Lu Yun. At that moment, Lu Yun's dazed state began to clear, and he noticed the soldier's actions. A crimson hue spread across Lu Yun's eyes as he activated blood ignition. In an instant, he seized the soldier's wrist, twisting it forcefully. With a crisp crack, the soldier's arm was broken, and Lu Yun snatched the electromagnetic restraint rope, wrapping it around the soldier's neck, tightening it to use him as a shield. The others immediately took notice of the commotion. However, Lu Yun's movements were too swift. Empowered by blood ignition, he surpassed the soldier's strength, subduing the one before him in mere breaths. Instantly, the others hesitated. Lu Yun turned to Chang Zhen, who was clutching his head and groaning. Chang Zhen was gravely weakened. His strength diminished following such a collision and explosion. Uncle Chang, are you all right? Lu Yun shouted, brandishing the gun in confrontation with the 8 soldiers. Chang Zhen barely managed to start before another explosion roared from behind. Yet another vehicle detonated. In that instant, the leading soldier raised his hand, aiming at Chang Zhen. Lu Yun's pupils contracted to pinpricks, and almost simultaneously, he grabbed the soldier before him and hurled him towards Chang Zhen. Bang, bang, bang. The thrown soldier was instantly riddled with bullets. Fortunately, his armor shielded Chang Zhen from significant harm. However, with the cover gone, Lu Yun was now exposed to enemy fire. The leader revealed a sinister grin as he turned the gun towards Lu Yun. Master, they are using the latest C-14 Gauss rifles, firing 2mm projectiles at a muzzle velocity of 9 times the speed of sound. You can only evade by predicting their shots. Direct dodging is impossible. I have highlighted their hand movements for you, and the optimal evasion route is planned. Shao AIS urgent voice rang out. A cascade of AR visuals projected before Lu Yun's retina. The hand movements of the 8 enemies were magnified and highlighted. In that moment, Lu Yun felt as though he had entered bullet time, able to clearly see the indentation where the enemy's finger pressed against the trigger. The cold muzzle gleamed ominously. Bang! The trigger was pulled, and a flash of electricity erupted from the gun. The 2mm projectile was fired at an untraceable speed. However, at the moment the trigger was pulled, Lu Yun had already anticipated and dodged to the side. The bullet grazed his clothing, striking the ground. The shooter appeared momentarily stunned. Lu Yun wasted no precious time. His leg muscles surged, and with a powerful stomp, the bricks beneath him shattered. His figure surged forward like a thunderbolt. Fire! The leader bellowed, and the 8 soldiers opened fire simultaneously. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, Lu Yun weaved left and right, bullets striking the ground behind him and kicking up clouds of dust. The distance between them was merely 20 meters, and in just a few breaths, Lu Yun arrived before one of the soldiers. He halted abruptly, drawing his right fist back to its limit. The muscles in his arm bulged prominently. Channeling the immense kinetic energy of his charge, he unleashed a punch against the soldier's arm holding the rifle. A devastating blow. The protective gear on the soldier's arm shattered alongside the bone. Bone shards piercing through flesh. As the individual before him was about to unleash a howl of anguish, Lu Yun swiftly thrust the confiscated firearm into the person's mouth, locking eyes with the terror-stricken gaze before pulling the trigger. There was no response. Master, these firearms are equipped with a fingerprint recognition system. A twitch of annoyance flickered in Lu Yun's eye as he discarded the weapon and seized the gun from the soldier before him, whose arm had been shattered, leaving him powerless against Lu Yun's grip. With his left hand grasping the soldier's gun-wielding arm and his right hand around the man's neck, Lu Yun fired at the individual's midsection. Bang, bang, bang. What does it feel like to be struck in the face by a projectile traveling at 10 times the speed of sound? The person before him provided a perfect demonstration. A gaping wound the size of a bowl erupted from his waist, rendering the bulletproof armor akin to mere paper at such close range. In mere moments, the individual was cleaved in two, shattered flesh and blood splattering across the ground. Chapter 84. Encirclement. The remaining soldiers were momentarily stunned by Lu Yun's thunderous onslaught. Their faces behind the masks etched with sheer terror. In that instant, they seemed to comprehend why their superiors had dispatched their entire squad to apprehend a mere student. This was no ordinary student. He was akin to a prehistoric tyrant. Master, more enemy units are en route. Lu Yun's vision flickered with images as he accessed the visual projection from Xiao AI. He observed hundreds of drones equipped with heavy machine guns rapidly approaching their location. On the ground, 2 armored vehicle formations were also advancing. It was imperative to act swiftly. Lu Yun clenched his fist, gripping the soldier's arm and forcing his fingers to pull the trigger, unleashing a hail of bullets towards the remaining foes. The 7 adversaries had no time to evade, and 3 of them were instantly gunned down. As the last bullet was fired, Lu Yun leaped forward like a tempest, arriving before one of the soldiers, who, in terror, raised his weapon. With a swift motion, Lu Yun's palm cleaved through the air, his fingers converging like a blade, piercing the soldier's throat and severing his life force. Having completed this grim task, Lu Yun's eyes remained devoid of emotion. In that moment, he resembled a cold machine, programmed solely for slaughter. 3 adversaries remained. The gunfire erupted violently. Lu Yun's arm muscles flexed as he hurled the soldier with the severed throat aside, momentarily blocking the incoming bullets. At this juncture, he was merely 5 meters away from the remaining 3. The time available for his reaction had been compressed to an extreme. With a sudden thrust of his foot, Lu Yun brought his body to an abrupt halt, shifting laterally to the left. The crimson hue in his eyes intensified, almost spilling forth, as a fiery bullet penetrated the body of the dying soldier, brushing past Lu Yun's nose, accompanied by a searing gust. Life and death hinged on this decisive moment. Lu Yun crouched low, his leg muscles taut as iron. With a crack, the tiles shattered beneath him. In a display of explosive agility, Lu Yun propelled himself 3 meters into the air. The 3 remaining adversaries continued firing ahead, yet their gazes were involuntarily drawn to Lu Yun's soaring figure, prompting them to look up. As they beheld his figure suspended in midair, they instinctively adjusted their aim. However, in the next instant, Lu Yun raised his hand, revealing a severed arm clasping a Gauss rifle, seemingly appearing from nowhere. "Get down!" A thunderous voice reverberated through the communication channel, accompanied by the deafening gunfire. Unfamiliar with firearms, Lu Yun opted for a spray-and-pray approach rather than precise shots. Bang, bang, bang! The electromagnetic force tore through the air, releasing a faint scent of charred material. A half magazine of bullets was unleashed, splattering across the area before him. 2 of the 3 adversaries were instantly transformed into a mass of perforated flesh. Only the individual on the far left, having been spared due to Lu Yun's right-to-left assault, suffered merely a severed arm and remained alive. Yet, at this moment, being alive was far more terrifying than death, for he had to endure another second of dread. Within the constricted pupils, a devilish figure descended, swiftly closing the distance to him, and with a twist, snapped his neck. Thus, the 9 frontline soldiers were annihilated, leaving blood splattered across the ground. Lu Yun's heart pounded violently, the sanguine hue in his gaze gradually fading. Shaking his hands to rid them of the blood and remnants of flesh, he approached Cheng Zhan, who was unconscious from the bullet's impact, and helped him into one of the vehicles that the soldiers had arrived in. However, they had not traveled far when a hovering vehicle suddenly appeared, advancing toward him with clear intent to attack. Just as Lu Yun prepared to retaliate, Xiao AI interjected, "Master, the occupants of the vehicle are Qi Yin and Lian Xiao, the 2 engineers from Xuanwu Academy. What brings them here?" Lu Yun furrowed his brow. He held a favorable impression of Engineer Qi Yin, who resembled a neighborly uncle, and had fought alongside both of them before, if it could be avoided. He did not wish to turn against acquaintances with whom he shared ties. At that moment, Qi Yin's vehicle accelerated abruptly, overtaking Lu Yun's car and blocking his path. The door swung open, and Qi Yin leaned out, aiming his gun at the driver's seat in an attempt to force Lu Yun's vehicle to halt. However, upon seeing the person in the driver's seat, he froze in shock, quickly retreating into his vehicle and shutting the door. Before long, Xiao AI alerted him of an incoming communication request. Lu Yun accepted the call. Engineer Qi Yan's voice resonated, filled with confusion and disbelief. Lu Yun, why are you here? Did you kill those soldiers? Lu Yun too found himself puzzled. The implication seemed to suggest that they were unaware of his true identity. If that were the case, perhaps a conflict could be averted. Engineer Qi Yin, why are you here? We were en route back to the academy when we suddenly received Commander Farley's orders to intercept a traitor. The principal dispatched us. Surprised, Lu Yun raised an eyebrow, having suspected these individuals were sent by Farley but had not anticipated being branded with such a grave accusation. A traitor? How intriguing, he scoffed, his previous sense of relief evaporating. It appeared that they had confirmed his connection to Jun Qingshan. Their earlier recruitment of him was likely a ruse to ensnare him. Now, having failed to coerce him through softer means, they were resorting to force. Meanwhile, Engineer Qi Yin continued to inquire about the situation. Liu Yun struggled to provide a coherent explanation and merely asked, "What are you two planning to do? Will you obstruct me or let me pass?" A brief silence ensued. After a few seconds, Qi Yin gritted his teeth and said quietly, "You once saved us. You may go." With that, the hovering vehicle blocking the path parted to allow passage. Liu Yun expressed his gratitude, "Thank you," before accelerating away. Lian Xiao released the steering wheel, her expression tinged with regret. It was a pity that such a promising young man had to meet such an untimely fate. Qi Yan's face hardened as he slammed his fist against the car door. "Damn those nobles. What has Liu Yun done to be labeled a traitor?" Lian Xiao shook her head with a bitter smile. "You should be more concerned about how to face the new commander's questioning." "Humph. I'll just say I didn't see anything. What can he do to me?" Lian Xiao initiated the hover vehicle, steering towards Xuanwu Academy. Meanwhile, Liu Yun's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he glanced at Cheng Zhan in the passenger seat, who was rifling through a map but could find no safe haven. The world was vast, yet he found no place to call his own. Return to the academy? That would only bring danger to the institution. After much contemplation, Liu Yun turned the vehicle around, preparing to leave Xinghuan City to evade the pursuing enemies. He would wait for Cheng Zhan to awaken before addressing the situation further. Just then, a strange signal came through the vehicle's communicator. A clear, warm voice resonated. "Liu Yun, go to Silver Star Academy. I will ensure your safety." Chapter 85. To Silver Star. Liu Yun, go to Silver Star Academy. I will ensure your safety. Liu Yun's heart raced at the sound of that voice. It was the voice of Star Master Li Zhengxing. During the exhibition match, he had exchanged brief words with this Star Master and had sensed the rift between him and Deputy Commander Farley. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Regardless of whether Star Master Li's words were truthful, Liu Yun felt compelled to take a chance. "Master, the perimeter within a 10-mile radius has been fortified. The enemy's encirclement is rapidly closing in. You must make a decision swiftly." Xiao AI relayed another grim piece of news. The military's response time was alarmingly fast. Liu Yun no longer hesitated, declaring, "Reset the route. Destination, Silver Star Academy." "Understood." In the central district of Xinghuan City, where the military headquarters was located, the once stable military establishment had not experienced such a flurry of activity for many years, aside from the minor unrest following the assassination of the last commander. The arrival of Commander Farley had awakened this long-dormant war machine. Farley sat in the central command room, his gaze fixated on the urban terrain map displayed on the table. Blue light crisscrossed, weaving a detailed 3D representation of the city. At that moment, countless red dots scattered across a 10-mile radius centered around the Kalen star ring, all under unified control, converging inward to form a tightening circle. No one could escape the clutches of such a trap. Throughout it all, Farley had never truly considered Liu Yun a threat, and no matter how exceptional his talents, he remained a mere youth. What truly concerned him was the elderly figure standing behind Liu Yun, a man of once unparalleled stature, whose power could not be overlooked. Those who had underestimated him had paid with their lives, much like Farley's previous superior. The demise of 3 high-ranking pilots and their mechs had left a gaping void in the elite forces of the Jialan Star region. This incident had sent shockwaves throughout the entire Jialan Star. Fail resolutely refused to allow himself to repeat past mistakes. He intended to muster the full defensive might of the entire planet to greet the arrival of that venerable old man. At that moment, a soldier suddenly reported, "Commander, the esteemed Star Lord has sent a command for us to immediately cease all hostilities." Fail scoffed, snatched the order, and tore it to shreds. "From this moment forth, any commands from that old fool are to be disregarded. You need only focus on obeying my orders." The soldier trembled, bowing his head in shock, and hastily replied, "Understood." Fail then inquired, "Where is that Liu Yun now?" "He should be in the Bailuan Street area, but his exact location is indeterminate. All surveillance in the areas he has traversed has been compromised, and we are unable to obtain real-time positional information." Fail nodded. The boy possessed some cunning. It seemed he intended to head to Silver Star Academy. "Ha! Constrict the encirclement and mobilize forces to seal off the Academy's entrance. I shall see how he intends to enter." In the Bailuan district, Liu Yun successfully evaded yet another pursuing squad and, supporting Cheng Zhan, slipped into a narrow alley. The hovercar was no longer an option. It had become a beacon, easily spotted in the sky. Thus, Liu Yun decided to have Xiao AI pilot the hovercar to draw fire while he approached from the ground with Cheng Zhan. Bailuan Street was adjacent to Silver Star Academy, merely 5 kilometers apart, and it was a bustling commercial area with dense buildings and heavy foot traffic. Although the streets were somewhat chaotic due to the military's actions, this provided him with an additional layer of cover. He hoisted Cheng Zhan onto his back, tore his outer garment into strips, and securely bound them together. Then, he quietly activated his blood ignition. Rich crimson rapidly stained his pupils, and a robust heartbeat resonated within his chest. The effects of blood ignition would last for 4 minutes, a 4-minute sprint over 5 kilometers while evading the enemy's relentless pursuit. Even for Liu Yun, this posed a formidable challenge. Taking a deep breath, He whispered, "Uncle Chung, if you happen to bump or jostle awake, don't hold it against me." He then leapt quietly, scaling the wall and landing on the rooftop. He moved swiftly like a cat across the rooftops and alleys. Quickly, the target has appeared on Bailuan Street 2. All nearby squads, intercept. Deploy the drone units to establish a fire net. Once within shooting range, they may fire at will. Lu Yun stilled his steps, straining to listen to the sounds from outside. Another squad of 9 passed just beneath his nose, utterly oblivious to the figure quietly crouched behind a dumpster in the shadowy alley, watching them. Once he sensed their departure, Lu Yun dashed out, swiftly crossing the street to the opposite alley. Only 2 kilometers remained to Silver Star Academy. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from a distance. It was Xiao AI, who had overloaded the solid hydrogen battery after being surrounded. Igniting it, Lu Yun's heart tightened, and he quickened his pace. The vehicle had exploded. They would soon realize that it was empty. He had never underestimated the intelligence of the military. They would surely deduce his method. And time was not on his side. Lu Yun's expression grew grave. He could no longer afford to remain concealed. He had to reach Silver Star with utmost urgency. After another kilometer, only 1,000 meters remained. However, his movements had been detected. A commanding shout echoed from behind. Lu Yun, disregarding any entanglement, turned and fled. His heightened hearing caught the sounds of his pursuers calling for reinforcements. Dark shapes appeared in the distant sky, battle drones. He could not forget their prior orders. Once within shooting range, they were free to fire. The towering walls of Silver Star Academy loomed ahead. Gunfire erupted behind him. Lu Yun's heart raced as he swiftly repositioned Cheng Zhan in front of him, cradling him as he dashed forward. The street ahead suddenly lay barren, but Lu Yun felt no exhilaration. 2 heavy machine guns were stationed at the end of the road, and a small contingent of soldiers guarded every inch of the street. The path ahead was blocked. Lu Yun had not anticipated that they would deploy such a significant force at the academy's entrance. The surveillance in the area had even been obscured, preventing Xiao AI from noticing the situation. The footsteps behind him drew closer. Lu Yun set Cheng Zhan down, clenched his fists, and readied himself for battle. Sitting idly was not his style. Even if he were to perish, he would take a piece of them with him. "Open fire!" The order rang out, and countless icy projectiles surged toward him. Lu Yun's muscles tensed, preparing for action. But in that instant, a shadow loomed overhead, crashing down with tremendous speed right before him. The ground trembled violently, and clouds of dust erupted. Following that was the fierce sound of gunfire as bullets struck hard surfaces. Lu Yun raised his hand to shield himself from the swirling debris, struggling to open his eyes and gaze ahead. He beheld a massive shield, several dozen meters high and 14 or 15 meters wide, deeply embedded in the ground before him, effectively blocking the entire street. A colossal shadow loomed like a mountain before the shield. A voice filled with lethal intent echoed from above, reverberating throughout the street. "Silver Star Academy, mech pilot Xiang Xiao. All personnel, cease fire immediately and withdraw from Silver Star's territory. Otherwise, you shall face death." Chapter 86. The blockade commander, Silver Star Academy, has deployed a mech to obstruct our combat personnel. After data verification, it has been confirmed as the Silver Star Academy's Pioneer-class heavy mech, Lava Titan. A stir arose in the military command room. The surveillance footage displayed a mech towering tenfold over the adjacent buildings, wielding a colossal shield, resembling a mountain that spanned the street. The cold warning echoed within the command room. "Xiang Xiao," Fail muttered the name, his gaze laced with intrigue. Silver Star Academy truly spares no expense. They even dispatched a Pioneer-class mech. Very well, let them in. There is no need for unnecessary casualties. Numbers are meaningless in the face of a mech. Fail refused to send his men to their deaths without reason. He commanded Xuanwu Academy to dispatch their mechs to seal off Silver Star Academy's entrance. Not a single fly was to escape. Silver Star Academy was somewhat unique, as it housed numerous civilian students. If anything were to occur, Fail's position would be precarious. Compared to the reputation of the Alberto family, his life was of little consequence. The orders from the Legion commander were swiftly conveyed. The troops surrounding Silver Star Academy breathed a sigh of relief. Facing off against a mech was an impossible task. Just the sight of its enormous form was overwhelming. The assembled forces quickly dispersed, clearing a path. The mounted machine guns were also retracted, and the troops began a rapid, orderly retreat. A faint hum echoed above. Xiang Xiao commanded the Lava Titan to extract the shield embedded in the ground and stepped forward, clearing the way. With each stride, the earth trembled. Lu Yun marveled. This was the power of a mech. Never before had he longed for one of his own as he did now. "Follow me," Xiang Xiao said calmly. Lu Yun suppressed his reverie, hoisted Cheng Zhan onto his back once more, and trailed behind the mech, advancing step by step toward the academy. The troops remained stationed 100 meters away, gazing at Lu Yun with a mix of emotions that were difficult to articulate. Their feelings intensified upon learning that Lu Yun was merely a new student at the academy. It was disheartening. Upon returning to the academy, Lu Yun found several teachers waiting at the gate, with numerous students gathered at a distance to observe. Low murmurs resonated through the crowd. One person attracting such a large military pursuit was a tale that would send shockwaves throughout Silver Star Academy. Not only our academy, but even with the addition of the other 3 academies, none could compare. I heard he even killed several armed soldiers along the way. Ugh, is such strength truly that of a newcomer? I seriously suspect he came to our academy just for a taste of life. Even teacher Xiang Xiao personally piloted a mech to protect him. That's a treatment unlike any other. Several teachers quickly approached, taking the unconscious Chang Zhan from Lu Yun's back. Liu Yun expressed his concern. Uncle Chang was injured by Gauss rounds. He may have internal injuries. Among the teachers was a doctor. One Liu Yun was familiar with from his time at Wang's Manor. The teacher assured him, rest easy. We will conduct a thorough examination of teacher Cheng. Liu Yun nodded, releasing his hold on Chang Zhan. Suddenly, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, and his vision blurred. A nearby teacher swiftly caught him. Are you all right? Several teachers inquired anxiously. Liu Yun bit his tongue, the sharp pain momentarily sharpening his senses. I am fine. The fatigue is merely a side effect of using blood ignition. I'm not seriously injured. Xiang Xiao halted the mech at the entrance, positioning it beside the towering mech statue at the academy gate, almost like 2 sentinels guarding the entrance. The retreating troops returned, maintaining their distance, stationed 100 meters away. Xiang Xiao glanced over but did not intervene. As long as they did not encroach upon the academy, she had no reason to act. For now, everything awaited the return of the principal. Xiang Xiao disembarked from the mech and approached Liu Yun, saying, "Come with me." Liu Yun nodded and followed Xiang Xiao as they departed under the watchful eyes of many. They made their way to the principal's office. Xiang Xiao poured a cup of water for Liu Yun and asked, "How is your body? You seemed off earlier." Liu Yun nodded. "I'm all right, just a bit tired. As long as you're fine. In the past few days, you are to remain in this office, avoiding any other locations. The dean harbors concerns that the opposing side may possess additional means. Your presence here guarantees your absolute safety." Xiang Xiao heaved a sigh of relief, her gaze towards Liu Yun shifting in expression. That moment, her mind was teeming with questions. However, just as she prepared to inquire, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Xiang Zhao's brow furrowed, instinctively adopting a posture of vigilance. It was the dean returning, as Liu Yun learned through Xiao AI. Xiang Xiao cast a skeptical glance at Liu Yun, curious about how she had come to know this. In the next instant, the office door swung open, and Luo Xingwen strode in, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. A lingering trace of anger still flickered across his face. "Dean, what has transpired?" Xiang Xiao could not restrain her curiosity. Luo Xingwen sighed, stepping forward to scrutinize Liu Yun, and upon confirming she was unharmed, he visibly relaxed. He wearily sank into his chair, retrieving a bottle of medication from the drawer and popping a pill into his mouth. Leaning back and exhaling gently, both Liu Yun and Xiang Xiao remained silent, refraining from interrupting. After 2 minutes, Luo Xingwen opened his eyes and stated, "The Legion has mobilized 3 advanced mechs from Xuanwu Academy surrounding our institution." Xiang Zhao's expression changed dramatically as she rushed out of the room to gaze outside. Liu Yun followed closely behind her. Indeed, 3 colossal figures loomed ominously at the school gate. Upon returning to the room, both Liu Yun and Xiang Zhao's faces bore grim expressions. "Do not be overly concerned. They are not poised to act just yet," Luo Xingwen reassured them. "Dean, what crime has Liu Yun committed?" Xiang Xiao could not help but ask in a hushed tone. "Treason." Xiang Zhao's body trembled in shock, her face paling. "How can that be? She has never even left Xinghuan City. How could she commit such a crime? Where is the evidence?" "In aristocratic trials, evidence is unnecessary." Luo Xingwen slowly shook his head, a hint of mockery creeping into his usually composed features. He looked at the silent Xiang Xiao and waved his hand, saying, "You should return to rest for now. There will be more for you to endure later." Xiang Xiao clenched her fists and nodded. "You can reach out to me whenever needed." Chapter 87. A few more words? As Xiang Xiao departed, silence enveloped the room. After a moment, Luo Xingwen could no longer contain his curiosity and turned to Liu Yun. "Do you not have anything to say? Or something you wish to do?" "What do you mean?" Liu Yun replied, perplexed. Luo Xingwen grimaced, providing an example. "Perhaps you feel guilt for bringing such trouble upon the academy, or your youthful fervor compels you to rush out and sacrifice yourself to protect it. In any case, you are a young person facing a significant crisis. Should you not display some emotion?" Luo Xingwen fixed his gaze intently upon Liu Yun, having previously worried she might exhibit such reactions. He had prepared himself to offer counsel, yet Liu Yun remained more composed than he had anticipated. This was not the same person who had once fiercely avenged a grievance against the Wang family. Was it? Liu Yun chuckled lightly. "No, I am merely an inconsequential bait. The true target is old Jun. As long as I remain safe, he can maintain his footing. You are aware of this?" Luo Xingwen was momentarily taken aback. "I am not foolish. With so many clues before me, I could deduce it even without explicit confirmation." Liu Yun shrugged. At this juncture, he had already grasped the opposing side's intentions. He even suspected that the elderly man before him had long been acquainted with old June. Not only Luo Xingwen, but he also harbored doubts about whether Star Master Li Zhang had ties to old June after all. How else could he have covertly assisted him? Luo Xingwen raised an eyebrow and, after a moment, burst into hearty laughter. You clever lad, I had underestimated you. It is best that you understand. Once Luo Xingwen's laughter subsided, Lu Yun suddenly inquired, I wish to know if the opposition discovered my connection to old June through my actions against the Wang family? Do not overthink it, Luo Xingwen replied seriously, shaking his head. You are facing a colossal entity that governs the entire Federation. Although it is difficult to admit, you, along with all of us, possess methods that are mere parlor tricks in their eyes. Accustomed as they are to the storms of life, in fact, the battle that took place in the outskirts has already drawn attention. Do you think those numerous satellites orbiting the planet were merely launched as if they were marbles? Luo Xingwen chuckled at his own analogy. However, Lu Yun remained calm, even expressionless. Luo Xingwen awkwardly cleared his throat and composed himself. He continued, the reason old June did not take you with him initially was to divert their attention, allowing you to grow in safety. Yet later, when they could not capture old June, their frustration led them to focus on you instead. Indeed, they are rather narrow-minded. Lu Yun's perception of the aristocrats controlling the Federation deepened. Previously, his understanding stemmed from Nanli Yu, but it now seemed evident that Nanli Yu was an anomaly within the aristocratic community, not to be judged by conventional standards. Luo Xingwen scoffed disdainfully, remarking, narrow-minded? They are nothing more than leeches, feeding on the legacies of their predecessors, their eyes fixated solely on their own interests. They pride themselves on being noble and elegant, yet they are the most repugnant and vile beings in this universe. Were it not for them, old Luo Xingwen abruptly fell silent, shaking his head. Why am I sharing all of this with you? Enough, do not worry excessively. Remember, even if the sky were to fall, we old fogies would be here to support you. Luo Xingwen departed with his hands clasped behind his back. As time passed day by day, Lu Yun remained oblivious to the turmoil brewing outside the academy. Although the Legion had surrounded the institution, permitting entry but forbidding exit, they dared not harm the students within. Consequently, all affairs within the academy continued as usual, unaffected by external events. Some individuals even approached the academy gate, boldly confronting the troops and mechs outside, treating it as a source of amusement to boast about on the battle.net. However, the inevitable was bound to arrive. One night, while Lu Yun was immersed in his training, his wrist-mounted smart device suddenly illuminated. Moments later, a surveillance feed was projected before him by Xiao AI. Remember, this mission is time-sensitive. We have only 1 minute. After breaching the window, if the target is not captured within 1 minute, we must retreat immediately. Otherwise, if our identities are exposed, you all know the consequences. On the rooftop of the teaching building, four figures clad in black nanotechnology armor, blending seamlessly with the night, descended from above. They landed lightly on the rooftop before cautiously advancing to the edge of the building. The target lay just 3 meters below. It was time to act, the leader signaled, and the four synchronized their timing before leaping downwards. They did not plummet. Rather, like spiders, mechanical claws extended from their back armor, firmly gripping the building's exterior. Subsequently, optical cloaking was activated, rendering the four figures invisible. To any observer, it appeared as though no one was scaling the wall. Before long, they reached the window of the top floor, which was engulfed in darkness. The leader exchanged glances with the three teammates, then retrieved a small coin from his pocket and pressed it against the window. The coin rapidly disintegrated into countless minuscule particles. If magnified, one would see that these particles were tiny nanobots, each thinner than a strand of hair. They adhered to the glass and swiftly began to gnaw away. Within seconds, the window was eaten through, creating a hole with a diameter of 0.5 meter. Move, the leader whispered, his eyes gleaming beneath the visor. He crouched and began to squeeze through the gap, just as half of his body entered. A loud crash echoed. A chair came crashing down upon him, striking him squarely. The captain let out a pained cry as he was sent flying several meters away. The mechanical claws severed, and he lost his grip on the wall. This was a building dozens of stories high. The remaining three, still clinging to the wall, were left in shock as they watched their captain scream and plummet. Faced with the gaping hole in the window, they found themselves in a dilemma. Neither could they enter nor could they retreat. At that moment, Lu Yun appeared at the window, shining a flashlight in their direction, casting their outlines into a vague silhouette. Oh dear, it seems Fei is rather stingy to be using such rudimentary equipment for you all. You've been compromised. The three's eyes widened, and they immediately disregarded everything else, frantically maneuvering their mechanical hands to climb higher. Why the rush? Can't we chat a bit more? Lu Yun called out, peering out. The three trembled, hastening their ascent, cursing themselves for not having added 2 more mechanical claws. Talk to your granddad, go find that deadbeat captain instead. They internally raged, unable to fathom where their cover had been blown. Seeing their lack of courtesy, Lu Yun lost interest and